Let's check if donos are muted. MMM. Whoa. 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 MMM. Whoa.
Chat, it is time to come.
Fuck, oh my god, you guys, you have to see this movie. Oh my god, it's so good. If you don't see it, then I don't respect you. And Lily said, and I said, and I said. Theater afterwards, and oh my god, fuck, oh god, it's so good. Jackie Chan over man.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're doing. No, stop. Okay. How are we doing today, guys? iPod has been officially discontinued by Apple. They still make iPods?
There is a new stone fitting on my glove. Here it comes. L, 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 L.
No. Okay, new rule. No movies close to stream time, okay? Because I will waste hours. We are 2 hours late to stream today because this guy wanted to stream movies, okay? Nier Automata with Juice World and XX Tentacion. Oh god. What?
I usually have an answer to the question, but this time I'm gonna be quiet. This time, ain't nothing in my misery. Damn, that's the world we live.
No. Okay. Jesus. I was rewatching last one. I got Nick's one. Do you have it back? No, but I've got all my parts for my computer to like set my shit up. I just haven't done it. Oh, so I can start locally recording, so August can upload shit or do whatever. Does this mean you're giving an official schedule? I was ready to stream at 12, but you guys are playing Infinity War. How can I stream? How can I stream when Infinity War is on? Are you serious? Are you even thinking about what you're saying? The problem is as soon as the movie starts, there's always like the next scene you gotta wait for, okay? You can't stream when you're waiting for Steve Rogers to show up for the first time. You can't stream when you're waiting for Thor to get his axe, okay? You can't stream when you're waiting for the epic fight on Titan, okay? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Any recent terrible food takes?
Trump. Who remembers this old internet ditty? Badger, 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 badger. Mushroom, mushroom.
Yeah, we remember. I think the last one I gave was that when I was in Tennessee, I had forgotten, because I'm a rich fuck now, I had forgotten how absolutely fucking terrible. I used to only eat this cut of meat, because I just did when I went to the Outback. I forgot how absolutely terrible sirloins were. I went to some restaurant and they only steak that was like a top sirloin. I was like, oh, sirloin. I used to eat these all the time, and oh my god, what an unbelievably horrible cut of meat. I forgot. It's like a meatball. It's unironically, sirloins are like meatballs. It's just like this weird. What's the best cut? I'm a pussy and I don't trust most steak places, so I usually get fillets. If I'm at a good steak place that I trust to prepare their food well, I think ribeyes are. I don't think this is like an opinion. I think ribeyes, I think, are just like the best cut of meat. Like if you're going to a really good, somebody correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I think if you're going to a really good steak place, you're supposed to get a ribeye because it's like it has the best like combination of meat and like fat throughout it and everything. It's just like, but you can't. I don't trust random places to do ribeyes because like if it's a bad cut of meat, or not like the cut, but if like the quality is bad, I need to go out with a real steak eater sometime and see how they eat meat. I can't eat meat that has like huge nasty hunks of fat in it. It's just fucking disgusting to me. I don't know if normal steak eaters do, and you guys are just like Giga Chads. I can't. It's gross. But if you But if you're at a really good steakhouse, the fat is cooked and rendered really deliciously, and like you can eat it, and it's really good. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even say it's really good. It's what makes the cut like so good. It's when the fat is cooked properly. I think rendering is when it's like made edible or something, right? Somebody said tomahawks are good. What does tomahawk include ribeye? There's a larger cut that includes. I think the ribeye plus the strip is called something else, isn't it? What am I thinking of?
Would you say Everything Everywhere All at Once is more visually stunning than Blade Runner 2049?
They're very different. I wouldn't try to compare them. Tomahawk is a ribeye with a bone. Okay, gotcha. Oh, maybe I think of a porterhouse. Is that a strip plus a ribeye? T-bone is a ribeye and a fillet. The real question is, how do you have it cooked? Okay, I swear to God, I'm not out of touch. Okay, I'm not out of touch. But if you go to very, very, very bougie steakhouses, all right, there's a temperature called medium rare plus. Okay. If they offer it, that's what I'll get my steak cooked as. I think that medium rare is okay, but I need it a touch more than that. Because like I don't want the middle to be cold, and I don't want the middle to be like chewy like a rare steak. I don't know how to explain it, but like rare steaks are disgusting to me. And I don't want the middle to be cold. I think like slightly warmish is okay. But But there is some steakhouse. There's like this perfect temperature between like medium and medium rare, and a couple steakhouses will offer a temperature called medium rare plus. Then just get it medium. Yeah, I mean, normally I order steaks medium. I think is okay. Although the problem is like when you're at medium, you're right on that threshold for being overcooked, and like when you get like when you cross that threshold from medium to medium well. I swear to God, I'm not trying to sound pretentious, but you've almost like destroyed the steak at that point. If I get a medium well steak, I'll probably cry a little bit in my car after. If I'm at a really nice place, because it's like fuck, this is fucked now. I'll get triggered.
To properly render fat, you sear the fat caps first before reverse searing the meat, and makes fat much tastier and easier to eat. But many still don't like eating the fat.
Thanks, buddy. Have you ever tried rare or blue? I think I've tried rare steaks. I've probably only one time. I just don't like it. I don't like chewy cold food. It just feels disgusting to me. Have you ever had beef Wellington? Yes, I think I have. Isn't that like a steak that's served inside of like some type of like bread roll or something? Am I making this up? You keep saying cold, what the fuck do you mean? I think a rare steak is by definition cool in the center, isn't it? Have you ever tried steak tartare? I have, and I don't like steak tartare because of the idea of it. I'm a child. I actually don't like it, but I've eaten steak tartare before. It's very good if you're at a good place. It's not supposed to be. Hold on. Wait, I thought that a rare steak has like a coolish has like a cool center. Temperature. Everyone in chat is making me doubt myself. It's still cooked. It's supposed to be warm, but not. What does cool mean? Well, not cool like an ice cube, or not cool like a like bread or something, but cool like there's a huge difference between like the outside of the steak and the inside of the steak. Like when you're biting into it, like it's noticeably cooler than. And then I thought that isn't it usually described on like the things? It'll say like medium well and well will be like a hot gray center, medium will be like a warm center, and then like medium rare or rare will be like a cooler pink or red center. Isn't this like the description that every fucking steak place gives on your? Cool is not the word to use. I could be wrong, but I feel like every single steakhouse I've been to in my life will describe medium rare or rare as a cool red center. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I just haven't been reading good enough. Some people in chat are saying I'm right, so I feel like I'm not that crazy, but maybe I am. I'm not sure. I don't know. Check out the first 15 minutes, at least, of the speaking event from 10, blah, blah, blah. Pretty sure this is 80s and 90s. Talks about psychedelics, but Jesus, okay. How is steak tartare okay to say, but undercooked beef isn't? Sorry for the dumb question, please don't ban. Undercooked beef is okay to serve, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure you can serve anything you want undercooked, can't you? I'm pretty sure you can serve raw chicken if you want. It's like people have the right to order it. You're just... I might be making that up. No, you must be able to, because you can serve undercooked. You can ask people for like ground beef, for instance. You can ask people if they want their like cheeseburger like medium rare or whatever. Like you can do that if people want it.
Consider going to an Argentine grill. Best meat in the world, amigo. You can find some in Miami.
That is illegal? It's illegal to serve cheeseburgers like medium rare or whatever? No, it's not. What are you talking? Or unless maybe I've been to a lot of illegal restaurants in my life. I don't know if you can legally, or if it's illegal to serve. If somebody requests, like, can I get like a medium rare, like chicken fillet or whatever, I don't know if that's illegal or not. I have no idea, actually. I don't know. Beef is fine if it's handled correctly. Chicken is never fine raw. I want to say for beef, I think with beef the bacteria grows only on the outside or whatever. So if you, as long as any beef is seared, I think it should be safe. But for chicken, salmonella, which is what people are mostly concerned with, is in the entirety of the chicken. So if you sear the outside of a chicken breast, and then you eat it and the middle is still undercooked or raw, you can, I think that's the reason why you usually you'll always want to have chicken cooked all the way through. Raw chicken doesn't make you sick though. People in I don't know, I never tell who knows what they're talking about. Raw chicken doesn't make you sick. You can eat raw chicken just fine. The problem is that there's a lot of salmonella. I might be making this out. I think it's like 30% of chickens in the United States have like salmonella or something. It's a very, very high percentage. But the idea is that you're always cooking chicken all the way through, so it doesn't matter if it has salmonella or not. So people don't check for it, I don't think. But that's why you shouldn't have rare burgers. Yeah, the problem with rare, I mean, you can still eat ground beef undercooked, meaning not medium well or more. But the issue is that because it's been minced up, the center is not like safe like the inside of a steak would be, basically. They have raw chicken sushi in Japan. They might check their chickens more carefully for salmonella in Japan, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me if they do. But there are a lot of people that think that if you eat like raw, like I'm almost positive the human digestive tract can eat any meat raw, like pork or chicken or anything. I'm pretty sure we can. Like you don't get sick from eating raw chicken. You get sick from chicken that has salmonella poisoning, and then if you eat it and then contract it. In the EU, at least we vaccinated our chickens, unlike in the US. Yeah, I don't know why different people have different ways of doing different things. Like, for instance, in the United States, when we buy eggs at the grocery store, we have to put our eggs in the refrigerator because we bleach the shells. But in Europe, I don't think you guys have to put your eggs in the refrigerator because your shells aren't bleached. So like they can be out in room temperature. I don't know why we do that in the United States. I don't know what the reason is for why we do or why we don't. Probably to get rid of salmonella. Well, I mean, in Europe they don't do it, so they must. I don't think everyone in Europe dies of salmonella. Do you like the Outback Steakhouse? Yes, I think the Outback Steakhouse is one of the best like dollars to quality food you can get. Hell yes, I am a huge Outback Steakhouse simp. One thing I've noticed more in Miami, Melina notices this too. I feel like there are just I feel like a lot of, I feel like there are different worlds. There are worlds that I didn't know existed that like I'm colliding with now, and I just had no idea. I'm probably glad I didn't know about these worlds earlier because I would be more resentful or spiteful. But I genuinely feel like the majority of people, if you go to South Beach in Miami, I think the majority of people there under the age of 35 do not work. When I say majority, I mean like 51% plus. I don't think most of the people here work. I don't know where the fuck these people all get their fucking money from. None of them have jobs. They all talk about crystals and shit all day, but they're all rich as fuck. Every restaurant around here is like $80 a plate at minimum. Like you're always paying like 100 plus for 2 people. Like everything is expensive. The rents are the everything. Like people are Ubering everywhere. Nobody rides buses. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if everybody.
God, I'd love to talk about food with you, lol. Been a chef for 20 years.
Cool. If they all have like rich families, or it must be like everybody's mom and dad is like rich. Influencers? No. You guys don't know. A lot of people don't understand that lifestyle. That one red pill guy didn't understand it. A lot of people think that like, oh yeah, like everybody can be an influencer. That's not true. It's really hard to make a living. I know people see them on Reddit and they get mad like, oh, any girl can do this or any guy can do this. That's not true, man. 95% of the quote unquote influencers you meet in real life are like hot girls on Instagram with less than 2,000 followers. They're not making like bank on their fucking Instagram. Oh, speaking of, you guys better be clicking through all my reels. I found out that
Serve safe food manager here. EST chicken and poultry must be cooked to an internal temperature of 165 F for at least 10 seconds.
Nice.
Please be safe.
what was I just saying? Oh, yeah, I found out I can get paid for reels on Instagram, so I'm reeling it up now, boys. Hold on, I'm trying to find out how much money I've made. I'm making bank. Hold on. $105. I'm fucking loaded. Shit is all over now, okay?
Chickens from United States are illegal for import in Japan, which is why they can eat it raw. We do vaccinate chickens in the US. You can serve it raw.
Wait, what? Wait, how did I just get two contradictory donuts? Serve safe food manager. PSA chicken and poultry must be cooked at an internal temp of 165 or at least 10 seconds. Uh-oh. Why isn't Melina verified on Instagram or Twitter? She should be verified on Instagram. I think she just needs to try applying for it again. I don't think getting verified does anything, but... Milk? What, you should apply for verification? I don't know if it does. It doesn't even do anything, right? You should apply for verification on Instagram again. Get verified on Instagram.
I've tried 3 times.
When was the last time you tried? What? No, when was the last time you tried?
Huh?
When was the last time you tried?
Half year ago.
Try it again, loser.
You need to like put in your passport.
Miami has a lot of wealthy migrant families. I know a lot of relatives of politicians from Latin America that live in Miami and live crazy lifestyles.
Yeah, I guess. This will be on the Destiny Abuser hit piece video. True. I am an abuser. I love abusing women. You're polyamorous because you're a fucking sex-crazed lunatic. I'm polyamorous because I want to be able to beat 3 girlfriends at once. We're not the same. What, the room? Sure. Hold on one second.
Only $105 on Instagram. Good thing you don't have any Instagram managers, or how could you possibly pay them?
you think there is any place worse than Miami when it comes to food quality to cost ratio? I don't know. Mr. Girl's statement about you hit piece reaction.
Destiny watched the hit piece and thought some of those clips with Shaylin were yikes. Okay. I have heard Destiny yell at Melina on stream, and I'm very concerned about her well-being and her safety. I'm going to conduct a tearful interview with her, where she explains how much it hurts to be subjected to his verbal abuse.
Okay. I would say that it's a little bit different, but but okay, it's all good. I did say I don't know what is his picture? I don't know the context of all of his clips. Maybe I'm trying to be. People are. It's God. Fuck. You guys are so annoying. I can see. I've pierced the veil, but you guys are still trapped behind there. It's so funny. Like listening to you guys talk about it's the Britney versus the Mr. Girl stuff. Damn. I wish I could run like alternate universes so you guys could see how you'd behave in another universe. It would be so interesting. If I had videos of like Britney screaming at a boyfriend like Mr. Girl does, oh my God, it would be the fucking end of the world for you guys. You guys would be losing it on my sub. You're saying it's my biggest coat, but it's not. And then people are like, and I'm pointing out that like a lot of you guys are like a little bit cringe with the way that you're criticizing it, or like a little incel or whatever. And then I think Wannabe Sad Boy like made a post for it, and he's like, Destiny, you can't dismiss all the criticism. I'm not. I've said multiple times, there's plenty of like reasons to criticize Britney. She has an annoying voice or whatever, or you think that like she's like the system shit is kind of cringe, which I don't think I'd label people that way. But like, you can go through and link any of those big things. I think I banned like 12 people. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this, but I think most of the people in those threads were literally just saying the only reason Destiny's defending her is because he wants to fuck her. That was like literally most of the upvoted comments. And then it's like, Destiny, why don't you seriously engage with the criticism? Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, what am I even, what is my response? No? Like,
If your brother or sister sins, go and point out their fault. Just between the two of you, if they listen to you, you have won them over.
nobody's asking if you would label people like you do. Just say it's fucking stupid and she's stupid. You're doing the Hassan Weasel shit. I don't think she's stupid, though. Not socially. I think she's relatively socially intelligent.
The VOD of your stream yesterday was copyright striked.
Yep,
Will the
it
video
happens.
of you watching the Mr. Girl hit piece be available later?
I have no idea. I would never like make a system to label people in like ones and twos. Like that's just something I would never do personally. But I just would never do that. I actually enjoy listening to you talk with both Mr. Girl and Brittany. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both interesting people to chat with for sure. Hello, please work? No, okay. Why the fuck did I get banned for this? I'm gonna start the anti. Did you get banned? How do I see? Click. Let's see. User mod log. 5 mod logs. Forethought. Approve the post. Unbanned. Oh, you got banned by Forethought. Has anyone made a concise write-up of their Britney critique? The problem is there's like so much there are like ways to critique her, but there's like so much garbage in terms of like how you guys talk about it that it's hard to like find any legitimate criticism. I think the criticism is that like you can argue that she might be too quick to judge people, or you don't like the way that she organizes people. I think that's fine. I think there's like legitimate criticism there. But like people that are trying to be like, she's anti-Semitic, she's a fucking Nazi, and she wants all ones to kill themselves. Like this super ultra cringe. It's like, okay. You search Britney on Our Destiny for the last month, there's legit 70-ish posts. Yeah, people are unhinged. She's actually brain dead. And yeah, you guys will claim that she's brain dead, but like half you motherfuckers still watch Vosh regularly. Like, I mean, like, I'm not taking your guys' opinion on. Which is worse, the Britney hate or the Lauren hate? Anytime there's like hate around women, it always gets really weird. I'm not sure. Like, it's kind of, I mean, I say it's funny, but I really shouldn't say it's funny. But like, on almost every single Lauren hate thread, there's like a huge debate on whether or not she's hot or whether or not you can simp for her because she's hot and still a Nazi or whatever. Like it's just it's really weird. And then there's gonna be people talking about like whether or not I just want to fuck her. And then like and then it's the same thing with the Britney threads too. Like, oh, she's not even that hot. She's not even a hot white girl, or like whatever. It's just like it's very, very, very feels a little bit strange sometimes. I'm being honest with you, but you know. Milkers. I need to be more gay so that I can have more bad man experiences, and then we can talk about that more. When will we get something that isn't trans or abortion? Who knows, dude? My main critique would be that if she says something interesting 10% of the time, you have to sit through the 90% of verbal diarrhea where she says nothing. I mean, I guess we just agree to disagree, but you know what? It's okay, buddy.
Destiny, I finally saw that movie you've been recommending so much recently. Holy shit, you were so right. What a perfect fucking movie. It completely changed my life. Oh my God. Everyone in chat go see Morbius in theaters now.
Chat, this game is trash. Go play my game that is totally not a copy of it. Just came. And yes, it comes with a free upgrade to Bricks Tier 3. Go on.
What was your defense of the Mr. Girl stuff? I can't really defend it, but I don't think I would ever attack him with it because like it's really hard when somebody's just gonna cut up a bunch of shit, and then make like a thing. Like I don't know how much I can trust any of the individual pieces, you know. Will you moderate the final battle between Brittany and Mr. Girl? Yeah, sure. Do you still use Tinder for when you and Melina are away from each other like recently? No, I need to reset up my Tinder account, but I haven't had much action, okay, these past few months. I've been streaming and grinding. I've been on the grind set, okay? I've been on the grind set. But it's worked decently well. My YouTube's doing pretty good. What are these little symbols I pick up sometimes? Like that little head, what was that? Mr. Earl sent his last stream to be a nice idea for you to interview Shaylin. If he wanted to, I guess I could. I don't know. I don't usually touch people's personal relationships like that. The Mr. Girl clips were just as bad in context. Wouldn't it be worth it to know that? I don't know. I'm not in a fucking romantic relationship with him. Like, what am I? Like, let's say that. Like, do the what's a smarter way to say branching paths? Actuarial tables? I don't know. There's got to be some other tippy way to say this. But like, I mean, like, run all the different scenarios. Like, let's say we do it and I find out like, oh wow, he is like kind of abusive towards his girlfriend. Then now what? What do I do? Am I gonna go save his fucking girlfriend from their relationship? Am I gonna stop talking to him because he might be an abusive like relationship partner? Like what am I? What the fuck am I gonna do? Like, if he's abusive to his partner, that's not my. I don't give a fuck. I'm not dating him. Like he shouldn't. It would be a shitty thing to do, but it's like it's not gonna change the way that I associate with him. Fuck, you know what? I think the wing might actually be really good. Because the faster you move, the faster you can kill people, huh?
Trump, what do you call Stevens HRT? Testosterone. Ondolo.
Nice. People still haven't realized that Destiny will talk to literal human garbage beings as long as they're interesting. Yeah, I'm like House, okay?
I was on Twitter yesterday, soaring the Twitter sphere, now owned by Elon Musk. And I saw an amazing tweet. It really blew me away. May 17th, it said, you can own a copy of Morbius for yourself on Blu-ray and DVD. Miraculous Truly great stuff.
Nice. I think a few of the people I banned, that was one of the most banned posts, was people saying shit like, if you're ever trying to figure out who Destiny's talking to, just follow the coom and you'll be able to tell. And I was like, okay. I've talked to a lot of crazy women that I've never fucked, and I've talked to a lot of crazy dudes that I'm definitely never gonna fuck, but just like interesting people, okay? Are you fine with being friends with an abusive person? I don't know. I mean, it depends on the extent of our friendship. It depends on what we do. I would never date that person. I don't know if I'd be personally friends with them, but like as a colleague or somebody to talk to on stream, maybe, probably, maybe. I don't know how the fuck most people manage their fucking relationships. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, is that some shit I'm going to start doing? Like, vetting? Like, okay, well, hold on. I need to talk to your romantic partner first to see, like... Not looking good, boys. Wait, hold on.
Steven, you sound like a level 1 every time you talk about the Senate filibuster. I tried to end it by bullying senators on Twitter before Biden stole the election, but McConnell is a stubborn motherfucker.
Okay. What if he was a serial killer? I feel like a serial killer would be a very interesting person to talk to. I would almost for sure chat with a serial killer. Of course. Would you not? I should have just got the candle. I'm not going to find one in this one. The only way this becomes relevant is in a Vosh-like situation, but people realize the two situations are not the same because at the time it directly implicated members of the community. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Oh, you mean if I would be friends with somebody that's like abusive or not?
Steven, this Mr. Girl nonsense is a waste of time. Politics is also a waste.
True.
Please go back to being Maury for Zoomers. It's your true calling. I can't live without you mediating interactions between 17-year-olds. Through level 5 shit, Obama.
Okay, I'll get right on that. It's insane to me that with the conservative Supreme Court, any left-leaning person's advocating get rid of the filibuster right now. It would be so easy for the presidents to go back Republican and just ran through whatever they want. Yeah, who knows, my dude. Destiny, how about the optics on this one for Ukraine? I don't trust anything anybody says about any Nazi terminology or symbology. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't have the history. I have to go look all of them up. Like, there have been too many times where people have said, like, oh, this is like a Nazi symbol. And then when I go and look it up, there's multiple groups around the planet that still use it. There's, like, different originations where it can't, like... so, I don't know. I just don't trust anybody. I don't know. I don't know if Zelensky's wearing, if that's, like, a right-leaning Nazi shit or whatever. I don't know. There's, like... Yeah. Bro, I don't have enough firepower. We need to stop picking up the skull shit. It's fucking me hard.
Architects are good at coming up with concrete plans. A new type of broom has come out. It is sweeping the nation. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. What do you call a raspy voice? A little hoarse. Lol. What? Lol.
No, I didn't mean to click that. Why can't you just undo one power-up? Why do I have to refund everything? It's so stupid. Okay. Jesus. Gonna try Factorio after they finish the DLC. There's DLC to Factorio? Link that or you're about to get permabanned. Watch new police interaction. Wait. Young Thug got arrested.
Charges that he's facing.
On a RICO charge. Jesus, I don't know anything about this. No bullshit, so to be open to talk to you. Lawton, Oklahoma police officers shoot 15 minutes at black man despite complying with commands. They continue shouting multiple commands at him when his handcuffs bleeding out from multiple gunshot wounds. Is this is there gore stuff on YouTube? There is, right? Or no?
Hands! Down! 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 Hands! 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 Grip racing! Grip down! Steady! 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 Hands! Hands! Down! 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 Down!
I wonder what they got the call for.
Hands! 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 Grip racing! Quit right down! I'm down. Stay down! I'm down. Roll over! Hey. Roll over! I'm down. I'm roll over! Down. Roll over on your stomach! I can't breathe. Stomach! Hey, can you see the store? I can't. Okay. I got it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yep. Yep. Hey, we got. I'm back up. I'm back up. You go ahead. Go ahead. We're gonna pull him back. Go ahead. Hey.
When you refund, if you buy the most expensive stuff first, you can unlock more stuff. Wait, really? How does that make any sense?
Get the door, I got him. Okay. Go ahead. I got cover. Alright, step out to it. I'm on his back. What's your name, bro? What's your name?
It's a 10% increase in price per power-up you buy. Oh. I need to, I wonder what they got called for. The guy acts like pretty sus, or he could just be scared. It's hard to tell. I wonder what they got the initial call for. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not. I can't really say. I don't trust, I don't trust any video that starts like 2
Why
seconds
couldn't the
before the
skeleton share
shooting.
the bad news? He didn't have the heart. I know a guy who's addicted to break flute. He says he can stop anytime. I'm always on time with my jokes. I guess you could say I'm pretty puncito. Oh, mega lol.
I'm like a lol. I don't know why everybody is saying they're charged like it means anything. I don't care. I don't like what anybody's charged with. Right? It'd be interesting to see more video footage, and then it would be interesting to know what they got the call for. Can you link the video? It's literally linked in chat. The article says that there was reported to be an armed standoff with women and children in the home. Did they say if they found a gun on him after they brought him in or whatever? How's this seeing DGGers at Best Buy?
But I was at the Best Buy, and I'm starting to see DGGers in public, you know? And, you know, I do this thing where it's like, I don't know if they're DGGers, but they look like it, and I just look at them. Like this, and I see if they're looking at me or if they look away or some shit. Because, oh, that'd be so fun to see those people in public. Confront the fucking people that talk all this shit about me. That would be a dream, right? But it's like, I feel like I'm starting to see them in public. Because they're like, this is what they look like. They're usually like, early to mid to late 20s. Let's just say 20s. They're in their 20s. And they usually...
They're in their early to mid to late 20s. Okay.
They have this weird look where they're wearing cargo pants and they're wearing like these gamer sweatshirts or hoodies, and they got these fedoras on, and they got long hair. They don't look like they shower, and they got the glasses, and they got like the Minecraft shirt or some shit. And I'm like, I really feel like those are DGGers. I really feel like those people are in that chat talking shit to me, right? And every time I'm in public and I see people like that, I'm always checking to see if they're staring at me and if they noticed me, if they like recognize me, and I'm like I'm staring at them, you know? And they're always looking away and shit, very uncomfortable, but I'm like out for blood in a video game. I'm like, I'm hunting, you know? But please say something. Say I recognize you, you're Haas from Infrared. Because that's on sight. Sight. See, I'm just talking about vision, sight. But like, you're not gonna come up to me and say you're a DGGer and then expect me to be friendly with you. That's not, I'm just telling you, that's not gonna happen. I promise you it's not gonna happen. Like, I'm gonna make it a very bad time for you. Guaranteed.
What is he talking about?
All right, Shannon Bream, I'm so excited to have you on the podcast on this very momentous day. And it is...
This guy's got problems, dude. Yeah, Scotch Eggs, does it say, did the guy have a gun on him when the police officers took him in? Was he armed, or? Here's the story. I want to just answer the question. Oh, you're gonna make me click. Oh, hold on, Factoid.
Is walking around town like the dude from They Live, seeing aliens all around. Giga Chad.
Okay, so they're being charged 6 months after the shooting, which makes
Destiny,
it sound like
you
there
say
was
you
some
don't
kind
care
of
if your
investigation.
friends are abusive. What if Mr. Girl killed Melina? Would you still be friends with him?
Probably not.
Well, ask Aydin about the Ethan Ralph drama.
So I'm guessing they probably didn't find a weapon on him if they're being charged at this point then. He was unarmed and there was no firearm near him, but there was a firearm in the building he came out of. Right.
If 6 current SCOTUS judges were part of the Federalist Society, which promotes a originalist interpretation of the Constitution, could that be considered politicizing SCOTUS if that framework consistently overturns long-standing precedent?
No, when I think of politicizing, I think of like an ideological framework where you're just trying to get like conservative or liberal ideas, which I don't think justices typically go for. Listen, I love Hutch, and I'm glad that Hutch likes this movie, okay? But I'm leaning away from his obsession with the movie because I feel like maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like Hutch like says like every single movie he sees is the best movie ever. Am I crazy? Why do I feel like there's this period on Twitter where I was reading like the DC movie? I feel like I read somebody who's like, oh my god, this is like blah blah blah. Okay, why can you? Destiny, aren't you being really fucking biased towards cops right here? No, bro. I'm just calling it like I see it. If you get a call that some dude is fucking armed and you show up and you shout at a guy and he jumps behind a fucking fridge, yeah, you're probably gonna shoot, my dude. It's not biased at all. But maybe the guy doesn't even have a gun on him. Maybe he was legitimately trying to raise his hands. Maybe the cop should have done a better job at approaching the situation so he didn't have something to hide behind. Maybe they should. I don't know. I'm just trying to call it as I see it. All right? If you want to go and shit on cops, there's so many other streamer chats to do it. Go watch a song, go watch Vosh, okay? You can totally fucking, there are so many streams where you can just do that and just shit on cops all day, okay? There are so many places on the internet you can do it. Go have fun there, okay?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
But shot 14 times? Okay, I don't want to go over this every time there's a thing. When you're shooting at somebody, okay, you're shooting until the target falls. That's the whole point of shooting at somebody, all right? There are no such things as warning shots. There are no such things as leg shots, okay? When you're shooting at somebody, you've decided that this person represents some lethal threat, so you shoot them until the target falls. That's it. There's never going to be a cop shooting in before somebody links some 1 or 2 cop shootings. There's never going to be a cop shooting where the cop shoots 1 time. They shot him when he was on the ground. Yeah, my guess is what it looked like. There are 2 scenarios, actually. Fuck it. I'll give you the 2 scenarios, then you can pick your own, because this is boring as fuck now. I'm bored of this conversation, okay? There's 2 possibilities for what happened, okay? Either 1, it looked like he was reaching into something, and when he raised his hands, the cops shot him because they thought maybe he was grabbing for a gun. Or 2, cops are just bloodthirsty, black-hating monsters, and they saw an opportunity to just fucking shoot this dude 15 times on the ground for no fucking reason, other than the fact they fucking love killing black people. All right? If that's what you want to go with, then go for it, dude. That can be your interpretation.
Found
That's
a
fine.
new hit piece on you from 3 days ago. Check it out if you want.
I'm good. It's from 2 months ago. That Dono is stupid. Wait, what is the cop video? It was from 6 months ago, apparently. Or the shooting was 6 months ago. The third option is that the cop is incompetent. The third option is the first option that I said. It's exactly what I just said, unless you're reading into it like a super emotionally biased retard. The first option I said is that they thought he grabbed a gun, but obviously they're either not looking properly or they thought they saw something that he didn't, and then they shot him because it looked like he was moving his hands up too fast or whatever. It's bad protocol, I think. I don't understand how when someone is on the ground, you're like, put your hands up, and the guy puts his hands up, and then he gets shot because he's moving too quickly. I don't know what cops are expecting to do. It's the exact same thing. Like, again, there are so many better channels that you can watch. I don't know why the fuck you would come to my channel if you're just looking for me to fucking soy out about police officers. There are so many other things I'd rather soy out about than fucking shitting on cops, which is like the lowest tier fucking bait shit on the internet. The most devoid of intellectuality or nuance or anything is just shitting on cops and interactions. You're right, I think the officer was just wound too tight. He was agitated from the first second the clip started. It seems to be most of these forced charges. The cop was already agitated. and getting yeah. The problem is that like once the ante has been up to where you're like shooting at people and you already think they had a gun, there's no room. It seems like there's no room to de-escalate the situation at that point, because if the guy like throws his hands up, you're gonna get scared and you're gonna keep shooting. So like, what is the way out at that point if the person's not dead? It seems like yeah, I don't know what the I don't know what the police. I don't know what the protocol is expecting at that point to happen, other than for just the guy to get shot over and over and over again.
Have a time. Bell Obama.
Apparently, they were out front telling him to come out with his hands up in the loudspeaker, and then they found him in the back. Yeah, there are things that could have happened before this video that would shade this interaction a lot more too. Like if they got a call that he was out there with a weapon, if they were in the front telling him to come out and he was like, he doesn't respond or he's not going to, if there were people inside screaming that he was trying to break in, and then they go to the back and they point guns at him, and then he like ducks behind a fridge, now the initial shooting at least looks a lot more reasonable. It's like, okay, I can understand why the police officers are acting in the manner here. But it's also possible none of that happened either. But I don't trust any cop video, and you shouldn't either. Unless you like just shitting on cops, which is fun. I understand it. It's super fun. You get a lot of soy feedback and show on Twitter. I don't trust any video I'm shown that just gives me like right when the shooting starts. I don't trust any of those videos. It almost makes me think the opposite happened anytime I see it. You shouldn't either. If you want to be intellectually honest, you shouldn't do it. But hey, but also, that's only if you care about intellectual honesty. And that's honestly some soy shit. Who the fuck really cares at the end of the day if you're honest about like watching a video or not? It's way more fun sometimes to just shit on people on Twitter and soy out and get likes and retweets and stuff. And if you want to do that, then do that. That's fine, you know? New reports have come in when the dude broke in and the cops went in. Apparently the cops yelled, "Simon Says," and then they shot him. I thought they only shoot him if he didn't say Simon Says. If you value intellectual honesty so much, why can't you even consider the police might make mistakes? That's literally what I just said was one of the possibilities. And before it comes out that the main cop that shot him was a woman, and now there's 52 Reddit posts on my subreddit saying the only reason I'm defending the cops is because I want to fuck the officer. Then I ban those people and criticize people for saying it, and then Wanna Be Sad Boy makes another post saying, "Destiny, why don't you engage honestly with your criticizers?" Soy? Anybody else? Anybody else feeling pretty soy right now? Oh yes. Oh, soy. Sippy, 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 soy, soy. Did you say Anna Kasparian ring at the Dems in the Roe v. Wade news? Yeah, I don't know what they're expecting to do, but you know, man, if Dems are just a little bit more magical.
Yeah, listen, Ben. I was just trying to trigger you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You did it. You fucking moron. Is Melina allowed to make appearances on my stream? Yeah, of course. Oh my god. Super sorry. Can you explain free will? Fuck no. Pugnola Provola joins the survivors. Wow. You should banish the curse skull so you can't upgrade it. Oh, because you don't really need to, I guess, huh? Doesn't it give you more gold, technically, if you're killing more... monsters, though? How's gym? It's gymming. It's kind of boring because I can only, like, maintain when I'm traveling, but once I'm back on the 20th, we hit it hard again. Oh, another thing I've started a ban for is people that make retarded comments about my body. So something I noticed after doing the whole oh, we're doing gym talks today. Something I noticed that, like, how you pose for pictures and stuff is, like, very, 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 very important. Like, in terms of, like, how you look. But, like, I'll see, like, on 1 week, there'll be people saying that, like, oh my god, like, look at this picture and, like, look at this video or whatever. Like, holy shit, like, Destiny's, like, changed a lot, which my body has. And then, like, the next week, there'll be, like, a picture of me, like, bending over on a computer with my, like, shirt, like, hanging off. Like, oh my god, he's fat as fuck. Like, he looks the exact same he did, like, 2 years ago. I don't understand the back and forth. It's so fucking retarded. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Destiny said they were compatible. If you're talking about free will and determinism or something, or moral responsibility and determinism, there's a moral position called compatibilism. Just go read about that. Go read the whole Plato Stanford.edu entry on it, and then you'll know everything you need to know about it, okay? We started banning the dresser threads yet? No, I figured that meme plays itself out eventually. I almost did because there's like another one that got, but I figured whatever. So slow news week. Let the memers have their memes. You can't take everything away from them, okay? Otherwise the people will rebel. You have to pacify them with certain meme threads. How was your day today? It was okay, except some fucking moron streamed a movie that made me start my stream like 2 hours late, but otherwise, pretty good. Placate, not pacify. Okay, placate. Placate the masses. I shouldn't have picked up this fucking bird. You got more incels here, they will obsess about analyzing your appearance. True. Have you seen the Doctor Strange movie? If you like EAO, you'll love Doctor Strange. Fuck you for that comment. That's such a dumb comment, but I mean, I'll watch it, sure. It's a lay Marvel movie. How can I not watch it? You take pre-workout. You know, I tried it once and I didn't feel anything. Honest to God, my pre-workout is like, it'll be a candy bar. It'll be like a 400 calorie candy bar and then sometimes a Red Bull if I feel tired, but I don't know. I might get sponsored by the Gorilla Mind people, but I don't use any of their products. But apparently a lot of people swear by their pre-workouts, so I don't know. Who would win, Doctor Strange or Doctor Disrespect? Wow, good question.
Steven, I decided to go outside for once in my life to watch that movie you've seen. Not because of you, of course, but because of Mr. Mountain. This movie better be good. Old man, I'm going on a Sunday, the fucking Lord's Day of Rest. Soda.
You like Milky Ways? I don't really like caramel candy bar things, which I think Milky Way has, so probably not. Does Milky Way have? I think it does. Or they might just have that. I don't know. I don't like Milky Way. Just sounds like a candy bar I don't like. What about Twix? Eh. Is it caramel or Oh, some people say caramel and some people say caramel. I think in the Midwest we'll say both. I've heard them both, caramel or caramel. Do you think Tim Tams are overrated? I have no idea what the fuck that is. How do you say chorus and debris? The only way you can say either of those words. There's no chorus or debris. Okay, I thought that Brit bongers were trolling when they say this, but I think this is a legitimate word in Brit bong land. Can you actually say schedule? I've heard so many British people say it at this point that now I actually think it's a real word. They actually do unironically say that. Unreal. Say coupon? I hear you hear both in the Midwest too. I think we get a lot of double like things in the Midwest because I've heard coupon and coupon, caramel and caramel, pop or soda. It's our language. You read it. What are you talking about? You lost the language and the continent when you lost the Revolutionary War. Boy, get the fuck out of here. It's our language now. I think the most unattractive British word I've ever heard, and I'm not saying this to be edgy, but I think it's knickers. Sometimes when you're reading, like, if you read like erotic literature, erotica or whatever, there's as soon as that word pops up, you know that you're reading a bonger. Oh, there's two bonger words that they write with. One is knickers I've seen, and the other one is arse, unironically, A-R-S-E. What the fuck? As soon as I see it, I'm like, unbelievable. You ever sexted a Brit bonger and they pull those words out? I haven't talked. I don't talk to many bongers actually. I think I've only been with like one British chick in my life. I don't know where bongers are at on the internet actually. I don't know where bonger women are. I have no idea. I think bonger women are like some of the rarest I've seen on the internet. I've seen of French women, German women. I don't know where bonger women are. Kelly Jean is a bonger? Yeah, maybe. You know what I realized? I made a few observations. Southern people in the United States are actually just like bongers in that when Americans think of bongers, they think of like very posh, very upstanding people like James Bond. That's what they think of. And they don't know all the trashy bonger accents, you know? But something I notice sometimes too is when, it depends on your exposure to American media, but sometimes when foreigners think of like, what do Southern people in the United States sound like? They're thinking of like, like, howdy y'all, would y'all like some blah, blah, blah? Like the very gentle, very educated Southern accent that is like very, I wouldn't say posh. I would say posh. There's like the businessman Southern accent, like Kevin Spacey in House of Cards. And some people aren't aware of like the insane, like disgusting Southern accent. The like Yeah, like the very like white trash, the very rednecky one. There's like, or maybe they're aware of them, but there's two very different types of Southern people. There's two very different types of bongers. I know there's more than two technically. There's like there's a breadth of British accents and even Southern accents, but. Destiny confusing Texans with Southerners. We're all aware. I don't know. Melina seemed very surprised that in a lot of the Southern people we talked to, they didn't sound like just white
Destiny,
trash.
what are you?
She seemed to think that like everybody, her impression was that like every Southerner would sound like somebody that lives in like a trailer, basically, or like Larry the Cable Guy, maybe. That was her impression. And she's like, "Oh wow, like these people sound like nice and like really good or whatever. It's kind of weird or whatever." Yeah. You know where Larry the Cable Guy is from, right? Isn't he from Omaha? Or is he just from Nebraska? Or Lincoln? I don't know why I clicked his website. I don't remember. From Pawnee City, it's set on the far. Okay, I don't know. That's not a real place. Okay, there's two cities in Omaha, and then there's like a desolate wasteland that is the rest of that state, where every city has like less than like 4,000 people living in it. Okay. What about proper Canadian accents? There are two Canadian accents. One is the very hick, like Canadian accent, and then the other one is an American accent. Okay, those are the only two Canadian accents. And then you've got Quebec that does their own thing. Okay, revival first. Oh, it does cost more. Weird. Amount/curse. Growth and reroll. Cooldown. Armor. Luck. Might, recovery, and greed. Area, speed, duration, move speed. Area, speed, duration, move speed. Magnet. Max health, banish, skip. Oh, well, I do have enough for everything. Okay, cute. That's kind of a weird mechanic, but okay. Which non-American accent is your favorite? I have no idea. Probably the British one that like James Bond has, because that's what we hear as being like super cool all the time. What is this weapon? Why did I pick that up? Fuck. That's on an Indian accent. It's probably fine. I just associate it with so much negative stuff that it's hard to... German accents are pretty cool. Are they? You have to pick up tiramisu? Fires one more per turn. I don't even know what that, if that's a real thing. Wait, is that armor up there? Is that a thing I need to pick up? Damn, wait, that weapon takes 2 slots? Make sure you get Tiragisu and Tome? Oh, revive item. Okay. It upgrades into 1 slot. Like your mom does. When I fuck her pussy so big it blows up into her asshole. Get it? Upgrade her into 1 slot, baby. Jesus. I'm sorry, I'm done. It's pronounced desolate? As opposed to what? Why is such a strong dislike for Canadians? I don't really. I just think we should annex them into the United States proper, instead of pretending like we're 2 different
Why do you
places.
have such a strong dislike for Canadians? I don't know what we did to you, but I'm sorry.
And you burned our White House down. Fucking losers. You said desolate with a Z? Desolate? 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 Maybe? Why does your character in-game look lame? You look lame, loser. Got him. Dude, I need to go full Kanye West and sell like an official Destiny like white t-shirt for like 150 bucks. That'd be based. Oh, we have to move to shoot the dots. How do you say species? Where's the merch? Ninu's been sick. She's working on it, okay? It's soon. It's coming out right after the manifesto. Say scone? How do you say scheduler?
Hey, Destiny. I don't know if you realize, but you say or whatever at the end of your sentences all the time. And now my wife pointed out. I do it too, and I can't stop. Giga Chad.
Send her my way, dude. I'll fix her. Fuck, Dana's on vacation. Who's supposed to pop into Discord now? Did you see Swiss Army Man? Nope. Wait, I have a podcast thing. I don't know why I'm doing this, but... Oof, we'll see how it goes. Ooh, okay. What are we doing today? Oh, I've got like 2 shows I'm doing.
Hi,
today.
Destiny.
Hi.
Will you please tell my brother Eric to play fighting games instead of garbage like epic shooters? Tell him they're cringe, and he should develop some taste.
Shooters are base,
Thank
bro.
you.
Fighting games are
DGG
cringe.
for life.
You're cringe. Sorry, bro. Your brother actually sounds way more base than you. Do I really need to pick up the revival thing? Is that actually important? Is that what I need to upgrade my... Oh, it's only 8 minutes, so I'm not even able to upgrade it, huh?
Herbs has an H in it. But we drop H's all the time. Like when bongers say, off with his head. GIFs are pronounced like gentrification.
You can upgrade
Just
it
like I
anytime on this
gentrify
map?
your mom's pussy.
Nice. Is that true? I didn't know that. Is this at 3 or 3:30? I thought it was at 3:30. Why? Did she say something different? In about half an hour. Am I crazy? Gmail. Oh, here's the link for our stream. How long do you want to have this? Wait, am I insane? What was the time? What did I agree on for this? I'll send you a link at 2000 BST, 30 minutes before we go live. Oh, okay. So it shouldn't start for 30 minutes. Hold on one second. Here's a restaurant.
When can we get another Dan and Destiny dating show of Ether? Hi, Destiny. I heard you liked Everything Everywhere All at Once. I thought it was really good too. I just didn't understand why they shoehorned all that Doctor stuff in the end. I didn't really think they needed to include Doctor. Morbius by Jared Leto.
Well, well, well. What?
The soda is open now.
Stop! No, what are you doing? No. Yeah? Yeah. I see him. Stop! Why are you like this?
Don't have to worry about that anymore. It's supposed to be going on right now. I may have done a goof with the time I emailed you. Oh, well. Okay.
Apparatus will swell like it has now. Like, this is true.
Yeah.
I think if you want to be a libertarian, you need a hive mind. And if you have a hive mind at this point, like, what the hell do you bother with the voting apparatus for? Just get someone that will enforce the rules, keep it tight, and then bug off.
Well, I do agree that you protect libertarianism under a monarchy better than you do under a republic, but we've been over our qualms with that.
Wow, hi, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you guys going?
Good.
Why is Hillary Duff on my fucking Twitter? And this is upsetting me.
I know you talked to Arthur before because he set it up, and then this is my the other person in the call is my co-host Spoon, who is not probably going to be participating much. He's just going to be running the stream because my OBS is decided not to work today, and he usually runs it. His internet's better than mine.
Okay. No problem. I'm live. Don't say anything crazy. Just as a heads up. But
Were you expecting me to say something crazy?
well, I'm just saying it like in case.
I sat down with my best
Jesus.
accountants.
I'm being
and they
polite
ran
here,
the
okay?
numbers.
I
They're
know,
very
I know, I
proud
appreciate
of
it,
the numbers. They ran
we
because
obviously,
they're the best numbers.
didn't have the
Morbius
best
did, in
first
fact, sell a
meeting to
Morbillion
another, but I think
tickets.
things are-
Ladies and
are okay
gentlemen,
now, so I'm
it's
hoping we
Morbin
can
time.
Have a pleasant and hopefully fruitful discussion on Ukraine.
This is worrying.
What's up, Spin?
Why is this thing telling me there's only a 40-minute limit to this?
I'm gonna go ahead and when you click live on OBS, Spoon, I'll go ahead and go live as well.
And oh, shite.
There shouldn't be a time limit, I don't think. But if not, may just
Yeah, I don't know why
be
there
a
would be, but okay.
sales pitch.
Lord knows.
There
If we
really
give
is
money
an
to
issue
Zoom,
with
he can fag off.
organizations, universities.
Yeah, but that's for a classroom. This is hardly a classroom.
Is there like a free or a paid version of Zoom or something? Maybe that's what's happening.
There is
it
a
might
paid
be.
version, which supposedly removes all limits, but in 2 years of uni, there's never been an issue with 40-minute free version actually kicking you out.
Oh, I haven't had this issue. Just let me know whenever you're good to go, Spin.
What, do you want to go live now?
Yeah, sure.
There you go. If you tell me to switch over, I will.
Okay, dokie.
It's on the main page now.
Someone said the free version only allows 3 or more people for 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
3 or less, probably. In which case, I could just leave and watch the stream.
Okay. Whichever. Of course, Spoon just has to be here to run OBS.
Well, really? Because I've had more people on the Zoom before, and it was definitely more than 2 hours. Mm-hmm.
Just reading what I read in chat, I have no idea. So.
I went ahead
I know
and
what it floats
clicked
about,
live
I
though,
guess.
Spoon. So let me know if you've got the screen up.
Alright.
Wait, why not just use Discord? I'm just curious.
Why
I wonder, Destiny.
Well, are you guys like banned from Discord or something?
No.
I gave you a Discord invite.
I have once, yes. Currently, no.
Wait, did I say no to Discord?
Yes.
Wait, no, you're lying. Hold on.
I think it's all good. By the way, hello
You're
everybody.
live,
on my
by the
side.
way.
Yeah. We're here trying to like.
I
work
can
out
mute now, because...
a couple of technical things, mostly on our
We are
side.
currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please hold the
This stream is
line.
very professional.
But if you've
could
been
say.
watching our streams the last couple months, it's always the height of professionalism. So, anywho, we're joined here today by Destiny to discuss, I think, just the Ukraine conflict in general. I don't know specifically what we're going to talk about, but I think I have a sort of opening statement, and I guess I don't know if you do, and want to. My basic premise before I get into it is that I don't think that the U.S. is not complicit in what's happening, and I don't think that it can. I mean, obviously, you have to condemn Russia, but I also think that it's unwise to not identify the role that the United States government has played, both directly and indirectly, in causing the circumstances that lead to the current conflict.
Okay. I mean, I think that Russia will do as Russia does, and I mean, I wouldn't put any blame on the West for anything that's going on, but obviously, I guess if I have a contradictory position, so yeah.
Right. That's where I figured it was. So just to reiterate, my problems and why I think the West is complicit are multifold and numerous. And I think if you go back to the history of Ukraine for the last 30 years, you'll find that, first of all, that the West and NATO have repeatedly, if not outright lied, have told sort of half-truths to Russia, and before it became Russia, to the USSR, and specifically Gorbachev. They changed their tune regarding NATO between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, and then Putin has come in after that and is looking back and seeing his predecessors from his perspective. I'm not saying it's necessarily correct, but from his perspective and the Russian government perspective, seeing the US and NATO as having been disingenuous. And so then when you have the Euromaidan protest of 2014, and you have things like the late call between Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Piat talking about regime change and who they would like to be in power in Ukraine, who ends up becoming in power in Ukraine, and other things like, of course, Joe Biden saying he was going to withhold a $1 billion deal if they didn't fire prosecutor Viktor Shokin, that it would look from the Russian perspective as if Ukraine is either a U.S. puppet or at least is going to be in the control of NATO, which they see as a existential threat to their sovereignty.
Okay, I guess usually I like to go point by point, but we could run through all of it. So I don't agree about the idea that NATO is lying to Russia about expansion. There were talks between NATO and the Soviet Union in like 1990, I think in early 91, before the collapse of the Soviet Union, about like the militarization of East Germany. But this idea that there was some promise that NATO would never expand in the future, firstly, even if that promise was made, that was with a country that no longer existed. The Soviet Union collapsed. The idea that any, especially informal verbal promise made would somehow dictate the state of European security for decades going forward with a country that no longer exists, I think is unfair. I don't think anybody would expect that to be the case. For the first thing. The second thing, everybody points to that leak call between Newland and Newland and the other lady.
Jeffrey, yeah.
Or the other guy, yeah, Newland is the lady, and the other guy. I mean, if you go through and you listen to the caller, and if you read the transcript, like, the call is nothing. Like, it's two people talking about, like, who they would prefer to see as a leader. I don't think it's weird that two ambassadors would have that conversation. Like, I'm pretty sure every single person around the world has had a conversation about who they would prefer to be the American president. That doesn't mean that there was a conspiracy to rig the election to choose an American president. I imagine that diplomatic people probably talk about preferences and leadership all the time. I don't think that makes for any conspiracy. The Biden thing gets a little hairy depending on how deep into that we want to go. That prosecutor that was fired was like hated across literally the entire Western world, and I'm pretty sure even in Ukraine. This wasn't like a unilateral decision by the United States to just kick out a prosecutor for no reason. I'm pretty sure almost everybody thought this dude was insanely corrupt. Ukraine as a country was insanely corrupt. But I don't know how far down the rabbit hole we want to go into that.
Sure. I mean, he had been, it seemed that he had maybe dropped the ball in the investigation into Zlochevsky.
I don't think it was just that. I'm pretty sure that like his whole history of being like the big prosecutor in that country, like everybody thought that this guy was insanely corrupt.
But again, the problem is that there's a endemic problem with corruption across the Ukrainian government. So Shokin is maybe a symptom of a greater disease.
Sure.
But as for I don't know where would be best to start then. Probably, I guess, back with that original thing about the NATO expansion, just going in a historical timeline sort of way. So now the quote does talk about East Germany, but that idea that, and I've seen this kind of shared around now, that that Putin made up the not 1 inch east line, but that is in the declassified documents with James Baker. So the declassified United States documents between Baker and Gorbachev show that they did they did discuss NATO expansion and explicitly made that line about not 1 inch east. So
yeah, so there are declassified documents that talk about this. That line, that not 1 inch eastward line, was when Baker made the promise to Gorbachev that Eastern Germany, should reunification happen, that our military presence there wouldn't expand 1 inch eastward. That was initially what that was about. There have been 2 separate times afterwards where Gorbachev has been interviewed about that particular promise that was made, and and because people have asked him, why didn't you get written on paper like assurances that NATO wouldn't expand ever? And he said, because that wasn't on the table at the time. And I think something that people forget is that, like, I don't even think that conversation would be on the table at the time, because the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union still existed. Where was NATO going to expand eastward to? Like, nobody knew that the Soviet Union was going to collapse as quickly as it did. Nobody saw that in 1 year it would be gone. So the idea that they would have been having a conversation saying, make sure these ex-Warsaw Pact countries that were still in the Warsaw Pact aren't going to join NATO, that would have never been like on the table at the time.
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I know the exact times you're talking about when Gorbachev's walked it back. And my contention on that is, again, these are the cable notes. They're recorded by United States officials. It's not, that part's not Russian disinformation. The classified documents. So if they're in the actual notes, it's saying not 1 inch east, and then Gorbachev chooses to remember it differently. I have two prongs to this. Gorbachev chooses to remember that differently 14 years later, which is when he made the statement that was never on the table, was 14 years after the fact. 1, he's older. 2, NATO did go east, obviously. So if you're a man whose crowning achievement of your life is more or less peacefully ending the Cold War, and along with that was sort of the promise that Russia would maintain its sovereignty, and then you have, from the Russian perspective, what appears to be encroaching forces from NATO, you might want to remember the past a little differently. And the other thing that you brought up about it not being the Soviet Union anymore and then not potentially knowing, I'm not sure, because if that's the case, if Gorbachev at least wasn't aware that the Soviet Union was going to collapse in a year, certainly the average person probably didn't, but I think he may have been aware of that, being more or less the one in power, and that may have been why he was having these kinds of meetings with James Baker, of trying to secure his legacy and a future for not just Russia, but, and it is hard to tell how the states would have broken up. That's true, because, for example, the Ukraine SSR contains parts of it that were, Crimea in some descriptions is native Russian clay. There's also parts of it, Transcarpathia, that are part of historically Hungary and Bulgaria, and then there's parts of it that are historically part of Poland.
So I thought the conversations were happening because German reunification is what was on the line. That's what people were talking about. Gorbachev, nobody at the time, nobody knew that the USSR was 1 year from imminent collapse. I don't think anybody in the world could have seen that coming. It was like unprecedented. The idea that they would be so viciously fighting for some concept related to German reunification when the entire Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact was 1 year from collapse, I think is unfathomable. I don't think anybody saw that coming. But like, even if I would defend that position very strongly. But even if I wasn't to defend that position, even if I were to grant literally all of that, I would still say that it doesn't matter, because any agreement made about the state of European security with the Soviet Union is, especially a verbal promise, is going to be completely null and void given the collapse of the Soviet Union, because the state of European security is going to look fundamentally different post-collapse. Why would the United States or NATO restrict itself to a verbal promise made, not even like ratified or not in any treaty, not in any memorandum, not in any accord? Why would we hold ourselves to that with post-collapse of the Soviet Union?
Because it shows good faith.
But that's what I was about to say.
Well, but it's not a show of good faith. It would be diplomatically, I'm trying to think of a smarter word than retarded, but it would be like diplomatically, it would be so stupid. Like, as a show of good faith, we're going to like completely
honor our word. Wow, that seems not very diplomatic by going back on it.
Well, what's not diplomatic is expecting like one of the superpowers of the world to have a private verbal agreement supposedly, and then expect that that's going to dictate the state of security for the next century. That would never be the case, right? You would always get something like this, even in an unenforceable fucking treaty or whatever. You would get this written down somewhere. Right? You would never rely on a verbal assurance like that for something as huge as this. That would be insane.
Well, a couple of things on that part then. I think part of that is, I think you probably are correct that maybe that Gorbachev didn't know how fast things were going to change. So this probably had not been written down because it hadn't been formalized. The other part of it, though, is that legalistically, yeah, of course it's not binding. Legalistically, of course, it doesn't mean anything. However, I think that to break that verbal agreement with Gorbachev illustrates a betrayal of the trust with the Russian people. And when Bill Clinton is talking to Yeltsin a couple years later, and he is saying to Yeltsin, very different from what was said to his predecessor in Gorbachev, and saying to Yeltsin, well, yes, NATO's going to expand, but it's going to be very slowly. And by the way, we want Russia's participation in the Partnership for Peace. We're going to work with Russia. We're not going to work with, you're not going to be excluded from NATO. And I think it's pretty clear that Russia's been excluded from NATO, not because they have not also done things to exclude themselves from it, to be fair. But I think when you look at it in that context, it explains why you now have someone like Putin, who does see NATO as an encroaching, expansionist, imperialistic force that is willing to break promises with Russia, even if it wasn't Russia at that time, the Russian SFSR, to be more clear. So if they're willing to break promises, even if it's a non-verbal agreement in 1991, why would they not break further agreements in the future?
I mean, it's just totally non-analogous or disanalogous. Like the idea that like you're willing to break supposedly a verbal promise made that's in dispute with a country that no longer exists. It just like, do we honor our agreements with like Prussia, or like how do people still treat, you know, like all of the Balkans or whatever as like Yugoslavia, or like it just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's unfathomable. If there was a verbal agreement, which even that is highly contentious, the idea that we would allow that verbal agreement to dictate everything going forward it just, yeah, I don't know. It just totally doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, it's
the risk
just
of
not.
derailing the conversation a little bit.
What?
Spoon, people in our chat are saying that Aydin is quiet. I don't know about myself, but definitely you and Destiny are equalized. So please fix that. And to
I
do a little bit
can't.
of...
I'll fix that. Hang on. I'll do what I can.
No, well, apologies. And
I don't know how to do
to
it.
steer the conversation a little bit, the verbal agreements are mildly relevant because legally Russia is... I forget what term is. They're basically the same entity as the USSR.
It's the
So all
Russian
USSR debts,
SFSR.
all
yes.
Soviet debts have been paid by Russia. All other agreements made with the USSR have to be now honored with Russia,
And
legally speaking.
one reason it's nice to have Arthur on is Arthur's Russian, so he would know about some of this stuff. I wasn't actually aware of those specifics.
Sure, but I mean, even if it is the case that the nation of Russia inherited a lot from the USSR, there has never been a formal agreement in place, even an unenforceable one, saying that like NATO would never expand to encompass any Warsaw Pact countries or any other countries in Eastern Europe. That's just never been the case.
So why expand then in the first place?
To ensure the security of Europe.
From who?
Well, right now from Russia, but more broadly speaking, from anybody. It's very hard to attack a NATO country because an Article 5 trigger is literally like hell raining down in your front yard. And it seems to be the case that being a NATO country confers a ton of benefits. Whether we're talking about Russian aggression right now or whether we're talking about aggression from other countries in general, being able to trigger an Article 5 is a really good way to keep your country safe.
For the NATO countries, yes, and also there is, outside of the militaristic rationale to want to join NATO, a lot of those countries have a lot of animus towards Russia because of the ways that they were treated under the Soviet Union, and I do understand that, and that they see Russia as imperialistic and expansionist, which I think is also somewhat undeniable. We could talk about the specifics of what happened in Crimea and Donbass, but that expansionistic element of it, which I would say that was expansionist, but no one died in the there was one casualty of the Russian takeover of Crimea. Now far more people died in Donbass, but the Ukrainian government's also been shelling them since 2015. So
I mean, there's been a civil war that's been backed by Russia in the Donbass. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of shelling that goes on both sides there.
Right. I think the one quote I wanted to bring up, though, because I always find it interesting and relevant, is in May of '95 when Clinton was talking to Yeltsin about this. So this is after it's kind of moved into, we probably are going to expand, but it's going to be slow. Clinton had previously said, emphasizing that this was to emphasize inclusion, not exclusion. NATO expansion is not anti-Russian. It's not intended to be exclusive of Russia. There's no imminent timetable. The broader, higher goal is European security, unity, and integration, a goal I know you share. And then Yeltsin, later in the same year, says in response to NATO expanding, which in part involved, not so much directly, but indirectly, the non-proliferation treaty, nuclear non-proliferation treaty, he said to Clinton later that year, "I see nothing but humiliation for Russia if you proceed. Why do you want to do this? We need a new structure for pan-European security, not old ones. For me to agree to the borders of NATO expanding towards those of Russia would constitute a betrayal on my part of the Russian people." And that's 95. So
sure, but I mean, like Russia, I'm sorry, but like post-Soviet Union, Russia's not really in a position to dictate to the rest of the world what they're allowed to do, right?
Power-wise, no.
So the issue I think that the United States ran into is when we were initially thinking of slowly expanding NATO, the problem was that when it came to accept countries, first of all, we can't just accept one country from like a block. So for instance, when you look up in the Baltics, right, like there were initially people wondering like, should we just let in Latvia? Should we just let in Estonia? We just let, like, the problem is that like a lot of these countries have history between them of being competitive with each other and then being cooperative with each other. The problem is you probably just can't let one of them in. You probably have to start taking people in groups because the countries, it's going to cause strife and division in the countries if you just take in one. So I think that when NATO started to expand and when it became like this hot button topic where people were like, I want a NATO, I don't want to be fucked with by other people, it kind of started happening in large chunks just because of that. It became hard to exclude certain people. And as long as, if all the member states are voting to accept people into NATO, and if other countries are electing to join NATO, it becomes hard to say like, well, sorry, you can't because like an ex-dead superpower says you can't. I think from a liberal perspective, it's pretty hard to accept that.
Well, then the question is that why why do you think Ukraine has been pretty much consistently denied NATO membership? Up until recently, when it's now kind of on the table, but even now, not really.
I don't
been applying for a
know.
while, or Ukraine's been applying to NATO for a while.
I thought in 2014, I have to go back and look this up. I think that NATO, I think in 2008, gave Ukraine like a path to membership.
Yes.
Is it a membership ascension plan or a membership? There's a name for this.
Membership action plan.
Membership action plan.
Yeah.
So I don't remember why exactly they weren't able to join immediately, if there were some things that they had to get solved first. But I know that 2014
it was
onwards.
The corruption.
Probably because Ukraine is literally one of the most corrupt countries in the world. This is why like EU membership is off the line, because they never would have.
Yes.
But the 2014 onwards, I know that there's been like territorial dispute issues, and I'm pretty sure one of the big things for NATO is you can't join when you're in the middle of a territorial dispute onwards. So from 2014 onwards, as long as Donetsk and Luhansk or whatever are being contested, you can't join there either.
Well, it's Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, and then also.
Well, Crimea is not disputed territory anymore. Russia just owns it, right? But,
well, the Ukrainian government says it's disputed territory.
Sure.
The Russian government says it's not disputed territory.
Sure.
There's also a problem with the demarcation line between Ukraine and Russia, which was never actually thoroughly ratified after 1992.
Wait, hold on. Is that? I hate to do this, and I don't want to. I never do this. Do you have a source for that? I've never heard. My understanding is that in '91, when Ukraine declared itself an independent republic, that country and its borders were 100% recognized by Russia.
It wasn't. It only resumed in 2014. Up until 2010, up through 2014, they weren't even sure where yes, I'll find the source for this. I'll have to pull up my other.
Sure. I'll never normally do. I'm sorry. I've never heard that before, so I'm curious.
Yeah, it was something weird that I came across in my research on it. I have my like.
Aiden, don't bother to look
notes, and then my
it
other
up.
notes.
I can find it.
Notes. Huh?
I can find it. Continue.
Yeah, it's in my notes, I think. Anyway, and actually, and I'll send those. Actually, I'll put them through the. This has got all the links to most of the stuff in it. It's in here somewhere, but
How did Yeltsin recognize Ukraine's independence with disputed borders? I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's mostly the issue with the demarcation line is about the oil and gas. This is the wrong document. Hang on, that's the old one that has like nothing in it. Sorry.
Here, Destiny.
Is that
and Aiden DM'd this to
Yeah.
me in Zoom, so there's the link to her doc.
Yeah, this is it. So again, in 2014, which is the same year as Euromaidan, that's when we finally work began again on trying to determine the demarcation lines.
Well, in
And
2014,
that
I could understand because that's when Russia begins basically invading the country.
in Crimea. Yes.
No, not in Crimea. In Crimea and in the Donbass, when they start sending in military troops to support the separatist movements there.
Right. Oh, actually, there was not. I don't believe there was any. Okay, there's conflicting evidence on that, by the way. Now, I don't know what's true because when you're talking about two corrupt countries, it's hard to say.
There were
However,
absolutely like Russian military on the ground in.
The Ukrainian government said that was wrong later.
They said that there hasn't been Russian military in the Donbass.
At that point in time, when the shelling began, I'll have to find it here in just a second.
Maybe not pre-2014, but post-Crimean annexation. I'm almost positive that Russia has had like military. Like I don't think Russia even hides it. I'm pretty sure they just say it because they're there on like a peacekeeping mission, just like they did in Georgia.
They don't say it, but Russian side has been involved because at
Yes,
the
they
very
have,
beginning of
but,
the Donbass situation, the separatists were pushed back to the Russian border and beyond it, and then they managed to reopen the front somehow, magically, with no involvement from Russians, supposedly, if you trust Russian state media.
Right. Let me find this. It's in this other document. But it was a Ukrainian state official, which again I'll have to find it. So give me a moment here.
Yeah. No
who
problem,
did say that that they had said there had been all this Russian violence and Russian troops specifically in Donbass, and then came out a couple months later and said, yes, this was it. Chief of Staff Viktor Mushenko admitted in a news briefing that Russian troops had not been taking part in the combat operations in Donbass, meaning the military interventions on the part of the Ukrainian government. seemingly have been committed against their own people. I'll find you the link for that in a second, for the citation, because that's just my note on it. And I mean that's a Ukrainian state official saying that. I don't know why they would lie, but let me Lushenko.
While Aiden is looking for the source, I suggest, just out of safety, moving over to Discord. Because if the stream just goes down in 6 minutes, that's not going to be fun.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me join the thing you like.
Link, I can do that.
Also, I did find this source. It's Sputnik now, so take it with a grain of salt. But I don't know how. I doubt Sputnik would have the capacity to. A lot of times, that's just for translation reasons. So. If you can get access to Sputnik where you are.
Wait, hold on. I'm joining the Discord server.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move over as well. Spoon, are you okay to follow? Since Zoom is gonna kick us out.
I'm going to live show backstage.
Okay, I get.
Oh, what's going on, dude?
Switch it over. All right, real quick. I'll head over to the Discord. See ya.
Does anybody know, is Sputnik News, is this Russian media? Does anybody know if this is like actually ran by the country of Russia, or I have no idea.
No more than your own country.
Yeah. Our country doesn't run the media like Russia does. It's a fundamentally different state of affairs.
I didn't know Zoom had these kinds of time limits on them. Spoon, let me know when if you've got everything set up.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that a yeah?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Forgot. Discord muted, my bad. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm seeing. So even reading the Russian state media, it seems like we're playing a little bit of a weird game here. So I see the chief of Ukraine's general military staff, Viktor Musenko, acknowledged that Russian regular army units were not involved in combat action in the troubled Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Right now, the Ukrainian army is not engaged in combat operations against Russian regular units, he underscored. Musenko added, however, that he had information about Russian civilian and military individuals fighting alongside independent supporters in the country's east.
Yes.
And then he also added that the Ukrainian army had everything it needed to rout what he described as illegal armed units in Donetsk and Luhansk. So it seems like there is military presence over there, no?
I mean, again, this is the Ukrainian state official. It's from Sputnik. But what it sounds like, if this is a correct report on what he said, the Russian military maybe was playing silly bugger and funding individual, say like a, the word is, I was actually just doing some research on this of what word is correct. Combatant or separatist or whatever word you want to use. It's very likely, and I would say most likely, that the Russians were funding that.
Well, not just funding, but I'm pretty sure the big thing was that there were
Arming?
No, that, oh fuck, when oh god, we're testing my memory here. When the MH17 flight was shot down, I thought that the weapons platforms that were responsible for bringing that plane down was something that required like a decent military background to know. It's not just something that like a random rebel or a random separatist could do, but that there were weapons platforms that were almost certainly being controlled and ran by Russian military officials, or not officials, but by the actual Russian military members.
Was it ever confirmed that MH17 was shot down by Russians?
Absolutely. Like,
was it confirmed?
Yes.
It's been a long time since I've heard about MH17.
It has been confirmed that it was shot down using a book system. The trouble is that both Ukraine, since it got legacy Soviet equipment, and Russia operate those, and it's the origin of the missile has been in contention by the Russian government.
Well, of course it is, but I mean,
everyone from the world has agreed that it originated from the territory controlled by rebels.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't looked into the...
Yeah, the whole thing was that the plane was shot down by a missile that almost certainly came from an area that was controlled by separatist people, and then the weapon system that the Buck that I don't know how you launch those missiles, but that the installation
Yeah.
of everything required, it requires like a military know-how. It's not going to be like a rebel, like BLM is firing these missiles or something. Like it's going to require.
Sure, but there's massive military bases that exist before in Crimea. That's why Russia was able to take over with little to no resistance, because they were leasing military bases in Crimea. So
wait, hold on.
reason
This
why-
wasn't in Crimea though. This was in the Donbass.
Oh, it's in Donbass.
Yes,
oh,
this is in Donbass.
I don't know
yeah,
then.
I don't know if
It would make-
Sevastopol has like Russian military like missile installation. They might, but
Well, yeah, if that was from Crimea, it would have made sense, but I don't know about it. I mean, when both the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics are founded a little bit. And if you want to call them legitimate or not, but they don't seem to have a lot. They did have some military support and were armed, obviously, because they were able to overthrow the government.
sure.
But
I'm
I
liking
have
this
no
from
idea.
the live chat. I don't know if we just think this is just not true or not, but like the latest incursion, which Ukraine's military said included 5 armored personnel carriers, was at least the 3rd movement of troops and weapons from Russia across the southeast part of the border this week, further blunting the momentum Ukrainian forces have made in weakening the insurgents and their redoubts of Donetsk and Luhansk farther north. Evidence of a possible turn was seen. So this is like, and this is in 2014 in August, saying this is the 3rd movement of troops over. Russia, which has denied it is helping the insurgents, did not acknowledge the military movements, but the Russians have signaled they would not countenance a defeat of an insurgency in the heavily Russian eastern parts of Ukraine, which would amount to a significant domestic political setback for President Vladimir Putin of Russia in his increasingly fractious relationship with the United States and European allies. Yeah, where are we at? Okay, you can read this for a second, then we can take a second back and regroup for where we're at on this part. Apparently in the Dutch investigation of this as well, there's like literal film showing like Russia pulling back this weapons platform back into Russia after the MH17 flight had been downed. But,
I mean, I'd have to see it.
Sure, I
because
understand.
One of the things, no, and it's actually not because I doubt it. Well, I do doubt it, and I'll tell you why. Is because, as I think the current situation is indicative, that when there's fog of war going on, and particularly between 2 countries that have a lot of issues with corruption. I mean, we got the whole Ghost of Kiev,
Well, hold on. Well, we should be really careful.
Unfortunately,
Ghost of Kiev
Yeah.
and Twitter
That's
memes are way different than like actual like military conflict on the ground. Like I don't think there were like the U.S. NATO intelligence is not confirming the Ghost of Kiev, right? These are like dumb Twitter memes, which I agree is
Sure,
stupid.
but I saw some. I mean, did you see the and I've seen these in some news article reportings of the mobile crematoriums.
I'm not sure about that or what that is about.
Well, again, I've seen, maybe it's mostly a Twitter meme, but I certainly saw some reporting of that the Russians have mobile crematoriums that they were, piling bodies into to.
I mean, I do know that mass graves have been found in places that have been taken back from the Russians, like in Mariupol.
Oh, for sure,
So, I mean,
for sure. It's the sensationalism of that I found a little bit.
well, I mean, it's pretty insane if you've got another country marching into your country and like fucking murdering tons of civilians and raping them. I mean, like that's a pretty fucked thing. Like, I understand the sensation behind it.
Oh, sure, and I think that's kind of the real. Like, I'm not in favor or supportive of what Russia's doing. My whole standpoint here is trying to explicate, particularly from the perspective of not even the Russian people, but the Russian government, why they felt encircled and why this is happening, and why I think that the U.S. is maybe complicit is the wrong word.
Yeah, and I think that's a worthwhile discussion to have, but it doesn't feel like we have this discussion very honestly. Like here's what it feels like to me. It feels like Russia sees itself still, or at least Putin does, sees himself as controlling like what is still a world superpower, and he kind of wants to reestablish that presence in the world stage. Having Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine all together in his nice little union state would be a very nice thing to do. That'd be a good step in that direction. Russia doesn't like when NATO expands because it inhibits their ability to fuck with people on their borders. That's what it feels like to me. And now I can understand that. Russia likes to fuck with people on their borders. But I think that in that framing, it becomes a lot harder to defend Russia's action rather than this weird treatment of like Ukraine as nothing and Russia is saying like, well, we have legitimate security concerns because NATO. Well, what is your NATO security concern?
I'll tell you.
Like, yeah.
I'll tell you the exact security concern with NATO.
Sure.
As it applies to Ukraine, more so than Poland, more so than any of the other countries that are nearby or bordering Russia. It's because the geography of Ukraine is a flat lowland that goes straight into Moscow.
Yeah, I understand.
And-
I don't believe
Right.
I don't believe this. I reject
Well,
this.
that-
Historically, we can argue that wars were fought like this. Historically, we can point to I think 4 different times where Russia was invaded through the western. I forget the name of the mountain range, or like the because it's so flat. And there's the funnel.
Yeah,
that everybody
I'm
talks
forgetting
about.
it as well.
But like,
It's 50, by the way.
sure,
The East
realistically,
European plane is
sure,
50.
realistically though, that's not happening, right? Like nobody thinks that. And I can even ask like anybody that is trying to give this argument here, like, do we really think that if Ukraine joins NATO, there's going to be a NATO ground invasion into Russia? That's just not going to happen. So I don't believe that's a legitimate security concern.
No, not to us, obviously, but I think if you're the Russian government, I can see how you would maybe perceive it that way.
That there's going to be a NATO invasion? No way.
Either for legitimate reasons, because of the history of what can be seen as lies or let's say half-truths or changes of opinion that the West has had, or because you know that it's useful for you to have an aggressive stance towards the West, because the West, in my opinion, has had a fairly aggressive stance towards Russia.
But how? Like, where is like the NATO aggression towards Russia?
I'm actually not going to talk about the direct NATO aggression, because of course, Yugoslavia would be, I guess, the
Yugoslavia is not Russia.
No, I know it's not.
It used to be a Russian ally for a while.
That's what I mean. From the Russian perspective, they could see that aggression.
Used to be there were no Russian troops in Yugoslavia. This is not like, it's not Russia. I don't agree that you can point to like a random attack of another country and then say, well, that's what Russia's scared about. Like very specifically, NATO is not attacking Russia. We literally have hotlines set up between the White House and the Kremlin to make sure that this never happens, that NATO troops and Russian troops don't cross swords. Like this idea that NATO is all of a sudden going to start attacking Russia is totally not. It's like
I find well, Article 5 was brought up earlier, and I find that to be. I think that's an issue that Russians might be reasonably worried about. For example, when Poland is giving weapons to Ukraine. Poland is a member of NATO. Poland's military equipment is destroyed, or any Polish attack.
Wait, hold on, real quick. You're cutting out a little bit. I think you need to turn the sensitivity down. Or be closer. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Poland, I believe, sent military equipment, including planes and such, to Ukraine, right?
Okay.
Well, if Polish military equipment is attacked, it could theoretically be considered a procking of Article 5.
No, so Article 5 cannot be procced on troops on foreign soil. If you send like a soldier somewhere else and they get attacked.
Was that true? I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
There is Article 7, I believe, that explicitly states that if a NATO member state engages in offensive action, the rest of the NATO is not obligated to be pulled in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then that's not an issue.
7 or 8.
I was concerned about that,
Mm-hmm.
but then if that's not involved, it's not an issue then.
Mm-hmm.
I think the issue is that I primarily hold, and I wrote in an opening statement I didn't read, is that I think the big issue here is that the Russian government in particular has a way of seeing these things that, and whether it's due to propaganda, whether it's due to a history, and when I said the sort of denigration of Russia, by that I mean in a cultural level as well. Russia was blamed for hacking the United States 2016 election, and for years and years.
Well, hold on, wait. To be clear, Russia was blamed for trying to interfere in our election in some cases, but they did, right? Like the whole Internet Research Agency
they hacked the DNC.
Sure,
Yes.
there was that, but there was an entire company that was set up in the United States that was illegally doing business with other Americans under the guise of being American. The Internet Research Agency.
Yeah.
So I mean, like that's not a false accusation. Like that's absolutely true, right?
I think it now depends on definitions, which I hate to get into definitions, but I think we had to go into a definition here of what entails meddling in another country's election.
Well, it's illegal, right? In the United States.
I know, but what entails it?
Yeah, I can tell you. So I don't know the exact legal code, but my understanding is that if you're working as a foreign agent in the United States, you have to be registered. You have to be registered as a foreign agent in order to do work in the United States. When you misrepresent your nationality or your identity, it's literally a crime. My guess is it's probably like that in every single country in the world.
I would imagine so as well. But as far as my understanding was that, yeah, Russian state actors appear to have hacked the DNC. But I'd never seen any evidence that they, and yeah, I'm familiar with the company you're talking about, but was there ever any evidence, as it was reported in 2016 and 17, I believe erroneously, that Russians had hacked voting machines?
No, so I don't know if that was ever reported, and I know it's the case that was never verified. But I don't know if anybody seriously reported that. That's like one of the weird where people are like, oh, did they hack the election? Well, no, nobody hacked any voting machines.
I think it was mostly speculative, but it was passed around, and unfortunately, what you get as a result of that is a.
Well, sure, but we need to separate like Russians aren't allowed to like feel bad and invade other countries because they're upset because of something that some people tweeted, right? I don't think the U.S. State Department or the United States ever said that like, you know, Russia hacked our voting machines. I don't think that was ever the position of the U.S. government or the U.S. State Department. It was the position that it seemed like they were misrepresenting themselves as foreign agents in the country, which they, unless you think that everything that was released about that was false, but.
No, I think that the part about them hacking the DNC was pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, the Guccifer stuff was, yeah.
However, if it's an issue, though, that Russia was doing this kind of stuff, I would think it's also an issue that the U.S. was doing similar kind of stuff in Kiev and across Ukraine in 2014.
What was the U.S. doing that was anywhere comparable to this in Kiev or anywhere across Ukraine?
Well, the State Department funded a series of tech camps that were supposed to be for the creation of viral videos, social media posts, in order to increase support for the...
Yeah, but hold on. Do you understand the difference? So, like, if Russia were to come to the United States, if you were like a foreign agent, you come to the United States and you're Russian, and then when you're here, you're like campaigning or you're doing whatever, like, that's fine. It's when you misrepresent yourself. Now, I don't know anything about this, so it might be the case that what you're saying is that, but was the United States like covertly funding boot camps, obscuring the fact that it was from the United States, and then trying to subvert the government that way? Or was this just like the United States?
I'll tell you this. I mean, I don't know if they've done it covertly or not, but I'll put it this way. All of the online evidence that the U.S. State Department was involved in the tech camps in Kiev you can only find it through the Wayback Machine. Those pages are no longer on the U.S. State Department website. I don't know if that's a cover-up. Maybe they just don't have any use for that page anymore, even though the tech camps are still going on in other countries that the State Department still funds. But I find it interesting that the evidence of these tech camps that were supposed to do, like there was a video that went viral called "I'm a Ukrainian," and it was funded. That comes out right after the most recent tech camp had happened in Kiev, right before the Euromaidan, and then as the Euromaidan starts, this video that went viral of it's a woman, she's in front of, the protests, and she's talking about how, Russia is engaging in this horrible tyranny upon her country and asking the West for support. Not any specific support, but that video was also funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. And
sure. And so we're getting into this weird world where we're talking about like what's okay, what's not okay. I'm not saying that Russia's presence in the United States was bad because Russia had presence in the United States trying to persuade people how to vote or whatever. The obscuring of it, that's the illegal part, right? Like if I go to another country and I say like, oh, fuck your leaders or fuck blah, 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 that's fine. But if I go to another country and say like, I am Russian and fuck your leaders or whatever, well, now we have a problem. You've engaged in a fundamentally different type of action. It wouldn't surprise me if the United States and all sorts of international orgs have presence in countries where we're trying to influence people to vote one way or another. That wouldn't surprise me. I would expect every country to engage in that to some extent, right?
How about this one then?
Sure.
Freedom House, which is a non... go ahead, Arthur.
The tech camps that you've referenced, they lasted for 2 days per year.
2 days per year.
I've been to such events.
Yeah.
What?
It's 2 days per year, and they were...
That's nothing. You can't learn anything in 2 days.
Probably true. I will say this.
The size of the influence that you are showing here is a little bit tiny. And
well, here's the problem. It's one exemplar. I'll go into another one. The Freedom House, which is a nonprofit funded primarily by the U.S. government and the U.S. Democratic Party's National Democratic Institute, and that's by about 80% funded by those two groups. They helped fund and organize what they called in their own words, quote, the largest civil regional election monitoring effort in Ukraine. And that they had 1,000 observers that they trained to ensure that the 2014 election was, quote, free and fair. I'm sorry, that wasn't 2014. That was 2005. My bad.
Okay. Wait, is that a bad thing or?
Is it? It's not a bad thing necessarily, but I'm saying if we're concerned about Russian financial influence in elections, while the U.S.
There's a fundamental difference between like electioneering and like trying to misrepresent yourself as not a foreign agent versus like election monitoring, right? Like we want election monitoring. It's a pretty important part, especially in countries as corrupt as Ukraine. Wasn't oh God, wasn't Yanukovych once prior like thrown out because Ukrainians protested so much because they thought that the election was corrupt,
Yes.
and then I think he lost
It
that one.
was that 2005 election between Yanukovych and Yushchenko.
Yeah, where the other guy mysteriously had a small bout of uranium poisoning as well, right?
It wasn't uranium poisoning, but he
Or
was poisoned.
Yeah, interesting.
Plutonium.
Regardless, like again, these are fundamentally different actions. If you want to say that like we shouldn't be involved or invested in like election security or whatever, that's fine. But again, this is a fundamentally
I
different.
mean, that's
thing,
my
right?
point. I don't think we should be.
Well,
'Cause
but like,
I don't.
like valid elections are a pretty important part of the Western world or of the entire world, like recognizing the authenticity of any self-proclaimed leadership, right?
I mean, yes, of course. However, I always am going to find any involvement of a foreign agent, a foreign country in some other nation's election, to be a little bit curious. I'll put it that way. Maybe not even suspicious, but
sure, and that's
it's
fine.
really-
But there are plenty of
the
other
United
countries
States.
that can call us out if they think that we're doing something improper or if they think that we're like rigging
Yeah.
something or doing something, right?
Sure. That started in 2005, though. That was with the Orange Revolution. So in 2005 is the first time you have the United States, in terms of major NGOs getting involved, and again, those NGOs largely funded by the State Department that are getting involved in, even if it's just monitoring, in Ukrainian election. And then I guess we could talk again about the 2014 election and the issues potentially there with the, I mean, again, the Euromaidan thing, I said about the tech camps, and I guess, yeah, they were only 2 days per year. It's just interesting that video comes out. It's funded by this Whisper Roar thing. Comes out a few days later. It goes viral as it was intended to. Talking about, Russians and she's not really talking about Russians. How corrupt the country is, and they need to get rid of at that point, the predominantly pro-Russian government that was in charge before the Euromaidan. After the Euromaidan, I think it's unquestionable that the mainstream politics of Ukraine, who's in power, became more explicitly anti-Russian, moving away from Russia towards the EU and NATO.
Sure, but I mean that was already the case in Ukraine, right? This is one of the big reasons why the Euromaidan protests were happening, was because people were upset that Yanukovych was rejecting a deal that had already been approved by Parliament to join the non-exclusive European Union trade agreement, right? So,
however,
yeah, and also
campaigned on, by the way.
There was a competing. There have been competing deals though.
But hold on, but the competing deal was not the same, right? Russia, the deal on the table with Russia was to join a trade union, like a customs union. This is highly restrictive compared to just having a free trade agreement on the table with the European Union. Like these weren't the same. And I think that Ukraine in general is probably looking westward for like progressing their economy than looking towards Russia, which has all sorts of issues going on with it. I don't think you need a conspiracy or like a foreign country interfering with your politics to make the people naturally gravitate towards that. Like I don't think that's that hard to understand.
Maybe, yes, potentially. But to put it into comparison, what was happening at the time is that the U.S. was offering $1 billion. This is in 2014 or late 2013 or early 2014. Mm-hmm. At this point, the U.S. was kind of offering Ukraine about $1 billion in subsidies. Putin offered them $15 billion to bail out the economy that was, plus a plan to basically have the prices for gas being shipped through the country, which was in total a $22 billion deal. Yeah, here we go, December of 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Yanukovych, before the Euromaidan, probably was going to take that deal because, I'm just saying, from a purely economical standpoint, would you rather take $1 billion or $22 billion?
Well, the $22 billion comes with the strings attached that you're going to agree to join Russia's exclusive customs union when Russia has been like increasingly kind of like isolating themselves from the rest of the world versus joining a non-exclusive European Union trade agreement. The European Union is the largest market in the world. I mean, I think you'd probably rather access to that European Union market, no?
Yeah, there's more money behind that $1 billion deal.
I mean,
you're not seeing immediately.
Yeah, rather than being locked into whatever Russia wants to do in the future, there's probably a greater future for you going to the with the European Union deal.
True, although at this point, again, Ukraine has been passed up for NATO member, I think 3 times.
Yeah, but you don't need NATO membership to be part of the European Union trade agreements, right? They're totally different things.
Yes, I know, but my point is, though, is that the whole time there was sort of this global politic game going on, as far as I can, that was like, we'll kind of throw the potential NATO membership, EU membership on the table for Ukraine, but we're not going to actually let them in. And I would think that if you're in charge of Ukraine, and even though, yes, being involved in a trade deal with the European Union probably has far more benefits in the longitudinal term than it does in the short term of that $22 billion. But that was not also, it was $15 billion in loans today from Ukraine, or whenever it would have gone through, plus the gas deal, which would have been over the course of 5 years. It might have been. And that's a big deal because so much at that point of Russian natural gas went through Ukraine. Now, of course, then they built what's it called, Nord Stream 1 and 2, and that circumvents you. So I would think part of the reason, though, for the Russia's spending billions and billions it cost to build Nord Streams 1 and 2 was because they didn't think Ukraine wanted to play ball with them. And I think ultimately that was probably deleterious. I don't think probably, it's unquestionably has been deleterious to the Ukrainian economy because they're not making that money off of taxes going through the old Soviet pipelines.
Yeah, I don't understand how. I don't understand what the point of this is.
Oh,
Yeah.
my point is, briefly.
Do we agree that like the Ukrainian people had a legitimate reason to want to turn to the European Union for economic security? Do we agree that that's like a legitimate thing they could have wanted?
I think they could have, believed that. But
okay, so if we believe they believe
sure.
that, and the Euromaidan protests were happening somewhat in response to that, we also agree that Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world pre-2014. There were legitimate reasons why people had grievances, right?
Yes.
So like, I
mean,
yeah, you didn't need Western influence for those protests. You didn't need Western influences for them to want to join the European Union, or not to join the European Union, I'm sorry, but to join like the European Union to get a trade agreement with them. So like, yeah, I don't think there needs to be any Western meddling for any of these points. I think that the people of Ukraine genuinely wanted to look towards the European Union. My understanding is they'd already basically had that trade agreement penned out and agreed upon in the I don't remember the name for it, but the Parliament of Ukraine,
Rada.
The Rada something, yeah. So yeah, they're just, you don't even need Western involvement to explain everything that's happened. Like the people wanted a certain deal, their leader walked away from it for some reason, and then people started to like protest like crazy. And then go ahead.
Yanukovych likely, my guess is Yanukovych likely walked away because of that competing Russian, and because he was far more pro-Russian politics.
Sure.
And then after the Euromaidan, you get Poroshenko. Who's right after?
After Poroshenko is
No.
Zelensky.
After Poroshenko, Zelensky, but Poroshenko is after the with
Yes.
Timoshenko.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Aiden.
Oh.
You have to speak into your mic more, or you have to turn the sensitivity down, because sometimes you get cut off at the start of a thing.
Sorry. Oh, it's probably my Discord settings. Yeah.
Yeah. In Discord, there's a sensitivity thing. Just like turn it down a few notches, and then it'll stop cutting out.
Yep. Sorry about that. So yeah. In 2014, next we have it's Arseniy Yatsenyuk and Petro Poroshenko. So and going into Arseniy Yatsenyuk.
Sort of, but sure. Yatsenyuk was the prime minister, not.
Yes, the PM.
president.
Yes, Poroshenko is president. And again, I mean, we touched on this earlier, which is that, and I do think you're probably correct on that, is that, yeah, of course, ambassadors are going to talk amongst themselves about who they'd prefer to be in power. But there's some things about that call that give me a little pause and I find a little bit disturbing. And it's not just that call. Again, all of these things, none of them exist in isolate, right? It's the compounding evidence for me that makes me think the United States was involved in ways that were inappropriate.
So like, I don't have anything going on right now. I got all the time in the world. If you want, if you want to find the logs of that call, you can read through them and tell me something where like, oh, this looks like really shady. Because I remember reviewing, what are the shady? It just sounded to me like two diplomats talking about who they would prefer. Like, this leader would be way better. We could work with this. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that's what they say. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with it. I know most of it by heart at this point. But, well, I can't read I can't recite it. But you're right. That's the basic gist, is they talk about three candidates. It's Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Vitaly Klitschko, and Oleh Tiahanibuk. And they say with Olatia Hanibuk, who is, and this is a whole nother issue. I talked about this. I made a 2-hour-long video on this. Some people were not happy about this, and so I guess it's probably the area to move into. Is Olatia Hanibuk is a member of Swoboda, a founding member of Swoboda, which does appear to be an actual neo-Nazi aligned sort of group. And they're not the only one in
They're a
Ukraine.
very highly nationalist group, but neo-Nazi aligned is a little bit iffy. I mean, some people point
How
to
about
some,
Azov?
Even at that, it was like 10 to 15% of their members was like the estimate, and Azov is down to like less than 900 members today. And in 2014, their leader like literally stepped away when they got integrated into the Ukrainian armed forces. So I mean, like the reality is, we should know this. Like, probably every single military around the world is going to be a little bit more prone to nationalists or far right people, even in the United States, just because of the nature of like what the military does. But
I would ask this though: if there was a military group in the United States that used the Wolfspangle and the Sonnenrad, I don't think and the Wolfspangle up until 2014 or 2015 they used the Wolfspangle. And of course, does it have?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the history of Italian. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not cringe or that there aren't far right elements to that to that group, and that there probably are even fucking neo Nazis or quasi Nazis. Sure, like that. I would be an idiot to say there's probably no element of that, but I think it gets
some stuff from it.
I think it gets like really overblown, especially in comparison to fucking Russia with the Wagner group and with the neo-Nazi groups that operate within Russian borders. I think it's just weird to let people fixate like hardcore on.
Well, I'll tell you why I fixated on it, I guess, to the degree that I did, which was mostly to, kind of understand it better. And of course, there are neo-Nazi groups in Russia as well, but I think we should call them what they are. It is that there's been such a hypersensitivity to this idea of these extreme far-right groups that are operating in the United States because they've got their MAGA hats or whatever. They're not walking around with swastikas. I'll put it. Some of them, but not to the degree that these people do. And I'll give you a quote.
Wait, in Russia or in the United States?
In the United States,
Okay,
there. I mean, sure, there are some swastikas being bandied around, yeah, but the prevalence of which, I mean, here's a quote. This is from the day after the protest in. Oh, right. This is a leader of the SNA, which is the Social Nationalist Party, Andriy Beletsky. He said that the goal of the Social Nationalist Party, which was operating around the same time as Azov in around 2000. He said this in 2010, by the way. The goal of the SNA was the protection of the white race by creating an anti-democratic and anti-capitalist nationocracy system and the eradication of the international Zionist speculative capital. And in addition, that it was to lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen. So, just saying, in 2010...
Yeah, sure, there are definitely Christian people. So, but their leader stepped away in 2014.
Some of them did.
Their primary leadership stepped away in 2014. I'm aware of that one fact. Also, if you want to talk about like cringe leaders of groups, I mean, like we can look at the leader of like the Wagner group, which is Russia's like basically state-sponsored paramilitary group that currently operates.
They've got a couple actually.
Yeah. So I mean, like again, and then also like when we look at like the idea, because people try to argue there's a huge problem. Like the Svoboda Party has literally one seat in government right now. Like it's like not anywhere like. I just like. I mean, there are issues we can talk about it, but again, there are. I would bet my life on this, and I know it'd be true. There are neo-Nazis.
They had 4 in 2014. I think they had up to 4.
Sure, they might have. There are neo-Nazis in the United States military. There absolutely are. It's that's what militaries are, right? There are always going to be like more nationalistic far right people that play into it. Is it bad? Yeah, probably. Should Ukraine look at it, and deal with these things with people wearing cringe symbols and shit? Yeah, probably. I think they probably should. But it's a little bit hard for me as an American who has like. The fuck all going on in terms of military conflict in his country to look at Ukraine and say, hey, you know that your most battle-hardened battalion that's been fighting a literal fucking civil war for the past decade in the East, you need to go in and scold all those people for being too nationalistic. I don't think Ukraine is in a position right now to audit itself from like offensive thoughts from their like fighting squad. I agree it's a problem. It's bad.
No,
they shouldn't do it.
Fair.
I don't think that I don't think it excuses or helps anything that Russia is doing though. And I think that Russia has far worse neo-Nazi elements that operate with Putin's basically implicit approval because nothing operates in Russia without Putin knowing about it. I think that there are more things to criticize them there for, but
that's why I didn't start with it or anything.
Sure, of course.
But I think one of the things though that I do find curious about that is that Putin is very wont to bring up the neo-Nazi groups or whatever you want to call them, the neo-Nazi kind of leaning groups in Ukraine, and certainly not in his own country. And I did find that to be, if you will, cringe that that was.
Well, because Nazis
no
are like
freaking
Nazis are Russia's communists, right? Like in the
Mhm.
United States, the way that we would drum up like fear in our domestic policy all the fucking time in our conservative groups was to talk about like communists. These are communists. These Democrats are social. They're communists. Because the U.S. has a history of fighting communism, and you can invoke communists to get all of our political people in the United States like all rally. Oh yeah, fuck the communists. Like historically,
You
we
can do
would
the
do
same
that.
thing with Nazi in the U.S. To be fair.
Yeah, but communist is more. It was
I
more.
think so.
No,
I'm not sure about that.
As somebody with military parents, I promise you, communists were way more fear than Nazis. That was all my fucking parents talked about because that's like the Red
Sure.
Scare, like the Cold War was like for fucking decades, right?
Oh,
and people
of course,
remember
30
that.
years ago.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
remember that in their head more. And in Russia, it's the same thing with fascism and Nazis, right? Like their proud claim to fame was beating the Germans in the 40s, and that's what they did, and so I feel like Putin does the same thing. Like, oh, look at these Nazis, look at these fascists. Like we've got to fight against them, even though Russia operates essentially as a fascist regime. That's just their way of drumming up support for shit.
I'd say it's more autocratic, but that's a definition of that's the problem with definitions and terms.
Well, fascist
which are not
fascist
really-
regime can absolutely be autocratic. No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. I think, though, that there is a history of Nazi collaboration in Ukraine. I don't know how useful that is either. I went over it in my video only to explain the history of everything there, because, of course, they're the national hero who was made a national hero by Poroshenko in 2000. When was it? I can't recall the year. But I think it was Poroshenko made Bandera the national hero.
Yeah, and then he got unmade
collaborated-
because he wasn't a citizen and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but with Bandera, you do have to admit he did a little collaboration with both sides.
Sure. But I mean, hey, like Russia, the Soviet Union as a country literally tried to align itself with Nazi Germany, and they only did it because Hitler backstabbed them. I'm not saying, by the way, Ukraine definitely has some issues. The Bandera guy is pretty fucking weird. Even in Ukraine, he's considered controversial because some people, a lot
I
of
don't know
people.
about that.
Absolutely, there are marches.
I mean, yes, it probably but controversial, yes, but people also every year march down the street for him in hundreds, if not thousands.
Sure, they do.
strong.
I mean, it's a big country. There's a lot of people in Ukraine.
True, yeah.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of people in a country with 44 million people is like, but I'm just saying that, like, yeah, there are definitely problems, right? Like in the United States, I'm pretty sure there are, like, we've got people that still fly fucking Confederate flags in this country. Holy shit. So, yeah, I mean, like, there are problems. I'm not going to sit here and say that Bandera was an awesome, cool dude, but.
Actually, probably a good comparison to the Confederate flag, I would say.
Sure. I just, yeah, none of this, I don't think any of this moves us even like a micrometer closer to Russia having a justification of like feeling threatened by Ukraine or, yeah.
Well, I think the main reason, again, for feeling threatened is because of the NATO expansion and because of, as I said, that, and you're aware of it.
What is the NATO expansion threat? Can you talk me through this? What are they scared about?
Okay.
I can talk you through this while Aydin can take a break because she's had a sore throat recently. So.
Oh, but I took a Strepsil. But go ahead, Arthur. You're Russian.
Okay,
so you'd know.
if you want to go ahead. No, fine.
No, Russia.
So, Russia historically
Russia, you know.
has been in need to control the entirety of East European plain, which is a geographic body that is mostly flat, with very little change in elevation and very little in the way of natural defenses. If we want to establish a defensible Russian border, it would have to go through basically all of, German-Polish border. Otherwise, you have to defend like 2,000 miles of flat land, and
At least, yeah.
distance from that to Moscow is like 3 days by motor rifle divisions.
Mm-hmm. So, like, I've heard this thing brought up a lot. I just don't accept it. Because my next question is going to be like, do you expect that should Ukraine join NATO, is there going to be like a threat of a ground invasion of an army marching towards Moscow, flying NATO flags?
It's not even that NATO is gonna use Ukraine as a staging point. It's that Russia must control a bunch of states in order to be secure.
But what secure from what? So is there another
from
army
their-
that's going to
Also
invade through Ukraine, or?
Just to be clear, from what I've been talking about the entire time, and to reiterate, it's from the Russian government's perspective that this is coming from. Not necessarily a realistic one, but when you go again into the history as to why Russia does not trust the West and does not trust NATO. From their whether or not it's true, by the way, whether or not the talk with Gorbachev is true, whether or not that mattered because it was the Soviet Union and not Russia, the perspective of people in power in the Russian government is that NATO and the United States cannot be trusted to keep their promises, and that they could anytime.
I really, really, really want to hear about this, though. Okay, I want to focus on this one thing. So let's say that Ukraine joins NATO. Like, what next? Like, is Ukraine going to attack Russia? Is another army going to march through Ukraine to attack Russia? Is NATO attack? Like, what is...
I think it's the Article 5 fear.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. But now what are we saying? We're saying that Russia is scared if Ukraine joins NATO, because if Ukraine joins NATO, Russia can't attack Ukraine. This is the whole reason NATO exists. That's the justification for NATO existing that Russia says shouldn't be a case, right?
Unless, and again, Russia's fear may be that, because you know that there are multiple sort of separatist movements that appear to want to join Russia, appear to. I mean, there were votes held in Crimea, there were votes held in Donbass. Now, how accurate can a vote be that's being held under duress while being occupied by a foreign army? Not very accurate, I would say.
Wonder if some observers with Western training would have helped with that.
maybe you're correct. But actually, probably correct on that front. But I think that it's a fear, even if it's an irrational fear, because but I don't think it's totally irrational, because I don't think that I think neither the U.S. nor Russia have really been able to let go of Cold War scars. That stuff's all still there, and it's the fear that it's a perception that Russia is still the Soviet Union.
I feel like, in general, I mean, the United States has had a pretty friendly disposition towards Russia post-collapse of the Soviet Union, all considered. No? Like, there was like literally an establishing of like a NATO treaty or party for greater cooperation with Russia.
It was the Partnership for Peace, yes.
Yeah, there was a post 9/11, like a lot of cooperation with Russia for matters of like terrorism. There was a whole bunch of coordination between Russia and the United States. And there were offers made towards Russia saying that if they wanted to join NATO, they would have had the opportunity to, but Putin didn't want to go through the process to do it. So I mean,
Putin originally did.
Originally, he might have, but when everything was
he
like
did that verbally, not legally.
Yes, verbally, it's the same problem where, it was a verbal, he said, basically he wanted to go through with NATO and then changed his mind on that.
So, so I mean, like, this idea that NATO has had this aggressive disposition towards Russia when we've taken every effort not to attack them or anything, even in other countries, even in other foreign countries, we make an effort not to attack Russian troops. I don't buy that. I think that Russia wants to control Ukraine because if Ukraine is Russia's bitch, it just shores up their, like, status as an empire so much more. They get to influence that country, they get access to the country's resources, they have a nice big old buffer state that makes them feel good about themselves, and they get to feel a little bit more like a superpower like they used to be. They get to strut their shit a little bit.
I think it's actually...
To your question about what fear does Russia have from NATO, it's not a short-term fear. I would agree with you. There isn't any rational indication from NATO to attack Russia. Well, prior to, the current Ukraine situation, which was brought on by Russia, but still. That may change in 50 years. That may change in 100 years.
Yeah, but we can't run foreign policy right now based on hypothetical threats 5 decades away from us, right? Like, that's not a good reason to compromise.
The United States doesn't have to do that. The United States is very well defended geographically and through, a massive network of allies, but still, Russia isn't. This is the reason why Russia is doing these things. And I'm not saying it's justification. I'm saying it's a reason.
Right, which is where I'm coming from with most of my positions as well, is that we're not justifying what Russia's doing, but trying to explain why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, but I think that it's a bit further because you're trying to say that the West is at fault for what Russia is doing, that there's some responsibility to the West. And I don't agree that treating countries like sovereign states and letting them make decisions about their security arrangements like counts as provoking Russia. If it does, like, I mean, we can say it at that point that it does, but if you want to, then we have to acknowledge that we're treating Russia like a low-functioning autistic child where, like, if you make a sudden movement, they're going to, like, jump and attack you. Like, that's, like, that we have to acknowledge that that's essentially the role that Russia's playing in that transaction, then.
Clarify, I'm not saying that we need to treat Russia this way.
Well, but when we justify their thing here, we have to say, like Ukraine, I'm sorry, you guys aren't allowed to make any decisions for yourselves because, like, the crazy guy to the east of you, might jump down your throat. That's essentially what we're saying. Like that.
I'm saying that Russia will jump down your throat.
the thing is,
irrelevant
everyone's
of NATO's
known.
actions, which our positions with Aiden are different here.
Sure.
But my contention there is that this was well known that this is how. I mean, any geopolitical scientist could have told and did tell the West and NATO this. George Kennan's exact quote on it is in response to NATO expansion. This would have been in 1994. He said, quote, "I think it's the beginning of a new Cold War. I think the Russians will gradually react quite adversely, and it will affect their policies. I think it's a tragic mistake. There was no reason for this whatsoever. No one was threatening anybody else. This expansion would make the founding fathers of this country turn over in their graves. We have signed up to protect a whole series of countries, even though we have neither the resources nor intention to do so in any serious way. NATO expansion was simply a lighthearted action by a Senate that has no real interest in foreign affairs. What bothers me is how superficial and ill-informed the whole Senate debate was. I was particularly bothered by the references to Russia as a country dying to attack Western Europe. Don't people understand? Our differences in the Cold War were with a Soviet communist regime. And now we are turning our backs on the very people who mounted the greatest bloodless revolution in history to remove that Soviet regime. And Russia's democracy is as far advanced, if not further, as any of these countries that we've just signed up to defend from Russia. Of course, there is going to be a bad reaction from Russia, and then the NATO expanders will say, well, we always told you that's how the Russians are, but this is just wrong.
Yeah, I disagree with that analysis. I think it was just wrong. When was this made? In 1994?
Yep.
When did we have like the huge enlargement rounds of NATO? In 2004 is when like 6 different. That's when all of the. That's when all the Baltics joined, and I think Romania, and there were a few others. Like there was a 2020, I think a couple more joined. Fuck, I need to look this up. I think 2004 was the huge like expansion round when you had like fucking like 6 different fucking countries, or maybe 7 different countries join, right? Well, why didn't Russia attack anybody
tranches,
then?
Yes, in 90s and the noughties.
Right. I don't think that Russian aggression has anything to do with NATO expansion. I think Russian aggression has to do with the fact that they were.
That's the prime reason for NATO expanding.
That's not even what I said, but no, I think the issue is that Russia was...
That is the reason for NATO's existence, is to protect against threats from Russia. I have a question.
Wait, let me finish the thing real quick, okay? So in 2004 was when you had your 5th round expansion from NATO. Russia wasn't like doing anything towards Ukraine then, right? I think that when you look at Russia's treatment towards Ukraine, it's because of politics that are happening specifically inside Ukraine. I think Yanukovych getting kicked out is what instigated their invasion into Crimea and then the invasion into eastern Ukraine. It was because of Yanukovych getting kicked out, not because a membership ascension plan was on the table. But okay.
Yes, it was in 2004. That was Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. So.
Mm-hmm.
There was one in the 90s, which included Poland,
Hungary, and the Czech Republic, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, while there's a break in the discussion, I would like to ask Aiden to read the super chats because he's yelling at me. DMs. And Destiny, if you may read podcast live chat. There are people tagging you.
I have a single question I want to ask because I don't have much to say on this. What example of Russian military aggression happened between the fall of the wall since like 2008?
The fall of the Waltons in 2008?
The fall of the wall since till 2008.
Sure. In 92, I think, Transnistria was broken off from Moldova. And then in 2008, you had South Ossetia and Abkhazia,
I think.
Ossetia. I've heard it pronounced 15 different times.
No, I had
and
to learn.
Abkhazia were broken off from Georgia. Those were the 2 big things. But I think what happened in Transnistria with Moldova, I think, was like a pretty good blueprint for how they operate in the future. You find like a separatist group that is kind of split of your country. You send in troops, you break it off, you ship in a ton of Russian passports. You say you've got an ethnic interest here, and then you recognize this as a separate state with like some permanent Russian peacekeeper troop presence, which is what they did in Georgia as well.
Do they not have an ethnic interest there? Because in Ukraine, for example,
if you're that's a fascist ideology. Number one, is saying you have an ethnic interest.
No.
And then number 2, I think that historically, it's weird for Russia to talk about ethnic interests in places when those ethnic interests were artificially created, sometimes through famine, like the Holodomor, like exactly what happened in eastern Ukraine, where millions of Ukrainian people are killed, hundreds of thousands of ethnic Russians are shipped in, and then to use that as a justification, 8 decades down the line or whatever, and say, well, now we need to invade a particular ethnic interest, I think is not good. Yeah.
What? Obviously not, but I mean, the Holodomor is obviously one of the greatest tragedies of human history. And one of the things that happened is because there was such an incredible loss of life of Ukrainians, yes, the Russians came in, and they had done that to some of those areas, and that's primarily, or a lot of it in the Donbass region. So, but
Provide a little
at
bit
the
of a
same time,
balance here.
we're not talking about
Russia
80
also
years
got
later.
hit with the Volga region of Russia also suffered a lot from Holodomor, but there wasn't any ethnic replacement, which is the relevant part. So
The ethnic question, right? Which that doesn't sound like it's going in a good direction. But the ethnic issues in Ukraine is, as I mentioned sort of in the beginning, you have parts of the southeast that have a large Bulgarian and Romanian population. You have parts in the northeast that have or northwest, sorry, west on both of those, not east. In the northwest population that is a lot of Polish, which because it includes Lviv or Lvov, and then on the western front, of course, you have Crimea and you have Donbass, and those areas in Crimea and Donbass do have something in between a 60 and 80% ethnic Russian population. Now, yeah, 80 years ago, we know why those regions end up with such a high ethnic Russian population, but it's also important to note that particularly after Zelensky comes into power, there's a kind of crackdown. Now, already, way before this, starting with in 2014 with the Euromaidan, it was pretty clear that there was a move away from favorability towards Russia, right? In the government. They were moving more towards the West, more towards NATO. But then you get the kind of stuff that are under Zelensky with the banning of the Russian language channels. And I can see that would only exacerbate it.
Sure, but so the issue is that you have this complicated interplay where, especially in places Crimea, and in places in eastern Ukraine, you have these like Russian channels that are ran by Russian oligarchs that are basically permanently broadcasting Russian propaganda into your country and into your people's ears. I don't think Russian was explicitly banned. I thought they just made it so that the primary language of every place had to be Ukrainian.
Yes, it has to be. It can't be used on governmental forms.
Yeah. So I mean, like, is that the best solution? I don't know, but it's a really hard thing to deal with when you have a massive bully on your border that is like invested in taking over your actual country. I don't know. I know that there's been a lot of fights in Ukraine, especially after Zelensky trying to like get rid of some of these like oligarchical ran radio propaganda channels. But I mean, I don't know if that's like the ideal way to do it, but to just say that they're doing it for no reason or like, oh, well, it's just an evil, horrible thing. Like, I think it's pretty understandable why they would. Yeah.
It's understandable why they would, but it would be kind of like if, I mean, analogies are never really good because you can never analogize one massive 1,000-year-old geopolitical issue with another. But to me, it would be kind of like if we banned Spanish language from governmental forms because we theoretically see Mexico as being an existential threat to the United States, to U.S. security. But the Republicans have made those kinds of arguments, and I don't think that would be a good rationale as to ban the Spanish language.
I don't think I could be wrong, but
for Mexico,
I don't know if in the United States, I don't think we have a national language, right? So I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if there is a national language in Ukraine or not, but I'm pretty sure in the United States, I'm almost positive in the United States, we don't have an official declared language. But again, like, it would only make sense if like there's so much. I understand you're saying this. So I'm not trying to say you're saying this, but there's so much history between Russia and Ukraine that I think makes it a little bit more understandable when Ukraine, like if we were to start banning like Spanish channels, that'd be one thing. But if we were to start banning Spanish channels in regions of our country that had been forcibly occupied and arguably genocided by Mexico for over 100 years, I think it would be fundamentally a different question. Now, it still might be bad.
Yes, I agree.
But like,
I agree. I said in the beginning, I don't think you compare them, but it was the best of my capacity. So I can see though how if you're a ethnic Russian, you speak Russian, you live in Ukraine, and you see something like that come out of the banning of the Russian language channels, even if they are propaganda, which I'm sure they are, and I don't think that, by the way, a lot of Ukrainian media is probably not propaganda either. Again, highly corrupt nations we're talking about on both sides here. And the other issue is that, and you're also seeing that now I can't use Russian on my government forms, I have to use Ukrainian. I can see how if you're one of those people who lives in a highly ethnic Russian area would want to go, I feel like the state, and it happens right after this big, giant overthrow of the existing government, right? or it starts to happen after that in the next couple of years, the previous government, excuse me, that was more pro-Russian and more pro-working with Russia, why you would start to think that maybe your country has been taken over.
Sure. And I think that everything you've said like lays over like a good argument for some like domestic disputes that are either going to be fought in elections or worst case scenario, maybe even some sort of like separatist movements if it gets really, really bad.
I mean, that's what's happened. So.
But again, no, that's not what's happened. What's happened is a foreign country has come in to steal land from a sovereign nation. So it's like 20 million times worse, right?
In Donbass, though, I mean.
Even in Donbass, it's 20 million. A foreign country has stepped in to do the opportunity to break, well, from 2014 onwards, right? Which is when this language stuff was even being talked about. Yeah?
Yes, but well, again, we'd have to get into that question of where there Russian military force. I don't know about that Sputnik article. That's all I have to go on.
Even in that Sputnik article, though, they said that there were Russian military personnel in there. They just said that they weren't currently fighting with them. Even we can go back and read that. Even in that Sputnik article. And that's literally Russian state media too. You know, so. I mean, like, again, banning a language is rough, but holy shit, you're literally being invaded by the guy next to you. He's stolen your peninsula.
Sure.
And now he's like funding civil wars in the East and sending military people. Like, I'm empathetic, even if I don't think it might have been the right call. But I don't even know if Zelensky still stands by that. He might have admitted retrospectively that was a mistake, but.
Well, that was quite the one thing was actually quite recent. I think it was because Zelensky's only been in power since 2019. So
17, no?
2019, yeah, I believe. Yeah, in 2019, June of 2019, yeah. So when did he do the... So it's only been a few years, but I mean, again, it's understandable. But I guess I see the entire situation as being... And my irritation with the coverage, and this is why I thought it'd be interesting to talk about it, is that you see so much as just Russia evil, Russia bad. I would not dispute that Russia invading Ukraine is a bad thing, obviously. My only contention is that I think there are mitigating factors that explain it. They don't excuse it, but they certainly explain it in a way that's not really being covered very well by Western media. I guess it doesn't matter anymore because apparently we've forgotten about this issue and we've moved on to Roe v. Wade, but you know.
Sure. I would agree with you in most circumstances. I don't think I would agree in this case. I think Russia is just a horrendously bad actor in this case. I don't think there's a good reason or justification for why they're doing what they're doing. And I don't think presenting it as them having legitimate security interests is any more honest than saying that the ghost of Kiev is single-handedly diving into the ocean and destroying Russian, vessels with his bare hands. I think that Russia has a very selfish interest here in rebuilding their empire. I think that everything showcases that. If they were, worried about NATO aggression and they were responding to that, I would have expected to have seen something in between 2004 and 2014, but they just happened to invade to defend their base and steal land from Ukraine after, their guy got basically ejected from the country. It seems like that's probably more the rationale for why they did anything than anything having to do with NATO.
And to be fair, he did have to run away to Russia. So.
Well, he didn't have to, but.
He did.
Well, he didn't have to tell the police to start shooting protesters. Now, after that, he probably felt the need, but he wasn't. It's not like they always like Euromaidan lasted for months, 8 months, I think.
That's actually incorrect. Well, I don't know if that's incorrect or not, but there's a contention there on that specific point. So that was Olga Metz.
If I may cut in a little bit. Aydin, I'm being yelled at again to read super chats because you didn't.
Sorry. One more. I'll read it real quick. Kizza for £5 says, Destiny, would you feel comfortable with Russian military bases right on the borders in Canada and Mexico? Yes or no?
No. So people always point this out as like, well, look, what if Russia was setting up military bases in Mexico or Canada? But the reality is that the history between these two regions are just, they're so not comparable. If it was the case that the United States was sending like military forces into Mexico and military forces into Canada to like bomb people or take over places or support rebels to break off states, then, I mean, I would still probably be opposed to it as an American, but I'd be like, yeah, I mean, I understand it, of course, right? But like, America has so much respect for the sovereignty of the people on our borders that despite how much illegal immigration comes through Mexico, despite gang violence, despite cartels, despite drug shipments, like, we don't send troops into Mexico to bomb their shit or to blow up buildings or whatever. Like, we don't have that relationship at all with people on our borders. So to say that like, well, Russia should set up military bases there and see how you feel. Well, if we were treating our partners like Russia treats countries like Georgia and like Georgia and Ukraine, I mean, I would be a lot more sympathetic towards that analogy, but we don't. So,
if I may go off of that, then.
Moreover, NATO
sorry.
hasn't set up any military installations closer to Russian borders than Ramstein Air Base in Germany and in Incirlik, I think, Air Base in Turkey, both of which are equidistant from
Pretty
Moscow.
far. Yeah.
And it's 2,500 kilometers. So
It's pretty far.
1,000 miles.
Again, it's a fear. But I would ask, though, based on that previous question, do you think it was a reasonable fear then for... And I know this is a little bit non-relatable, but do you think it was a reasonable fear then for U.S. citizens to be worried about Russian missile bases in Cuba?
Yeah, but I think that the whole arrangement of like nuclear stuff back then was just so much different, because I think that there were legitimate like second strike concerns when it came to having nuclear bases that close to other countries. Today, I'm talking a little bit out my ass, but no one has emailed me and told me that I'm wrong, so I'm assuming I'm right. I don't think today there are legitimate second strike concerns anywhere in the world because of how the nuclear triad functions, namely nuclear submarines. Like at any point in time, Russia, the United States, and I guess Britain gets a participation trophy because I think they have one submarine, is like anywhere in the world with the potential to do a second strike. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, I think second strike was talked about a lot because range of missiles became really important because people weren't sure if they would have second strike abilities. Like the reason why the Soviets were trying to ship missiles to Cuba is because I don't think they thought either ICBMs didn't exist or their ICBMs couldn't reliably get to the United States, and that's why they wanted to set stuff up closer to the United States. So like, yeah, I think it's just fundamentally a different arrangement of power. That's why it's hard when you use nuclear weapons to talk about historic arguments, because then the nuclear weapons kind of change everything.
If I may push back a little bit on this.
Yeah.
Go for it.
The second strike capability of the United States would not be compromised by Cuban nuclear missiles, because the United States used to fly massive nuclear bomber sorties near Soviet airspace 24/7. Well, throughout the whole Cold War thing, they were flying them for a while, but during the Cuban Missile Crisis specifically, they were flying them 24/7.
Sure, that wouldn't surprise me if during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
And communications existed, so you could conceivably see a missile, tell your bombers to go in, second strike is achieved.
Sure, but I think the issue is that at that time, people saw that as an escalation of getting us, like, what is it, minutes to midnight, people would say? Like, it was bringing us closer to the brink of nuclear war for no reason. And I don't know if at that time, I would have to go back, I don't know where nuclear missiles were set up in Europe, because like even in Eastern Germany, right, like that was a big thing for Eastern Germany. They didn't want that part to be militarized if German reunification happened, because they didn't want like military installations closer to Russia, right? Or the Soviet Union.
It's how you end up with the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Although actually that's a question to bring up. I have one thing I'm going to bring up about the snipers, but before we get back into that, I have a question. Do you think that the nuclear non-proliferation treaty that caused all of these post-Soviet states to sign over their nuclear armaments was a good thing?
Nope. If I may push back, because this is going to go off the rails.
Uh-oh.
Who had the nuclear launch codes for those nuclear warheads? Aydin?
It would have been well, at that point, would have been the Russia SFSR.
Exactly. So no Soviet states, aside from Russia, actually had nuclear capabilities. So it's not the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. It's the way Russia controlled its nuclear arsenal.
Right. And however, when we're talking about the coming out of the Soviet era, if all of these post-Soviet states could have kept their nuclear arsenal and been able to integrate it into their own systems, totally remove, take out, eviscerate any possibility for Russian control over it, I think that would provide them with I don't think Russia would be invading Ukraine right now if they had kept their nukes, is my opinion.
Of course.
I don't know how
That's a
feel.
huge reason why people point to like a 94, that Budapest memorandum that was made between all the nuclear powers and Ukraine and kind of fucked them over. But I think that in general, I think that the entire world kind of likes the idea of the fewest number of players having nuclear weapons as possible. And I think that's kind of why we aim for nuclear proliferation. And that's also another argument for NATO existing. Like, if you join NATO, you guys don't need nukes because we can protect you with our nukes. Kind of. Now, ideally, nobody's doing
I
it, but...
do not. I know that's the sort of argument, but I find that to be not sufficient.
How?
Because
well, it's not sufficient on its own, but it's one of the reasons. That's why people point to like if Ukraine falls to Russia, this is in a way a threat to nuclear security because you essentially said, because this hasn't happened in so long that a country's invaded another country to steal land. If we allow that to happen, people are basically going to say like, okay, well, if you want your sovereignty to be respected, you need nuclear weapons. There's like no shortcut to that.
I think that's true. I actually think that
but that's not true. Being in NATO is enough to have you not invaded. There's a reason why Russia's not invading Poland, Hungary, Latvia, Estonia, right? Because they're in NATO and they don't have. I don't think they have nukes in those countries.
True. However,
I would make an argument that those are next on Russian's docket.
Absolutely not.
But,
I don't think so. But
I mean, okay. So I actually, I don't think that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is pretty specific. It's because of this long history of things that have gone on because of perception that the United States is puppeting Ukraine because Russia already has. I'm not saying whether or not you believe it's true. Perception that the U.S. and NATO are puppeting Ukraine without actually going through with inviting them in as a full member into either the EU or NATO. It's a perception that the Ukrainian government is a farce, which Putin has said directly that he doesn't think that the Ukrainian government is legitimate. It's a perception that Ukraine is Russian rightful clay because of the Kievan Rus. Literally, Kiev was the capital of that. It's because of the perception that and not this correct perception that Ukraine has a whole bunch of natural resources that Russia really wants.
Okay, none of this
or doesn't want in the market competing with
Russia's. None of this again is a justification for Russia getting to invade.
No,
but I mean, I understand they have interest there, of course, but like, yeah.
Well, I would agree, of course. I think I don't think anyone could. It'd be difficult to not agree that the these being the rationales are rationales from the Russian perspective. Are they good rationales? No, but those are the rationales nonetheless, right?
Sure. I mean, what you just said there, I would agree with. Russia has national interests in Ukraine, of course. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sure. Also, Kizza for £5 says the U.S. doesn't respect nation states and borders. They haven't for decades. Grenada was a prime example, and let's ignore the forever wars. And that is an issue I have here, is that I feel like this is an extension of some forever war stuff. It's not the only issue. I have multiples. But
I think U.S. foreign policy looks markedly different pre-91 and post-91. I think that we can agree that like Iraq was most likely a mistake. Afghanistan, the occupation was probably a mistake. If we can, the initial thing was probably okay. But like generally, if we look to the broader scope of NATO missions, like they're generally pretty limited in scope. They usually have approval from the UN or even from China and Russia sometimes.
I'm not sure if that's always a good thing. I mean,
okay, well, I mean, I just want to say, whether we say it's good or bad, it's markedly different than like, let's find despots or let's find fucking foreign dictators, support them and overthrow countries or whatever, right? Which is probably more what the U.S. In the Cold War for sure, but like post 91. What?
What about Gaddafi?
Libya was a NATO approved mission, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not, so one, it's not the United States doing something. Two, we weren't looking to, I'm not going to say that the aftermath of Libya is like a good thing.
Because it's been kind of awful, as we all are aware.
Sure, of course. But again, like that was a mission that was limited in scope. It didn't involve the United States like trying to install another ruler that would be friendly to U.S. interests or whatever. It was a fundamentally different type of foreign affair than, and it was approved by the UN too. It was a fundamentally different type of foreign affair than what the U.S. would have been doing like in South America or whatever during the Cold War. Not saying it's good or bad, just fundamentally different, I think.
Where I find a consistency between some of the stuff that went on with Gaddafi and the stuff that went on in Ukraine is that it seemed that there's foreign economic, and by this I mean specifically Western economic interests that coincide with this regime change stuff.
Whoa, hold on. Libya was not about foreign economic interest.
The French government made a deal with the insurgents, whatever you want. There's never a good word for this. The rebels in Libya at that time to set aside 35% of their nation's oil and gas for France in exchange for assistance and recognition of the new government.
So I would have to see like what is the percentage of oil that they were getting from Libya, but like I'm pretty sure that all of Libya. Like the Gaddafi's
and oil exporter.
The Gaddafi's like presence in Libya was something that was condemned by like the entire fucking Western world.
Oh sure, he was a dictator. That's unquestionable.
No, not just a dictator. That like he was murdering political dissidents. That he was like torturing his fucking citizens. He wasn't just like a random dictator. Like he was a pretty bad dude. Like that everybody wanted to see go.
Sure, I don't think anyone would deny that. However, and I hate to put a however on this, but he did help make Libya one of the most economically prosperous countries in the Middle East at that point in time. And
sure, baby, but
I'm not saying much as everything else. Does it explain away all these things, or does it help make them not condemnable? No, but Gaddafi had done a lot to make his country much richer than those around it, and the insurgents, the protesters, were given money and assistance from the French government.
Sure, that I don't know the extent of the French government involvement. I have to look it up. I just know that he was universally condemned by like everybody across all of Europe, and I know that the dude was fucking insane. Like I'm pretty sure that guy was like he was accusing like Coca-Cola of hiding. He was accusing Coca-Cola of hiding LSD in their fucking drinks to like brainwash his population. Like that dude was nuts. Insane. But
sure, I don't think anyone would contend that Gaddafi. First of all, he'd been in power for something like 45 years. Or 40 years, something like that. So I wouldn't deny that, but I think
I don't think there's a valid comparison between like Gaddafi and Zelensky. Like I don't think that's at all.
Well, I wasn't comparing Gaddafi and Zelensky. I'm just saying that like the United States' involvement in some of these countries, because it was during the Hillary Clinton leaks that this came out that they were going to, that the French government in particular, and they had these two former Libyan ministers, one of the from ministers of justice and one of the interior, who had both left the Gaddafi government, and they were working with the French government to aid in his overthrow. And of course, the French government did bomb Libya, Libyan Air Force bases, excuse me.
Sure.
So when you have these emails that say that they're making these deals, and again, Gaddafi is a monster, but still, it's happening around the same time, actually, as this Euromaidan stuff. And to me, I'm not saying that it's proof of one or the other, but it seems to me that it's just piling on the evidence that the United States has been involved in these kinds of backroom.
I don't think it's evidence of anything. I think that it's a lot of like disparate, completely disconnected things that I don't think play it all into. Because it sounds like we're trying to build some weird case of like Euromaidan being like a foreign like backed thing, when I don't think there's any evidence of that. Like we can look at like, well, we got rid of Gaddafi, who the entire UN wanted gone. This is like literally a UN mandated mission. Like I don't think it's at all comparable. Like,
well, the Euromaidan was in part inspired by some of the by their own word, some of the organizers' own words, by the Arab Spring.
Okay. But that
I'm not saying it's identical.
Hold on, wasn't the Arab Spring seen as a pretty organic thing, like starting in Tunisia, like that kind of like sprung across like the greater Middle Eastern, like not nobody, or do you think the Arab Spring was like Western backed, or?
I think it's possible. I don't have any evidence for that. I think it's possible though, considering these backroom deals that were going on with the French government. I think.
Wait, hey, were these backroom deals, or were these like blatant deals that the French government was making? Like, was any of this private or secret, or?
It was private. It was released through the Hillary Clinton document leaks, her email links.
Okay, I'm gonna bite on this just because I'm curious. I'm gonna be right back in like 2 minutes. Can you send me a link to that? And I just want to read through what these quote unquote leaks are. Okay, I'll be back 1 second.
While Destiny's gone, Aydin should really read her super chat.
I do have another super chat. I'm also trying to find this.
There's been a lot of them.
Wait, there's another one?
There should have been a lot of them.
Which is the other one about Grenada from Kissa?
There's one just recently about. Let's see.
Oh, freaking YouTube is doing its dumb stuff where it hides things from me. Let me try to find this in the interim. If you could find the super chat, that would be awesome. Let me find that link.
Chat doesn't scroll back far enough.
No, I know about the French stuff. Here it is. Oh, and
So how is everyone finding this conversation so far?
is everyone having a fun time? Yes, this is the citation.
I'm
but I also have another one.
Destiny's chat. Aydin is saying Arab Spring / Euromaidan was US backed lol.
I mean, I've been through some of the data, but we go through some more. I will post, however, some of the stuff about this is on Gaddafi and Libya, and then the other one on Gaddafi and Libya.
So to Nerve Renders, who's in Destiny's chat, who's asking what's going on right now, Destiny is gone for a couple of minutes, so
yeah,
we're just filling the air. To the Arab Spring point,
I was just reading this as well.
Peter Zahan, in his book disunited nations, I think, or well, he said somewhere that that was caused largely by spike in food prices, which tripled because Russia banned exports of wheat because of some domestic stuff, which caused a poor harvest, and so people literally couldn't eat, so they saw the need to do something about it. Hence the revolution.
Hmm.
People are telling me that this isn't actually Destiny's chat. I guess it's fair.
Well, who's playing Tetris? It's Spoon. He's playing Tetris, but on our side. But yeah, guys, from Destiny's side of things, I hope things are chill. This was supposed to be a pleasant conversation. I know people can get aggressive, but
Seems to be. I'm just picking out things that spark conversation.
yeah, this is not meant to be aggressive in any way. I hope that's coming through. That even if we disagree, that this is what I wish more political conversation was like, honestly. So, because I found this to be productive. Because for me at least, I wrote this as a discussion in my description because I could be wrong. I mean, I have a bunch of research and a bunch of data, but I could be wrong. So, and that's I think the stance to take on these things. So, just personally.
Aiden gives more attention to YT chat than Tiny does. I'm not sure who Tiny is, but it seems to be true.
It diminutive, literally word for Destiny.
Tiny?
It's a rude nickname for Destiny.
Right, fucking shit.
Huh?
I'm here.
Oh, Keza, what's up? Real quick, I didn't know what was going on.
Well, I spent about like 5 super chat. But I sent
I
about
didn't-
5 super chats
Oh,
and you
I
missed
didn't
about
see-
3 of them.
I didn't see any of them. Let me hang on. We'll get into it. I have to. I don't know what happened.
This one's from 80 minutes ago.
Okay, hang on.
Also,
Um,
I DM'd you
Okay.
something from Destiny's YouTube chat.
You sent me a Times.uk article.
The first one was about BLM.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. So, in case no one saw this, because we're streaming to like 4,000 Destiny fans, BLM co-founder
Hello,
admits
by the
using
way.
mentioned. Wait, BLM co-founder admits using mentioned bot with donations.
Dun, dun, dun,
Good headline.
Yes.
Also, you said that Destiny, you forgot the WikiLeaks exposing the DNC in 2016 and the USA bragging about rigging the Russian election in 96. Time magazine admitted to this. Yeah, sorry about missing those chats, because they don't, I should like go back into the back end on my side to pull them up.
Oh, like I said, and this is why I wanted you to delay this by an hour.
Well, well, it is what it is. I think it's been productive. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
Chat disagrees with you.
Really? I think it's been a productive conversation.
I'll put it this way: me using sandpaper to take off the paint of an old Lincoln is more productive.
I don't think so.
Let's put it this way: this is way more cool and cordial than most conversations about Ukraine.
Yes, I've enjoyed it.
But yes, but that's because one side's fucking retarded about anything outside of their fucking state.
Well, disavow, but
it's a fact.
I didn't get it even.
Oh well. I think I don't know how much else we have to go. Oh, yeah, I do know what we have to go through. We have to go through the Hunter Biden stuff. That's gonna be I think probably the final.
So even Destiny YouTube chat kind of agrees with it being productive. So I guess that's a positive.
Oh, bullshit on.
Also, whoever said that Russia Sims are on this side, I disavow. Destiny
yeah,
chat
totally.
in YouTube? No, incorrect.
Sorry. To Destiny's chat, half you cunts are ultimately Russians because you ultimately follow the same
Kizza,
politics.
please.
So kindly pipe the fuck down. That's a
Kizza,
fact.
please.
It's a
Kizza,
fact.
Kizza, please. Kizza, please.
If you follow Marxism, you're ultimately a Russian simp.
Wow.
Disavow. One sec.
God, that's so unreadable. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
My question
I
marking
think we're
you,
fine.
Kizza.
I do think the
Well, I
last
will
thing to go over though is the Hunter Biden stuff because that's
I will say
as the
I'm
kids
grateful
say,
that
sussy
Destiny
baka
straight up.
shit.
I will say I do find it funny that he straight up admits that he would not be comfortable with Russia having military base on Mexico and Canada. But doesn't see why Russia would have issues with U.S. military
There
bases
aren't
right on their
any.
doorstep.
There aren't
No,
any.
the point. No, Arthur. The point is, would he be uncomfortable with it? Which he said yes.
Who cares? How is that analogous?
The point is to point out the stupidity in his argument, saying, "Oh, why would Russia respond?" It's like, if you have military bases right on your fucking doorstep, you're not just sit there and say, "Oh yeah, cool, you can sit there." You're gonna think, "Hell, fucking no." Especially considering the agreements we know of from declassified documents from the 80s and 90s.
Wait.
But then again,
Russia isn't
NATO
comfortable because there is a possibility of the United States putting a military base in Ukraine, is what you're saying.
My point being is that there was official agreements back in the 80s and 90s about no advancement eastwards. This was violated, and Russia has been consistently
It
marching
wasn't,
closer and
though.
closer to the door.
It actually hasn't been violated in any way, shape, or form. I've told you.
They already had agreements. We already went over this weeks ago. If it's documented, it's been agreed.
Do I need to stream my desktop to show you that there hasn't been any NATO military expansion? Because I have a handy map of all military installations in a bunch of countries.
It doesn't
From
appear
satellite
that a
imagery.
debate has occurred within the debate, so I don't know. Wait till Destiny
Berlin
comes back.
is more west than fucking Poland than that.
I don't care. There isn't anything NATO military in there.
If there's US troops, it's NATO. Let's be frank here, over 50% of it is US troops. NATO shouldn't exist anyway. All it does for the most part is regulate what bullets you can use in war.
That and protect global maritime shipping, but yeah, go ahead. You were saying.
My point being, that super chat was, if you want to be comfortable with the so-called enemy being right on your doorstep, why the fuck do you think the enemy is going to be okay with you being on their doorstep?
Okay, what'd I miss?
How much?
But there was a minor debate between Keza, who's a British person, and of course Arthur.
British. Aydin, I'm English. Get my ethnicity
English.
correct.
I'm sorry. I figured what we'd do to kind of finish this off is to talk maybe about the stuff kind of involving the most recent election and the
most popular president ever?
involvement of the Bidens. If you're alright with that.
Which involvement into what?
In terms of Burisma.
Oh, actually, before that, since you missed it, Destiny, are you aware that the WikiLeaks were the ones who revealed the crap with the DNC in 2016? And the United States straight up admitted through Times Magazine that they interfered with the 1996 Russian election.
Well, firstly, so WikiLeaks was the one that linked it, but the hacker that initially penetrated the DNC was Russian, the Guccifer hacker. But I'm aware that WikiLeaks is the one that was publishing it, of course. Secondly, what do you mean the U.S. admitted to interfering in the election? What do you mean by that?
Times Magazine did a great piece where they straight up bragged about, quote-unquote, fortifying the 96 election in Russia. That's where Yaris, what's his name? Boris, was it
Yeltsin.
Boris Yilmaz? Yeah, him.
Yeltsin.
Yeltsin became election. I'll find the article. Magazine.
I think I would have heard about this, and I haven't.
No,
given my background.
I've sent Aydin a picture that she couldn't believe this as well. July 15th, 1996.
Yeah, wait. Can you link me this? I just want to read it.
Sorry about that fucking last truck.
Gladly, right here. Okay, apparently it could not be delivered.
Oh wait, can you just link it in the
podcast live chat?
Yeah, podcast live chat.
Okay, so Okay, sure thing.
Or the absolutely private stream chat.
Right there.
The us here.
Okay. This is the cover. Can I read the cover story? Hold on.
I haven't read this either, by the way.
Secret Service, how 4 U.S. advisors used polls, focus groups, and negative ads and all the other techniques of American campaigning to help Boris Yeltsin win. Okay, what is the issue here?
I would dare say that's blatant foreign interference of an election by the U.S. government.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. Why do you think that I think that Russian interference in the U.S. election was bad?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the
Well, no, but I just want to know...
States bitching about... My point is, the United States is bitching about Russian interference, despite the fact that was a proven nothing burger admitted by Fan Jones of CNN.
Well, wait, hold on. So wait, that's nothing you're saying is true. Okay, so it wasn't a nothing burger. There was an agency that was operating within U.S. borders that was lying about what it was, that was actually being controlled by foreign Russians, right? That was the issue. Now, did this happen in Russia?
CNN straight up admitted this.
What?
CNN straight up admitted it was a nothing burger.
I don't know what CNN is. I don't care about CNN. I'm reading the actual indictments from the Mueller investigation. I don't give a fuck what some random pundit on CNN says. Why would I care about that, right? I'm looking at the actual investigation, right? You can go through all the Mueller indictments if you don't. What was based on nothing? Do you think that the IRA? Do you think all of those indictments are fake, or what do you mean based on nothing?
There have been confirmed reports that
when Van Jones
Russian
was questioned,
intelligence has penetrated DNC.
Hold on, there's two people talking at the same time. What?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Arthur.
There have been confirmed reports that Russian intelligence has penetrated the DNC, at the very least.
Yeah, that was true. So, what is the nothing burger? What do you mean?
Van Jones of CNN straight up admitted that Trump Russiagate was a nothing burger.
I mean, that's different. That's Trump Russiagate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that necessarily has to do with the current conversation. I mean, I agree that there's an issue there, but
I guess it's confusing.
Well, I guess we could talk about, and that's what I kind of wanted to move into anyway. And I'm sorry because I think I'm gonna, so we can go forward with it. If you have any last couple thoughts on this before we move forward to talk about.
Yeah, I guess exactly just so real quick for this, like the United States being in support of Yeltsin, I don't think there was anything illegal or horrible. Or I'm just going through this article. I don't think anything like foreign leaders helping each other, as long like if there's no like covert action going on where there are these like foreign state-controlled interests that are obscuring themselves in other countries. Like that's the issue with the foreign Russian interference. That's why people were upset about it. Well, I mean, I'm sure some people were upset about it for dumb reasons, but like that was the illegality. That was the challenge there. But the idea that like the United States supported Yeltsin more than whoever the fuck he was running against, like that's not like a conspiracy or a bad thing. Like world leaders prefer other world leaders all the time. Like
difference between to offer devil's advocate position here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
there's a difference between just supporting and there's also like campaigning in favor of someone or stuffing ballot boxes or doing those kinds of things.
Sure.
On that basis, though, and sorry, because me and you so we can get through this for a little bit. Sorry. So I think going off of that kind of basis, I was not familiar with what he was talking about there in terms of that particular thing about Yeltsin. But what I think is interesting maybe is some of the post Euromaidan kind of interactions involving the Biden administration, well, the Obama administration involving the Bidens. Right, and I'm not sure how much you're aware of that, but I would imagine to a fairly good degree.
Sure, a bit.
About the so, if nothing else that we've talked about beforehand gives any indication that there was some kind of, let's just say U.S. governmental support of certain elements of the Ukrainian government over others. Oh, and sorry, before I forget, I did want to bring up that you mentioned the snipers, right?
Uh-huh.
In the Euromaidan?
Yeah.
So, someone from, her name is Dr. Olga Bolgamets.
Yeah.
And
tell me what Dr. Olga said. Go ahead.
Dr. Olga Bolgamets said that someone from the new coalition was responsible and that the bullets had the handwriting of the new coalition. Now, why I bring this up is that she was not part of the previous coalition. She was not fond of the Yanukovych regime that was being overthrown during the Euromaidan. She was, in fact, explicitly antithetical to Yanukovych.
So here, I'm just going to link this in the live chat. Like, it's inarguable that it's inarguable that police that were part of the big crew. What the fuck were they called? There's a name for the special police or whatever of the government. Were shooting it and killing protesters. This video will walk through some of the 3D evidence. It'll talk about how an independent organization.
I've been through the 3D evidence as well, but
yeah, it's
her testimony. Her testimony says that she thinks that they were not the people who the snipe. We've seen the snipe. Sorry, I'm going to mute you. Sorry. Is that they her personal analysis, and again, she's not favorable towards the regime that was being blamed for this. She was in fact antithetical and running against that regime.
Yeah, but I don't care what her personal testimony is. It means nothing to me. Was she there, or like, what, does she see every single shot? Like, I don't care.
She helped work on the autopsies. Yeah.
I don't care about that though.
How can she know that those bullets were specifically from this or that side of the protest?
That was her testimony.
But I would rather see like rather than the testimony of somebody doing autopsies, I want people that are like working on video footage from multiple points that are reconstructing the environment and then like tracing shots from video to video. Like this is going to be way more reliable than one person's testimony than Olga's testimony during an autopsy, right? Like,
Over, she can't know that.
Well, I'm also just saying that this person is not motivated to.
Yeah, that's great, but they might just be wrong. Like I don't care whether like I'm not like you can find a lot of people that aren't motivated that'll give testimony for certain things, but I'm more interested in like what are their qualifications for it, right?
Well, her qualifications are that she founded the Bogomets Institute of Dermatology and Cosmetology, but she's not a cosmetologist inherently. She has a I think PhD. I think I have her. She has a degree in general medicine and a medical degree in skin and venereal diseases.
Sure. I'm sorry. When I say qualifications, I mean like not necessarily her educational background. I mean like what is she doing? Like what's her association with the like? Was she somebody that reconstructed the event, or did she just do an autopsy? Like because I don't know why I would rely on one person who just does an autopsy, who's a doctor, like versus somebody that was like involved in like the reconstruction of the shootings or like a broader investigation.
Well, here's why it's interesting, Destiny, is that Dr. Olga Bogomets was considered the Euromaidan's queen. That's what it was the name it was given to her. She was considered a major leader in this movement that was in opposition to the Yanukovych regime. She was in favor of Yushchenko. So because again, remember the argument being made here was that the Yanukovych regime, which was on the way out, which was being protested during the Euromaidan, that Yanukovych had hired snipers or had used the Ukrainian government or Ukrainian military to kill people in the Euromaidan. And this woman who does not like Yanukovych is working against him and is working for the Yushchenko, or going and becomes involved later in the Yushchenko government and is the Euromaidan's queen. She's saying, even from her own biased perspective, it does not look like the Yanukovych government funded this. But then like what's the evidence? So what she's saying that like bullets had handwriting on them saying, by the way, this came from the protesters? Not a literal handwriting. I think she was saying that the style of the bullet or whatever. I don't know. But that's her testimony. So I'm
there
not
was
sure.
vague, nebulous evidence that this was fired from.
Yeah, if you want, I'm curious. Like, so I like
pro-Russian gun.
Like, link me the thing if you want. Like, a bullet is a bullet. Like, I don't think you can tell what gun a bullet came from. I'm curious.
Yes, you can. You can absolutely. That's how we find. No, that's how we find murderers in some cases, because the drilling holes of certain guns, you can certainly line those up with individual bullet patterns. So I don't know how she's determined it, but
hold on, like if you have two of the same rifle and they both fire a bullet, I don't know if you can tell like which rifle the bullet came from.
I actually think that you can. That's how we're able to determine a lot of homicides. But Olga Bogomets.
Okay.
Where is she? Well, I'll have to find it.
Yeah, if you can read me her thing, I'm curious on what.
There are people yelling at Destiny saying that ballistics exist. And ballistics
doesn't refer to going to a CIA lab and pushing a button and scanning it and saying it came from, like, a ballistic is going to measure, like, when we talk about ballistics, we're measuring all sorts of different things when we talk about that. I know that there are striations where certain rifles can mark a certain bullet, but I don't know if that's, like, individually unique from, like will two AK-47s always produce, like, a 100% traceable, unique, different bullet? I don't know if that's the case or not.
Moreover, you're not going to be able to prove ideology of the person shooting it, right?
Well, if you can get both guns and know who had both guns, possibly, but...
Possibly, yeah.
There are a lot of guns.
But I'd be curious to see what her testimony says, because like you can literally watch, like I said, like in this article I linked, that you can watch the video between like 4 different places. You can see very, very clearly that a police officer is shooting at and killing a protester. Like there's not really much left up for interpretation.
Oh, I've seen it.
Wait, then what's the disagreement?
The disagreement is who were the snipers?
Well, but they were police. They were police in police uniforms with police officers in.
But were they state sponsored? Were they from the Yanukovych regime?
Yeah, they were wearing the police
from
uniforms and everything. Unless, do we really think that like somehow like protesters like snuck in?
Well, from what was it from the Yushchenko regime?
Yeah, they were wearing the police uniforms. Yeah, unless.
But hang on, because the Yushchenko, it was blamed on the Yanukovych regime, but she's saying as part of the Yushchenko, not in favor of the Yanukovych regime, that she says it looks like it is not part. Even though she was against the Yanukovych regime, she's saying, and I posted in the Baltic Times, I think this is that, that she did not think it looked like it came from the previous regime.
Okay, let me read this real quick. Okay, hold on.
Sure.
Estonian, blah, 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 foreign committee chairman, blah, blah, blah. So on March 5th, the phone call recording. Yeah. It's linked to YouTube.
If we skip down to says like Olga, and this was in her call with Minister Piet.
Okay, a phone call recording was leaked to YouTube on Wednesday, where Foreign Minister Pate speaks of his recent visit to Ukraine with Ashton, where Pate notes that the snipers who killed people in Kiev could have been commissioned by the new coalition. Pate cites in the phone call that took place on February 26 citizen activist Olga Bogomolets, who told Pate that the same snipers shot in Maidan both the Ukrainian police forces and rebels. Olga said that all evidence suggests that the snipers who shot the policemen and people were the same, said Pate. She showed me photos also and said that as a medical expert, she can say it is the same signature. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that...
Well, like... I'm just reporting this is the data that she presented. And she's,
well,
again,
that's not data. This is like a part of a phone. This is literally hearsay. Like, he's reporting on something that somebody else said where they said she saw photos. Like,
sure, it's hearsay, but Pate is saying that she showed him medical evidence, right?
I don't know if
that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not, but she's saying
just initially we were saying that she was doing autopsies and like ballistics analysis, and now we're at she showed me photos and said as a medical expert.
I believe she did, and she is a medical doctor.
Sure, but like, was she actually performing autopsies here, or?
I believe so. I could be wrong, but it's hard to tell in some of these instances. That's what she claims.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sure. Like, I mean, like, I'm pretty confident, or I'm 100% confident that Yanukovych's police were shooting at protesters. Pretty sure that's why he ran away from the country, because he knew that if he stayed, he was going to get fucked for making the orders.
Yeah.
No, what?
I mean, very, very possible, but it's interesting that this person who is not in favor of Yanukovych.
You're harping on that a lot. That doesn't mean anything. They could have a million different motivations, or they could just be wrong, right? Like, I can't just show you something like, oh, look, this person is motivated not to do a thing, so therefore it must be true. This is like this. It's like learning how to tell like a level 1 lie, where you're like, oh, yesterday the reason why I ran away from you at the restaurant, it's not because I was cheating on you, it's because I pooped myself, and you know I'm telling you the truth because like why would I ever admit to something so embarrassing? LOL. Like, that's not like that. Saying that they're not like ideologically predisposed in one way or another is not evidence that their testimony or analysis is good or valid, right? It has nothing to do with it.
I actually agree 100%.
Sure.
So yeah, I'd agree with that. I do think it's strange. I think it's unusual that this person who is and not just somebody who is like against the Yanukovych regime, who is very outspokenly against the Yanukovych regime, and she determines from her medical analysis that it was not attributable to the Yanukovych regime. We've all seen no, maybe not we've all, but I've seen the video also of the snipers out just killing people in the streets of Euromaidan. So that the fact that it happened is unquestionable, but who was paying for and who was saying that the snipers is a question.
To make such a claim, you must give me evidence linking a given bullet, which caused a given wound, to a given gun, to a given person, to a given organization. That's 4 steps. You haven't done any of those. You've just cited one person who said something.
And it also seems like as well that like so if you're going to do this analysis, I'm just reading because I'm not aware of this. Apparently, it is possible. It might be possible to match a specific bullet literally to a specific, not even a model rifle, to a specific rifle, but you need you have to recover the original rifle and the bullet has to
I
be
think you
recovered
would.
intact. Well, did anybody get the rifles from the snipers? Is that a thing?
No, I don't believe she did. So
well, then
again,
how can
this
she even
is,
know this, right?
Is a question. Again, with a lot of this stuff, I'm providing the evidence that I've been able to find where I think that it raises questions. However, with a lot of this stuff, as we've said repeatedly, is that you're talking about fog of war and you're talking about countries that are highly...
Well, sure, but again, there is no fog of war when it comes to police officers shooting protesters. There's like tons of people.
Yes,
There's not.
yes,
We've got
there was
video.
during the Ramadan.
It's 2014. Everybody has cell phones taking videos of everything. There is no fog of war. We can see security footage camera of the police officers in their distinct little yellow uniforms shooting. We can look at 100 other videos in the area, measure the sound and everything to figure out like who was standing where, what was shot when, and then we can see a protester fall to the ground and then look at the autopsy report and go like, that bullet came from that police officer behind that barricade in that uniform at that specific point of time, and it hit that protester that you can see in like 7 different cell phone videos. Absolutely, like it's like inarguable. Like I'm going to take that evidence over Olga said in a call maybe to somebody that she saw a picture of a guy and she knows that the bullet came from a sniper ordered by the
It's in a call to Estonian Foreign Minister Urmas Paet and chief of EU Foreign Affairs Catherine Ashton that she said this.
She might have said it, but it sounds like, I don't even know if she did an autopsy. It definitely sounds like she didn't recover an untouched bullet, and it definitely sounds like she didn't recover a rifle that it came from. So I don't care like her, at this point, her qualifications need to be divine in order to actually sustain anything she said. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine then. Okay, let's put it that way. Let's say that we cannot. Well, then what's the evidence that it was definitely the Yanukovych regime?
I linked you a thing. You can look at we can watch the videos if you want. Like you can see the bullets coming
I've
from.
Seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I've seen it, but where's the evidence that was Yanukovych rather than Yushchenko?
Because Yanukovych was the one who was in charge of those police at the time. They were literally like his special guard.
But Yushchenko was coming in at the same time.
Pardon me.
Wait, no, hold on. I might be wrong. I don't think Yushchenko wasn't coming in until Yanukovych fled the country.
Because it was during the Euromaidan. This happens during the Euromaidan, where they are overthrowing Yanukovych and Yushchenko is going to come into power.
That is not true.
Yeah.
The Euromaidan was not overthrowing Yanukovych. The Euromaidan was a long series of protests that were happening for months and months. The revolution didn't happen until
2013 in December up until about May of 2014.
Yanukovych isn't ousted until there's like 100 people killed over the course of a few days.
February, yeah.
Where protesters are being shot and killed. Right? That's when he left. So Euromaidan wasn't all about trying to overthrow or kick him out. There were a few days, I think there are names for these, but there were a few days where the violence escalated to massive levels, and then police were shooting on protesters and people realized it. That's when Yanukovych left.
Well, certainly because that was a terrible look. And if you're Yanukovych, let's put it to this kind of perception. If you are Yanukovych and you are being overthrown, essentially,
he wasn't being overthrown, though. There were just a lot of protests. Nobody was talking about overthrowing him. He fled the country. That's why he got quote unquote overthrown.
That was the desire of the Euromaidan.
No, absolutely not.
What do you think? What was the point of the Euromaidan then?
They were protesting huge corruption in Ukraine, and they were protesting
including the election of Yanukovych.
No, I don't think that election was disputed. There was an earlier one in 2004. No.
It was the 2004, and then he got elected again after that when there was no dispute. But he was.
But the protest, the Euromaidan protests, I don't believe were over the legitimacy of the election. They were.
That was over the legitimacy of him pulling out of a more pro-NATO, pro-EU deal and moving towards Russia. Yes.
That was part of it. Yes, but it wasn't. They didn't say that he was like an illegitimate leader. Sure. That like the election was fake. I don't think he would have been. I don't think he would have been ousted. Like maybe, I mean maybe, but like it's hard to say. But the reason why he fled was because of the cops shooting at people. That's why he fled the country. Because the Euromaidan had been going on, like you said, for months.
It had been, but
Like, why did he flee when he fled? What happened?
After the snipers, the snipers, you know.
So that's when he fled. So, but the protests have been happening for months and months and months, right? So he only fled because police were shooting at protesters, and then with that level of violence was like unseen, I think, across like most of Europe for like an established country. Like,
but if that was something that he just theoretically, if that was something he ordered his government to do, why would he then flee when it happened?
Either because it looked really bad, because the protests got worse and worse, because I mean, I don't know, controlling crowds is hard, and people fuck up sometimes, but
all possible. I think that these are possible.
Well, wait, why do you think he fled?
Because I think it got set up.
But you have literally zero evidence to believe that.
Only Dr. Bolgametz's data.
The Olga girl who you hearsay stuff in a phone call about?
I'm basing it off of her analysis.
No, but you can't even tell me what her analysis was, right? Like, what was her analysis?
Based on what she said to Pate and Ashton.
Yeah, read that. Read what she said. We can go back. We can go and read what she said to them, or what.
She said it was someone from the new coalition, and that this information had been conferred to them based on the findings of Olga Bolgametz, who stated that the bullets used by the snipers had, quote, the same kind of handwriting. It is important to note that Dr. Bolgametz did not appear fond of the Yanukovych regime, as she has not only personally participated in the Euromaidan protests, but encouraged her students to as well. There's evidence of that. Well, it has been reported by some.
I'm reading this Baltic Times article you linked me. What are you reading from?
Oh, my own notes.
Okay, well, hold on, because your own notes. So I'll read what it says here. So it is, quote, Olga said that all evidence suggests that the snipers who shot the policemen and people were the same, end quote, said Pate. Quote, she showed me, I don't know where you're getting handwriting from. Hold on.
She said if you'd like to listen to the entire phone call, it's recorded. So
okay. Well, the other quote is she showed me photos also and said that as a medical expert, she can say that it is the same signature. Signature here doesn't refer to handwriting, right?
Oh, sorry, signature handwriting. Sorry, yeah.
Well, this isn't handwriting. Signature is like a broader term for like a certain type of ballistic thing. You could say, well, look at the signature; it's similar. Like there's a similar exit wounds or
my bad.
Sure. So. But again, I don't. What is the evidence? Like, how could you believe there's nothing?
Well, I don't know. She's the one person that we've heard give any kind of a report on this.
But there's no report. No, we don't have a report. Wait, hold on. When I say hearsay, but the reason why hearsay is bad in a court of law is because hearsay is when somebody says that somebody else said something, and you, as an accused, don't have the opportunity to question that accuser. One of your fundamental rights. Yeah. So right. I don't know what her testimony is, and if it's just like hearsay, I don't know if she believes this or what even like.
Well, no, you're completely correct on that. In that, what we know about Bogolamet's report was as it was repeated to Peyton Ashton in their private phone call. But that's what was told to Jeffrey Pate, or Irmis Pate, I mean. Was that's what she told him. So yeah, that is hearsay. You're correct on that. So I don't know.
I'm just saying, I'm curious, like, is there like an article where she talks about this or anything?
No, it's recorded phone call. That's where this is coming from. No, but the reason I brought this up is because you seemed very convinced that it was definitely the Ukrainian government who had done this, and under the, or maybe the Russian government even. My contention there was that, well, there seems to be some evidence, at least from this one doctor who has a very high position within the Ukrainian government, by the way, who seemed to disagree. That's why I bring it up. Does that make sense?
It's just, yeah, but it's just not.
Well,
it's no evidence. It's like, I can't even disagree with it. It's like, yeah.
Well, yeah, what else are we supposed to do? So you said earlier, though, that you were pretty convinced, or you seemed to be to me, I could have misinterpreted, that you thought that that the Ukrainian government or the Russian government, could you reiterate which one you thought it was?
The Ukrainian government's police were firing on protesters. I know that to be true, 100%.
I agree with. There's no disagreement there.
Okay.
It's who was in command of the Ukrainian police at the time. That's the question.
No, it's not a question. It was Yanukovych, certainly, with certainty.
I mean, again, this is the evidence.
They were protecting him from protesters. That's literally okay. I'm curious because now
you don't have to believe it. I'm just saying that is the evidence to the contrary. If you
so here's I don't know if I have no idea what this website is. Okay, because I'm googling around to try to see if she said.
I don't know either. Ghost Archive. Not sure.
So Olga Bogolemets, I don't know how to pronounce it, said that she had told...
I pronounce it wrong constantly, don't worry.
Sir, she said that she had not told Mr. Pate that policemen and protesters had been killed in the same manner. Quote, myself, I saw only protesters. I do not know the types of wounds suffered by military police, she told The Telegraph. I have no access to those people. So it sounds like she doesn't even...
It's just an archive of a Telegraph article. It's just an article. So that's fine. I'll find this on YouTube real quick.
I'm just reading, so maybe this will disprove me because I'm really here. But so okay, but she said she had asked for a full forensic criminal investigation into the deaths that occurred in the Maidan. Quote, no one who just sees the wounds when treating the victims can make a determination about the types of weapons. I hope international experts and Ukrainian investigators will make a determination of what type of weapons, who was involved in the killings, and how it was done. I have no data to prove anything. I was a doctor helping to save people on the square. There were 15 people killed on the first day by snipers. They were shot directly to the heart, brain, and arteries. There were more than 40 the next day. 12 of them died in my arms. So it sounds like she has no idea about any of this. She just saw people. Yeah.
So I don't know either, but all I'm saying is that this was recorded. I posted the YouTube video that has the entire leaked call between Irma Pate and Catherine Ashton and their discussion on it. So
gotcha. So this is a leaked phone call. So Pate might literally just be misunderstanding what was said. If I'm to look now,
he may be. He's the Estonian PM, so it's possible that he misunderstood. But that's what she told him.
Well, right? We don't know if that's what she. That's what he's saying he heard. That's
what he. Yes, sure. That's what he's saying he heard. So, and a lot of this is going to be hearsay, unfortunately.
No, it's not. Hold on. The analysis, the 3D reconstructions, and the cell phone videos. None of that is hearsay. That's literally direct evidence.
If that exists, that they did 3D reconstructions, yeah,
it does. That's what I like. That was the whole. There's a whole New York Times video you can watch. You can click on the thing.
Okay,
yeah,
I will. Sorry.
No, you're good. I don't like to the equivocation here that the evidence is whatever. No, not even the Ghost Archive. So here's this New York Times thing. Okay. Like you can scroll down. There's like a 3-minute video that you can watch.
Oh, who killed the camp protesters?
Yeah.
All right.
And you can see like a whole 3D reconstruction. You can see them pulling from like 10 or 15 different cell phone videos to like look at the thing. You can see the shots before and after where they came from. Yeah.
That's fine. But the question is, who were they?
They were police. They have their little. They literally wear like little yellow fucking like they're the police. There's not a question about it. What do you mean?
And that can't be manipulated. That can't be someone pretending to look like the police.
No, they're firing from police-controlled areas with other police officers. Unless we literally think that they're like, I would have to write a whole movie script to tell you how this wasn't the police. It would have to be a grand conspiracy to do this.
Oh, I have seen some of this, but I'm not sure. Then I don't know.
Okay, but like now, okay, so I'm gonna push into this a little hard. Okay.
Sure.
Do you see that? It makes me wonder now in your head, because you were very quick to accept a leaked phone call where one man reports that one woman that we don't have any more information on said that.
Well, I looked into her a bunch.
No. When I say more information on, I mean we don't know what her involvement was, and it seems like you weren't aware of that because you thought that she was performing autopsies when she's saying she doesn't have any data at all, right? All she did was she saw people get shot.
I was incorrect about that. You're
sure,
right.
But I mean, but you were quick to believe that. Well, look, this is like decent evidence of something weird is going on. But when I can show you video footage of cops with other cops standing in cop-controlled areas shooting protesters and dying, now it's like, well, I don't know. There could be a lot of stuff going on here. Like this evidence is a million times stronger than the evidence you presented to the contrary. But now we've took a very skeptical position of it. I don't know. It just is a little bit strange to me. But,
it's strange to you that I'm willing to change my position based on evidence.
Well, yeah, because your position went from being pretty sure that something happened on the other end to now being completely undecided. When I feel like the evidence on my side is like a million times stronger.
Oh, but that's why I thought we were having this conversation was because I don't know everything.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, I'm just saying that I feel questionable when people believe certain things sometimes. But yeah, okay, sure.
No. I literally the reason why I thought it would be interesting to discuss this is because most of the other discussions I've had about this topic have been kind of like heavily emotional and not very data based.
Sure.
And I think that's a way. I didn't know about this, so that to me, and I spent 2 months working on the research for this, and I have pages and pages and pages, but I haven't seen that aspect.
Sure.
So I do appreciate that, and it seems to, I'll have to look more into it, but to me it seems to be accurate from what I'm looking at here.
Gotcha.
Also, Aydin, who do you think leaked the phone call?
I don't know. Between Newland and Piat or Ashton and Pate, I don't know who leaked these.
Either
phone
one
calls.
of those.
Well, there might have been. I don't know.
I'm inferring that it was the Russian intelligence.
Yeah, of course.
That's probably the most likely one. The only other thing that I think to bring up then here, and I
those phone calls.
I think actually I wanted to bring up that bit, and you've given me good doubt on the Bologomets bit, because to me that seemed reasonable. but now I've got doubts about it. So, what do you think, though, about the involvement of Hunter Biden in Burisma?
I need to do like a full day if I want to prepare for that conversation. But just like
Okay.
briefly and looking into it, I'd never found like strong evidence that anything wrong happened. It feels like almost every claim is made on like very scant readings of like different email things. Where just like with the Newland calls, people are trying to say like, oh, like Hunter talked about the big man, so that means that Biden literally single-handedly rigged everything, when it could just as easily be read as like, oh, like it sounds like he probably talks to his dad, and his dad probably can pull some strings because he's a fucking vice president, of course. And then like people will say things like oh, why was Hunter Biden even on that board? And it's like, bro, like I'm pretty sure Hunter Biden has served on a ton of different boards from other countries' boards. Like he didn't need to be like a fucking engineer to serve on a board for Burisma or whatever. It's not like yeah. And then I don't think there was any
But
connection whatsoever
why
to
was
that
he
prosecutor.
serving on it at all?
Why was he
Because
what?
within their internal emails, they said basically the reason. But I'm not talking about the big man stuff. They said the reason in the emails was for him to try and work out trade deals, or excuse me, they didn't say that specifically. Was to use his resources and his connections to help out Burisma, which is of course is a Ukrainian energy company.
Mhm.
And to me, and they were paying him $80,000 a month to do that.
Okay.
In a country where the average monthly earning is something like $1,000, right?
Mhm. Sure.
Less, way less.
You're describing like
Yeah.
every single like big corporate board ever.
Sure.
Like I don't know
Sure.
where's the problem or what's the
Well,
bad thing?
Well, my issue is that do you think that Hunter Biden had any again? Well, you kind of explicated it, but I think that Hunter Biden and his involvement with the board on Burisma, specifically an energy company, was evidence of the United States getting involved in a place where it shouldn't have been involved, not directly but indirectly.
Wait, how? What do you mean? Like U.S. people are going to be involved in countries all over the world? What do you mean? Like, are we not allowed to do business in any other country? Like,
To me, it seems like you're taking an extremely poor country and using it as your piggy bank in order to get your son propped up where he gets paid.
wait, so should
80
countries that have
times-
problems not be allowed to hire any foreign person? And you keep bringing up 80
No,
times.
no,
Like
no.
anybody that sits on the board of any massive energy company is probably going to be paid more than the average citizen.
But
I
why
mean,
was he sitting on? What were his qualifications to sit on the board of?
this
an
guy's
energy
literally like
company
a
like Burisma?
fucking Yale law graduate who probably has a ton of diplomatic connections and shit through his father. Like, he sat on other boards in the past. Like, do you think he was unqualified? Like, I mean, we can look up like Hunter
Yeah.
Biden's past dealings. Like,
Yeah, I do
It
think he
wouldn't
was
be Hunter
unqualified.
Biden's dealings. It would be Joe Biden's dealings then. Which is the problem. That's a conflict of interest. Unless Hunter Biden
put it this
himself
way.
goes to...
so in
I don't know,
2008, Biden launched a consultancy company named Seneca Global Advisors that offered to help companies
Yep.
expand into foreign markets.
Yep.
Biden was a partner. Beagles, no. They founded an investment advisory firm, Rosemont Seneca Partners. He also co-founded venture capital firm Eudora Global. He held the position of counsel in the law firm of Boies Schiller Flexner LLP. He was on the board of directors of the World Food Program USA, a 501c3 in Washington.
And what are his qualifications for any of these positions other than being Joe Biden's son?
Do you think? I don't know.
This-
Dude.
this is
Hold on, wait.
nepotism to me.
What is the qualifications?
Just say this is nepotism to me. Do you? I'm
Wait,
shocked
what
you don't see it.
what you say as nepotism. First of all, isn't this guy literally a graduate from Yale Law? So I mean, like, it seems like he's a really...
How did he get into Yale Law?
Okay, wait, hold on. Where are you? So every single Ivy School graduate is now suspect for every single business dealing they did. Wait, what do you mean? What is the what?
That's though. Don't misunderstand me.
Wait, hold on. No,
I
wait. You're alleging grand conspiracy now. Okay, like
Is it?
Aiden is
Yes.
alleging grand conspiracy involving two people. A drug addict
Well,
and
no,
his
but now we're literally saying that like his whole like the only are you saying that like he was a flunky Yale Law, he couldn't do anything, and his dad like got him onto every single one of these boards? People just get paying him money because of like Joe Biden. Like you need to provide evidence of that because you've given me nothing. You're giving me like a trail of breadcrumbs
okay.
with nothing connecting any of them.
Yeah. I can't. Well, no. I would be completely honest. I can't provide you
Like
with evidence.
I'm sure
for
for like if
But-
you're gonna tell me that Joe Biden
Fine.
being his dad benefited him through life to some extent, yeah, of
Yes,
course.
of course it did.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that's
so we
everything.
agree.
Yeah. No, wait. But I'm
To
not
what
gonna say
extent?
that. Yeah, I mean
Is
like
that extent legal? Is that extent morally permissible?
morally permissible. This is how the world works. Of course, if you've got well-connected parents, you're going to be a well-connected child. This is true of every single person throughout all of human history.
I agree. It's
but
true.
like,
It's true of Donald Trump Jr. It's
bad.
Wait, how is it bad? What do you mean it's bad? If I go to hire somebody to sit on my fucking board of a company, like I'm going to be looking at like, you know, what are your connections? Where are you from? Who? Like that's part of why you put people on these boards. Of course, that's expected behavior. Now, if we want to argue that like like everything should be blind and no one should even know the name of the person they're going to hire, I mean, I guess we can do that. But you're talking about a fundamentally different world. What illegal activity happened here?
Illegal?
Yeah, was
Purely
anything
illegal?
illegal here at all?
Probably nothing illegal. No.
Okay, then what's the problem?
If I can use the terminology of the Zoomers, was it some sussy baka shit? A little bit.
Wait, what is sussy baka?
I'm just so happy I got you to say it now.
Like, what do you? Hold on, wait. What do you think boards do?
In terms of what he was specifically hired, it's in the emails between him and
Sure, I'll tell you what I think boards do, and you can tell me if I'm off or not, okay? Because I don't know 100%, but my understanding is that when you hire people for a board, these people are usually literally hired for their connections, because you usually can use them to either acquire more capital. They might have some know-how or knowledge of like for it to serve in an advisory role, or they might be able to connect you with other like people or other groups for not just capital reasons, but for business ventures, for cooperation or whatever. This is why people sit on these boards. They're not on the board to like go down on the ground and be an engineer and run the company. So like in terms of like, well, if I want to hire somebody to sit on my board who's a really well-connected person, the president son, or I'm sorry, it would have been the vice president's son, who also is a Yale grad and also has like history like founding companies and sitting on boards, seems like a pretty good hire, no?
I mean, certainly that would...
How wouldn't that be a conflict of interest between his vice president father and his, you know, business interests?
Where is the conflict of interest?
Well, part of the conflict of interest was the fact that Biden himself was heavily involved in the Euromaidan. Well, not heavily.
He was involved in the Euromaidan? How?
It
He showed up. He showed up
U.S. foreign policy towards Ukraine specifically.
Yes, he showed up physically. He showed support towards it.
Yeah, so Joe Biden, as a representative of like the U.S. government, was being supportive. That like, if we okay, so here for me to believe you, okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna take away. You know, it's not Daddy. It's the vice president of the United States representing U.S. foreign policy, right? It's not like Joe Biden was alone in our support for Ukraine.
No, Yes, he was VP at the time.
Yes.
But he's showing up in Ukraine at these Euromaidan protests. He's also showing up in meetings.
Wait, hold on.
Like,
did he show up to protests, or does he have like meetings with leaders and stuff?
No, he showed up at the protests as well.
Yeah, but I mean, what was the purpose of his trip?
He made several trips to Ukraine, actually.
To do what? To do diplomacy?
Some
like we would expect the vice president to do?
No,
like
some of them, as far as I can tell, were just to show up to show support. But obviously, he was working behind the scenes in terms of figuring out who was supposed to be in charge. Was it supposed to be Olatia Honeybook? Was it supposed to be Vitaly Klitschko? Was it supposed to be... And John Kerry did the same thing, by the way.
But he's not making any plays to install a leader or do anything like that. You can't show me anything like that. Here's... If we want to say that this...
Him and John Kerry meeting with Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Vitaly Klitschko, and Olatia Honeybook does not show that there's any kind of involvement there politically.
Politically, yes, but that's okay. We get politically involved with other countries. That's fine. But there's a difference between political and...
There's a conflict of interest happening. Even if you...
okay, here's what I need to believe you guys. Hold on, to even have this conversation, I'm sorry. I need you to show me multiple videos that you've done criticizing Trump for literally owning massive properties and deals in other countries, who was the president of the United States, for me to believe that you sincerely care about Hunter Biden's like theoretical conflict of interest here. If you can't show me that, I don't believe you really believe this. That full stop there. Do you have those videos?
Do you? We're okay.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you really care about this. Then I think that this is a stretch.
But I do actually really care about it.
I don't believe you do. I think this is a partisan play here.
Now I think you're being unfair.
I don't think so.
I have made
a 2-hour-long video about Trump's.
When I see so many conservatives or Trump supporters like start to go really weird and hard and make all these attacks on Hunter Biden about a conflict of interest, but they've been strangely silent about Trump's massive conflict of interest. That. I
What's
can't
Trump's
believe
massive conflict of interest, if you may?
Owing like was it hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars to other countries, having real estate and properties and deals in other countries that he's supposed to be representing U.S. interests against is a massive conflict of interest.
But didn't he not hand all of that over to his son when he became president?
No.
Yes, most of
People are yelling that Trump
running of the
divested
Trump
from
of the
all his
of the-
stuff when he was president.
Hold on. First of all, Trump did not divest his businesses, number one. Number two, even if he did hand it over to his son, now we've got another Hunter Biden. Like,
Actually, good point.
because
There
he
you go,
literally
good point.
hired him to work in the government too. Hunter Biden wasn't even employed by Joe Biden. Again, it's like 20 times worse. Like anything you can talk to me about Trump and Kushner or anybody else, or Trump Jr. is going to be a million times worse than anything you can try to link Joe and Hunter to.
Well, I'm not sure about that at all. I'm not sure about that at all.
Give me one example.
I'm really not sure about that.
Give me one thing that you think yeah.
The whole Burisma dealing is, I think, incomprehensible. Now,
which part is incomprehensible?
Once you start to get involved in the firing of the prosecutor, Victor Shokin, we already both agreed that Victor Shokin is corrupt. But Biden was pretty clear that he was going to withhold money from Victor Shokin using his power as the vice president to withhold that money from
Why
Ukraine
was
as
Shokin being
a country.
Why was Shokin being pushed out of Ukraine?
Because he was investigating Burisma.
No, okay. You should go and read more about Victor Shokin. That's absolutely no. Hold on. That is absolute. You're so wrong that this conversation can't be productive.
It's Vadim. Yes, it can't.
No. Hold on. This conversation is not productive. If you believe that he was pushed out because of Burisma, yeah. This okay. Is there any other?
No. Please educate me then. Why was Shokin pushed out?
Shokin has a massive track record of corruption in Ukraine. Everybody in Ukraine hated him. Everybody in the EU hated him.
Yes, we talked about this. Yes, I'm aware.
But it wasn't just because he was investigating Burisma. There's a whole history of this guy in Ukraine as being a corrupt prosecutor.
Well, I'm sure that's possible, but according to his own personal documents that he submitted to the courts over Dmitry Firtash, he said that he was fired because of Burisma involvement.
Wow, the guy that was fired for corruption is trying to claim that he was fired because of corruption? That's your evidence?
Look,
really?
Look, I know. I know. I'm just saying. There you go.
Okay.
Well, believe what you want. I'm just saying that's his counter argument.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. There are people that rape kids because they say voices in their head are telling them to do it.
Oh my god, dude, come on.
Wait, you're seriously going to cite to me the guy that everybody knew was corrupt? You're saying that he's saying, well, the other people were corrupt. That's your evidence to the contrary? I
mean, my argument is that I think that everybody pretty much involved in all of this was corrupt. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, do you not agree that the corruption in this is endemic?
I don't think there was anything corrupt about Hunter Biden serving on the board of Burisma. I think he had the qualifications and the connections to serve. It was all declared openly, right, to the U.S. State Department. Like all of these things are filed about, which, by the way, it was not the case with Trump's. Oh God, what was the name of the guy that got? It starts with an M. It's not Manikovich because it's fucking. Got kicked out because he was actually doing unregistered secret dealings with the Ukrainian president at the time. Who am I thinking of? Oh my God, guys, this guy was in Trump's Manafort. Yes. Have you talked anything at all about Manafort, who was doing unregistered activity with the Ukrainian government, who was employed directly by Trump for his party? Because that's another thing that's 50 times worse than what Hunter Biden was doing. But do you have no interest in it?
I mean, that's probably a matter of perspective, but
no, it's not a matter. It's a legal perspective, yeah, and a moral perspective, yeah. I don't know what other perspective you can take besides a political one that makes the Hunter Biden one comparable.
Also, Destiny, say we do condemn everything to do with Trump, right? Would you then consider our position to be consistent and then...
Well, no, at that point, then we could have the start of a good faith conversation. But even at that case, no, even if you did consider...
Wait a minute. Do you think I'm not being good faith?
I think there's a lot of political bias in this conversation, yes.
Wait, do you really think I'm not being good faith?
I don't know if it's intentional, but I think there's a lot of political bias. To make the statement that, the Hunter Biden stuff... Yeah.
Do I have a political bias? Absolutely, I do. I think you also have a political bias.
I disagree, though. But if you show me where I'm being biased or where I'm unequally applying scrutiny, then I'll gladly admit, oh yeah, I'm not being.
I have pretty much submitted to every reasonable critique that you've given me for the last 2.5 hours, and I've done that because I'm acting in good faith.
Sure.
I did not come into this in any way to try and have bad faith. I actually would like to be proven wrong, and this is not me being facetious or
I'm just saying that, like, when you say that, like, Hunter Biden was paid above board, like $80,000 a month on something, right? But you don't bring up the fact that I'm pretty sure at Manafort's trial, I think federal prosecutors were saying this guy got over $60 million while he was working as an unregistered agent of Yanukovych. How do you miss that, but are like fixated on Hunter Biden stuff? That's insane to me. Like Manafort went to federal prison for this stuff. Unless you think all of it was the same and there was just, it was like the deep state that put him in jail or something, like.
Well, I guess then, okay, let's, how about the Hunter Biden laptop stuff? Do you believe that stuff was correct? That was accurate?
In the interest
that's where I'm going to move on to now, because if you're saying like this is all bullshit that I'm
well, it seems like basically there was a laptop left somewhere that had some personal information from Hunter Biden on it. That seems to be true, yeah. But I don't know if anything ever leaked showed some huge wrongdoing. I mean, we got foot job videos of Hunter Biden. We got some personal messages from him and his dad.
Look, I don't give a single fuck about any of his.
Yeah, but I don't know if anything like I feel like I see like the same one or two lines circulated where it's like, let me talk to the big man, and people are like, oh my god, that's evidence right there of corruption. But like that could just be him having a convo with his father. But if you think there was something on the laptop that was like ultra incriminating, I mean, yeah, feel free to tell me.
I think some of his talks with some of the people in charge of one with Burisma and two with Blue Star Strategies. Blue Star Strategies was a firm that was hired by Burisma to basically pick up after Hunter Biden because he made them look worse, even though they ostensibly hired him to make them look better, or not make them look better, but to give them connections, right? And if you don't think there's any problem with that, I can understand that. Wait,
what's the problem? Wait, what's the problem? Wait, what are we saying? That somebody else got hired because Hunter Biden might have fucked up a job. Like, there's nothing illegal here. There's no wrongdoing.
No, I didn't say there was anything illegal there. I'm saying that, like, yeah, the Bidens were, however, benefiting from Hunter's relationship with his father.
Yeah, I imagine every single. Have you ever heard of like the Clintons or the Kennedys? Like every single person benefits from relationships with people. Yeah, of course. Or the Trumps. Like, yeah, of course.
All of those things are bad.
No, they're not necessarily bad. It's how the world works. If you're going to hire somebody to do something, it's going to be somebody that probably has firsthand or at the very least secondhand experience in your field. We can talk about video games if we want, right? Like when you go to or we can talk about real sports, right? Athletic coordinators and defensive quarterback and all these people, like these people that are working on sports teams, oftentimes are people, believe it or not, that are either working on other sports teams or played sports. Like, oh my god, isn't it so corrupt that this NFL like defensive coordinator was also like a a Division I football player, right? Like, yeah, of course it's going to be, or in esports, right? Like, I can't believe this guy is a coach on this team, but he used to be the owner of another team, or this owner of this team was actually a player on that team, or played ladder on this team, or worked for Riot Games. Like, yeah, it's always going to be the case that people that have the most experience in these fields are shuffling around in different companies and whatnot. It's not like you're gonna be like, I want somebody.
I don't think Hunter Biden had very much experience.
But we literally just showed that you were wrong. He's a graduate from Yale Law, and he's had like multiple companies that he's either founded or served on the board of, and he like in the past.
And have you looked at the?
Why wouldn't that be all driven by the same?
You might want to.
Why wouldn't that be driven by the motive of people wanting to get access to his father? It's not his qualifications.
Yeah, even if I say that was the case, a wrong we have not found. Like, people getting access to other people is oftentimes why people sit on boards. Like, that is the case.
That in and of itself is wrong, because it creates a conflict of interest for the...
To show a conflict of... No, the conflict of interest, you have to show me where somebody is either acting improperly or where there's not, like, forewarning given beforehand. Because, like... Can
we at least admit that it's nepotistic? Can we at least admit that Hunter Biden's position...
Yeah, we can say nepotistic, sure. Nepotism is, there's the way that generally all these things work. But nepotism is not illegal or immoral, right?
How isn't it immoral? It might be legal, but it's certainly immoral.
If I want to run a company and I want to hire the best, it's so crazy because I feel like I can't accuse you guys of doing that, although I bet you have. People will say like, affirmative action is wrong. You should always hire the best person for the job all the time. Well, if I want to create a board and I want to have people sitting on that board that can help fundraise me the most money or get me the most connected to, like, say, people in Washington, say I'm doing like an arms, I'm working for a private military company or something, a contractor, I'm probably going to be trying to find people, who sat on like the Senate Intel committees or who sat on the judiciary, military, whatever fucking shit. Like, these are the people that I want to hire because they're going to be
qualification.
What?
Well, sure. Nepotism is okay. It's going to happen.
not gonna-
It's kind of inevitable. But is nepotism good? It's not going to necessarily, and I think on probably very few cases, and I'm a freaking monarchist, produce somebody who is going to be the best actor or the best person in some decision making process. And when you look at the things that happened in Ukraine, that's where I have an issue with Hunter Biden's involvement.
Yeah, but what happened in Ukraine? What do you mean? What things happened in Ukraine?
The fact that he got a hell of a lot of money out of this company.
That's everybody that sits on every huge board ever.
If I may finish though, real quick, is that then when he got investigated, and it wasn't just him, that the prosecutor, who yes also was corrupt, then basically the Ukrainian government got paid $1 billion to fire him.
All of Europe was calling for this guy to get fired. Do you think all of Europe wanted Hunter Biden to succeed on the board of Burisma? Like,
no, but when Joe Biden, his father, is explicitly stating it, then I find it to be suspicious. Yeah.
He was the vice president of the United States. That was part of his job. It was like foreign policy. Just like, but you're telling me like if Obama stated it, you'd feel better about it? Wouldn't you just say, well, look, he's covering for the vice president's son? Wouldn't you be saying the same thing?
Yes, I would.
I would argue that.
So then it doesn't matter
if in Ukraine at all.
Okay, so then no family member of anybody that works in government can work on any foreign jobs anymore. That's like where we're going.
No. Don't misrepresent me.
Okay, Arthur's more honest, so I'm glad Arthur admits it. But yeah, that's essentially what you're saying. You're saying that no person in the U.S. that's related to anybody in government can have any jobs working in foreign countries ever, even if they declare them to the State Department and the other country knows about it and everything. Like that.
Let's say I'm the vice president of the United States and my son is in Ukraine, I can still do business with China on U.S. matters, but I cannot be in Ukraine. That would be my position.
Okay. I mean, that's a position you can take, but I mean, it's not the current position probably of any country in the world. So I mean, as long as we're acknowledging that, yeah.
Maybe so, but why would that be wrong in any situation? And why is the way the world currently works moral?
Because people that are connected and have experience are going to be put on these boards because they're connected and they have experience. That's just always how it works.
You're just mixing having connections with experience.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm not trying to personally tag you, okay? But like when it comes to doing business dealings, sometimes connections are literally the only thing that matters. So here's like a thing that'll blow your mind, okay? If you look at some tech companies and you find that they have people like these random like uber millionaires or billionaires even that sit on their board sometimes, a lot of the time these board members, they don't even fucking do anything. Basically, these companies will get enough people on their board and they can go to other investors and go, hey, yo, like we've got like Peter Thiel or whatever, fucking he sits on a board. Like, do you want to invest in us? Do you want to sit on the board or whatever? Like, people do this. This is just how this shit works. This is how these companies work. But like, I mean,
that's bad. All of that's bad.
Okay, then you want to like fundamentally upend, I guess, like capitalist structures or whatever, which is cool, which is fine. You can
No.
Yes,
that's meritocracy.
No, there is no such thing. Merit. Part of the merit of somebody can literally be the connections they have. If I've got Hunter Biden on my board, I bet that motherfucker can pick up the phone and call almost anybody in Washington that he wants. That's an asset to my company. I don't care if the guy's fucking retarded and a crackhead. Like, I'll hire him to be my board just because I know he can make those phone calls. You can call that like nepotism if you want, but what?
Once he makes the call, that's not nepotism. But if he's like, well, I'm just sitting on this board here, and you make the call, that's your merit, not his.
Wait, what do you mean?
See what I'm saying? Okay. Qualification of Hunter Biden would be him picking up the phone and getting you a bunch of funding, right?
Sure, or being able to do that, yeah.
His existence in and of itself is not merit. Okay?
No, but I mean, like, his existence being connected to his father... using the term merit is nebulous because what is anything for merit, right? Because Aydin literally says it like him graduating from Yale isn't even merit because his dad got on there, right? Is anything merit, like, at that point? I'm just saying that, like...
Whoa. Hang on. Don't completely misrepresent me there. Him being able to get into Yale, probably not based on merit necessarily. I think all of us have to be kind of clear about that whether or not you can get into a certain institution is often based on familial background. If your family is paying into the university, you're considered a what's it called? Legacy. And so you do.
Yeah, but like we don't even know if that's true, right? Like we don't even know if he got into Yale because of.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct on that one, but I would say that generally speaking, when we talk about these powerful families,
but you're saying generally, but like, does Yale law have a limited space? Like, I don't know how many people. Like, when did he get into Yale law? In 1993, could any congressman get or any senator get their son or daughter into Yale just by their thing?
Biden had already been in power for a while, so at that point, I believe. So yeah, I think that's probably because again, what Yale Law in particular wants to do is they want to be able to connect their graduates with certain people and with certain outcomes. That's of course what any institution wants to do. So that's not unusual in any way. They're going to want to do that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's unusual.
Sure, but I'm just curious if this guy was like a dumb fuck that got into Yale because his dad was. I'm just Googling right because I'm curious. A person close to Hunter Biden said that he had strong credentials, including an LSAT score that was around Yale Law's median.
Yeah, what's his LSAT? I'd love to see his LSAT.
Well, supposedly he was around Yale Law's median for getting into Yale Law. At Yale, he earned editing positions on 2 law journals for receiving his degree in 1996. Like,
in that case, the Yale qualification is fine.
Destiny, like you're obviously a smart guy. You know that, like, just because there are certain criteria that are listed on the university's webpage doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to all individuals of certain levels of power, right?
Sure, I'm sure there are some people, but I'm saying the problem was that when I started listing his qualifications, you were saying that even graduating Yale Law doesn't count because he only got in because of his dad. And I'm like, okay, well, at this point, I literally can't show you anything.
If I was that dismissive, then I should.
Okay, sure, that's fine. But I'm saying at that point, I can't give you any because I can say, well, look, he graduated at the top of his class in high school, and you go, well, of course he did. His dad was, bought him private tutoring. It's like, okay, well, he was the best little league soccer player ever. And you're like, well, of course, his dad probably paid for a martial arts coach to teach him Shaolin fucking soccer. Like, and I can't tell you anything at that point because you're going to tell me that like everything is like fucked. Like, there's nothing I can say, right?
You might have come off this way, but this isn't the claim we are making.
Sure, okay, that's fine. I don't know where we're at right now. We're in a rabbit hole.
I think we have fallen down a weird rabbit hole of Hunter Biden, which is it was the end point because that's kind of where we come up to the end of the Ukraine, up until it becomes too modern, in which case I don't feel comfortable talking about anything that's happened in the last like 2 years because there's too much fog of war, there's too much, particularly in the last 6 months, right? Where I don't. 4 months in particular.
I don't know what it means when you say there's too much fog of war. I don't know what you mean by that.
In the last 4 months, I don't feel comfortable talking about anything that's happening right now as a definitive, because there is propaganda happening on every single side.
But no, wait, but we can talk about some things differently, right? Like I can show you where Russian troops are, but I can't point to like the ghost of Kiev, right? We can't say that it's all equally foggiest.
Well, the reason I don't make videos on it is because the reason I don't make videos on that kind of stuff is because it changes too rapidly. That's why. If you'd like to talk about it currently on the stream, that's fine. But that's why I haven't made a video and why I haven't done extensive research on what's happening this second.
Okay.
But that's more because things change very quickly during warfare.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, of course.
So why I mostly focus on things going up into 2014 or 2016 is because that's the era where we can kind of look at things. And even then, there's corruption here, so it's difficult to isolate. So,
okay.
I don't know.
Wait, I just want to ask one, I'm going to 9-8 graph. If you think that nepotism is immoral, how can you be a monarchist?
So, I didn't say nepotism was immoral. I said nepotism is supposed to be a problem. Arthur, my friend here, said nepotism is immoral. What I think is
I'm not a monarchist, so I'm fine.
Overt and honest. If you're going to be nepotistic, be overt that you're nepotistic, right? Which is going to be the case in a monarchic system. So in a monarchic system, we know that nepotism is going to be the case, right? That's the difference. In monarchic systems, we know nepotism is involved. In a democratic system, nepotism is not supposed to be involved. Does that make sense?
Yep.
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
What?
How does knowledge of nepotism make it moral?
Well, because she's saying that in our current system, nepotism isn't the expectation, right? It would be like if you go, like, let's say that like you're in a room and somebody walks up and like starts touching your boob. We would say that that's immoral. But if you were in like a BDSM club where you sign a form to go in first, well, now it's not immoral because the expectation has changed, right? So in a monarchy, there's an expectation. What?
I don't see how that's analogous.
It's analogous because in a monarchy, nepotism is the expectation.
It is analogous.
Right?
If you're involved in a system where this is the agreed upon system, I mean that's kind of an extreme. But I think that's not an unfair analogy.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Analogy. To make it a little more clear, why is nepotism a good thing? And therefore, why is expectation of it justifying it being
In a
good.
monarchic system, I can tell you why. I can tell you in a monarchic system why nepotism is a good thing, and that's because you own the state, and that's because you want to train the next generation to own the state as well and to protect
So,
it. But that's
are you
different from a
monarchist, man?
democratic system where you're not supposed to train your progeny to own the state because they're not supposed to. Inherent, and they often do. We have dynasties in the United States of democratically elected leaders who children become democratically elected leaders and so on for generations. So these are different things. But look, I know that monarchy is a
Both of them are bad.
I know, and trust me, I'm sure your chat is having a big fucking lol. But and I understand why it is a big fucking lol. But the monarchic system is just it's a way of trying to figure out how do we solve the problems that we're seeing with republicanism and democracy. And of course, I'm sure as you're aware, Destiny, Aristotle described all governments as moving in a cycle, where monarchy it comes out of despotism and then into democracy. And I think that we're moving into despotism. You probably don't agree, but I'd like your opinion.
I don't even know what the fuck despotism is. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Really? A despot's like a tyrant.
I don't like when you say. What do you mean by this? Like,
okay,
are you saying
so
that like we're moving to like an authoritarian regime, or that like there's too much power in the executive branch, or that society is gonna fall apart? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, that's what I'm asking.
Again, this is Aristotle's political theory. He thinks that all politic moves in a cycle, and it starts with despotism, which is tyranny. But then kingship, also monarchy, can also be considered tyranny under Aristotle's comprehension. And then it moves into a few rulers under aristocracy and oligarchy, and then into many rulers, which is polity and democracy. But he believes that these things always fall, so that after the fall of democracy, and I'm not Tim pulling you, okay? Like, I'm not gonna go like, we're about to have a civil war. But if we were to ascribe to Aristotle's idea, I don't know if he's correct or not, is that after democracy will come despotism again. And that will turn into monarchy, which will turn into aristocracy and oligarchy, which will turn into polity and democracy. Right? He thinks, at least in his perspective, he thought these things came in cycles.
Sure. I don't know if that's true. I don't have the historical basis to know if that's true. But I mean, if it is, then I guess we'll see it happen, huh?
We'll have to see. My issues with democracy is that I do not think that democracy actually allows for maximization of human freedom. And that's why I came to reject democracy.
Okay.
Very insightful.
Well, it's a totally different. We talked about discussing monarchy, and I think your response was kind of that's hilarious as a concept.
Well, it's just more just like it's so theoretical. It's hard for me to even imagine what it could look like in the United States. So,
to be fair, same for me. It's a pure theoretical and philosophical mindset more than it is realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would agree with you there.
Yeah, not to say that there's like it. I just typically don't discuss things like that, just personally. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. But okay. Why? Well, okay. I was gonna say why monarchy over anything else, but I guess probably because you think that does help maximize good more than any other system. I'm guessing.
Well, I think it maximizes. For me, it maximizes individual liberty, and that's for me as a libertarian. That's what matters.
Okay, I'll ask. I'll buy it. Why would monarchies maximize individual liberty more than...
The reason why I think so is because...
Down the rabbit hole we go.
Yeah, there's down the rabbit hole. The reason why I think that it maximizes individual liberty over democratic or republican systems is that under democratic and republican systems, you have this back and forth of one side or multiple sides. Whoever gets control of power, they hold control of power for a certain period of time. And one of the things that seems to be endemic when one side of a political disagreement holds power is that they abuse the other side. And right now we're seeing that. You could say it in any way. For example, I'm sure that I know that you lean further to the left, so I don't know what your opinion is on the abortion debate specifically, but I would have a guess. And
I'm
I would
pro-choice,
think that,
yeah, but yeah.
Well, I'm also I'm
You're pro-life at this point, Aydin.
Yeah, but I'm safe, legal, and rare, and I would call myself pro-life, but it's more because of I don't like the way that it's been expanded. That being said, when these things go back and forth, basically what happens is that when the Democrats are let's just talk about the United States. When the Democrats are in power, they're able to enact, although again it's not working right now very much in this Roe v. Wade stuff. They're able to enact some of their beliefs on people who do not want them to be enacted upon them. And when the Republicans are in power, they're able to enact beliefs that Democrats do not want to be enacted upon them. This back and forth psychologically, inevitably, leads to what I can only describe as increased intergroup animosity, right? People hate each other because of this.
Can I, just because I know where we're headed with this, so I'm just going to ask one question and then you can incorporate this in your answer. Could this not exact same type of animosity occur in a monarchy where you've got some people that support the monarchy, some people that don't support the monarchy, and then people fight over that? Is that not possible?
Or even a specific dynasty?
Of course, it's possible. The difference is that when you have a monarchic system, this is, again, the works that I'm citing from here are going to be like Hayek and Erich von Kuhnert-Lenin, most specifically Erich von Kuhnert-Lenin, who I highly suggest reading. His entire main book on this is available for free on the Mises Institute. Probably not your favorite, but if you'd like to read the book on understanding monarchy, Erich von Kuhnert-Lenin's book is inspirational, I believe.
Okay.
So the problem here, though, is that when you with democracy versus monarchy, with democracy systems, this change happens very, very quickly. And it's one side abusing the other side, and then the other side abusing back and forth. These are not, I think, good ways for society to function. I think it's unhealthy longitudinally for one side to be like, I'm going to abuse you, and the other side to go, no, now it's my chance to abuse you. I don't think that's healthy. Would you agree?
No. I would say that the natural tension that exists between peoples that is expressed through the government kind of ebbing and flowing back and forth is an okay thing.
Do you think that the Democrats and Republicans abuse each other back and forth, though?
Abuse each other?
Via legislation, yes.
I guess if you call, like, trying to legislate things people disagree with abusive, sure.
That's how I see it. And I don't think that that's a good way for society to... operate.
Sure, but I mean, I could say that like a monarchy is infinitely, or theoretically infinitely abusive towards all of their subjects as well, no?
Why would a monarchy be, why would a monarch be incentivized to abuse their subject?
Because they have in history. If you are citing historical examples,
Arthur, I know your answer.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
Well, the answer would be because they're not beholden to their subjects. In democracy,
Why?
you can, because there's no way to hold a monarch accountable short of violent revolution.
Yes, but how do you hold a democracy actually accountable outside of violent revolution if the democracy becomes incredibly corrupt?
Because we can vote people out.
But what if the democracy becomes corrupt? Much as
Then it turns into a monarchy or something, right? But I mean, like in the United States, if we don't like people, we can vote them out, right?
If a democracy becomes corrupt, then what do you do? It's always time for guillotines, right?
Sure, but the time for guillotine in a monarchy comes way, way, way sooner than the time for guillotine in a democracy. Because in a monarchy, it's basically the only way to hold the monarch accountable is through killing people, right?
So I would agree, but I would suggest that actually, if we look at the history of humanity, that the time period that it takes for a monarchy to collapse into utter corruption is far longer than a democracy. Now, it's almost impossible for us to relate that historical time period to modern history, right? Because people did not have the freedom, they did not have the liberty that they have now to be able to make these kinds of decisions. So, however, what I think is that I do think it's possible that monarchy is a more preferable longitudinal situation, or longitudinal
is there like,
answer
well, I mean, like
to the issues we
in the
find
modern
democracy.
age, like have we seen like long-term stable monarchies? Do these even exist?
Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Monaco.
Don't care. Tiny nations. Extremely.
They're the richest nations on earth.
Yeah, but rich because of their size. Also, hold on. If I go, do these places not have parliamentary systems at all? Are
They are
like-
parliamentary systems, yes they are.
Wait, so then is the monarchy actually doing anything?
Arguable.
Well, okay. But like we wouldn't consider
But,
like the
hang
British
on, hang
system.
on.
Wait, hold on. The British system, we wouldn't consider that a monarchy, would we?
No, I would not.
Okay.
I want to be clear about something here.
Sure.
Through this entire debate, I wouldn't consider it a debate. I consider it a discussion.
Sure.
But I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to do anything weird here. I'm just having
Is changing my
open
mind
discussion.
something weird? But
No.
sure, I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I thought this was just a pleasant discussion. So I often don't have extremely hard positions on some of this stuff. I am very pro-monarchy. But just because I'm very pro-monarchy doesn't mean that I think that it's an ideal system of government. And in fact, something I talk about very often is that there is no ideal system of government. So instead what we're doing, or from me trying to look into monarchy as a possible position, is to figure out how do we maximize individual liberty. Now, if you have a monarch who's in charge of the system, then you're not going to have these quick changes. For the most part, it can happen when the monarch dies, obviously, that are going to knock out people or beliefs that can be easily changed. And if you do such a thing, I think they can be violently overthrown. And that's always, really, I think one of the problems with democracy is that the fear of violent retaliation is gone, and it should not be.
Well, because we can still vote people out. Our democracy is still functioning. Like, why would...
Because I think having the option of violence need to be always present.
I mean, it's there. We still have guns, right?
Well, some states.
Wait, what state are you not allowed to own like rifles and shit? I'm pretty sure you can in every state in the United States.
Yes, rifles, but comparatively to the United States government's power, you know what I mean?
No, what do you mean? What do I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Comparatively to the power of the United States military, the average person, even if they've got a lot of weapons, is minimal.
I think if the United States people have learned one thing throughout all of human history, it's that a well-armed population is incredibly difficult to overcome. It's not like agree. Yeah. So I mean, it's not like the United States government is going to beat the population because they've got a better military, which is true. But having every citizen armed, that's a pretty difficult thing for anybody to overcome, regardless of armaments. Otherwise, we would have stumped Vietnam, and we would have trashed Afghanistan and Iraq instantly. We wouldn't have been there for 20 years, right? Like
precisely.
Like Ukraine right now. The people are armed, and the Russian military can do shit.
Well, the Russian military also seems like it sucks ass, but yeah, I mean, like there's.
I'm astonished at how seemingly. Completely just not qualified the Russian military is, or not prepared. That has shocked me a little bit.
I think it shocked everybody.
Yeah. Anywho, my monarchy situation or monarchy position is just a complete personal opinion. It's mostly theoretical and philosophical. It's not practical in any way. So if people are like, if people are hearing that from your chat and are not happy, it is a theoretical and philosophical position, not a practical one. But again, I would highly recommend reading Erich von Kuno Lenin's treatise on it. I think that it explains much of what I'm describing here of why a monarch might be, and I can explain it in further detail if necessary.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, anything else?
No, I think we've kind of come to a head here. I don't know if we've agreed on anything.
Probably not, but I mean, that's probably to be expected, right?
However, I did think it was, look, I learned things that I didn't know. So that was good for me. And I hope that because I know that I did give you some some new documents. Maybe not the Olga Bologomets one, but regardless, that you may not have been aware of. So okay. I'm hoping it was mutually beneficial.
It was a fun conversation.
Although
okay.
I think it was fun. How about that?
Sure. Okay.
And by the way, I really do appreciate you coming on and talking to me. Because our last conversation was not productive at all. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, a long time ago, yeah.
But 5 years ago, man.
True.
But I wanted to say that things don't last that long,
Yeah.
And I do really appreciate it, Destiny. It's been very nice to have you on.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. It was a fun conversation, even though we disagree on a lot. But yeah, all right. Have fun. Stay safe.
That's just the way of things. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, have fun. We'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Jeez. Destiny, she was in the 2021 Destiny Awards. Last time we spoke was last year. Did I speak to her last year over something? Is that true? Okay. Jeez, that was a lot of information. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I got shit going on. I don't think she was bad faith. I think she just has like certain media that she reads, or because it seemed like her and that Arthur guy, it seemed like they were willing to make statements about things. I was surprised that like I didn't have to do all the work in that conversation. They would bring up things that was damaging to their side, which makes me think they weren't like total like bad faith horrible people, which was, I don't want to say it surprised me like I expected it, but like I was surprised at how much they were willing to admit that I didn't have to fight against. So yeah, I don't think either of them were like horrible bad faith people. They just, I think, consume certain media is what I would say. Yeah. Was she the one that showed the Hunter Biden pics on the phone and got me banned? No, that was another. I don't. What is this guy? Elite Ripper. Are there new enemies in this game? I think there are. Jesus Christ. Should I try to kill this dude? 1920. He's so much life. Would you say they're in a bubble? Haha, true and good one and based. Can you please cancel my Twitch subscription? No, I have no control over that, my dude. Minus thrifty. Wait, am I taking damage here for something? No. I think they hit one of my houses. Oh my god, they did. Just saw everything everywhere all at once and it was pretty good. Yeah, oh. I'm hungry as fuck. Hold on, 1 second. I'll let Donuts play while I see what we're doing for food.
I'm already Tracer.
Stephen, I woke up today as candidate for the highest office in the land. I promise you, if you vote for me, I will annex a land corridor to Baja California and unite the Mexicans. For too many years, the Californias have been separated. A tragedy. I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as Linux is in fact GNU/Linux, whereas I've recently taken to calling it GNU plus Linux. Linux is not an operating system unto itself, but rather another free component of the whole.
Olga Bogomolets told reporters that she did not tell Peter about the killings on both sides because she did not see the slain police officers. Destiny, you are so biased. That's Russian company that posted all those things on social media was not linked to the Russian, nor was Guccifer. What's crazier? Libertarian monarchy or the levels?
Okay, I don't know the gorilla people, the gorilla mind people. I'm like 85% sure.
Pro tip. She quoted from Mises. Her monarchy position is coming from an cap called Hans Hermann Hoppe. Dude praises monarchy as superior to democracy.
I'm like 85% sure that they use casein protein in their protein shit. It's not all whey, because that shit is thicker than a motherfucker. I cannot drink casein protein. I cannot do it. It is the most difficult experience. Ugh. Okay. What are we doing? Destiny's. Ba-dum. It says on the nutrition label they use a mix of whey and casein. Oh, does it say it? I tried to look around the thing for they did, but... Don't you have a blender? It doesn't matter. Casein will never drink well. Okay. Casein has a better absorption profile. It doesn't matter. Fuck you. Actor from the show Succession super glues himself to Starbucks counter in protest of their extra charge for vegan milk. Really? Talk about soy. Jesus. Ooh. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I'm here. Wait, do any of you guys go to Dartmouth? Are you guys
Monarchy
gonna...
is stable because you can violently overthrow an oppressive monarch and instate a new one, sustaining the monarchical system.
Are any of you guys gonna be there, or is it just gonna be me on my own?
Actually, my queen's voice is a bit hoarse, so I answer this one. I bench 405 pounds and deadlift 800, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Precisely.
Wow, good one. What happened to yesterday's VOD? I don't know, dude. Sometimes YouTube shit gets omega copyrighted. And when that happens, no fun allowed. Oh, this guy's just here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with him. One hour, 40 minutes away from me, not going to Dartmouth. Fuck you, loser. Okay, we moved a lot. Are you serious? The British guy really hated you. He should talk to you while you're AFK. The Arthur guy? Wait, no way. How could he shit talk me while I'm AFK when he was so nice when I was there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not that guy? Oh, some other dude?
I'll be there.
Oof. This is gonna be a rough round. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, okay. Okay. We're still alive. Talk about Kendrick's new song? I listened to it. It was... Bro, are you serious?
Hello, Destiny. I was introduced to the Daliban by my brother Matthew. Is that a W, brother?
I don't know. I really like the way that his face changed into all the different types of black people, guys. Wait, Jesus, hold on one second.
Going Amsterdam next month. Should I do MDMA or psychedelics? Never tried latter. Always enjoyed former. It's a party trip, so maybe psych's not worth.
Listen, fuck psychedelics. Just do MDMA all day, every day, okay? Be based. Return to monk. I have no fucking mana. Are you serious? Nice. Okay. Hold on. People in her Discord are saying I was being bad faith. How the fuck was I being bad faith? Was Amsterdam in the Wire a good idea? I mean, it was an interesting idea. The only thing I think was when you said there could be no more productive conversation. Truly, the prosecutor was fired because he was looking at 100 byte. Well, that's like I don't think like I wanted to do a with Rob a Burisma debate at some point because there's a lot of weird shit that gets said about like Hunter Biden and Burisma. People were saying that prosecutor Shokin was fired just for looking into the Burisma shit, but like this guy was like universally panned across all of Europe. Like everybody thought this guy was a hella corrupt prosecutor. The idea that he literally just got fired to protect Hunter Biden and Burisma, like I don't think any of the timelines even make sense for that claim, and the it's just totally baseless. Like I don't know. Maybe someday we'll do like a bunch of digging through that. If I feel like there's gonna be like a convo coming up about it, but. Proof? Please provide proof. Wait, of what? You might have a convo between Mr. and Glink, or are you taking part? Oh, I'm moderating a convo between them. Let me see. Bum, bum, bum. When's the manifesto? You know what? It's it's still being worked on, guys. Man, is it being worked on? Man, it is definitely being worked on. What else can I say besides, you know, it's being worked on? What else is there to say? Have do like Black Midi, and if so, have you listened to their new song? Do I like Black Midi? I think so. I've got a few of their songs on my playlist. I haven't heard their new song though.
What movie would you suggest that hasn't made it on the DGG movie list yet? Everything, everywhere, all at once excluded.
Why is it actually taking so long? Initially it was because there was a lot of material to go through, but I've done most of the hard stuff now. Now it's just, I just don't have very much free time to like write. I figured that I would just write in all my free time, but I noticed I don't have very much free time. I need to like take time off streaming and just start writing shit. That's what I should be doing, but I have like more flights coming up soon. I'm pretty sure by the time I get back from Dartmouth, I'm pretty sure I'll be good to go on it. I might announce it while I'm out of town. We'll see. Bro, are you guys serious? I'm getting cucked hard here. Wait, I'm getting cucked super hard here. Holy shit. Is it actually still relevant? Yeah, I think so. Remember, I don't make these things to like, I need to fight somebody right now about a particular thing. I usually make these things just because I want like a clear accounting of the record and to get a whole bunch of things out like in an official video format. Like that's why I make these things. It's not like I'm trying to like counter something very fast or like, oh no, your positions on trans stuff or stuff relating to Vosh or ban are totally irrelevant now. Like I don't think that's ever going to be the case. Answer the movie, don't know. What was the movie, don't know? Who you're moderating the abortion debate between? Oh, I don't know. That not Ben Shapiro. Something Shapiro? He was the presuppositionalist guy and some other dude. I just got asked to do it. If I get asked, I'll probably say yes, so fuck it. Really? Okay, good luck. Do you think after Twitch cancellation people are being more conciliatory, or is it due to a change of approach? Who's being, like, in debates against me, or what do you mean? Bro.
Steven.
What?
You should release the manifesto only to your friends, super followers. Put on a belt like Dan and make decisions like a wealthy man.
True. Have you heard of boy flux trans? I don't know what the fuck that means. Should I know what that means? Fuentes in shambles. Answer the movie question. Wait, oh. What movie would you suggest that hasn't made on Digi movie list yet? I don't fucking know, dude. Whatever you guys want to watch.
To be just really honest with you, okay? Nick Fuentes is just a little tedious, unbearable person, okay? NJP is stupid and ugly, all right? There it is. I'm gonna be just really honest.
Okay. Did Nick Rakita respond? Yes, he did. That's gonna be a whew. Whew. That's gonna be a whew, spicy one. A spicy meatball. A spicy meatball of a debate. Pisco will find himself more challenged than he's ever been, ever. In DGG or history. Will he be able to handle the heat? Does Nick have your IP since you streamed on Cozy? I don't know, probably. It's not that hard to get a person's IP address. What do you think of adult grooming? Adult grooming is a term that exists. People join cults all the time, and it's not because they always believe those things. Someone can see a weakness in you and exploit it under the age. I mean, like, theoretically, I guess. I don't know if I'd call it grooming at that point, right?
Steven, I demand you unignore Aiken. He promises not to say anything bad about League gameplay again. If you do not, I will activate the YE sleeper cells in chat. Bonus meme power.
2 dodges? Oh, 4 action points wasted. Nice. I'll think about it. Isn't grooming a non-pejorative used to refer to successors? I mean, it can be non-pejorative. Like, oh yeah, he was groomed for leadership or something. Although, if I see it on Twitter, it's almost always being used in pejorative. That's typically what people are talking about. Let's watch the Brittany and Lauren video. Do you want to? Somebody link it to me, I guess. Can we... Wait, hold on. /vote. Brittany and Lauren video. Yes or no? What? Stop! We don't use that word here anymore. Oh my god. The 2 most triggering people for my chat. How many Reddit threads will be created about this conversation?
Oh, but I'm trying to get...
Oh my god. I can already feel the effort post being typed up right now in my stream, or in my Reddit. Have I connected all my internet friends yet? Or who else needs to talk to each other? We've got Brittany, Lauren, MrGlinkMrGirl. Who else? Does Abba count? I don't know if I've drawn him into my degenerate world enough yet. An Abba-Lauren combo could be really funny. Do you think my family should be in your country? Oh shit! That would be spicy. Oh, Adam kind of from Your Movie Sucks, maybe. Oh, Fuentes? He's kind of on a... Fuentes is kind of out on his own shit right now, okay? Okay. Good luck. Oh, this is a scary review for me. Either everybody's gonna love it because I'm gonna have to side against one of them, or everybody's gonna hate it because I'm gonna have to side with one of them. Oh no. I'm gonna have to shit on both, so I'm not a simp. I'll try my hardest, guys. I don't want to let you down, okay?
Crying during movies. Very obviously avoiding conflict with someone you disagree with.
True.
Cough. Brittany, cough. Disingenuously portraying your own community to avoid criticism. It's time I finally admit to myself. North Dawkins was right.
True.
Where in the world? Good. I can hear. Okay, hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I know it's a nighttime stream. We're not used to that. I'm not used to that. My grandma brain is so ready for bed. So, hello. Hi. I'm very excited to start today. I'm very excited.
Grandma
to talk to
brain.
Lauren.
That's
It's
cute,
been
right,
really
guys?
good. How oily is my skin right now? It's like literally never oily, but oh, my nose. But it's like extra shiny at night because you know I haven't washed my face. I really gotta wash my face.
What?
Oh my gosh, she
Oh.
calling me already? She is. Hi, Lauren.
Hello?
Hi, do you know I'm streaming right now? Like I am live. They can hear you. Should I turn off our audio? I don't know what the plan is yet.
I am live too. No worries.
Great.
I was just gonna surprise you.
Perfect. I like being surprised. You can see me through my webcam, right?
Yeah, I can. You probably
Bro, there was a time. This is wild to me. This is when I was in Sweden. Lauren called me, and I think we talked for like an hour, and she had no fucking idea that we were streaming the whole time. And nobody made any Coomer comments, see? So I'm cleared, okay? 100%. People seething right now in my subreddit at my irrefutable logic. Fucking losers.
see me though. I can never figure this out. I'm so bad with this. I'm gonna try to set you up here on my screen. Everyone watch.
Oh, and she wasn't racist either. She said exactly 0 Nazi things in that conversation as well. That is true. Actually true. See, there's seething in chat.
Did you just like pop up on my screen somehow?
I don't know, but I'm trying to get you on my screen. So I'm like, should I go to your YouTube channel? You know what I have to do, girl? I have to show my audience at the DSLR and then show you my webcam, which is why I probably look really bright to you because I'm working with the lighting on my DSLR.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Maybe I could attach my other webcam because I've got like a second webcam here.
Yeah, if you'd like, because if you connect it to Discord, then I can put your picture in my stream too.
Yeah, yeah.
So I can see your beautiful face.
Let me try to sort this.
Boom.
Chat, how are our audio levels?
Yeah,
I almost
same.
always have my audio levels messed up.
Same.
Without
Girl, I'm a
fail.
boomer. I'm a total boomer when it comes
Same.
to tech.
Okay,
I don't even
well.
know how I make a living doing this, honestly.
We are done for then.
Literally, Steven had to come on my stream one day and just lecture me about how bad my setup was, and then he had to help me figure it out because it was pretty bad. And I've been doing this for a really long time, so that's not a good sign.
You've got your camera on, you've got a mic, so at least you're that.
I was just about to make a really dumb comment. I was just about to say, like, this is going to be good for you guys to watch it because it's going to be 2 women. This conversation is going to pass the... It's like the Bechdel test. 2 women are talking and they never talk about another male character in a movie. But then she just brought up my helping her on Discord. She fucked it up. What a fucking loser.
That far.
At least
Is it
we're that far.
Bechdel?
That is so true.
All right. Let's see. Turn on camera. Turn on camera.
Oh, almost. Shows the OBS like icon.
All right. That's not okay. Maybe let's see if I can use my second.
Aha!
You see me?
Perfect. Beautiful. I see.
You see me?
Yes,
Why can't I see
you.
me?
Wait. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
The greatest question of all
Uh-oh.
time. Why can't I see me?
True. Okay. I'm gonna check out your stream and see what's.
Oop, wrong thing.
What I
I
look
just
like
doxed
there.
everyone on my Discord. I'm so sorry, everybody. Now
I'm always
I'm
terrified of doing
Discording.
that.
I'm literally like doing it right now because my. No, I'm not doing it right now. Just kidding. Why doesn't it work? Here's your pop out. Okay, here you are. Oh my god, I'm so afraid I'm always gonna dox my location like 24/7.
You know what I did a few, like my early Twitch streams?
Tell me.
I didn't have an ad blocker, and I realized that when I was going on sites to show people articles, it was popping up with like local ads in my area, and I live in like a super small town.
Why did some people think that I was serious with this tweet? What? There were people in my subreddit that's like, is Destiny unironically turning sex? No, it's obviously the joke is that this is like fucking ridiculous, guys. Are you fucking serious? You guys are dumb as fuck. What? Yeah. Maybe. Oh, also, you guys misread my high-level commentary from the Vosh community. I know that this guy was being sarcastic in the top thing. I just thought I thought that this guy's response was funny. No, the next logical step is to remove them from government. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean remove them from government? Like, if half the country is ontologically evil, how are you removing them from government? I know this top guy is being sarcastic. Also, people are saying like, wow, you're pointing out 2 and 3 upvote comments in the Vosh subreddit. Listen, the Vosh subreddit is slim pickings these days, okay? 2 or 3 upvotes is a lot now, okay? They're harder to come by over there.
Right?
Yep,
So
yep, me too.
I was looking at that and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm done for.
Literally, that was me the other day where I was like, I should pay attention to the ads that are showing. Maybe I should stream in incognito or something. Because you're right, that was totally happening. I noticed it too. Okay, guys, does that look kind of okay or does it look kind of bad?
Damn, these things suck.
Let my stream will
I'm gonna
decide.
answer 2 super chats,
Please
and
do.
then we're gonna jump into our conversation.
Fantastic.
And if any of your super chats are relevant, like bringing up interesting topics for Britt and I to discuss, I'll work those in. Rami says, Lauren, are you allowed back into Australia? Funny story that we will get into very shortly on my channel. But long story short, I'm in a bit of trouble for my politics with them. Would mean the world to me if you can check out my work, people. All right, Rami, I will check out your channel after this. Archeon, when is the next Producers Club live stream? I just did one yesterday. Oh, Producers Club. Yes.
Am I having a schizophrenic attack? Who is she talking to about? Is she just reading super chats or?
All right. Audio is too low for Lauren. Okay, let's figure this out. Bam.
Usually it's too low for me, so that's kind of nice.
Maybe I just need to get nice up close and personal with you all here. Is this better?
You should be a
No,
Twitch
it's
girl
not.
and do ASMR in a bathtub.
It triggers
in your
the
opinion,
fuck out of me.
is more anti-Semitic between these two?
That's a hard one. Are we talking, which Lauren arc are we on for anti-Semitism? Because her power level has changed over time. Maybe, or maybe not. Also, Brittany might just be like Vegeta anti-Semitic, where normally she's not anti-Semitic at all, but when confronted against an incredibly Jewish opponent, her anti-Semitism levels climb, you know? It's really difficult to measure levels of anti-Semitism, you know? We have to go back and forth on the lore and, you know, what's actually happened, you know, pretty hardcore. What do we... Okay, hold on. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, Laura needs to lean into her mic and talk into her microphone more. I don't know why she talks so far away. It triggers the fuck out of me. Jesus. What does it have to do with Vegeta? Vegeta's big thing in DBZ was that he got more powerful depending on who he fought against or who he was competing with. That's Vegeta's whole arc, is trying to rise up to being as strong as whatever the thing confronting him was.
Should I start eating my microphone like the Twitch girls? Then I can make the real big bucks. Does ASMR work on you, Brittany?
No, well, okay, I don't know if it's supposed to work this way, but it makes me feel like I want to vomit. Like, I don't like it. It makes me feel creepy.
Really?
Yeah. Do you like it? Does
It makes-
good
Destiny, honest question, do you think her Jewish affluence comment could reasonably seem as anti-Semitic? No. But it's not even worth talking with you guys about it. Somebody in my subreddit made the comparison. They're like, didn't you get mad at David Pacman for making a comment about somebody being a Zionist? And it's like, yeah, but I'm holding David Pacman to a totally different standard of political commentary than like somebody that does like random social stuff. Now, maybe Brittany does a lot of politics on another channel. I missed it. But yeah, of course I'm going to have like a slightly different handling, or not even a totally different handling of like the things that they make. My kid's mom uses, I'll just say some words that I don't agree with anymore. Oh, it might have been Vosh on David Pacman. I don't remember. But like, yeah, I have different standards for people depending on like what arena they operate in, you know?
for you?
It makes me feel creepy too, but whatever ASMR is supposed to do to people, it definitely does that thing to me.
Oh,
like my
good.
whole body goes tingly, and I can just sit there.
Why different standards? What do you mean? Because I have a different expected level of knowledge depending on who I'm listening to. Of course. Like if I'm hanging out with some random ultra normie friends and there's like something that's like, somebody's like, man, like why are you such a cheapskate? Like pretty Jewish, dude. Like I'd probably be like, okay, yeah. But if I was hanging out with like somebody that I thought was like a groiper and I wasn't sure, and we go into a restaurant and he's like, these guys are fucking Jewish as fuck here, I would look at that guy with a lot more scrutiny in terms of what he's saying. Destiny, what? You wouldn't say anything? No, of course not. Wait, are you serious? Bro, people in real world sometimes still call each other fags, okay? People in the real world are way far behind or in different areas. Or you should hear how they talk about trans people are in way different areas than like what online conversations are. I'm not gonna have that fucking linguistic debate with every single fucking person I come up against in real life, bro. No fucking way. Like, you guys are like, push back, push back, push back. Like, bro, I can't fight all those battles, okay? I'm sorry. I do that, Giga Chad.
For like an hour, like losing my mind watching an ASMR.
You know what? If that's the goal, then I think it does make me tingly, but I think I don't know what it is, because my brothers use it to sleep. Some of them use it to sleep, like listen to ASMR bedtime stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I just listen to ocean sounds if I want to go to bed. Like, I don't know.
Is that not a form of ASMR as well, though?
I think it might be. Maybe it is. Maybe I should reform my statement on ASMR.
Okay. Well, before we get into the whole sexual side of Twitch, ASMR ear licking, that's like...
I get that, Destiny, but I wouldn't hang out with people who are casually racist, and if I'm hanging out with someone who says I should, I definitely speak up. I mean, it depends. Like, a lot of people are casually racist, but a lot of them don't think it's racist. Like, a lot of people, it's... Like, what about, like, would you correct somebody like, fuck, I got gypped at that last restaurant. Like, they fucking ripped me off. Like, would you call them out for that? Would you say, like, hold on, bro, that's being, like, really problematic? Or like if somebody was like, I couldn't understand my fucking cab driver, I wish you'd go back to the Middle East or wherever the fuck cab driver, like, would you say like, oh bro, hold on, we need to talk about your, like, I mean, maybe you would. If you would, then I mean, good on you. But like, I'm not signing up to fight that battle for every single social interaction I have. I'm good on that one, Chief. I'm a racist enabler, okay? That's what I am. If it was a friend, I would maybe mention it. Yeah, for friends, it's different. If it's like, if like Mr. Mooten was like saying some shit like that, then I'd probably like, Luke, seems a little weird, my dude. Do you have something we need to talk about? It would be a little bit different, but for like random kind of like quasi friends or whatever, like I think it's a different thing.
Like deep into this conversation.
I hate that everybody thinks that ASMR is fucking mic blowjobs now. I just want to say, as somebody that was part of the OG ASMR community, one of those subreddit posters, I'm pretty sure that subreddit is dead now. Fuck everything that happened with ASMR. I can't believe it got turned into not safe for work.
If you really want to induce some PTSD in the chat, get Brittany and Lauren's voices turned into text-to-speech. Bonus meme, Peepo Turkey.
Did I hear correctly on one of these streams? I've like vaguely jumped into your streams with Destiny and MrGlinkMrGirl a few times.
Yeah.
Did I hear correctly that you started out as like a Republican?
Yes. Oh my God. Born and raised girl. I've called in a Rush Limbaugh. I've met Glenn Beck. I've met Sean Hannity. I used to hang out with all the like conservative people. Yeah.
And now you're a sex worker.
Well, now I'm so many things, but yeah, and then I went my SJW stage, which I have a story to tell you about that because it involves you. And then I know, girl. And then yeah, and then I kind of went more independent. I had like a really interesting kind of woo-woo, and then I ended up kind of like neutral with politics, though I have very strong opinions about life.
Right. So you were like part of the Young Republican Club.
What was that? Right.
You read Ayn Rand, all that stuff.
All
That's
of
your
it.
background?
I used to be in every Republican debate club. I used to go around. I wrote like a conservative book. Please don't Google it. It's such trash. I did this whole thing. It's so bad. I have all these stories. Obsessed with talk radio. I thought I was going to be a radio host. And then I just ended up on YouTube, which is kind of the same thing in a little ways. So
we're gonna do a dramatic reading of your book after.
Stop. My Discord has already bullied me about about my book because it's so cringe. It's so bad, but it was so really. She really felt it. That 17, 18-year-old Brittany, she really felt it.
So how do you go from there to an SJW arc? I think this is something that always interests people because there's like that. What is it? It's like a Winston Churchill quote or something.
Yeah.
If you're
not a liberal in your adolescence, you're heartless. If you're not a conservative when you're older, you're brainless. It's something like this.
Money and you're not a liberal, you're heartless. But
Copied.
if
She
you're 40
copied
and
me.
you're still, you're not a conservative, you're brainless.
Right.
So there's like a million variations of that quote. But the idea is that.
Okay, hold on. Is this? I feel like Einstein and Churchill. I don't think they said half the shit they said, did they? I feel like I read so many random fucking quotes, like the mark of a good AD carry isn't how many kills he gets, it's how many ganks he avoids. Like Winston Churchill, like 1932. Like, really? Did he actually say that? I don't know. I feel like there's a whole bunch of shit that like that gets like attributed to some people or whatever. It's like, did he really have any comments? But I don't know. Okay, maybe.
You start more left wing and then you go through life, you pay taxes, you have a family, and your positions move more right. What happened?
To be honest, do you remember a guy named The Amazing Atheist on the internet?
TJ. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I had a TJ arc because I was a hardcore conservative, and then I went liberal, atheist, militant, like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, hardcore in that bubble. Then I met TJ,
The bubble?
and we became friends because I collabed and he collabed, or / we made videos. And then I realized that his audience hated me, and I didn't know why. And I was like, wow, they really hate me because I'm like a woman on like wearing a bikini on the internet. And then I was like, that's weird. And then I was like, maybe feminists have a point. And then I got to Seattle, and I became a hardcore fucking SJW. Can I say fuck? Are you? Sorry, should I make this PG?
It depends on YouTube's rules. I'm not going to stop you from saying things.
YouTube's pretty lax, but I'll try to be more PG if it helps.
Okay.
But like in general, I joined the SJW groups. I really felt impassioned and emboldened by the way they were speaking about ideas. I am a queer woman. My parents are immigrants. They're Republicans, and we come from Iraq. And
Okay, just a random aside that I think 3 people in chat have played this game. They changed up the perk system, which is fine because it used to be that there was like 7 perks that every single person would take. But I feel like they've nerfed all the perks so that now a lot of them just fucking suck. I feel like a lot of these perks are just trash now. I actually don't even know what to take because so many of them are so fucking bad. Holy fuck. They nerfed this shit way too hard. Okay, sorry, I'm done.
So it's one of those things where I just fit in really well there, and I felt really seen there. You know, when you leave your conservative family, you become super rebellious, and you're just like, fuck.
What do you mean by seen? I feel like that's a word that's thrown out there with a bit of...
Wait, what does off to perk mean? Why are you guys saying this? Wait, where did this come from? Why did 2 of you just say this right next to each other? Have we looked at the factory? I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where is... Wait, so is there going to be a DLC? Oh, wait, but this is just... Bro, why would you give me hype for this? This was in February. Oh, wait, this is in February, like last year. Wait, so is there a DLC? Is there a big expansion coming? Like, is there any word on it, or... They said they should be releasing it this year. Factorio expansion. Oh my god. What is that? Sometime in 2022. That's this year. Tech Raptor. Oh. No. What? We still don't want to be specific about things. Oh, this was months ago. Oh. Oh, shit. Fuck. Wait, if you want to test what being the expansion, this person made a huge mod as part of the dev team for it. Space exploration. Oh, shit. No, I don't care. Okay. Don't give me hype. Where is Kenshi 2? Okay. Off to perk.
With a platinum man, I'm spinning on these perks like I'm a larger man. Been playing with my wood, she a lover jet. Hey, I just touched the M, but I double that.
Like, it's just kind of a word people use in conversations, like the word synergy. Just
Yeah, I think
throw it in there
understood.
to add some flair.
Do you ever feel like someone understands you and you're like, oh shit, that's cool? Like to feel reflected in another person?
Felt understood. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
So I felt understood, and then I felt not understood because after I felt validated for all my rejection of being queer from my parents, I was like, great, I'm over that. Now what do we do to get better? And everyone was like, nothing. And I'm like, ooh, I don't want to sit in my trauma. So as I recovered from my trauma, I lost all my leftist friends, and now I'm a nomad who hangs out and does her thing on the internet, and now I observe like content creation and pop culture.
Wait, what is your trauma that you healed from that led to you losing all your leftist friends? I feel like I just missed a whole chapter there.
Well, what happened is that because we were
That's
all
a very risky question. Well, you see, Lauren, I got raped by 3 people simultaneously at one of our outings. That's a pretty risky question to just hang out there and see what kind of answer you get. Jesus. God, she's so Canadian. I don't think that they really have, I don't think Canadian accents are real. I think they're like British accents. I think that they talk like Americans, and then they'll pick like 4 words that they try to like have an accent on. So like one is like big. She says big. Like, I'm gonna go get my big. No fucking shot do you really say the word that way. You're faking some shit so that you seem like you're not American. Like, drama, I think she says. Really? Okay. They lied about the aboot thing. They don't even really say aboot because you always catch them and like, oh yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that's all about. Aboot. Like they don't even like say it completely. Like it's it's fake, like British accents, right? Like when first of all, look at how many British people infiltrate American media and you don't even know they're British. Hugh Laurie. That guy, he's got like the most disgusting British accent in the world, supposedly, but he sounds like a perfect American. How can you do that, right? Or when you have like all these, like I think Tom Holland, isn't that guy British? Like every actor in the United States is fucking British. Seriously, like almost all of them are fucking British. The Idris Elba, Stringer Bell, you're gonna say a British? I think like everybody in that fucking show is British. The guy that plays McNulty is a Brit bonger. How are you gonna be a bonger and then do a Baltimorean accent? Christian Bale? Like, no shot, dude. You're telling me that all these people, like, speak British, but they somehow do flawless American? No shot. I think that it's all fake. And then when they sing, none of them sing with an accent. You have no idea. When you're listening to somebody sing, you could be getting fucking orally raped. A-U-R-A-L-Y, I think. Oral? You could be getting orally raped because you have no idea if you're actually listening to a bong or not, because when they're singing, they all sing in American. It's bullshit, dude. I'm from the UK, and we only speak like that when foreigners are around. Yeah, I know, dude.
kind of becoming friends off our otherness. And when I became okay with my otherness and my parents and I reconnected and I got healthier and they realized...
That's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, so they had a really hard time. They still do have a hard time with the fact that I'm where I am now because I am not a leftist anymore. I think it's not very healthy. I don't think being a conservative is necessarily healthy, but I think...
Listen to this, dude.
Wait, I'll tell you what throw me
What is this?
off, though. I be watching them civil rights movies, man. What throw me off, I watch a civil rights movie and be like, oh, damn, that was a good-ass movie. Then 2 weeks later, you find out the main black dude in the movie is British. You're like, ah, shit. Motherfucker got me. Because them black Brits, they good. The anger is a compliment. Them black Brits, they so good, it feel like betrayal. You be watching the movie, this motherfucker be Martin Luther King. I have a dream and in a dream, and I be dreaming and in a dream. Then you see him 2 weeks later in the interview. Well, my jobless won a jubilant that day. All right, my nickels. I'm like, why is Dr. King talking like this?
True.
And this might not be an issue for most people, but every black person remember the day they found out Idris Elba wasn't from Baltimore. Oh, my God. That was a troubling day in the black American community. It's like finding out your daddy wasn't your daddy. It's just Albert, that's Stringer Bell from The Wire. That's Stringer Bell, dog. Like, nah, dog, that motherfucker from over there. No, he ain't. You shut the fuck up. And then you saw interest. You saw him in the interview. Well, I tell you, for breakfast, me love a warm bowl of beans. They're like, oh, this nigga eat beans for breakfast?
Okay, true enough. Okay, stop.
I think there's a lot more stability in getting better, and getting better means not being so angry at the world.
There's like 3 people on my subreddit writing a Reddit post right now about how I don't believe British accents are real. Because you people on my subreddit are deranged, okay? They're doing it right now.
So you call these things here chips instead of crispity, crunchy, munchy, cracker jack, snacker, nibbler, snap, crack and pop, Westpool, Chestershire, Shire, Queen's lovely, jubbly delights? That's a rather bit cringe, isn't it, bruv?
Why? Okay. Stop linking me stuff.
And so
I don't even know where we're at in this conversation now. Stop. Oh my God. Hold on, I'm getting food. 1 second. Be millful. Okay.
Becoming friends of our otherness, and when I became okay with my otherness, and my parents and I reconnected, and I got healthier, and they realized
that's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, so they had a really hard time. They still do have a hard time with the fact that I'm where I am now, because I am not a leftist anymore. I think it's not very healthy. I don't think being a conservative is necessarily healthy, but I think there's a lot more stability in getting better, and getting better means not being so angry at the world. And so I don't have that anger anymore, girl. Okay, can I tell you the story about you as an example?
Wait. Yeah, but
Okay,
first I
go.
just kind of want to, like, highlight that for the chat. So, like, the idea that you have all of these leftist groups, and the one thing that unites them is their anger with the world, with their families, with how they feel rejected from society, or, like, their identity is based around I'm an immigrant, or I'm queer, all these things. And then you've just become okay with it. You're not mad. You don't feel oppressed anymore by the world about it. You're
Okay. I mean, like, we can go multiple ways with this, okay? Like, now I know some of you in my chat are young, okay? I'm going to tell you an ancient story. An ancient story. A lot of you aren't going to know about this, okay? Now, a lot of you are going to accuse me of making this up. I swear to God, I'm not. Believe it or not, at one point in time, okay, we almost got into a fucking civil war. The second civil war in the United States was almost started over a little-known coffee company called Starbucks putting fucking happy holidays on their cups or whatever instead of Merry Christmas, okay? You can't tell me that conservatives, to some extent, don't define their fucking existence by their perceived oppression, all right? I think that there's probably a lot of this. Having a shared enemy, having some shared struggle or whatever, to some extent is probably pretty ubiquitous throughout all political groups. It's like everybody does identity politics a little bit. It's the way of the world. It's how we all like group ourselves and identify ourselves, all right?
You're not constantly looking through the lens of I am a victim.
Right.
And then you lose all those friends because you can't bond with them over that victimhood.
Right.
That's really, really interesting.
It's
Okay.
really sad. To be honest, I cried a lot about it. Because it was so depressing to bond with people for over 6 years.
That said, leftist groups might be a little bit more prone to this. They might be a bit more prone to this. Not to spoiler alert my amazing manifesto, but one of the things I noticed was that for some of the trans people that emailed me, I think I'm including this in the section I'm ready for emails. One of the things they emailed me was that sometimes it can be really frustrating joining trans support groups because all they do is constantly shit on cis people and constantly like talk about how horrible life is and how horrible everything is. And it's not really much of a support group. It just becomes a weird venti place for a whole bunch of non-binary white women with dyed hair. And then it just feels really stupid. But okay.
Years, and to have everybody just look at you like, not everyone, there's a couple people that are still pretty dope, but the people that I lost, it felt like, why are we breaking up our friendship over politics? And they're like, it's not politics, Brittany. You have ideas that are white supremacist. Or one of my friends asked me if I was a white nationalist. I was like, my parents are from Iraq. What are you talking about? Am I even allowed to be a white nationalist? Is that even allowed?
Wait, so like basically you were saying things along the line of like I don't feel that oppressed for this, that, and the other, and people started to
It was
claim
more
you were a
like-
white
Well, to be fair, where were JonTron's parents from?
It was more like this girl. I was protesting with BLM, cleaning up the streets, waking up, doing all these things, and none of my friends were with me. And I was like, why the frick aren't you guys hanging out with me and helping me clean streets and be a part of this? And they're like, we're doing what we can. I was like, ma'am, you all work in big tech. You all work for Amazon. What are you talking about? And then I was like, come help me. And like none of them were doing it. So I was like, fine, no biggie, no big deal. I'll show up. And then people within organizations realized like we weren't moving with efficiency. And a few of us just ended up leaving politics. Like I've been to MythCon, I've done moderations, I've done all these things with different conferences, with different people. I think you just did it actually. Didn't you just do it with Destiny? The Mythicist Con or MythCon?
Yeah,
or...
the MythCon, yeah.
So I
Stop bringing me up.
Ryan and everybody, they're awesome.
Yeah, they're super
they're
nice.
great. But like I was hanging out with them and they were really upset at me. And I was like, why are you upset? I'm hanging out with like liberals. And they were like, because they're all right-wingers and they were afraid of me. It's like my friends looked at me like I had done something bad, but all I had done was go to therapy and gotten a little bit better and then reconnected with my conservative roots. But I'm not even a conservative trust girl. Like we're gonna find that out in this call, girl. But you know, I still live in a conservative state. I choose to. I want to own a gun. I'm getting my license soon. I still hang out with conservative people. So I get it. It's hard to imagine that I'm not secretly like a, I think the word is sleeper.
Well, I was gonna say when you mentioned your friends were pissed that you were hanging out with liberals.
Yeah.
The whole quote from a lot of the like socialist far left is "cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds" or whatever. They think there's like a fascist behind every liberal or they're protected. Like you can only be hardcore anti half the damn country if you want to be a part of their clique. And
Totally.
you know there's aspects of that if you go to quarters of the far right as well. And I don't associate with their kind. But one thing I was thinking of before
Ballistic
you
shit
get to
through
your
walls,
story, I
right?
know we keep postponing it. Is when you talk about people not wanting to hang out with you anymore because you've gotten over your trauma. There was a great article I was
Trauma?
reading in Human Events the other day.
No
called
shot,
Taylor
she
Lorenz
really
and
says
Andrew
that.
Sullivan reveal the pathological nature of wokeness. And it was talking about how within far left circles, they decide who is important based on, or who they need to allocate their empathy to based on who feels the most, like who they feel is most deserving of trigger warnings. And so this is interesting. It should be, I'm just going to read this quick bit. It should be obvious at this point why this philosophy is deeply regressive, seeing as it privileges the famous, blah, 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 over others. But there is another reason for its regressive character, and it is this. The people most sensitive to pain are often the people who have the least experience of it. And who has the least experience of pain in modern American society? Those who are born rich and cassetted in helicopter parent households. So it's talking about they only want to hang out with other sensitive people and they only want to allocate their empathy to sensitive people because if you're someone that can handle harsh truths, if you're someone that can like have gallows humor, make jokes, then they see you as a harsh, evil, right-wing bigot. But in truth, it's usually the people that can, roll with the punches that
Who am I simping for in this one? I'm trying to find a place where they agree so I can simp for both of them at the same time. Because I feel like if I can simp for both of them, I can just do a threesome and then everything will be good. I can have sex with every person you guys hate all at the same time. So I'm trying to find areas of agreement, basically. Why do you guys... What is this? Stop. Stop linking me shit.
Deserve most of our empathy because they've probably been through the most shit. They've probably had the hardest childhoods. They've probably had to learn to deal with this stuff. And a lot of the people we're protecting with trigger warnings are people that could really use a good smack in the face, so to speak, with reality.
To be honest, like for a long time I used trigger warnings and then I just stopped. And sometimes I warn people like, hey, if it's not your thing, no big deal. I'm not offended, but like, I'm not gonna like, warning you kind of ruins the element of shock, which you need. So I kind of feel, and they did that study recently, that people adding in trigger warnings ends up doing worse for people with trauma. So there's like a lot of studies that are gonna come out about this. I think ultimately I want a strong, capable, healthy society. And I think in order to do that, we must acknowledge, validate, get better. You can't just stop at the validation stage, which I think a lot of people do, because that's not going to help. You need to validate, and then you need to really construct what's going on, which might invalidate some of your original feelings. So I noticed with myself, just to give a gauge, no matter, it's hard because even in my conservative circles, they have a really hard time acknowledging that I have a mental illness or acknowledging that I struggled with mental, illnesses. But my left friends will acknowledge it, but once I got better, now it didn't count. So I'm screwed either way. I'm screwed for my conservative friends because they don't believe it, and then I'm screwed for my leftist friends because they don't believe the recovery. So I'm just like, okay.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of nuance in these circles.
Yeah, I'm nomadic that way. That's why I don't feel like I really have a team, because I'm like, I don't need one, I guess. But like, I like everybody.
What do we say to that, guys? What do we say to that? Who knows the catchphrase? Good job. The unable table got it. Human's gonna human.
I mean, even talking to you, girlfriend, like, I think it's just going to be so surreal because past Brittany, like, she would have thought that was the last thing she would ever do. And now I'm sitting here talking to you, and I'm so happy. And by the way, can I just say, can I have a girl moment with you and pretend like no one is watching this?
Sure. All right.
I think you are so beautiful, and I love your eye makeup, your eyeliner. Every time I see your, like, makeup, I'm like, why does Lauren do her makeup so good? What is happening?
Okay. It's my war paint, okay? I like to put on the war paint for when I go to get into debates and arguments.
Yes, girl.
The wings on the eyes.
I love that, girl. I love that. Also, are you engaged and I didn't hear this?
I'm married.
You're married? Why don't I know anything about your
I know.
life?
A lot of time is...
True. Thank you. Yes.
Congratulations. I had no idea.
Thank
that is
you.
awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. That's great. Okay, let me tell you my story real fast, because I hope it makes you laugh, because I laugh every time I think about it. Okay, you ready? Okay. So past Brittany, when I was in my fattest nose ring blue hair stage, when I was a hardcore SJW, when I was like in my trauma, I tweeted at you once that you were a white supremacist and that you were a bad person, and I made a video, and then you retweeted it, and I was like, and then all your followers like blew up my phone, and my phone died because I wasn't used to getting that many replies, and my battery was like not having it. And I panicked, and I ran over to my boyfriend's house, and I was like, what do I do? And he's like, turn off your phone. Turned it off. And I was like, what do I do now? And he's like, I don't know. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I said something, I felt it in the moment, but now I can't back it up, and I don't know what to do. And he was like, what do you do? And I was like, I'm gonna delete this tweet. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna delete this tweet. And girl, I pussied out so hard. I deleted that tweet. And from this day, like from that day on, all I can think about is how I couldn't back up the tweet truly with the way I felt about you. Because it wasn't really rooted in who Lauren was. I didn't know you. It was rooted in how I thought about you.
No, I appreciate that, because most people never get to that second step where they're like, wait, I can't validate the information I've just put out there. They just get more and more angry at the people who are responding, correcting them, and it just somehow radicalizes them more in their hatred towards an individual instead of, it's whenever I see people on Twitter that will say something insane about me and then back it up and apologize, I literally I'll sit there and I'll stare at that tweet, and I'm like, this is a little piece of heaven that has appeared on my Twitter timeline. This rare moment where someone has admitted to a wrong. Is that even possible?
Yeah.
And it gives me hope in humanity again. But that's too funny. Well, why were you feeling that in that moment? Like, what was something I did that
Cringe,
triggered
guys.
you to the
Don't
point
ever
of
back
calling
down
you
or
a
admit you're wrong about anything,
supremacist on
ever.
Twitter.com?
Well, I hate to bring it up, but it was the infamous boat incident. And so I was thinking, like, this must
when
be
I killed
rooted.
all of those immigrants.
Oh no!
And
Is she
then,
gonna hold her to task?
Now that I look back, I can't, I don't know why you did what you did, but you must have really had a reason. And I do believe that. I believe all
I
people
didn't.
have reasons.
You know I didn't actually kill any immigrants,
No,
right?
of course not, girl. Oh my God, no. I meant that you were, no. That time you were on a boat and immigrants were coming over. That time, the migrant boats. Like, you didn't kill anyone. That's not what I thought, ever. I never thought you killed anyone, girl.
There were no migrants on any boats that I shot flares at, right?
Okay, good.
Oh, so she does admit to shooting the flare.
Okay, good. I never, when I heard the story, this is what I imagined, that you were on a boat with a microphone yelling at migrants to stay away from the land. So when I sent you that fucking tweet, I'm sorry, I have a horrible mouth. When I sent you that tweet, I was literally imagining you like, no, you cannot come in. And then I was like, what are you doing? And then I was really upset at you. And all my friends were like, she's a white supremacist. Like, she must be. And now that I'm older, I'm like,
me on the shores of Italy.
Girl, stop. And I get it. Like, now that I'm older, I recognize all the stupid things I've done in my life. And I'm like, you know what? I could justify that thing 1,000 times over at the time. And now I can't. But you know what? Whatever Lauren's story is, it must have been real to her. And that matters to me. That realness that you must have experienced. You didn't just get, you must have felt something.
Wow.
That's very interesting. I respect you looking at the world that way. I think a lot of people like to dismiss the obviously I'm going to take a different example than my own because I think there's a lot more reasonableness to my actions than other people who can look at on more extremes. But people who look at the Nazi regime or communist regimes and think those were basically like entirely different types of humans. These were savages.
Right.
We are nothing like them. And it's like, no, like if you can't conceptualize the fact that you may have been complicit in a genocide if you existed in that time. 100. If you can't even remotely conceptualize that, you do not have any understanding of yourself or human nature.
Or compassion,
or
meaning to suffer with. Like compassion really means to suffer with. So when people tell me they have compassion, I'm like, for who? For what? For how? Like, I want to know how you have compassion for people. Because you're right. I was listening to Dr. Jordan Peterson talk about that. How he had researched how the Nazis would have to basically like drink themselves to death in order to even do what they needed to do, some of them. Obviously not all of them. And I had to think to myself, like...
Can you explain what the boat incident was about? Dude, I'm going to be... There are people who have written like 12 million fucking Reddit posts about it. Can't you go read them? I'm pretty sure that what happened was I think Lauren and some... Was it the group Europa thing or Europa Identity? Basically, some people wanted to go out and be like, we're going to fucking protest these boats that bring back these illegal immigrants and like take videos of it. It's going to be awesome. And I think they sailed out a little bit. They shot some flares. They did their little song and dance. And then I think Italy got fucking mad and I think kicked them all out of the country. I don't know if they got charged with anything, but...
Where's that famous place? I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with everything. But there was a concentration camp in a place where the town south of it would smell the bodies, but nobody did anything about it because they were in such cognitive dissonance about the death of the Jews. And I think about that all the time, like the cognitive dissonance that exists, but also how it's important to also remember that everyone is going through chaos at every moment. Like right now, someone's dying. Right now, someone's being raped. Right now, you cannot live in the reality of someone else's trauma. You have to acknowledge what you're doing and how you're impacting the world around your vicinity, right?
That's their bubbles, guys.
In the past, I would go crazy for the world, girl. I had to go to therapy and tell my therapist, like, I think I have to save the world for some reason. And she's like, yeah, I don't think that's what you need to do. I think you need to save yourself and then save the people you can save. And I was like, that seems much more reasonable.
A lot of people do a ton of damage to their immediate life in pursuit of saving the world and never save the world.
Yep.
And in doing so, end up damaging way more than they ever could have helped. Because, they've got... And a lot of wanting to save the world is a bit of a self-serving goal as well. Because it's something you can't do, but you want to do for the purpose of internally feeling like you have a higher goal.
Totally.
For the purpose of feeling like your life mission is better than everyone else's and more important than everyone else's around you.
This combo is a lot of girl boss vibes. Who's feeling it?
It is. It absolutely is insane. Well, it's kind of insane.
99% of cases.
Well, think about it. Like, we have this discussion on my Discord often, but think about, like, all the great activists in America we know. If you go to my family in Iraq and go, hey, have you heard of this person? They'd be like, who? It didn't change the world, boo-boo. It changed your place. It changed where you impacted. So often, like, even people that we think everyone would know their name, I always meet people who don't know their name.
Yeah.
It's just how it goes. So like the idea or the illusion that you could save the world, I think comes from, I don't know about you, but I'm 33 and I'm weak here. And when I was coming up, I was really encouraged, like the 60s, bro, to save people, to like do something that matters. Say you matter, do something. And I'm like, okay, what should I do? What should I do? And of course I choose everything close to my own heart. So it's like ultimately we always choose what's close to our heart. My mom chooses the Catholics. I choose mostly the gays. Like we all choose who we choose, but we're choosing them for a reason. And it's because we usually have love connected to the thing we love, like, or the thing that represents people we love.
So much of politics is just personal, and you can see that like in everyone. Like
more like you can see that.
I even look at Elon Musk and Grimes, and I saw someone tweeting out the other day. They're like, Elon Musk's right-wing arc is entirely fueled by watching his ex-wife like turn into a lesbian who's dating a transgender individual, going on Hassan podcasts and everything.
Oh my God! Isn't it Chelsea Manning too? Isn't it Chelsea?
Yeah,
like,
Chelsea
the most
Manning
controversial.
Is who Grimes
like,
is dating right now.
She's so controversial. I love that so much for everybody involved. Like, that's what I'm saying. Did it ever feel to you Now that you've done this whole career by yourself and you've gotten to where you are, because I don't know where you are. I assume you're kind of solo right now, aren't you?
This kind of sounds like my politics, right? Because mine are all spite-based, right? True.
Your own thing, like in terms of work.
I'm doing my own thing. Yeah. I used to do a lot more. I'll do shows where I'll have people on and I'll go on other people's shows, but things get complicated when you include other people. So
Yes,
I like
they
to be
do.
a little bit of my own tower. I do my own thing.
Wanna be edgy shonen loser. Okay, dude.
And I can sometimes I'll step outside and say hello, but I'll go back in. Other people are complicated.
Yes, they are, girl.
Especially in politics.
That's what I'm saying. So when I look at, because I used to be I wanted to run for office. I thought I was going to be a politician. And now I'm just like, I don't feel best suited for that environment. I think I'm a little too bad at playing games. But now that I'm like on YouTube, I feel so in control of my life because I'm not thinking about a whole community of people I have to think about. I'm thinking about me and then what I believe. And since I review like pop culture, I can share my thoughts with the world and my audience can participate. But I really want to always tell my audience, like, I'm doing something because I think it's good and lovely and important, but it's about me ultimately. Like, I'm fully admitting I'm being selfish because I like the work I do and I think it matters, but it really probably only matters to me, like, ultimately.
Interesting. Okay, let's get into, because I told everyone this was going to be a conversation about sex.
Let's go.
Romance.
Jesus.
All this kind of stuff in politics. How do you... So you can you describe what you do for your sex work? Like, do you do OnlyFans? What is your job in that
Detail
realm?
the scenes
So
to
just
me.
to clarify
Oh
for
my
people
god,
who don't
lewd.
know, so I started off as a conservative who like legit could not wear skirts that went above her knee. Okay. And then when I was like 22.
What do you think about Chelsea Manning? Do you think her sentence should have been suspended? I think everything relating to Chelsea Manning is insanely fucking cringe. She just dumped a fuck ton of documents because she was just a cringe fucking cringer. And then, yeah, she was cringe. That's my whole... I don't think she's, like, evil or anything. I just think she's a very cringe person. That's it.
Sex for the first time. And then from then on, I just went straight into being naked for the first time on the internet, trying things out, going to nudist parades, protesting in Seattle, like going to the solstice parades, you know, doing things that involve nudist communities and just getting comfortable with my body. Then a few years ago, I decided to sort of show off that work through a payment, and that was OnlyFans. And now I post basically what I call is like queer sex work. So I do very like things that I think are pretty, things that I think are aesthetic. Like I don't think about my audience very much, though I think a majority of them are a mixture of men and women and stuff like that. I try to think of what's pretty. So my work is primarily in OnlyFans, but my real, so I call my OnlyFans like my hobby job because I do it for fun, but I make money. But YouTube and philosophy and stuff is my main hardcore job. I do one-on-one calls. I do coaching calls.
Uh-oh.
That's my primary source of income. But being
The
naked,
calls.
doing sex work, whatever I'm doing is me just enjoying this particular bubble in the way that I want to do it.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Tell anything, girl.
Do you think Lauren's going to get her on the sex cult thing?
So it sounds like...
Sounds like you run a fucking
do you
sex
connect
cult.
being naked online and doing that, like going to nudist
Lauren's
events
gonna
with
simp.
coming into being comfortable with your body? Because that's kind of what I heard.
Cringe.
Yeah, I think at first, and now it just feels really normal to me. So sometimes I forget when I'm outside of nudist bubbles that like, oh yeah, I should put on clothes. Like, I want to own a farm, girl, 50 acres, so I can run around naked. Like, I'm fully ready. But at the same time, girl, I like my fashion. A girl gotta have fashion. So it's not anti-clothes.
So you wear clothes exclusively for the fashion.
That's like me.
Comfortability.
Okay.
No, if I was probably home alone, I'd probably just be in like underwear and a tank top at most. Like, I just like being hot and summery and just like in the woods, you know, naked.
So that first time you did like a naked video on the internet, I cannot, in my head, like I'm very happy with my body. You know, like love it. There's no discomfort or shame around my body.
What if Brittany debated Lauren into doing an OnlyFans? Then you guys would change. Then you guys would 180 on your. I'm just kidding.
That's
Stop!
just,
Don't make these comments. You guys are turning me into a fucking incel. Stop. Please stop.
not something I struggle with, thank
Great.
goodness. I mean,
Congratulations.
everyone has little things that they'd like, oh, I'll tweak that and that, but that is like, I've got other things I struggle with. That's not one of them typically. But when I think of like if I were ever to be naked on the internet,
Jesus Christ.
I would feel so violated. I just like, I don't, because it would be more so, I don't know who's looking at me. It's not someone I'm married, so that's like, that's a big factor. But like, if I weren't, and even if I weren't like more conservative with this stuff, I just feel like that is something that is so intimate. That's something that it's like a step, like everyone's got like levels and steps of closeness to get to other people. Even, I guess we're breaking one of those steps with just live streaming.
Yeah.
I'm letting someone come into this room with me and talk to me, you know, at 7 p.m. tonight.
Yeah.
And I've got, you know, 800 people here chatting with me in my room. So that's one step, but that's like a step that I'm comfortable with. I probably wouldn't like there are steps that I would stop at, like, okay, let's sit and like talk about trauma from my childhood. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'll get there, maybe I'll become that open with some of my audience on YouTube, but
wait, what?
That's still like, I've got those blocks. And then
Wait, what are we talking about? Hold on, I missed a little bit of that, I think.
Yeah, kissing, getting naked, it goes, but you just like jumped straight to getting naked online. What is the thought process that goes into that? Do you not have all of those like mental blocks?
Hold up, it was not straight up. Let me tell you how hard it was, girl. Like, I remember, okay, do you know what BDSM is? Bondage, masochism, sadism. Okay, so BDSM actually has like an underground community that's a little bit more popular now. And I used to go to dungeons, and I went when I was a virgin, and I'd never seen a man naked. And then all of a sudden, I was in a dungeon with like 50 naked men, and I had never seen a penis in real life in my life, girl.
There, what is happening with your life? How old were you?
So I was like 21. I just moved out of my parents' house. I'd just come out. I moved to San Diego. I was living in Hillcrest, the gay city. What's up? And I met somebody. You don't want to give them away, so somebody, and they were like, "Hey, I just have to let you know I'm in this thing called BDSM." I was like, "Wait, I've read 3,000 books, like I've read over 2,000 books, not 3,000, but I've read over 2,000 books." And I was like, "Wait, I've read about that. I want to do that. What is that? That sounds awesome." And everything I do stems from my desire to overcome my fears and insecurities. So she took me to the dungeon and she introduced me to all her friends, and it was crazy. Like, we're talking about like people who are like all kinds of jobs, all kinds of ages, just like naked together and comfortable, and then in all kinds of gear, and then doing the weird, girl, I don't know how much I should TMI tell you, because like I don't know how your audience is. It would scar, like some of these things I've seen will scar the average person. Should I tell you or no?
So you're telling me some of these things you've seen would scar the average person. That doesn't.
But for me, it just made me go, wait, what else can humans do? If humans are doing this, what else are we capable of? You know what I mean? Like, you see people being so
I feel like Brittany was expecting Lauren to laugh with her there. Oh no.
The norm, and you're like, wait a second, if we can do this, you know what I mean? So,
but you know, you say that, and then that path also leads to pretty dark evils, right?
It can, absolutely.
Yeah, but humans are
gonna
human.
So BDSM has like all these little ethical rules we create, like sane, safe, consensual, risk aware, kink. It's like we're trying to teach our people to be safe. And it's the reason why I jump out of planes. It's the reason why I like to do, you know, extreme sports or anything that I can get out my hands onto that will scare me. I just want to do those things so I can fight those fears. And BDSM allowed me a venue. Now, I don't add sex into my BDSM, which is very abnormal.
Of course.
To an extent. There's like 40-50% of the community that doesn't use sex in their BDSM. And that
Well, that
means,
doesn't
like,
sound that abnormal.
There's like, the goal is not orgasm. The goal is connection. The goal is to fight a fear. I mean, I'm not even going to kid you. There are BDSM dungeons that will let you waterboard people. Because ex-military
God, I want to
people
do that
come
so
it for
badly.
you. Even though it's a torture technique, it's also...
Why does overcoming your fear have to be connected to something sexual?
It is sexual if you want it to be, but I don't utilize it in a sexual way. I know, I'm blowing your mind right now, aren't I? Look at your face, Lauren. Girl.
I'm trying to process this. So like when you say you jump out of planes to overcome your fear, I get that. I've skydived before. I've done all that stuff. I like that. I think overcoming your fears is a good thing. But when you say BDSM, isn't the S sex in there?
No, it's sadism.
Oh, sadism.
Oh no, it's not.
The expert here.
Yeah.
You mean the sexpert?
Yeah, masochism and bondage.
Come on, girl.
So BDSM is something that came, well, it's hard to say where it came from because it's littered all throughout history, but they say heavily in the States it started like in gay men leather communities, underground communities. And it's...
I just saw someone in my comments that was like, love her or hate her, she's living her best life.
Oh, thank you. I try to. I really try to. I always try to be aware of how dangerous life is because, like, I've solo traveled. I've gone around the U.S. by myself. I've tried to see every state. I've done, you know, all these things in my car. I've tried to, like, see what the world has to offer me. I can't wait to do international travel by myself. But it is one of those things where I'm always playing with fire, girl. I'm always ready to risk myself. I'm always ready to face my fears. But that's just me, right? It's just me. It worries the fuck out of my parents. But, you know, I try to warn them. I'm always living my best life.
Wow.
Okay. Do you think most people could live like you?
No, absolutely not. Zero. No. No.
Okay. Okay. This is something I worry about. Is there are a lot of people that become content creators online. Definitely, first of all, becoming a content creator online means you've probably got a bit of a weirder personality. Whatever. There's a lot of mental illness pervasive. There's a lot of narcissism.
Wait, did I
pervasive.
just kill my own dude?
That's way more open, or like autism. I'd put I'm probably somewhere on the spectrum. My sister as well, and we both do internet content.
Love it.
And it's
okay.
So you're already a bit weird, and then all of these content creators are giving a lot of people advice about what to do with their life, what they enjoy. People obviously want to emulate their favorite content creators, and you'll have people come online and be like, "I am polyamorous. Polyamorous is lit. Love it. Have
I did
so
that
much
for 10
fun."
years too.
Or yeah, of course you did.
Is she calling me out? Excuse me.
I enjoy casual sex, doing this, doing that, and then you'll have people.
I like to play Factorio and League of Legends. Like, okay, just say it, dude. If you got a problem, fucking say it, okay?
Go to emulate those experiences in their own life, and it just doesn't work out. They don't, you know, especially casual sex amongst the younger generation, young feminist generation, where people can't set boundaries, so they. You know, you've got rape claims flying all over the place, and half the men receiving these rape claims don't realize they've even raped someone because there's just been a communication breakdown. I have friends of mine that have gone into like polyamorous relationships, and they just get their hearts effing broken every time, and they're like, I thought I could do it and I couldn't. And I feel like there's a lot of showing the good sides of this and not a whole lot of the bad sides. And that goes with like the porn life too. You'll have one TikTok of a girl that will show, I spent 1 month on OnlyFans and now I'm buying my first house.
Yes.
And she's like the 0.01% of creators on OnlyFans, whereas every other, like 99% of the girls that join it just end up with a nude on the internet and $5.
It's so true. No, Lauren, they
And
did a
trauma.
study on this, Lauren. That
Drama.
like most of the women or men on OnlyFans are making about $50 a month on average. It is not easy money. Do not start sex work if you're like, easy. Sex work is YouTube, but harder because you have to find a niche, you have to be creative enough, and you have to find an audience who's going to be consistently giving you money. Like, you can't just like show up and be like, you know what I mean? Even I'm like top 5%.
Everyone has a naked body.
Everyone
on the planet has a naked body.
Feet, everyone's got everything. You have to stand out. And you have to put effort in. You have to like put content out all the time. Honestly, my OnlyFans would do so much better if I actually like I only post like 4 or 5 times a month, and that's not a lot. As a content creator, that's really not a lot. Like realistically, I have 30 days I could be posting, and I'm only posting like a few days out of the month. It's not, if that was my full-time job, I'd be posting probably every day. But it's not. So
do you think posting, I don't know how pornographic your OnlyFans is, but I assume it is to a degree. Do you think that posting that kind of content is making the world a better or a worse place?
I think it's how people enjoy the content and perceive the content that impacts how the world operates more so than the content existing. So I believe like guns don't kill people. People kill people with guns. And I don't think porn hurts people. I think people who misuse porn hurt them, like get hurt. And I think that if you watch porn and you think it's sex education, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. You know what I mean? And with sex addiction being so high and porn addiction being such an epidemic right now, I think.
Okay, so you acknowledge porn addiction is a thing.
Oh, of course, like totally. I've met a lot of men who suffer from it. Absolutely, my brother does a support group for men who suffer from it. Like people.
And you make porn. Your brother does the support group, and you get the guys addicted. Okay.
And we are literally at odds with our ethics because he's a Catholic who does a support group for men, and I'm a hoe on the internet.
Jesus.
Yes, but if it, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it is one of those things where I do think we all have different ideas of what we're doing here on planet Earth. And since I believe
Human's gonna human, guys.
I'm an evolved animal over time, I assume. I don't know if there's a God. I'm still kind of like waiting for that evidence. But because of that, and I don't know why I'm here, I'm trying to form ethics around what I've read, what I've experienced, and I'm trying to do the best I can. And so I find that nudity in my world has always been really positive for me, and I'm hoping to ideally only have customers who also are positively impacted by nudity, and I wish I could avoid encouraging bad habits in people. But just like a YouTuber,
so, like,
it is what it is, right?
I had these. I'm actually still finishing the film. I started it a very long time ago, but I was interviewing these prostitutes in Australia that were like outback prostitutes, and they had super interesting stories. Because on one hand, like I'm just against a lot of sex work stuff, not on a religious level because I'm a Christian, and on a when I like think about it, I don't think it contributes good to the world.
Fair.
But I also, you know,
Why is actually she going over Destiny drama? Wait, what?
Breathe in and wonder, is this helping? Zero clouds. Breathe out. Now you should feel
It was a
much
Twitch
more
iceberg thing. Oh, what a dumb
can
fuck.
actually increase feelings of stress and anxiety. Let's call a vape.
Bro, I don't need a 45. I don't even vape.
Stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
For sale. Yeah, that's absolutely not okay.
As what he was doing, it was just illegal. This all ended with the dude, of course, closing the.
Okay, I don't care. Thanks for wasting my time, Gappy. Thanks for wasting all of our time.
I think people should be free to do it. It's the oldest job in the world. I don't think you're gonna stop it. I think it's anytime you try to stop it, it never actually does get stopped. So I'm, you know, I want to clarify, like when I talk about things that I think are sins or are wrong, I don't put other people's sins over my sins. Okay, I am selfish sometimes. I am.
So she's saying there's videos out there. We just got to search hard.
And my sin is not somehow better than your sin just because your sin's like a super public thing, right?
Are you gay judging me?
I just want to. Am I gay judging?
That is a term on my channel, which means we don't judge the person truly. We're just judging like, maybe that's not the action girl. Like maybe not that. Maybe don't get naked on OnlyFans, you know? But like you do you.
Here's why. So these girls were talking to me, and I understand the complexity of it. I get it. They were like, you know what? We've got guys here that we work for that their wife died of cancer like 3 years ago, and they work on a farm all alone all year, and they call us what? Oh, it broke my heart. One of the girls was like, I have a guy who calls me to come with him once every year on Christmas. I come over to his house, and he lives on this ranch all alone, and I just hold his hand.
Jesus.
I just hold his hand. And I was like, oh, right? And they're like, human beings need sex. Like sex, like human touch.
Oh my God, Lauren is about to make the legendary Merrick argument for when she blew up on 4chan. What was it called? That we need to have like sex givers on the commune? Sex mutual aid or something? Oh no.
Whatever it might be, humans need that, right? And these girls were talking about how they have guys whose their wives have left them. They've, you know, they died of cancer and they haven't had human touch in years, and they'll hire them. And I'm like, ooh, those stories. That's where it gets complex. And I'm like, I can see the human complexity there. But then you hear a lot of the other stories, and it's like, oh, you know, it's behind the wife's back, and it's ruining her marriage.
That's the worst.
You know, it's ruining people's ability to form positive relationships. And I think about that with porn. Like, anytime you put up porn, there are going to be people that maybe open it, they watch it once, and they're like, well, that was interesting, and then they move on with their life. But for the most part, I think it's going to be people probably watching it that are in relationships, maybe doing it behind their partner's back, something their partner probably wouldn't want. People doing it that eventually get addicted, and it hurts their ability to form real life connections.
So
desensitizes people to what is something that should be super intimate. And this is something I wanted to get into as well, as this dynamic of liberals are very, very open with sex. I said it poorly. I did a show the other week, and I said they're more honest about sex. Liberals are more honest, and conservatives are more dishonest. And I felt like that was bad phrasing. Conservatives are more reserved about sex, and liberals are way more open. But I do feel there are things in life that having a bit of reservation makes it special.
Totally.
It makes people connect more.
Cringe.
Can I be honest with you?
Uh-oh.
It took, okay, I finally got fully naked on the internet like a couple years ago. And it took me a really long time to get there. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it, right? Like if I was ready to show Rachel Ann, that's her name. I wasn't sure if I was ready to show her to the world, right? Because I was like, well, what if...
Wait, is that the name of her vagina? Did she say her vagina's name is Rachel Ann? That's not funny. I'm sorry.
my dad sees this, or what if like someone doxes me and like shows it to my parents, you know?
that's like,
you know what I mean? You think I'm not
unimaginable
horrified?
levels
Okay,
of stress.
But let me tell you, it kind of accidentally happened, sort of, where like my dad said he Googled me and he's never regretted anything more in his life, and I'm like, I am so sorry, Dad. Do not. So we had a conversation. I don't know what my dad saw. He wouldn't tell me, but I was like, okay, let's just do this. Do not Google my name, and I will not tell you about work. And so that's what we do. So every time I'm home, Batsy means my daughter. So my mom will be like, Batsy, I know you were disrespecting God by showing your body on the internet, and it makes me very upset. I'm like, I know, I'm the worst. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And she goes, I know, but I really don't like it. And I'm like, I know. And I know it hurt. Lauren, trust me, I think about it all the time. Like, what if like a stalker decides to like, this is how they get back at me or something? And then I had to fully sit down with myself, girl, and tell myself, okay, Brittany, what if your dad sees this? What if your mom sees this? What if your aunties see this? How are you really going to feel about
Based.
it? Personally, I
Then
feel
she watched some
embarrassed for my
Destiny debates, and she's like, you know what?
but not embarrassed
Never
for
mind.
myself, because girl, I am sexy as fuck naked. I am so cute naked, girl.
That's so interesting. Okay. This is to me, this is why community is so important and family is so important.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of things I would do in my life if my parents were dead. Do you know what I mean?
Jesus
I love my mom and dad,
Christ.
but like, if they weren't around to like,
Why would you? Some obsessed Lauren stalker is finding and murdering her parents right now to get that OnlyFans. Why would you say this? What?
observe me doing something. All right, crazy hour. Like a lot of the things that have restricted me in my life and kept me within a degree of sanity have been like that. I'm like a bag in the wind, and my parents are like a rope holding on to me. Like, no, girl, we are gonna keep you down, hold you down, tell you why that is a terrible idea, or at least look upon you with great disappointment. And there is nothing more heart-wrenching than disappointing good parents.
Here's a question, Lauren. How much of a rebel are you?
How much of a rebel am I? Describe.
Well,
explain this question.
She worked for Rebel Media, right? So probably quite a rebel.
Phrase it. How much of a people pleaser are you?
Ooh. This is something I'm very bad with. So when I got into conservative media and all of my first videos critiquing feminists went viral, a lot of people would look at that and think, wow, what a rebel, right? Like everyone's trying to cancel
Good
her
one.
at her
Thank you.
university, everyone's trying to kick her out of her political party. And to an extent I was like playing massive, I'd be devil's advocate in the class all the time. I didn't care if I get kicked out, this, that, and the other, but it caused an extreme reaction in me to really become a people pleaser for those who still supported me. So within that conservative circle and sphere, I did not want to step on any toes, because I'm like, the world has rejected me except for this small group of people. And if I lose this small group of people who back me, support me, everything, then I am left alone in the wilderness. So what happened was I became this massive pushover within actual conservative politics, where I would watch people do terrible things to each other and terrible things to me. And I'd just be like, well, let's just smooth this over. It's gonna be okay. If I could go back and slap myself, I would. I'm gonna talk about this a lot more. I'm working on it.
I'm really, though, how crazy it is to think about past Lauren, though, girl, and be like, wow, she really made those decisions, but she made them because she probably really thought about it, and she was like, this makes sense. I'm gonna do it this way. Right? Like, we all make mistakes. Look, I can't go back and slap Brittany because, like, that girl made her decisions. Like, she did what she did. But she got us here, girl. Your Lauren got you here. And this is a pretty good place to be. You married. You happy. Girl.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
I think about a lot of the crazy
kidding.
decisions I've made in my life. And I'm like, you know what?
We're banning all women from the stream for the next month, okay? You guys have ruined everything, okay? You're ruining my mind, and you're ruining your own minds, okay?
I don't think I'd go back.
Jesus Christ.
Would I go back and change things?
Could I
There's
change?
like tiny little things I would tweak, but I would be scared of that butterfly effect.
Yes,
like if
that's
I
what
could
I'm
just
saying.
tweak a few tiny little things and like still have everything the same.
It is so good right now. Life is so good for me. I can't. I will take it. I'll take all the suicide attempts. I'll take my rape. I'll take my borderline. I'll take
Okay,
everything.
so I thought you
girl.
were talking about now.
No, I mean
You're
in
like,
the past.
life is so good. All the suicide attempts. You know, the way I'm just rolling with the punches, living with it, no worries.
Lauren, stop. No, past Brittany dealt with all that shit so I could be this Brittany. And this Brittany's peak, girl. I'll take it. I'll take all those memories. I'll take the PTSD for this Brittany, girl. She's just living her best life. She's having so much fun.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Well, what about you? Wait a second. Okay, I have a question. Have you ever...
Wait, how Brittany's audience, I imagine, probably likes Lauren because they seem to like anybody. I'm gonna be honest, her audience seems to like me. If any audience is willing to like me, they're probably like anybody because most people fucking hate me. I wonder what is Lauren's audience saying during this conversation? Do you think they're all going full DGG where they're like, push back more, push back on her, tell her she's a whore? I wonder what her chat room looks like. Jesus.
Wanted to be that girl who like kind of because
I can't believe I killed my own dude.
Sexy.
Fuck.
Your Instagram is sexy, girl. You posing, you looking cute as hell. Like I was going through your photos and I was like, Lauren is hot. What the fuck? And like, okay, so do you ever think about being that girl who's kind of like a sex icon?
I think this is something that you know, red pill YouTubers will probably be like, we knew it. But I think every woman to an extent does appreciate being, you know, noticed for how attractive she is, does appreciate like the idea of her sexuality and all of that kind of stuff. But it comes with massive hangups. Oof. Massive hangups. I've always, like, when I've done streams, I'm like, oh, I could put on like, you know, the double push-up bras and do the whole ordeal. And I try not to think of it, like if I wear a top that's like a tank top, I'm like, okay, whatever. But like I don't make any sort of deliberate effort to do that. And part of it is like just, you know, that's not in my value range. But also, like, even if I weren't more conservative leaning, married, all of that, I would hate for people to see that and think I were not capable in other areas of life, that I didn't have my own brain, that I needed to do sexual things to make up for the fact that I perhaps, you know, sex work with women is always seen as a last resort.
Totally.
Like, you failed in everything. And so, because that's what it is for a lot of women.
Totally.
Right? They're in poverty. They can't provide for their family. Their life is effed. Well, guess I have to go into sex work. And it like screams, I'm not saying this about you at all, but like, if I were to think about it in my context, it screams incompetence. And I even think about this with being a woman sometimes.
Ooh.
I like being a woman, but I don't like what people perceive. Oh God, I'm gender dysphoric.
I was
now.
watching this on Lauren's stream live. The chat was a super mixed
Look at
bag.
me and see a woman, they probably perceive
Holy fuck. Are we on the Lauren trans arc, guys?
various things, like doesn't understand politics, probably a bit less intelligent, probably pretty meek, can't stand up for herself. Like, I don't like that reaction that people have. And I feel like
Somebody
that
linked the Scout
reaction
video.
would be tenfold in the world of sex work.
Oh, you gotta be tough as hell to be a sex worker, girl. You gotta be tough as hell to be a girl. You gotta be tough as hell to be sexy, I guess. I don't want to say sexy like I'm sexy, but like, you know, naked, I guess. Like, I do post on my Instagram pretty like risque things. It's so weird though, girl, because like in my normal life, like, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm trying so hard to be cute today. I just want to be in sweatpants. I want to put up my hair. I want to wash my face. And like, the internet is my place to be sexy, because to be honest, in my normal life, like, I'm hanging out and watching anime and like reading books and running into the forest and throwing daggers at trees. Like, you really think I'm gonna be sexy when I'm throwing daggers at trees? I'm busy, you know? So I think for me, it is my chance to be girly, because I grew up with 8 brothers. I'm a totally like, I'm a boy, but I'm a girl, and everyone throughout my life knows I'm like heavily masculine. So I think it's my one time to feel femme, like my one time to feel like a girl.
Do you crave? So whenever I think of people that are like very sexually open on the internet, I wonder, do you crave something more intimate, like something monogamous with one individual, where you share something that is just for you, but then get that feeling that oh man, it's all already out there.
Okay, so I had to really, that's a freaking great question. I had to really ask myself, okay, Brittany, what do we value and what are we going to keep private for our future spouse? And I had to think about what I valued the most. And I always lived my life, girl, knowing I could end up single because, to be frank, like, I'm kind of asking for me, and I'm kind of like the only me I've met-ish. I've met people very similar to me, but like there's a few things always missing. So like that relationship with my conservative, my leftist side, like I feel like I'm perfectly both, but I'm, you know, that's hard to find. So I think what I've reserved for my future partner is all of my vulnerabilities, a space to be safe, privacy in terms of our life. Oh my God, yes. I want to keep my life really private, like in terms of who I'm dating or what's going on. If they really want to be public, I understand. But like I don't want my kids on the internet. So I want the freedom to be naked. I want the freedom to say that nudity is neutral, that it can be something that's shameful or something that's not, something that's holy or something that's not. But because I
Have you seen this? Oh my God, beta by his chat. Really, yeah, I saw this.
Me,
this was like, this was holy yikes. Oh no.
Okay, so question number one, I was wondering, as a trans woman, what gives you the right to speak on behalf of real women?
She's not trans, I don't think.
Oh no.
What are you talking about?
Wait, she's not trans?
Sorry, if that's directed towards me, I'm not sure why you would have that assumption.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Organic girl, bro.
You're not trans.
These are natural. Thank you.
Sprouts right now.
Oh, okay.
Look at me,
my
become a
bad.
fascist.
Half the chat was telling me that you were a dude, and I wasn't sure, so I'm glad we.
I think chat was
got that out of
trolling
the
you.
way.
I think chat was trolling you.
Chat was gaslighting
Chat
you.
was
Oh,
probably
I
trying to
couldn't
get
tell.
you into trouble when you jump onto a panel and ask somebody something like that. Yeah, your chat was probably
Do
trying
you
to
want to
get you
talk
into
about
this
your
moment.
genitals?
Do you want to?
This
It sounds
is
like you actually.
No, it sounds like you came on.
I mean,
loaded.
my dick is pretty nice. So.
Okay, so okay, so question number one, I was wondering.
To navigate reality as like I'm a human on earth and like an animal. I have a nude state, which is natural. So I try to balance it that way, that the vulnerabilities I'm sharing with my spouse are those. Though I will say there are like things that I do on my OnlyFans that people can tell I'm still hiding parts of myself from the internet. And I do it very strategically because I'm not a, like I don't, I make things that look pretty. So I don't tend to make like, I don't know how to say this, but I don't make like boy girl content. Like I don't make, there's no video of me on the internet ever of anyone having sex with me. Like I have lines of, nope, that's for my spouse. Like I don't want any like videos of me on the internet having sex with someone. I don't want any videos of myself on the internet where I would be upset I made it. So I don't take customs. I don't take requests. They can make requests, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take them. So that's how I keep myself kind of like, what's important to Brittany? And for me, like, girl, I'm a tough girl. So, like, you know, my feelings are what's sensitive to me.
What if you met someone who was like the perfect person for you and they said they wanted just you?
Uh-oh.
Like,
they
no more
don't want you
nudity
to
ever?
share. Yeah, they're like, that is for me. Like, your body, your mind, that's for me.
Then they wouldn't be my perfect spouse. Because my
Damn.
perfect spouse would be cool with nudity.
Do you think that there is an exclusivity attached to love?
To
like that love has a...
Yes.
Okay. So explain what difference that exclusivity would take from, because you say you would keep your vulnerabilities for your partner, right? But you seem pretty vulnerable on the internet. It seems like you talk about a lot.
I do.
So like, what is left for them?
Girl, that's from are you gonna marry me?
I mean, I guess
I guess I will marry you.
We're talking about your
What?
vulnerabilities. I can see you naked whenever I want to. So maybe, yeah.
Stop. Like, I'm gonna die. Like, I think that's the thing is like the thing that I'm keeping close to my heart is kind of like, you know, the things that make you stay up at night or the things that make you just feel like in your weakest or most vulnerable moments. Like, I don't feel very vulnerable often, but when I do, it's pretty intense. And so I would love that strong kind of like person who could for once in my life be the strong person because I'm just used to that responsibility, you know?
What makes you stay up at night, Brittany?
Knowing this conversation was gonna happen. I don't know. No.
There you go. Now.
No, I think like that's the thing though. I want to be in bed with somebody and just be like, bro, and then share a thought and have them be like, babe, it's okay. And I'm like, but is it? Never mind, I'll handle it. But like, they're like, you don't have to handle it alone. You know, stuff like that where I don't want to feel like I'm if I'm gonna journey alone, it's fine. But if I have a partner, I want them to help facilitate a cohesive existence together. I want to have kids, girl. If I don't find a person in the next 3 years, I'm going to buy a house and adopt. I've decided I need a kid. I need a kid in my life. But it's going to be an adopted kid. And I have a whole family around here. I have nieces and nephews and brothers and people. And I'm taking, you know what I mean? I've got it all figured out. But it is one of those things that, yeah, if I end up with someone, of course I want them to be someone I can rely on. I do, because I kind of imagine myself, Lauren, going in two directions. Single Brittany's definitely going to be an old naked lady on OnlyFans, for sure. She's going to be 90 and definitely doing that. But if I get married, I'm open to the idea that we might just retire from public life by my 50s anyways. So I probably won't even be on OnlyFans in my 50s if we retire from public life. It just depends on how the future goes.
You mentioned that you might adopt in 3 years if you can't find someone. Does that biological clock freak you out?
Oh, girl, it's not. Okay, let me tell you, as somebody who I went to the doctors to get my tubes tied in my 20s. And because at the time I held, girl, listen to this journey. I believed at one point
Can you undo that?
We were overpopulated and that making a baby was unethical. And so I was like, I'm going to go tie my tubes and adopt. And then
or is it only the male one that's undoable?
Can we just like wait on that? And then
wait, pause.
Yeah, tell me.
So do you regret having your tubes tied?
No, I didn't have my tubes tied. He stopped me.
Oh,
my
you
boyfriend
didn't,
stopped
but
me
you were potentially going to because of all of the propaganda about overpopulation, even though we actually have birth rates that are below replacement rates in America and Canada and Europe. All right, that's interesting to see. People's lives are being effed up by this propaganda, guys.
It's actually
I'm glad your boyfriend saved you.
He really did, because to be totally honest with you, once I hit 30 and I looked at him, I was like, I can't have an abortion. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, it's done. Whatever stage of life I'm in, I physically cannot have an abortion anymore. And he was like, okay. And then we broke up, so it didn't matter. But the whole point is, like, I told my mom, I was like, something's going on with my body. And she goes, welcome to your 30s. And I was like, bro, I want a baby. I've always wanted a baby, though, girl. Since I was a little girl, I was in pro-life rallies. I was, like, marching with all these babies. I was at maternity stores. I was in these pro-life, like, groups with all these pregnant moms. And I'm like, I need a baby. And then now I know that I'm meant to be a mother. Like,
Jesus.
I take care of all my siblings. I take care of the internet. I'm Mama Simon on the internet. Like, I'm obviously made to take care of babies. So I don't want to make a new one. I'd rather just adopt if I'm going to be single. But then you know what that means, right? That means like doubling my income and buying a house and having a nanny 3 days a week, which is like not ideal, but it's probably better than foster care. You know what I mean? It's better than not being adopted out. But yeah. Sorry, did I answer your question, or did I go on a rant?
No, yeah.
Okay.
So are you like actively seeking a life partner right now? Or are you putting out like actively dating? And when you date someone, you don't just date them because they're cute and it would be fun, but you like go through a checklist of, do you want the same things?
Is there a shortcut to cycle through characters on my keyboard?
I've gone on like 5 or 6 dates in the last couple of years, all of them online, of course, because I don't share my state, I don't share where I live, and I don't share my job.
Wow.
Because people have issues around them, and then eventually first date, if I get into a date.
Wait. So you don't share your job?
Like my YouTube.
Feel like, okay. Because I feel like, you know, when like trans people go on dates and then they don't tell the person that they're trans or whatever, people obviously very reasonably freak out and go like, whoa, that was not the set of genitals I'm looking for. But like, do you not tell them that you do sex work? Because I feel like that's one of those things that people would be like, whoa.
This is what I tell people. So if I'm on a date, let's
oh no, emergency Lauren Southern Supreme Court decision
when they came to America,
analysis. Oh, how have I been missing this?
No. We also see the same thing with black immigrants to this country now. Talking about a conception inward.
Okay,
I'm not surprised by this. That's.
Wait, did I say Lauren or did I say Merrick? Oh shit, I misspoke. I'm obsessed. I'm sorry. I'm reading like 7 things at once. Hold on.
Racist outcome.
When did what was the time where she went over the Alito thing here? Somebody linked a tweet on my other monitor. I miss white woman, true. This is a 4-hour stream. Why has today just been retarded women? Okay, stop. All right, we're gonna do the Glink convo and MrGlinkMrGirl, 2 men. Okay, we're moving to the male-centric conversation.
Notice?
What?
Literally nobody would notice.
Hey,
yo, what's up, dude?
Why are you already talking and I wasn't here to moderate? What did you say?
No, we're not talking. Okay,
you just were talking. You came in. Are you calling me a liar?
We were talking, but
Thank
we
you.
weren't
Okay,
starting.
so you
the stream.
lied.
It was a white lie.
Does that make it better? We're
Max
doing
doesn't
it
wanna
poll in
lie.
here now. Like,
It's not good. It wasn't good. I shouldn't have lied.
okay. Why are both of you in here?
So, here's the thing, Slush, he's my translator.
Wait, then why the fuck am I here?
You're the bridge. You're the bridge.
So
between
you
the
have a
spiritual-
translator and a bridge? How communicationally fucking retarded are you? What are you talking about?
It's hard to advocate for an entirely different view of reality on your own.
Yeah, I thought that's why I was here. I didn't know we had a whole IEP going on. We've got like 12 people in here to help you with your education for Max. Jesus.
Oh, it's not 12 people. It's just my buddies. Slush. You guys are good friends.
Are we, or do we hate each other?
You guys made.
Do we hate each other? I don't hate
peace.
you.
Oh, we made peace. So
You
then
guys
I guess-
talked about the Dr. K situation a while
Our
ago.
conversation on stream was pretty like amicable, you know. Like
Oh, Max doesn't
It was
want to
a-
join because you're the guy that he said was trying to go behind the scenes.
Dude, tell him to. Oh, fuck this guy. He's such a prima donna.
Well, you're
It's so
bringing in
not
a
a big deal.
third person. Did you agree to have this guy in here
to
before?
be fair, he did add me yesterday at 7.
Yeah, but
PM
nobody said anything.
Or yeah, like 7 Easternish.
Max is springing this on now because he
Said
wants
I'm
to make it a
adding
big deal.
Slush of the combo. So I feel like Max should have like said his issues with it sooner.
Well, he might not have been just watching people joining this. You're like fourth partying the debate.
Third. Or.
Well, aren't I the third party?
You're the second.
Oh, because you
Never
guys
mind,
are
you're
both
right.
first party technically, so I would be the second
I
party.
guess.
So he's the third party, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, how?
Well, how's your day then?
Well, wait. So what do we do now? Because now Max doesn't want to join if Slush is here.
Well, he's gonna join because he's gonna get over it, and he's gonna realize he just needs to say, literally, all that happened with Sam was they had DMs, and Sam didn't like the way that nobody.
Yeah, but I don't know
cares.
if he wants to. Does he want to litigate this right now, or
Nobody cares.
I'm
Nobody
willing
remembers
to
it.
completely just ignore the whole beef and like just have this conversation, and then like him and I can worry about that another time. You know, like I don't.
Well, I mean, it
to
sounds
me,
like
it's-
you'll ignore it, but that sounds like because you're not the one that has the major beef. No.
Well, I do have beef with Max. I felt like he was slandering me online, and like saying things about me that just weren't true. But I don't care because I'm as someone who's into spirituality want to be a part of this conversation. So I'm willing to put it aside for being in this conversation. But I mean, if he's not, I don't know. I can't really do anything about that, obviously.
I think Sam is going to bring a good balance to this. I'm not saying you won't, but I don't know. He knows me and he knows what I'm trying to say, and we're kind of on the same page. To be fair, I think I might need some help conveying what I'm saying, and I don't know if you're as familiar with that as Sam is. So
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
why
I guess I'm just under because like if I was brought here to moderate, and now you're bringing in like another arbiter or arbitrator.
Okay,
Just
well
seems kinda-
now I don't want to make anybody.
It seems like Max
uncomfortable.
isn't going to join without me leaving unless I want to talk about Dr. K for 3 hours. Why is he like? Why can't we just talk about this and do that some other?
Can't we all just get along?
Well,
I don't-
because it
I
sounds like
honestly
there
don't
are
think-
substantial disagreements related to.
They're not substantial whatsoever. They're so minuscule, nobody even remembers them or cares about them. Does anybody care?
It
No.
sounds like he cares, and he's party to
How
that
do I get
disagreement,
myself to be
so-
less lazy?
Man. Well,
You want me to leave?
fuck, man. I don't want you to leave, actually, but I'm being left with very little choice here. We have someone throwing a tantrum, and he's part of the discussion committee. So it's like, what the fuck do I do now?
Well,
I guess.
Why would you throw somebody in at the last minute? Why would you do that?
Because it's there's a lot of reasons, but
Well,
the
now
main
it sounds like
reason
you're
is-
trying to ambush him.
I'm not. We don't want to talk about it at all.
Greg, it seems like he's ambushing, but it has more to do with his like lack of scheduling and time management,
Who?
and like just forethought for telling Max that he wanted to add me. He just didn't think about it. So now it's
Well, but okay, I mean, like, that's like saying like I go to fuck somebody and I have like 2 extra friends in the room while we do it. I'm like, well, I just didn't think about it. I forgot that I invited them over, so they're gonna watch.
You
Right? Like it doesn't
consider
really
this,
work
like,
that way, right?
Weirdo, but like the thing is that like I don't think it's unreasonable for Greg to have assumed that Max would have been okay to get on the call, but
You don't think it's unreasonable? Don't you and Max literally fucking hate each other?
I don't like Max at all. Yeah,
And
But
he
I don't
hates
care.
you, right? So why would you assume that he'd be okay with having you as like a third party to the
see,
conversation?
Man, there's so many things I wish went differently. Sam, I was like, never mind. I was just like, I wish you and Mr. Girl didn't have beef because this is so stupid. There's such a better conversation to be had than one about Dr. K because you guys are both interesting and you both have great perspectives, but because of some stupid fucking person that doesn't even have anything to do with this, Dr. K, we're like up in arms against each other. It's a joke.
It was like the center point of this entire discussion.
Well, not of this discussion.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Wow. Okay. Well, I think the quality of the conversation.
I can't hear you.
I just got a message
La, la, la,
from
la.
someone in a random Discord server saying, "Leave the call. I want content."
You are the content.
I thought you were the content, Glink.
I am, but Sam and I bounce so well off each other that it's like it's going to balance this conversation. I'm going to sound fucking insane to most people.
I can translate for you unless you're actually insane.
I don't think I'm actually insane.
Then I should be able to translate. Didn't I do it just fine last time?
Okay.
You really not
fine.
trust me that much?
Okay, we can try. Okay, I don't know. Sam, I guess maybe you could come in later. I hope you can. I want you to. But I guess I believe I'm being left with little to no choice here.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I can leave.
Say.
So I do think this is like a little, like I feel like we should be able to just put it aside for like an hour and a half. And just
Yeah,
have
I mean, it sounds like you should, but that like has to happen in another conversation. You can't just like spring that on somebody, right? Like, I think understandably going to feel like it's a little underhanded, no?
No, I don't. Yeah,
I mean, we did add you to the call yesterday at 6.
Yeah, but who knows how busy his Discord is. Dude, I didn't know this guy got fucking added to the call until I just checked when you fucking called me.
Okay, fair.
To be clear, also, I'm not taking a side on any of this. I don't know like who's right or wrong in your guys' beef. I'm just saying that having like a third person join out of nowhere is probably gonna, for a lot of people, be like, no, that they're not gonna be into that. You know.
I don't suppose that Max would listen to you more than Greg if you tried to convince him.
I'm not gonna try to convince him. I don't think. I don't know what the beef is. I don't. Some people don't want to be fucking ambushed like that. Damn.
Fair enough. I'll leave.
Sam, I love you, man, and we're gonna make this right in the future. We're gonna have another conversation.
Well, let's do a conversation like this with someone that is okay with me being.
Okay, me, you, and Destiny next time if this goes well. We'll see. Okay. I would like that.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll leave. Enjoy your convo, guys.
Be careful,
later,
man. Jeez.
How you doing, man?
I'm okay. I'm just chilling, you know.
Chilling. That's good.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, man. Been busy actually, but it's good to chill and just have.
What have you been busy with? What's life like in Glink's world?
Oh man, dude, it's crazy. I'm organizing a lot of things. I'm getting this event going to have creators come down to Austin to come to this like space where an event space where a lot of cool creators. I don't want people who are corporate and lame and sellouty and highly political or like in a political group, you know, where it's like they're trying to push an agenda.
Absolutely. Am I invited to that? Did you talk to me about that?
You're absolutely invited. Yeah. I mean, I'm ironing out some of the details, but end of June, maybe some live performances, some musical acts.
No, not that. Oh God. Wait, what is this?
Like that?
You're gonna have bands playing for us?
No, I want to invite like Rusty Cage. I've already messaged him. I don't know if you know who that is, but like different. Here's the thing, like there's so many people who are, whether they're canceled or they just don't fit into a particular community online. There's a lot of cool people who are not extremists, who are not insane, that I think are alternative to this mainstream, you know, kind of like established community online, and they don't really have a meeting point. And I think I'm going to give one to them.
Oh my God. You're going to be that meeting point.
Not me. It's much
You're
bigger
creating
than me.
the meeting point.
Maybe I'm helping too. Yeah.
Based.
That's the plan. Because I see you going to these events and stuff, like in college campuses, and I see people turn out, like young people, you know, like YouTubers that look up to you.
True.
And I'm like, huh, this is, something's happening here.
Max has joined. Max, wait, is your name Max or is it Maxwell? Have I asked you this?
It's just Max.
Okay. I think I've asked you this before, haven't
I? Yeah, I think so. You didn't remember, whatever.
Well, it sounds like you didn't remember me asking. Okay, so.
Well, okay. Well, that's different.
Yeah,
That's different from not remembering your. I remember your fucking name.
Really? Is my name Steve or Steven?
Steven.
With a V or a PH?
With a V.
You don't even know that. You're just guessing. Okay.
No, I do know that because I see people spell it with a PH, and I always think like, wow, they don't know their shit, do they?
Wow. Okay. Well.
Yeah, don't fuck with me.
Today we're joined. Yeah, I don't want you screaming at me. Okay, I've seen how destructive you can be. I'm just fucking. I'm sorry.
I could get abusive.
Okay. Well, today we are joined in unholy union for an epic debate. In the center, we have Mr. Girl, who is not trans, but his name is just Mr. Girl. And then we're joined by Discount Nuance Bro, a.k.a. Glink, the most canceled man on the internet, but not really.
Interesting introduction.
Are you guys excited for today?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm energized.
Before you start...
No camera for you, Steven?
If you want, Jesus. There.
Well, of course.
I didn't like do my hair or anything, so now I feel like a fucking loser, okay?
Okay.
I don't think anybody did their hair here.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
hold on.
I'm not a big hair doer.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Give me 1 sec. Don't start screaming at each other, okay? All right, can you handle that while I step away for a second?
Yeah. I'll keep it cool.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Oh, I can't hear
it. Just want to lay this in.
Hold on, guys. I'm fixing the audio.
Bo Blacks wants in. No way.
Fuck off. No.
If things get too quiet, we'll add Bo Blacks.
Oh, they're not going to get quiet.
Don't fucking ambush me. Don't do that.
Who are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
I ambushed you by adding Slush to the conversation 24 hours ago?
By not asking me. Yeah, I don't fucking notice who you're like. I noticed you added him to the. I didn't understand you were adding him to the stream. I was like, oh, I don't understand why you're adding him to this chat, but whatever. Yes,
no.
You should. If you're gonna add somebody who fucking hates me to a stream that we're doing, you should ask me. From now on, if that wasn't clear or obvious to you, that is what you should do.
Okay. Do you hate him?
Do I hate Slush? I don't want to stream with him. I don't hate him. I don't like him.
Okay.
I mean, like personally, he's fun. Like the thing is, if you and I are ever having like lunch, and we're not streaming, and then you're like you bring Slush, like that's fine. Okay, I don't have a personal problem with Slush. I have a professional problem with Slush. And so if we're in work land, then like yeah, I don't want to work with Slush.
Okay, see, that's the distinction then, because I don't view this as work land. I view this as like conversation, meeting of the minds.
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. You can forward all your donations and any revenue you get. Yeah, so give me all the money
donations
you make
go to Mr. Girl's sex change.
Yeah, no, seriously, give me all the money you make from this. Why not?
Okay, I'll give you all the $0 I make from this.
I
don't even have super
monetize
chats on my.
Okay, you're not going to monetize.
This channel's not even
video?
monetized. This channel's not even monetized. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I comb my hair. All right. Well.
Oh, look at you.
What are we doing today, guys? What are we talking about?
Well,
spousal abuse.
Would you like me to try to lay some groundwork? Not so much an opening statement, because I don't want this to be a formal fucking debate thing. I just want to share different perspectives, and hopefully, Destiny, you could be the bridge between. I would say what I have is a more less defined by science perspective, a more some people would say spiritual or conscious or religious. It depends on what your viewpoint is, but I don't define it by any of those things. I call it the psychedelic point of view, and I think Max has more of a I don't know if deterministic is the right word, but certainly like what he would call a very scientifically grounded, rational.
What I would call. Are you saying that it's not that?
Yeah, I would certainly challenge a lot of I'm going to be pushing back against some areas of science here, where I think science has expanded what it was.
Well,
meant
that's
to
fine
do.
if you don't like science, but are you saying that my view is not grounded in science?
No, I'm saying you would say that it's grounded in science, but
I'm asking
I would
if
say
you would also say that.
in the modern scientific worldview, yes, it is. But I think I take issue with that modern scientific worldview as opposed
That's
to the
fine.
scientific
I'm just
process.
saying there's a differentiation we need to make between Mr. Girl's view is not grounded in science, but he thinks it is, or it is grounded in science, but I don't like science.
Well, I think it's grounded in scientific models and probability theory, which is most of what I mean when I say modern science. I think science is excellent at doing what it's designed to do, but it's expanded into all areas of reality where, it's like...
Do you understand the distinction I'm asking you to make?
Yeah, I said...
Okay, wait, hold on. Whoa. Okay.
You have a scientific worldview.
Wait. Excuse me. Okay. Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to translate, okay?
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Glink doesn't believe you have a misunderstanding of the science, okay? Glink is going to be attacking your empirical or scientific analysis of the world, understanding that it probably coincides with what scientific people would say. You're not wrong on that. He just disagrees with that framework. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so if you'd like, I could kind of lay out what we could do is part of this could be talking about the current, like what I would say is the mainstream scientific view of the world that people in the West are either born into or they just kind of regard as the truth. And then we can go from there, because I think that's tied into my advocacy for what I'm calling the psychedelic point of view, which is also, it's not antithetical to science. I actually think science and this psychedelic point of view are very closely related, but it's just that science in the modern world has become so attached to our culture and our cultural values. And I think the real problem is our conditioning of societal culture, which is tied to this scientific worldview, if that makes sense. So that's kind of what I would like to be discussing today.
Okay. I want to acknowledge that we had an off-stream conversation about this.
Yeah.
You said a few things. Oh, is that a secret?
No, I talked to you because I wanted to just have a casual conversation with you. So that
are the things we said in that conversation off the record?
I mean, you could bring it up. Sure, yeah.
Are they off the record or are they not?
No, they're not off the record. You could bring it up.
I want to say that in that conversation, you said that you thought that maybe I was performatively aggressive against you. And you thought that if we chatted off stream, then maybe things would be different. And I ended up yelling at you within 90 seconds of you saying that. So I think it's fair to say that that was not true. Or maybe you think I was pretending to be mad at that. But something about the way you talk about this makes me very angry. And in the conversation we had, I identified that as you seem to want to convert me with everything you say. You seem unsettled by and unhappy with the fact that I don't see things the way you do. Whereas when you say to me, like, yeah, like I think nature is God, and I think I'm God, and I think I'm a spirit, and I think whatever you think, I'm like, okay, that I get that you think that. I kind of understand it, and I try, and I wanna understand it, And talking to you, I want to understand it. Whenever I say anything like, oh, there is no design in nature, it's just random shit. It's just math. Yeah, it's probability and evolution and random chance. You're like, yeah, but Max, don't you see the beauty? What do you think that beauty is? Where do you think that comes from? Where do you think that feeling comes from? You start picking away at it. So I just want to acknowledge that, and I said this puts you at a disadvantage in any debate, because your goal is to turn me into you, and my goal is to not become you. And so it's very easy for me to just, like, it'll appear that I'm winning if I just don't start eating shrooms by the end of this conversation. Then like I win. But it feels like you're trying to convert me whenever we talk about this, and I kind of want to talk about that. I don't understand why you do that.
Okay. To me, my point of view is that people are more alike than they are different. So when I see you, when I see Destiny, when I see anybody streaming, I think, in another life circumstance, in another situation, that would be me coming to those same conclusions. That's what I think when I see anybody. So what you call trying to convert you is maybe more, from my perspective, viewed as I'm trying to see where we are alike and what we can build off of the experiences we share and the feelings
Okay,
we
but
share.
build in what direction? It feels like you want to build towards you.
I do. I want to build towards
Okay.
an appreciation of reality.
Right,
That-
in your version of reality. Again, like you're not okay with even defining us as having different definitions of reality. You're like you sort of get it, Max. And if we talk, you'll fully get it.
Well, yeah, I believe that inherent in every human is the ability to appreciate.
Wait, real quick.
life
Glink, do you understand what his problem is right now?
That he feels I'm trying to convert him to my viewpoint.
Yeah, but why? Why does that feel like a problem?
Because when you're talking to me, you're not trying to convince me of anything. But when I'm talking to you, it feels like I'm trying to convince you to see things my way.
Kind of.
But
the hard is he feels like there's a lack of mutual respect here. So like, let's say that a Christian says to an atheist, "I believe in God," and the atheist is like, "Okay, cool," and then the atheist is like, "I don't believe in God," and the Christian's like, "Okay, you're a fucking piece of shit." He's saying that that's like the exchange that feels like it's going on here. That he's okay with your life view and he has his life view, but it feels like to him you're not okay with his life view, and you're like you have like a lack of acceptance there.
Okay,
that's kind of the problem he's illustrating,
all right.
right? Yeah.
Max, is that an accurate assessment of how you feel?
Absolutely.
About...
I think there's a lot of condescension, and you're like, I can imagine myself ending up being a soulless, heartless moron like you, and I have a lot of compassion for that. And so I want to try to help you by getting you to see that while your worldview may overlap with mine, because it's like a tiny little freckle on the gigantic like butt cheek of how fucking enlightened I am, I want to expand it so that you get the whole thing.
Okay. The language I've used has never been one of "I'm better than you." I've always acknowledged...
Oh, I think you are already using the language of "I'm better than you."
So real quick, hold on,
contraire.
just trying to make sure we stay connected. He's not saying that you're saying explicitly "I'm better than you," but there's an implicit connotation when you speak as though like, okay, like I think we both have the capacity to understand that I'm the correct one here. I think that we both have the shared tools necessary so that we can agree that I'm right about my view of the world. That's what it sounds like you're saying there.
I suppose I have my work cut out for me here, because
Sure.
the entire reason I'm having this conversation and the entire reason I'm reaching out to you is to advocate for a different perspective that maybe you don't have. And so, as
well, here's
part
like,
of that,
let me just one final clarifying question, and then you guys go. So I think the question is ultimately, if at the end of this conversation, you two have fundamentally or even diametrically opposed views of the world, do you like accept that, or do you kind of view Max as like he's just a work in progress? I'll get him eventually. Like,
well, they can both be the same thing. It's like I can accept him for who he is, but still want him to change. If I do, I'm not even saying I do, but I'm saying you could accept someone for who they are and yet think that there is something that they're not seeing. You know?
Sure. Okay.
Every
And I think that's
conversation we have turns into you trying to convert me to your worldview every single time we have talked.
I think if we try to make your viewpoints commensurate. So Max, I would argue that you're closer than you guys think, because I'm sure you probably maybe would hope that he sees the world a little bit more like you do. The difference is that you're not like trying to is it evangelize?
Proselytize.
Proselytize. Yeah. You're not out here like trying to push people into it, but you're more accepting of him having a different viewpoint, whereas he kind of like really wants you to believe his viewpoint. But I think we're okay on this, right? Okay. Yeah. So where do we want to... Yeah. Okay. Do we want to talk about your viewpoints, or what do we want to start for this?
Well, I think we agreed in that conversation that the best way to go about this maybe is to just share our perspectives, maybe see where they differ. I would like to not spend a huge amount of time on I would like to get my whole picture across of this psychedelic view versus the strictly scientific view.
You don't have a fucking picture. No, go ahead. You can.
And,
you want to do an opening statement?
Yeah, but I don't want it to be so formal like that. I'll just lay out some things, and we could just talk about what from there, what's interesting or what you disagree with or whatever.
Okay, so you want me to be quiet, or you want objections?
You can give objections. Just know that I'm building.
Before we do anything, maybe Glink, you should just build up your fundamental framework a little bit, and then I'll say when Max can object, because you don't want to be like, I would say, and Max what do you mean by I? And then you guys are bogged down in everything, right? So just lay out your fundamental thing, and then we can move on from that. Go for it.
Okay. Science is a useful tool for what it originally set out to do, and what it originally set out to do is, conduct these experiments that are probabilistic. You do something 100 times, and the 101st time you can reliably get it. And this is like probability theory. This is what statistics is born out of, polling data. I mean, all aspects of our life, politically, socially, religiously, areas of commerce, these things, the investment strategies, there is an element of probability theory here. And this has been mistaken, I think, in a lot of people as a sort of belief system, as a way to live life. Like, for example, science might have everything to do, it might be a useful tool for determining whether an atom bomb is going to split every time and split the same way. But in terms of determining who you are to love, who you are to spend the rest of your life with, where you are to be living, and what you're to be doing, your purpose in life, these kinds of questions that human beings deal with on an everyday basis are not meant to be answered by science. And yet science has enveloped, it's become, I believe in the science, as like an expression that doesn't even make sense. That's completely anti-science. So it's gotten, the scientific worldview has become extremely expansive when science is only determinable for things that are time independent, meaning an experiment that happens it doesn't matter which day it was conducted on, or what time of the day, or what time period of one's life. And yet that is how we experience this reality, is through our perception of time when things are not independent from time. Do you understand what I'm trying to make there? There's distinction of science in an experiment form where you conduct something, it's based on probability. It's independent. Yeah. Time is not a variable in this. But in our lives, time is a variable.
I don't know what that means by time is not a variable in this. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's kind of a
I'm not sure what you're talking about there either, so go ahead.
Okay, well, when you conduct an experiment and you determine something and you measure it, you measure the outcome. Mm-hmm. The outcome has nothing to do with when the experiment was done, or what time of the day it was, what day it was at all. It's time. It's a time independent thing. It's just based on probability.
Sure. So right? I think that maybe a more friendly way to state this, a more scientifically friendly way to state this, is that I believe physicists assume that the laws of, or the way that the universe works is consistent at all points in time and space in the universe. So we would assume that to be the case, right?
Well, and then you look at quantum physics, where you have, when the observer is not there, the particle is not there.
That's okay. I think we should avoid talking about quantum physics. That's not true. People don't believe that things don't exist until observed. It's just the idea of the observing of something will fundamentally change the thing being observed. But that's not relevant to this conversation.
Okay. Yeah. I think it is relevant. But anyways.
Okay. Well, wait. I digress. I would like to make an objection.
Sure. Yeah.
Quantum physics is a field of science, and so you cannot say that the scientific view is limited. And then in your example of why it's limited, give science a scientific theory or fact as an example of something outside science. That is still science. Quantum mechanics is part of science.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point, actually, because this is a difference of what we would consider. Okay, here's an example, or related to that. That is it's a stubborn. Yes, that's a fact that science has stumbled upon. Whatever however you would describe the observer effect in quantum mechanics is a fact that science has stumbled across. But that fact, what it shows is a limitation of. It shows that there's a limitation to the time-independent ways of measuring something. It shows that there are variables that we didn't fully account for, that we don't fully understand. And I think the more we learn, it's the classic idea of the more we learn, the more we know we don't know shit. There's a certain hubris, I think, to make a big picture argument for this whole scientific thing. Really what it comes down to is, I think it's hubris for a man with a primate's neural network to think that they can understand reality. They could fully understand reality through scientific models and probabilistics and all these different things. Okay. Well, you can object, but that's my view.
Well, I do object. Actually, it's not science that claims to understand everything. It's religion. religious people and religion they are the ones. You are claiming to
I'm
know
not
more
religious.
than. Well, I believe you are, Glink, and
Okay, you can believe I am, but I object to that.
Yes. Okay. I believe that science regularly admits that it does not understand everything. That's like the whole point of science, is to say what we understand and what we don't understand. Science, especially like quantum mechanic, like interstellar, like astronomical shit. They're like, most of the universe is like dark matter and dark energy. We don't know what it is or how to interact with it. Science, we don't know why gravity happens. Like, science regularly admits its limitations. I don't think that's true to say it's hubris to think that science is.
Well, I disagree with that. I think science regularly glosses over and assumes things and inserts these theories these models that it claims as facts, as absolute truths, as the only truths are scientific truths. That's the world we live in, where it's like.
Okay, wait. I just before we get too far off into areas where I think it'd be interesting to explore like substantial disagreements, rather than to get hung up on like factual things. So I'm just gonna say, as a moderator, I don't believe that any maybe like in the 17 or 1800s, but I don't think for quite a while. I think science has kind of strayed away from that concept of like creating scientific laws that are never breakable. Like, I think scientists are usually relatively humble in terms of the absolute factness that, that they're going to state around any given thing. I think that's pretty, I don't think that's very controversial.
Wait. You're saying that we're no longer trying to define reality by laws and hard scientific truths anymore?
I feel like we've kind of shunned away from that form of thinking. I know in school we used to say like science or whatever, hypothesis, experiment, results, conclusion, theory, and law, like not even crafting like hardcore scientific laws. I don't think that's the direction that physics and everything goes in now. And like a lot of the experiments we do are scientists constantly looking to break models. Like they're constantly looking to destroy their understanding so that they can like continue to explore. Like I'm pretty sure most of the major experiments with the LHC, I know it was the case with the Higgs boson, wasn't even like, they weren't even like looking for stuff they didn't know was already there. They were just trying to confirm or deny like the existence of certain particles,
But there's certain theories, there's certain models that are regarded as the basis for our entire reality. Like evolution is this one that, that came from this era of Darwin and the same century as Nietzsche and, these other Hegel and these philosophers who
I object.
Okay.
I don't think evolution is presented as a basis for reality.
Well, it's a basis for consciousness, for life, for all,
I don't think
nature.
It's presented as a basis. I've never seen a teacher be like, evolution is the basis of reality and human nature. They don't say that. They just say evolution is a theory. They don't even say it's a law or a fact. They say it's a theory. But
it's regarded as the truth. I think when people say they believe in the science, what they mean is they regard, and a large number of people do.
Okay, wait. Let's wait. We're guiding this conversation for Glink.
The truth.
Wait, real quick, because maybe I'm seeing a disconnect. So, Glink, are you talking about common parlance understanding of science? Or are you talking about scientists and researchers themselves? Maybe there's like a difference.
I think the difference there is a difference, but it's not one that even is that necessary to make a distinction, because the problem as I see it is facing us in a very matter-of-fact way when it comes to the resources, the plant life that's being destroyed, the oceans that are being poisoned, our environment, our Earth. Climate scientists will say the same thing, environmentalists will say the same thing, but this experiment that we're running on Earth with really what I have a problem with is our modern society that is predicated on nothing but science. So I want to make this less of a criticism of science, but more so a criticism of our adoption of it into everything and to be the only thing that guides our values. And it has flattened our values into this consumer fetishist society that values nothing beyond the material. And like I said, we're facing a catastrophe as a result of this, as a result of our neglect of Earth's resources. We're robbing our children of their future for to maintain this present facade of modern, hubris, dominion over the Earth in the way that we have. And I think we need to rethink our relationship with the Earth, with plant life, with other humans, and our view of life and our view of reality if we're to save ourselves from the brink of this total societal collapse, quite frankly.
Okay, go.
And that is where the psychedelic view comes in, because
oh god,
a big problem that we're facing is one of culture and the failure of culture to adapt to the changing rate of technology. And whether this is a culture that's informed by science or religion or whatever it may be, we have to be adaptable as humans. And to do that, we have to be able to step outside the boundaries of cultural conditioning and of linguistic.
I would like to ask a question.
Okay, can I just finish real quick?
Yeah.
And to do that, what the psychedelic experience provides is a sort of cultural relativism where you are stripped, whether you're a live streamer in Los Angeles or a businessman in Shanghai, your ideas, your conditions of who you are, what you are as a citizen, as a Chinese citizen, an American citizen, a lawyer, or a nurse, these things are completely stripped away and dissolved with the psychedelic experience. Your boundaries between people and your boundaries between reality are stripped away. And what that allows you to do is re-examine where you are from a point of view outside of culture, outside the context of culture, and within the context of a conscious experience of an organism. The experience of being an organism without the cultural baggage and the conditioning that we have, the language that we define ourselves, our entire world by. That's what the psychedelic point of view offers. And I think that is a useful tool. Many cultures and civilizations throughout time have regarded it as such. That's why we have an entire class of shamans, seers, and mystics, because they understood the importance of stepping outside of their cultural boundaries to adapt and to progress. And I think we're missing that. And our suppression of these substances, of these experiences, of these discussions has limited our worldview and our understanding of our place in it.
Okay. Go, Max.
Okay. I want to make a clarification about what you're saying about science. It sounds like you're saying that science doesn't tell us enough about morality. Science tries to describe how things are, not so much how they should be. Well, except like medicine, which is like, you know, you're trying to stay alive, or environmentalism is trying to keep the planet alive. But generally, science tries to explain what's happening and predict what's happening without saying too much about how to live our lives.
Yes, that is what it's designed to do. Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that science shouldn't exist?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that science should include like, if I look up like what happens when two cars crash into each other at 60 miles per hour, how much like G-force does that create on the driver of of car A? Are you saying that it should also say in the answer to this physics equation, but that would be bad because you would also die, and that's wrong, and you should buckle your seatbelt and not drive drunk? Okay, so what is your problem with science? So it sounds like you don't actually have a problem with science. It sounds more like you're saying you have a problem with our relationship with science.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Which also sounds even more than that. It sounds like you're saying science is fine. You can have a relationship with science, but there's a void. There's a void of being willing to think about why we do what we do, and how we do what we do, and what we want to be, and how we want to live.
And what is our view of reality? You know, and of the truth. Is the truth to reality that it's just a series of scientific
Yes, and
models?
is morality part of truth?
Sure, that's a deeper question. That
I just got that from our last conversation because
I do think that is a deeper question.
So I feel like instead of saying science is hubris,
it's not that science is hubris. It's that
you sort of said that, and I'm saying
let me clarify.
Well, I'm suggesting a clarification for you, if you like.
You. Yes, please.
My suggestion is that it sounds more like you're saying that there's a void of a system of morality, of understanding that maybe we're more than just animals, and that could bring connection and community to people, other than science, which I would call religion. It sounds like you're religious, and you think that we should be religious.
It sounds like you're incapable of perceiving of any type of relationship to reality outside of a hard science-based point of view, or
let me redefine what Max is saying. So Max, maybe instead of saying that he's religious, can I get you to spiritual? What if we use that word? We need some aspect of spirituality instead of just
Yeah.
There's a
Wait, is that an acceptable
organization-
compromise, Glink? That phrasing there?
I mean, sure. I don't even like the word. I don't even like to define it because what I'm advocating for is a removal of definitions and a removal.
Well, but no,
of
hold
culture.
on. We can't remove definitions because we have to be able to talk to each other, right? We need conversations.
Well, I mean, it's more of a reference. It's not a definition. I don't think there's one word that fully defines one's view of reality because I think reality is beyond definitive words. But that's what I'm advocating for: is a view that reassesses our relationship to reality.
I'm
is capable
using the
of doing
word
that.
religion because you are suggesting a system of beliefs.
I'm not suggesting a system.
It's not that well. It's not that well defined, but I do think it is a system.
No, it's
of
not
beliefs.
a system.
Well, I think it is.
Well, it's
what do you
not.
mean
What
by
I'm-
system,
what I'm-
Max? Wait, Max. What do you mean when you say a system? Maybe he will agree to that, but you need to define. A system.
Okay, so when Glink says certain things, you can kind of infer other things. Like they're all kind of interlocked. I feel like there are gears that turn other gears. Like when he says truth is part of morality, that scientists think they're God. We
didn't
are
even say
relying
any of
too
that.
much on.
Okay, go on.
I'm paraphrasing. Maybe you
Fine.
think it's unfair.
Okay.
We're relying too much on these things. We need to then take the psilocybin in order to see the real reality, see beyond the bounds. This will then allow. But people have been doing. There's an allusion to tradition. People have been doing this for thousands of years. Shamans and truth seers, and this allows us to do this, which allows us to do this. It feels like an interlocking set of ideas, basically saying you need to take psilocybin in order to see more of reality, in order to connect to other people. And if we rely only on secular thought, then there will be an apocalypse, which is another very religious
There
thing
is an
to say.
apocalypse unfolding right now, every single day.
Yes, that's what religious people say every single day.
Okay, and they're
so,
right.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm just saying, while there may not be a name of your religion, or I think there probably is, but there may not be a non-derogatory name of your religion, and I still think that it's representing it systemically as a series of interlocking ideas, and as a way to live. So that's why I'm calling it a
It's
religion.
a series of interlocking ideas only insofar as it's an acknowledgement that all ideas are connected, that all things, all life, all of this reality is in some way connected in a way that we cannot fully understand. And it's not so much a system as it is, like I said, it's changing the relationship between this I think what I'm calling hubris is the idea that we can not only understand our reality completely with our primitive or primate neural networks, which, by the way, is the most densely complicated physical thing we've ever observed, is the human brain, as far as I'm aware. That's what I've heard. But anyways, the point is that the hubris is in that thinking with our limited biological capacities, we could fully understand the universe, and that we are to have dominion over this earth. We have this dominant relationship with nature, with countries, with people.
Wait, real quick, can I just ask in terms of this, who actually makes that claim that we can fully understand? When you say people are saying that, who's saying that?
Well, that is where science has expanded to. It's expanded to all areas of reality because it's as an idea, as a belief system, as a belief system, supposes that man can understand reality.
I don't think that's true. I think science.
That's the goal of
seeks to-
science. Modern day
That's
science.
that's like saying that the goal of astronomy is to visit every planet in the universe. That's not possible, and that's not true. We just want to go to the moon and maybe Mars, and maybe one day we'll get out to Uranus. But
Well, that's okay, but that's all related to what I'm saying, which is
no. I would like you to respond to this.
Okay.
Astronomy is not the goal. The goal of astronomy is not conquest of the entire universe. Right? It's just to explore and see what happens, see where we go, see what we find.
Mhm. And as we've found more things, this scientific process that has been unfolding now for 200, 300 years, we define things, we categorize things, we
Yeah, I
create
know.
We
Yeah,
create cultural
but
boundaries
the
and
part I don't-
definitions,
all
like the
agreed,
citizen.
all very agreeable statements. The thing
like
is that you're,
the social contract that we're all born into, which is you're
changing
born
the
as an
subject, Link.
It's not changing the subject. I'm telling you the ways in which science bleeds into this defining the
talking
world
about.
around us bleeds into
But
our
that's-
day to day.
But that's not what we're talking about. It can be if you would like to
There
change
is
the
an
subject.
assumption
But
at
that's
the
not
base
what
of
we were
this.
just talking about.
Okay.
That we can understand everything. I don't think I've never heard anybody make that assumption. That's not what I learned in my science classes. What I learned was we try to understand what we can. We see if it works for us. Like, yeah, penicillin, you take it, you get better. Okay, so that we'll put a pin in that. Let's do that. And then if it stops working, we try to figure out why, or if we figure out something better, then we do that. Like, I don't see a goal or an ambition of or a prediction of total knowledge.
Well, I would say we're running out of time for this. Whatever process you're talking about, that is this idealistic, perfect science that always questions itself, always finds new areas to explore, and always makes progress, has catastrophically failed us and is failing us every single day that we're destroying our Earth irreversibly. Because our dominion of the Earth is using the tools that we've created with science and is motivated by the values that we've set forth as mostly a secular or religious as well, but we're using the tools that we've created in the assumption that we can have dominion over the earth and an understanding of reality, and that this is all one game. We're going to figure it out, and once we get the perfect scientific model, everything is going to fall into place. And every civilization throughout time, whether they're using science or religion or whatever system, has thought this, that if they just have 5% more of it figured out, everything is going to fall into place. Their model is going to work. And we look back on history as like those guys didn't know shit. They didn't have science. Look how stupid they were.
I've not heard scientists say everything is going to fall into place. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're asking for some guy in a lab coat to come out and literally just say the thesis of science, and that's not how it works. It's
wait? Okay, hold on, real quick. Yeah, can I suggest a definition for science, and then you can both work around this or not? Like, my understanding of science is just a process by which we gather information about the world. What scientists try to do is they try to understand things so that they can build like predictive models of things. That's all science is. Like, no?
Okay. At its core, yes, but acknowledge that there is a culture, a secular point of view, a culture, whatever you want to call it, that's formed out of this scientific dominance of many realms of
Yeah, there
life.
could be. Something you're talking about, I've heard broadly referred to as the concept of scientism, but that's a little bit different than science. So I think Max was trying to get, so Max had a question for you earlier where I think he said, is your problem with science or is your problem with people's relationship with science? And it sounds like you want to talk about the latter, but the words you use keep making it sound like you're talking about the former, which is why it's getting a little bit confusing.
Okay, well, I guess I'll use scientism. Okay, scientism is this assumption, this belief that I think is present in it, whether it's explicitly stated or it's just, again, through this historical process that is played out over and over again, of man's hubris, of the ego, the male ego mostly, thinking that we can fully understand and control. It's this dominant partnership with nature, to put it one way, that we control nature and it gives us what we want, and we manipulate nature and it gives us what we want. And obviously that has produced wealth and conveniences and many great things, things that you like in our society. But it's also,
I would like to.
Okay.
Do you think I think this?
That you think?
Do you think I'm a scientismist?
I don't know. You seem to, parts of what you say seem to be. I think so, but that's for you to answer. I mean, are you?
Well, I don't think we have it all figured out, and I don't think we will. I don't think we're going to have it all figured out. I don't think anything's going to fall into place. I don't think anything can fall into place. In fact, if I would say, you are the one who wants to have dominion over nature, I think humans are animals. This was our first argument. As I said, humans are apes. Humans are primates, just like any other primate. Like we are smarter, but that was partly because the ones in between us and chimps are all dead, possibly because we killed them, or maybe they died, or we absorbed them, or whatever. But we just happen to be the smartest animal, but that doesn't make us not an animal. You're the one who says that we are communing with spirits and in touch with.
See, I don't
greater.
like when you're just saying you're the one who says this, and then you say something.
Well, I'm saying
that's
I
not
don't
what I'm
see
saying.
how you say my view is hubris when
I'm
I
not
think
saying
we're
it's your
just,
view. I'm
I
saying
think we're
there
just
is this
dirty,
worldview.
filthy apes, and you
Okay.
think that we're enlightened beings.
All right, then let me meet you there because I think that is a maybe more interesting place to take this conversation, anyways. So here's.
Oh, I just also want to clarify: are you arguing against a straw man of things that just somebody would say? But you're saying you're admitting nobody says these things, but you're saying if they were going to say them, this is what they would say, and it's fucking stupid. Or are you arguing with me because I haven't said those things?
Okay.
And like,
I'm
if you
arguing against a worldview that seems to
but
be
not mine.
Well, he's
tied-
saying, I think he's saying because of the arguments you make or the position you take on things, it seems to be the case you buy into these worldviews. This is what Glink feels, probably. He just hasn't
Well, I
heard
would
you
like you
explicitly
to-
endorse them.
I guess I want to know, are Steven and I helping you kind of work through your beliefs here, or are you actually arguing with me?
I'm making a case for the psychedelic point of view, and if you don't agree with this scientism point of view, that's fine. But my point is that point of view has driven our culture and our modern society to the brink of extinction, and that is a fact. If anything is a fact, I mean, science is.
That's not a fact.
Okay, well then we're just going to be going. Okay,
We're not on the brink of extinction.
Okay, well, we could argue about that, but
Okay.
I would say
There's more humans today than ever.
right, and it's pretty clear that this is extremely unsustainable. That this is not only robbing our future for our children, but for potentially most of life on Earth if we continue the rate of resource depletion and rainforest
Yeah,
deforestation.
I'm pretty sure humans will be one of the last out the door, though. If every creature on the planet dies, I think we will find a way to make sure we're one of the few remaining.
What makes you think that? We could just easily be wiped out like any other animal. I thought we're just all animals.
Oh, because we have the technology to live on the fucking moon if we want. We can live in outer space. We don't.
Okay.
We like, yes, we rely on other animals and life, and eventually we will also die. Like, I'm sure plants will outlast us, but I'm just saying, I don't think of humans as being on the brink of extinction. It just
Fine.
seems a little extreme.
Well, here's another point that I think is interesting. Is I actually this is where we disagree, is because humans are obviously very different from all other species on this planet, not only in our intellectual capacity, but in our, well, what drives us. I mean, humans are driven by a novelty, by a seeking out of experiences. Animals, all species on Earth, are perfectly happy doing the mundane, hunting and gathering,
cats.
hunting
Not
and
cats.
Cats are curious. Cats are interesting, but
Yeah.
you know, a human will
Monkeys,
always
I
seek
think, are
out.
pretty curious too. I think, would you let a monkey loose in your apartment for 24 hours without you there?
I mean,
No.
this is an argument that I think most of the science would be on my side about. Ironically, I mean, there is nothing else in the record that is anywhere near the tripling size of the human brain in like 1 million years. That is
Sure, but we're
unheard
talking
of.
I thought we were just talking about animal behavior. If you look at even an ant, it's like.
Well, I'm saying the ways in which we're
it's
radically
You
different.
see those antennas feeling around? I think that's doing the same thing that we're doing.
We're
just better
clearly
at it.
we're maladapted for our environment. You know, we're not even fit to be. You know, human babies when they're born have to be cared for a lot of their life, and most animals, the vast majority of them, just a day or two out of the womb or the egg or the whatever.
Yeah, that's
are
a
perfectly
trade-off with brain size.
Yeah, and there's just many things anatomically, culturally. I mean, look at our relationship with the earth and how it is unlike any other animals on this planet. Our understanding of ourselves, our ability to have self-awareness. These are things, our art, our poetry, our music. I mean, let's give humanity the credit it deserves for being a unique organism on this.
Well, I don't think it's that unique.
This planet.
I just
Well,
don't
we've
agree.
never encountered anything even remotely like it.
There's cave paintings from other species. You've heard a fucking bird sing. Like, there are things like it. That's not true. Birds sing for many of the same reasons we sing. To get laid. This is all about fucking.
See, this is
You know that?
interesting because this is
This
the
whole
one.
thing's about fucking.
This is so interesting to me because now the tables have turned. You're trying to tell me all the ways that we're alike, only in regards to this one specific view of us being animals, and yet I'm pointing out the differences. But before, it's like when I'm pointing out the ways that people are like, without culture and without these kinds of these barriers, you take you take issue with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Destiny, what do you think? Because
this got derailed when I described.
I think this is
your
pretty
view.
settled that humans are unlike any other species on this planet, and it's a complete mystery as to how we
So
emerged.
fucking spiders are unlike any other species. It's like you can take any
They're
species
not.
and say they're on.
I think that so here Glink, how
Are
old
spiders creating the Mona Lisa? I don't
gotta
fucking
ask,
think
hold
so.
on, I gotta ask Glink, how old are you?
Can you spin a web?
27.
Other than the web you're spinning in this conversation.
Okay, it sounds like Glink. It sounds like this is gonna sound really condescending. I don't mean to sound this way. Okay, I love you. Okay, but it sounds like you've discovered like a bunch of cool, unique facts about humans, and then it sounds like you've got some problems with things related to how humans live their life today, especially in regards to like environmentalism, but probably other things too. And then we're trying to find a way to weave this all neatly into one single descriptive/prescriptive theory that can like explain everything that's wrong and then tell us exactly what we need to do.
Wrong.
Are you sure?
I don't have a prescriptive theory as to what everything we should do.
I thought that was
The
a
only
psychedelic theory. I thought that's what you were.
It's not the psychedelic theory. It's a point of view that I'm advocating for, and the point of view that is divorced from culture.
Well, but
That culture
advocation for
what's
something is a
limiting us.
prescription, right? You're advocating saying that we ought to believe in a thing, hopefully because it'll cause a change in our actions, right? That's the whole point of advocating for this. Like, I imagine because you think if we all believed it, we would be less environmentally destructive, et cetera, right?
It's not about believing so much as it is about undoing the cultural conditioning, which limits the cultural and linguistic operating system and exposing it for what it is, which is just a bunch of hacked together rules that we've made based on, a series of economic motives and propaganda. And, we are not operating in any way that's examining ourselves and our culture at a level. Here's an example, right? A very like individual example, but I think this could speak to a wide level. With psilocybin, for example, there's clinical trials, clinical studies showing that it helps people quit smoking. Helps people quit nicotine. And it's like, okay, even just something as simple as that. There's plenty on a larger scale, on a collective scale. There's plenty of things, addictions we have as society that are causing us harm, that we can all agree are causing us harm on a societal level. Yet
No, we would not.
we don't have an operating
We would not all
system.
agree. We wouldn't all agree.
Okay.
Okay.
There are some we could agree that are some things we're doing collectively that we
There's
can
some things that you
move
and
past.
I feel like you're not talking to me.
Okay.
I don't feel like we're connected.
Because Destiny is asking me for to clarify a point of view, and you and me are having a one-on-one conversation about this point of view of humans as animals. So that's why maybe it doesn't feel like I'm talking to you.
What?
No, I have felt that you're not talking to me.
Okay. Why?
I think the straw man thing, when you say things like we can all agree that there's addictions, it's like you haven't asked me. You're not like you don't know if I think that. You don't know what addictions we agree on. What addictions?
Okay, then let me ask. Okay, fine. So
like are we? I guess. Okay, here to go back to the beginning.
Okay.
When let's start over. When you were saying that you want me to think more like you, and I was saying you're trying to convert me. To me, these two things are opposites. So you can ask somebody about their beliefs, or you can try to change their beliefs, but you can't really do both at the same time. So are you trying to pitch me on your belief system, or are
Yes.
you? I mean, okay, so
it's
you're
not a belief system, but I don't call it a belief system.
A
'cause I don't
beliefs
have a
non-system. A belief smattering.
It's a cultural relativism, a systemic relativism, a re-examining
Okay.
of systems and culture that
Okay.
keep us limited. And the only way to
So
do
you
that,
are
and the only way to do that is to step outside the boundaries of them.
Okay. So you're going to explain this to me, and what is my role in this conversation as you're explaining this to me?
Well, your role is what is your, do you have an opposition to stepping outside of our cultural conditioning in order to reassess our view?
Okay, wait. Here's something that I think that would be interesting. Okay, so when you're arguing for different theoretical frameworks, okay? Glink, do you have a real name?
Greg.
Greg. Okay. Greg.
Greg. That feels
Can
good.
you give us take a problem that exists and say this problem seems intractable, almost unsolvable, given our current framework. But if you look at it through my point of view, look, now we have solutions for this problem. Can you give an example of something like that? And then Max can be forced to either defend his more traditional loony scientific viewpoint or embrace your new hip and sexy psychedelic viewpoint. Can you give me give me an intractable problem with our current viewpoint that is more easily addressed with your viewpoint, and then we can talk about that.
Let's get Greg pilled.
Okay. Well, that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier, but I hope this will be sufficient to bring up now. And maybe this is where you could come in, Destiny, because I think you might know about this in more specific detail ways. But there are environmental disasters unfolding. And not just, I don't mean just environments like, oh, the Amazon rainforest is being depleted and that sucks for the locals that live there or whatever. I mean on the scale of agriculture, of resources, of energy. We are reaching the end point of a certain type of society, of this modernity. That's the first premise, and I think there's a lot of different ways you can support that, or you can prove that.
I don't agree with that.
Mr. Girl doesn't agree with that. Okay. So what do you? I mean, Destiny, what do you have any?
We have to get a little bit more specific. So the problem is that we've got we're starting off on a bad point because it's a very vague analysis. Society is about to end, right? I'm pretty sure that people thought that Jesus was going to be back, by the year like 100 CE, so the world's been ending for a long time apparently, but we're still here, right? So I don't know. We don't have a definitive timeline when the end of the world is. And then two, if I personally were to look at the major issues facing the world right now, it seems like science can offer us some alternative to get out of these things. So when I think of environmental issues, for instance, our path forward, we usually think of green energy, which are scientific revolutions, not psychedelic ones. So
actually, I think, be careful on giving science more credit than it deserves, because I don't think science and psychedelics are opposites. I actually think they're very closely related, but this is where it gets into the scientism route, where it's like, well, this belief system of science is what's given us everything. It's like, no, maybe the process of it, but the ideas are what really drive culture and society. And
so this is kind of what I was asking. So give me a problem and then tell me your novel solution that the psychedelic model would predict that wouldn't be accounted for in our scientific model.
Okay. That's a good question. And I can think of some examples.
Just one. We can talk around one thing and then that can be the conduit through which we have this conversation.
Okay. Give me a second here.
Yeah, no problem.
You're going to say something about sex. You have to.
No, he won't.
Oh yeah, he's going to.
He's not.
He has to.
I think there is a problem of sustainability. I hope that's not too general for you, but there's a problem of sustainability.
Wait, it is too general. When you say sustainability, the sustainability of the audience's interest in this conversation, or do you mean sustainability of resources on the planet?
Sustainability of resources on the planet.
Okay.
Of living the as lavishly as we do, with as little regard for our food sources, our impact on the environment, and our any other societal ills, socially or politically, that are keeping us from living, I would say, in harmony with nature.
Sure. So then my question. So here's what I want you to do, and then Max can tackle your answer. So tell me how, through scientism, how we describe this problem and attempt to fix it. And then tell me through the psychedelic worldview how we would describe this problem and then attempt to fix it.
Okay.
Because you're arguing for the latter model while showing the insufficiencies of the former model. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, go.
So from the scientism point of view, there is nothing ethereal or meaningful or really more to life other than what can be measured and determined. And humans are capable, through scientific tools and their models, are able to explain and fully define the universe and the planet and our relationship to each other with people. This is what psychology is trying to do. This is what biology, every field of science is defining and determining aspects of reality. And so someone who's on the scientism side would say, if we just keep going with this, we're going to figure it all out, and or we're going to figure out enough at least to keep us going. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to colonize Mars. We're going to make it, guys. Don't worry. Like that's the point of view.
Well, you don't think we're going to make it to Mars?
No, he's talking about how some people are like, planet Earth is fucked. We need to get to Mars as soon as possible because we've ruined this planet. We need to hope for the next one. That idea.
Right. I mean, that's such a common, belief. It's like, well, guys, Elon's going to save us, we're or whatever.
Okay.
So like that's kind of where I would put the scientism view. And my point of view is, and also to clarify, I think it's based on this relationship with nature that is fundamentally about dominion, that is fundamentally a dominant partnership with nature.
Greg, I'm having trouble following what you're saying.
Okay, well, let me get to my second point that Destiny asked for, and then we could just dissect it from there, because I'm not going to take too much longer.
Okay.
And what the psychedelic view of is more of a partnership relationship with nature. And this is something where we could learn from the plants and the kind of relationships they have, where they provide the oxygen to our atmospheres. They regulate our oceans. They provide the life for this planet through means that we're studying, we're still figuring out. There's an intelligence to fungi, to plant life that we don't even fully understand with science. And there's a partnership there with plants, with animals, with species. There's these ecosystems that flourish because there's a partnership. There's a something there that's more than just a dominion, a harvesting of resources that I think humans have been engaged with to extreme degrees that have been to the detriment of our planet and of what it's capable of sustaining. And hence why I don't view going to space, outer space, as a solution, because we're just going to do that to the next planet we find, if we even fucking find one. Whereas I think the solutions are found in inner space, in how we view reality, what our relationship like is with each other, with nature, with ourselves. And I don't have the answers to these things. I'm not advocating for a belief system of these things. I'm advocating for the exploration of this inner space through the psychedelic experience, which could be with substances, or maybe there's other ways to get there, people say, with meditation, with certain feelings being invoked and all that. But the way I know that is reliable, that is clinically proven, that is scientifically proven, that to remove your cultural preconditions, your notions of I'm this guy, this is me, Max, Mr. Girl, in this body, and this is what I am, and I'm different from other people. It gets you to realize I'm an organism, I'm a human being as part of this nature here, this other people, and we're all part of this beautiful experiment, or this beautiful creation. And that is the point of view I'm advocating for. One that has an appreciation of reality rather than a dominion, definitive understanding of it, because I don't think we can understand it. I think reality is stranger than we think, and it's stranger than we can imagine, and we should respect that and appreciate it. I hope that made sense.
Go ahead, Max. Did you get all that?
I don't think that did make that much sense, Greg. I want to be honest with you. I think, well, okay, are you claiming that is an answer to Steven's question?
Yes.
Okay.
That's an answer. Yeah.
Well, Stephen asked you for one example of one problem that we are facing, and how science would solve it, and how science is wrong, and then how the psychedelic view would more correctly tackle it, compare the two, and then make the case. And I don't know. I don't think you answered that question.
Well, you asked me what the problem is with the scientism point of view, and I basically said,
"Okay, hold on, Greg. Okay,
I'm not talking about what Stephen asked you.
That's what I'm saying. He
Wait,
asked me
okay.
that,
Can I'm gonna take, because I've actually thought about this stuff a little bit. Sometimes in my free time. Okay. I think that you're onto something. Okay. So I'm gonna take it like 4 or 5 steps farther. I'm gonna rephrase some of this, and then you tell me if it sounds okay. All right. Okay. Max, are you ready? Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
This won't take long. Okay. So, I think through the founding of like the scientific process, and through our very physical and material way of measuring the world, we've kind of taken on this whole material idea as a people, that all of our relationships with everything that exists in the world can be discretely measured with finite instruments, and that is the way forward through everything. And through that process, we lose a little bit of the ability to relate to things on a more like spiritual or sustainable or you know, like a level that exists above that makes us truly happy, that we've lost the ability to do that because of our obsession with like the physical and the material. And what Glink is advocating for is, rather than like running around with a thermometer and sticking it in every tree and measuring every single thing in society, maybe we ought to look at like ecosystems as a whole. People will point to like fungi or whatever, say, well, look at how these things live in balance. Look at the harmony they've struck. They didn't get there using scientific tools and barometers and things they stick in the ground. These are just like natural states of equilibrium that they've reached through like maybe spiritual means. And I think Glink is advocating for looking at the world a little bit differently. He keeps using the word scientific, but I think he should use the word like material, that rather than having like a strict material interpretation of the world, we should look at things a bit more spiritually. And we're going to find answers in that way that we're never going to find with a hardcore material obsessive way that we do right now, where we kind of like base everything on like, can science give us the answer of like how many friends we should have to be happy? I think that's largely what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I think you got it.
Okay. The thing is though, I think when you change the phrasing of a lot of what I'm saying, I don't know if Max is going to disagree that much with that, but go ahead. What do you think, Max?
Okay, so then it sounds like the alternative is an experiential exploration.
An intuitive one. This is another important distinction.
I'm saying experiential for a reason, because I'm saying we're not talking about using secondary instruments beyond our brains. You're talking about using our brains as the method of exploration. So that's why I'm calling it experiential, because when you take psychedelics, you have an experience. It's your five senses or whatever other senses. And then I don't mean like ESP. I just mean like, I think some psychologists will describe beyond the five senses. But let's just stick with the five senses, the inputs, and then what your brain does with those inputs, your memories, everything. Chemicals, neurotransmitters squirting everywhere. And then you have an experience. And then that experience can affect how you see things, and can affect your values and your beliefs about your place among your fellow humans and animals.
Yes, and I know that you haven't had this experience, so I want to give you one short analogy that maybe ties it together for somebody who's never had this. If you think of the brain as a computer, and you think of if you think of the psychedelic point of view as a different operating system that the computer is running on temporarily, then I think that's kind of a comparable analogy, where it's like you're able to, it's not just the same operating system, same user interface, same tools. It's a completely different set of tools that are available to you with this other operating system. And that's like what psychedelics are for the mind. It's this altered state of consciousness that allows you to solve problems, to view things in a completely different perspective.
I get that as an analogy, but I just want to be clear that I believe that is an analogy. I don't think that is literally happening. I think that's a fine analogy for what the experience is probably like. But yes, I've never taken psychedelics, but I don't think I need to take psychedelics in order to disagree with you about what is literally happening when you take them, because I don't think taking them really makes you learn more about the science of taking them. But the experience, it's from what I've heard, it sounds, and I just have to believe you. Yeah, it sounds like you're experiencing a total rewiring of your brain.
This is something where I think Destiny would be an interesting person to bridge this gap, because this is something we've run into before, where it kind of comes down to like, well, what is the truth? Like, what is reality experienced, and is that what reality is constituted by, the experience, or is it just constituted by these scientific facts or these models, these measurements that we make? And I think ultimately, like, this philosophically or whatever, comes down to what is the truth. And from my point of view, it's reality is an experience. It's a journey through this unknown. And maybe, I don't know, from your point of view, I'm not exactly sure how you view it, but that's how I would summarize it.
I mean, I don't know. Will anybody disagree with that, though? Does anybody disagree that, like, reality is experiential to some extent?
No, it has to be. Otherwise, I mean...
Well, it's like, if anything is real, it's this conscious experience. That's the only thing we can be sure of.
Yeah, but, like, does anybody disagree with that, right? I don't know if anybody...
Well, in other words, I view that as also the truth. As like, if anything is real, it's that.
Yeah,
And if
yeah,
anything
I
can
know,
be
but I'm gonna
relied
ask for
upon.
the third time. Like, does anybody disagree with that? Right.
Well, me and Max have run into problems, I think, with that. I don't know if you disagree with that now, Max. Do
Well,
you?
but like, hold on. I don't know if you and him have run into problems because he disagrees, or if just the phrasing that you use like seems to. You say things that could branch off 50 million different ways. Like, you'll say something like, science is leading us to destroy the environment, when what it really sounds like is you're saying, like, our relationship with, like, sustainability and consumerism is destroying the environment. The former is hard to agree with, but the latter, I think everybody would agree with. Like, we have a really unhealthy attachment to the way we live our lives, and sometimes we do it in unsustainable ways. I don't think that's almost like factual, right?
Yeah, and the reason I would the reason that maybe this gets conflated is because I'm tying the consumeristic society and the culture we live in to a secular scientism, belief system that basically has been in all aspects of our life.
I think you know what I think it is. I think you have a very anti-sex view that I feel based on our previous conversations. I feel
like I'm missing. Okay, you got to catch us up. What am I missing? Something?
Okay,
you guys talked about
first...
like sex is like super fucking you guys up or what?
We had a debate about whether we had a debate called porn is you crashed it for a while, but it's called is porn the most harmful drug?
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we've had a couple. I think we've had two.
Do one of you think that it is, Glink? Do you think porn is the most harmful drug?
I do think so. I mean, I think porn is it's completely it's like the opiate of the masses. I think it serves no purpose, and it only serves to like alienate people from.
See, you're anti-sex.
From actual sexual experiences.
Okay, porn serves a purpose. So Greg has said that porn is a drug, and that psilocybin is not a drug. Greg has said that if you do too much psilocybin, if you need to do some psilocybin to connect to other people, if you do too much, you could turn gay. He's just said a lot of weird shit about sex.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so Greg has taken too much drugs, too many drugs. Okay, but let me try to restate what I haven't even heard him say this, but I already know what he's trying to say. Okay, if we look at porn and we compare it to psilocybin, porn is something that you consume that is literally an end to itself. Nobody has ever been enlightened or developed a new perspective on life by consuming a lot of porn. And generally, the only things that lie beyond the consumption of porn are almost universally downsides. You have a momentary euphoria, pleasure, whatever, orgasm, and then past that, very little upside, probably a lot of downsides, depending on what you're talking about. Whereas the consumption of psilocybin theoretically can be used as a tool to have a different perspective on things. Yeah, and then hopefully you can come to new thoughts, revelations, ideas post-consuming that drug. So I think that's the difference that he's saying there in terms of like one is a drug and one isn't. He means that like one of them has no upsides and a ton of downsides, and the other probably has some downsides but a ton of potential upsides is the difference.
One of them has the effect of creating an addiction in more often than we'd like in the case of porn, and the other has clinical trials proving that it weans people off of addictions and it's not addictive. I mean, that's pretty much the complete opposite of each other, and yet they're both. Porn is not even regarded as a drug; it's just regarded as a harmless little form of media that's just pervasive and everywhere, and it's all good and it's fine and nobody ever talks about it. But anyways, this is interesting though, because there's something I think you would be interested in, Max, which is that in regards to psilocybin, is that
I just want to, before you say this, I just want to say, I want to explain to Steven why I seem so cagey about agreeing with some of your premises. Because I feel that you were trying to smuggle in what I view an anti-human, anti-sex, maybe anti-gay message. And so I'm very antsy about agreeing to kind of broader premises when I feel like that's what you're doing. That might be unfair of me, but that is why I'm kind of reacting this way.
That's fair. So Greg might say something like pornography is bad because we're kind of treating pornography as this means to an end, and it doesn't accomplish much besides some short-term pleasure. And I'll probably agree with that. And then you'll say, well, hold on, we shouldn't agree with that because maybe you've heard Greg say something like gay sex is bad because we don't build families and we're usually only using this as a means to an end.
Yeah.
So like I understand you're saying that like he could theoretically use this reasoning to smuggle in other things that are bad. So that's why you're hesitant to agree. I understand.
And I'm also hesitant to say that orgasm is worthless. Like I feel like that's implied there, and like you can like if I don't know that you kind of think that porn is a slippery slope that ruins people's lives. If I didn't know that, then I'd be more willing to say like, yeah, I guess maybe reading a book is more productive than like shooting a load. But like at the same time, there's other lenses you could look through where like that's not actually true. I think you know, I'd rather go 2 weeks without.
I want to present a radical idea that I don't even know if I fully believe, but I think it brings some viewpoints here together, and I think it's interesting. So something with psychedelics, and I think psilocybin is a good example, they actually seem to produce more orgiastic behaviors in people than monogamous relationships. And this is something
I watched that clip you sent me.
Yeah, this is something that McKenna, who, by the way, like most of what I say, I listen to Terrence McKenna all the time. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he's great. He's like a scientist who ventured into the psychedelic realm and then wanted to disprove it, but ended up kind of interpreting things in a different way. But there is something interesting about this theory that the way humans evolved was through the use of these mushrooms and similar substances, and that they formed this, not instead of a monogamous hierarchical structure of relationships, an orgiastic one. And why I think that's interesting is because if you're around people that do these things, or you've done them, or you kind of know about the aesthetic of them, there is this sort of this openness and this experience of openness with other people that would lend itself. And there's this sexual arousal is also part of the effect it has. And it's like,
without getting too specific, are you pro orgy?
I'm not pro orgy per se, but I do think I'm not necessarily tied to like a strictly monogamous, nuclear family type situation either. And I think that has some, I think there is some re-examination that could be happening there. Maybe there is a way to have healthy orgies. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like you're saying that there is.
There might be, and that might interest you. I mean, it's interesting to me too.
I'm asking if it interests you. I mean, do you think that if I wanted to go to an orgy, or do you think I have not been to an orgy? Do you think if I wanted to go to an orgy, I wouldn't?
Maybe you would, but it's like I wouldn't trust. I would feel weird around people that I don't know or don't trust. But I feel like if there was
well, not if you took psilocybin.
Well, maybe not if we all took it.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is like, why do the rest of us have to take psilocybin just so you can go to an orgy? I mean, I don't know what city you live in, but I'm sure there's an orgy within like a 2-hour
I guess
drive of you.
On an individual level, for you personally, it's not the case. But I'm saying more so at a societal level. Drugs affect culture, and there's a relationship there between people and the drugs they use and the kind of society they live in. And we use drugs. Drugs are part of our society, whether you like it or not, whether they're legal or illegal. And they have an effect on the kind of society we have. And it's possible, this is what McKenna claims, that we had this sort of relationship with psychedelic substances first and foremost, before caffeine, before.
But I thought that's the idealized fungus state, is when we're all taking psilocybin and having orgies. That's what he made it sound like.
Well, yeah, it's like it kind of mirrors the relationship of plants and fungi in a way.
Exactly. So do you think people should take psilocybin and have orgies?
Not as a blanket statement, but I'm just saying I'm not necessarily like shut off from the idea of that. It's an interesting idea, but I wouldn't say like, go do. It's
not a boring idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought it up, because it's something that I feel like you might be into. I know you're into.
Sex. Isn't everybody
orgiastic relationships rather than strictly monogamous ones? When it comes to sex,
well, I'm in a monogamous relationship. I think Steven is maybe the person you want to talk to.
Yeah, okay, Steven.
I mean, I have had non-monogamous relationships. My current relationship is monogamous.
What is your stance on that? Because I think this is.
I don't know what you mean by it when you say orgiastic. I don't know what that means.
people losing the boundaries between who's who. I don't like it. Like just not even knowing who you're fucking because you're just so in touch with everybody around you.
It's like, think of it this way. Well, okay, let me ask you this, Stephen. Do you agree with this premise or this idea that the psychedelics allow you to dissolve boundaries between people and between yourself?
I think psychedelics are the same exact thing as science. I think that psychedelics are just a tool. You can take a whole bunch of drugs and then you can have a different perspective, and then it's up to you to decide what to do with that perspective. Some people will take psychedelics and they might feel closer to other people. Some might have massive panic attacks. Some might become spiritual. Some might strengthen their spirituality. Some might lose their spirituality. But like, I think that I think psychedelics are just another tool that you can use to explore the world.
But they're a tool that, even though the experience is different for each person, and even though everyone gets something else out of it, there is also shared qualities to that experience, I think, that is universal throughout different people's perspectives.
Sure, but like, what do you mean by that? Like, what shared qualities?
Not as much as science. Like, science is about being able to replicate the situation with somebody else.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, with a purely experiential thing, even with one person, no two trips are going to be the same.
No, but I think there will be a shared experience as far as like your view of reality will be devoid of these conditioned, defined views of like, I am this is me, this is who I am, that is this person, that is Steven over there in that box, and that's just who he is. But it removes this boundary of the separation between self and others. And it ultimately, if you take enough, will dissolve the ego, dissolve the very sense of self. And this is what terrifies people, but it's also what brings people maybe, closer to their idea of God or spirituality, is also because they realize without the self, this conscious experience goes on. It continues. There's life after death. That's what they inform us of. And that's what they are. They're born out of decaying organic matter, dead organic material reformed into some sort of living life form that can inform you on that cycle. That's what they are.
I don't agree that there's life after death.
It's happening all around you, my friend.
Wait, hold on. When Greg says life after death, he means that like life will go on after you die, that the universe doesn't end when you die.
And so does consciousness.
Well, my consciousness.
So does experience. So does experience.
My experience.
You don't exist.
My experience go on after. Okay.
There is no self.
I believe that I do exist.
Do you think it's possible that different people might take different things out of trips than you do, though, Greg? Or...
Absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe somebody could have a big trip and still think they exist or whatever, but realize that like you can have like an ego death, and it just like shows you that like, oh wow, like my perspective is more subjective than I thought, or I've never observed myself like that until I did a bunch of drugs, basically.
Of course, and your setting and how that experience unfolded has everything to do with that. But there is a universality to this idea, to this experience of ego death.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some universality, but like, there's also a universality to getting incredibly fucking shit-faced drunk, right? There are going to be some common experiences to everybody that's ever had that much alcohol.
And alcohol is a suppressant. It dulls your connection to emotions, to other people. I think it dulls your anxiety. I mean, it does.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that alcohol is a suppressant at all. I think alcohol can make you feel some emotions incredibly hardcore. It's a CNS depressant, if you're thinking that, but I don't think that just because it depresses the nervous system doesn't necessarily mean it suppresses emotions. I think some people, I can speak firsthand. I'll just say this more definitively, actually. Alcohol can make somebody very much more in touch with their emotions or more emotional. It doesn't necessarily deaden it.
Okay, that's true, but like only in the sense that like you're able, you're what is it? What is it called? The prohibition, the fucking you're less prohibited. What is the word that they use?
Inhibited.
Yeah, your inhibitions are lowered. So somebody who's maybe not as comfortable or used to expressing certain emotions or themselves in certain ways. I mean, this is why it's the liquid courage. Obviously, it suppresses your anxiety and it allows you to express yourself. And I think it can be used as a good. I mean, that's why we drink socially, of course. But it's interesting because psychedelics, or at least I know shrooms, are a central nervous system stimulant, and they activate they activate the visual cortex. They improve visual acuity. They have all kinds of different effects.
Yeah,
that
well, I would be careful with some of
enhance.
this. First of all, I'm not sure if I don't think shrooms count as a stimulant. I could be wrong on that. They stimulate you, but I don't think it's like a stimulant in the same way like an amphetamine.
I think they're a central nervous system stimulant.
I think they just cause because of the receptors that they hit on. Like that is it the I want to say the HTC5, but it's not that. That's a fucking phone. Because of the receptors that they play on, they'll cause more like interconnectivity or whatever relating to because serotonin is like a million
different
fucking other
parts of the brain will communicate that.
Yeah, sure, in ways that they
previously
don't normally. Yeah, but
Yes.
yeah, but that's it.
Right.
Oh,
Well, that's not
5-HT2A.
that's-
It's an antagonist to that receptor. Sorry, yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that what's the point of this?
Well, I think we're just exploring our relationship to what we call drugs and acknowledging how they affect us both at an individual level, but more than that at a deeper level, at a societal big picture level.
Did you just do like, I'm just curious, like when did you kind of start thinking about this more deeply?
It's a combination of experiences I've had in the past few years, but also my relationships with people being challenged, and putting myself in challenging positions with other people that I care about, family members that I love, friends that I love, and listening to people both online and in person in a way that I think that there's something to be learned from other people, and I treat people as that. And I think I've amassed some amount of knowledge of the psychedelic experience, having done it several times around different people in different environments and I've been angry, I've been sad, I've been crying, I've been laughing, but every time I'm able to come back is because I have some foundation, some grounding with the people I love, with the nature I love, with being
Do you think that maybe like you had a really big experience and then like you still haven't maybe fully recovered from that and you're trying to make sense of it? Because sometimes in terms of what you're talking about, it feels like that a little bit.
Well, I think I mean, you say recovered as if it was some sort of traumatic experience, but I wouldn't regard it as traumatic. I would regard it as a wonderful experience.
Well, when I say recovered, what I mean is that like the world feels put back together, or
well, the world is completely back together, and it's exposed as more shallow than it was before I did psychedelics. So if that's what you mean, yes, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
Can you explain how when you say more shallow? Can you explain how? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, these ideas I'm telling you about that. I'll admit I'm not the best at stringing together all the time, but that's part of the process too, is learning and getting better. But these ideas of like, wait, why do I just accept the fact that like, oh, I'm a citizen of the United States and this is my name and this is what I do? Like, I'm a filmmaker, I'm a creator, I make my own schedule, I create things, I appreciate art, and I see so many people and I observe, I'm aware of people who don't have that freedom, don't have that luxury to express themselves, who accept that their life is just this 9-to-5, grind for some corporation they don't believe in, to get some, expensive car and live in some box somewhere on a VR headset eventually. I guess that's the best outcome. And it's like, what really matters in life is our connections to people. And that's what I've realized, is our connections to life, to others, to nature. Because without
I think that
I
these
mean,
are all
life
like decent revelations that one can have. But I don't know if any of this, like if you need drugs to have these revelations, like maybe you personally do, but do you think that everybody
need them? But they're a tool that,
well, okay, just to be clear, you can say we don't need them, but you're literally advocating for the psychedelic view of the world, right? So I mean, like, it sounds like it's a pretty important part of it.
Wait. Let me ask you something. What do you want? If you could be in charge of everything, what would we do?
That's a great question.
If you win, what does it
I
look
would
like?
simply...
Well, also
force everybody to do LSD one time.
No.
If I win, we're not sitting in boxes with VR headsets on. So that also, if to the extent that this is still a conversation between us, if it ever was, I want to state that is. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I want to state that I don't. That is not what I want. So, but now I would like to know, what do you want? Not why do you want it. I want to know, in images. What would happen if you were in charge?
Okay. In images, that's a great way to put it, because images express a lot more than words. But so I'm working on that. But I would say, to put it simply, I would like governments and corporations and gatekeepers to step to take their foot off the cudgel or whatever to ease up and allow
aside.
people to explore and express. I would like a lack of stigma, a lack of regulation on people to explore themselves and express themselves fully.
Okay, wait. To be clear, you just want drugs to be legalized. Is that what you're saying?
Free the fungus.
I want substance. Yes, I don't think it's the government's place to regulate what we put into our bodies and how we
free the
use
fungus.
these.
Got it. What else? What else do we want? What,
Well, from there-
what do you, yeah, from there. What does it
From
look
there,
like?
I would like to
what is-
promote.
what is utopia?
Okay, I would like to promote an educated view of the substances that can impact our culture the most radically. I would like to provide an educated view of that to people.
Free the fungus. Know the fungus.
Yes. Yeah, you're
What's
good.
next?
You're a good propagandist.
I'm
What
your
a-
campaign manager.
Okay, I gotta know.
And
Okay,
then
so-
free
wait,
the
wait.
people.
What? Okay, what did you do? What drug? What dose? Like, talk to me about this. I'm curious now.
Okay, so I've done shrooms at a relatively low dose, like about 1.5 to 2.5 grams. One time I was on a hike with a friend in Malibu, beautiful area, Solstice Canyon. I've been around family and was on about a gram or 1.5 grams. So I've had a few instances mostly going out in nature around other people most of the time that I care about, which is why it's challenging because emotions come up, feelings come up, people's perceptions are more, you feel someone's glare stronger, you feel some tensions more. It's more difficult to navigate a social situation when you're, when you're tripping basically. But I've managed, and I've had some difficulty, but I've managed to always come at the end of the trip smiling, happy, appreciating life, calling and hugging the people I love. And I've seen it allow my personal relationships with people to flourish. And I've just stopped giving a fuck about shit that I thought mattered when it came to like caring about what other people think and worrying about, status and ego. And of course, me being here is an expression of ego. But there was a time where I was like, I don't even need why am I even trying to convince people on Twitch or YouTube or whatever of all this shit? But it's like, I need an ego to survive, to have a purpose in the world. I think it's okay to have an ego. And I've come to terms with that. But I also want to share some of the experiences, the knowledge that I think has been imparted to me from these experiences. And I think it's not just about me and what I have to say. It's about this community of people who've seen things, have experienced things this way. And I think the reason you're here in this discussion is because to some extent, I'm aware that you've had experiences and maybe you want to share a little bit about that.
I mean, I'm here because you asked me to be here, and that's why I'm here, so.
Okay, well.
Not that I don't enjoy the convo, sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound. I mean, like, you guys are both kind of interesting, so. But.
I think you guys are both very interesting. I mean, I think Max to me represents somebody who is intelligent and curious and novelty seeking, but maybe the way he views it is that, the sexual, like I would call it an external pursuit of that, where it's like about the physical, the body, the sex, these things, this animalistic view. And I think that's valid to an extent, but I don't think that's all there is to life.
Wait, what do you think? What do you think I think?
Yeah, Max probably wouldn't think that, right?
That like I think you're someone who's interested in novelty and like trying new experiences. And I think you're pretty logical.
Like sexual exploration, you mean?
Yeah, I mean you are.
I don't know if that's true. I think I've done some sexual exploration, but usually when I find something I like, I just do it over and over and over again. I'm not the, I'll try anything once kind of girl.
Okay. Well, I think you're here because you're somewhat curious about maybe challenging norms. I mean, you seem to be doing that.
Yes. I want to challenge norms. That's true. I don't think that's novelty seeking. But yeah.
Okay. And you want to challenge them because... Is it because you think there's a better way to be, or because there's a flaw in how people accept things or don't accept things, or?
I think there's different ways to be. It's not that I think my way is better. It's more just I want to offer it.
Okay. Yeah. I feel similarly. I think saying better sounds
I think
too
you
pious.
think it's better.
Well,
it sounds too biased, but I think you literally think that your way of going through life is better than mine.
Well, to some extent I do. That's why I'm living it.
Yeah.
But I'm not forcing it onto you. And that's, you think the same thing, but I guess you're not forcing it onto me either.
I don't know. I don't know if I think it's better.
Well, then why are you living it? Why are you living that way if you don't think it's better?
I'm not even. I don't even know if that I am living. I mean, I'm living the way I'm. There's a lot of things I'd change about how I'm living if I had the willpower or togetherness to change it. So I'm not living the life that I think I should be living, you know. But also, like my relationship, you know. I think it's better for me. That's not saying that everybody should have their relationship be the way that mine is like, my romantic relationship.
Mhm.
I just think it's better for me. But everybody's different.
Is it well, you said so there's things, do you want to what things would you change about your life?
Wait, can I ask you guys both a question real quick, just kind of related to this? Have you either of you seen the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Yes, I did. And
have you seen it, Max?
I did.
I haven't yet. I know you.
I don't
really
think it's
like
good.
it, and I.
What? Okay, well, let's move on.
No,
Sorry.
I don't think it's good.
Here's
why.
I don't even want it. You're gonna.
Wait, I don't want you to spoil anything. I really want to see it, and I plan to.
Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry.
The acting is good. The acting is good.
Okay. All right.
But I don't agree with the philosophical message. I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I derailed you. Go ahead.
Well, we were just, I think me and Max were just talking, like, well, what would you change if you could? And maybe I'll answer that too if you
I'm just a little disorganized. I'm a little mentally disorganized. I wish I was better at setting boundaries. I think I let myself get put in high pressure situations or lifestyle where I am then not taking, good enough care of myself. Stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I think similar for me. Yeah, pretty similar. Do you believe there is a purpose to life?
No. Right. So that's the thing. Is you think there's a purpose, you think that there's life after death, and I just really, really don't like those ideas.
How do you get to there being a purpose to life, Greg?
Well, I think it's tied to this whole experience thing.
Sure. Go ahead.
In that we're all unique individuals. I believe that.
True.
But there's something that keeps us related to each other beyond just beyond the physical, even, which we, physically, genetically, most people are very similar. There's a lot of ways to measure that, but there's also this experience we all share of emotions. We all know what it feels like to be sad, to be depressed, to be whatever, emotion, to have
we all
your
agree
heart
with this,
broken.
but where does the purpose come in from?
Well, if there's a universal experience of being human, and there's this consciousness, this conscious experience that we all share in, then there's a universality to that, which I regard as the truth.
Yeah, but there's a universality to the experience of being a tree, right? But do trees have purpose the same way humans do?
Yes, we're all part of this purpose. It's not just humans. That's the importance of nature. Our relationship with nature is a reflection of our relationship with ourselves.
Is purpose just another name for function? Like, if two parts exist that can move around each other in a certain way, that's their purpose, to do what they do?
I think function is too limited, because purpose, I think, is something that's of a design, whereas function is more like, like a cause and effect type thing. I don't know if that's exactly true, but that's my first.
This is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about the smuggling thing, if you say my life has a purpose, Max, that means something to me. That has a pretty loaded human meaning of, like, I feel a sense of purpose. I emotionally feel that I am supposed to do certain things in a certain way because of a reason that is external to my life and my death, something more And then if you say my life has a purpose the same way a tadpole has a purpose, or like a tree or whatever, then it feels like you're trying to smuggle in the big meaning thing of like I'm destined to do certain things because it's my purpose, and you're trying to smuggle that in by saying like, oh no, all I meant was, you know, every
We have a
living thing has a
function.
purpose, and I'm a living thing.
Well, you said a key word there that I think it changes the whole paradigm of it. You said this external reason. What I'm talking about is neither external nor is it necessarily based purely on reason. You know, I think there's limits to reason. I think we're not. I don't think we're rational creatures, and I don't think we operate rationally, even when we think we do. You know, we convince ourselves that we're doing things for rational reasons, but that's not. People do things for emotional reasons. People fall in
When you
love.
say-
People fall out of love because they're irrational, and that's part of the experience of being a human.
Okay, when you say you have a purpose, are you saying that you have an emotional, experiential feeling about your sense of purpose?
That's a deep question. Maybe fleeting moments of that, but I wouldn't say it's a constant thing.
Too much ego?
Sometimes I have too much ego. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have that same emotional investment in the idea of a squirrel having a purpose?
No, because
Okay.
I think there's levels to that. I do think there's levels to it.
Okay.
I think there is. Yeah. I think there's spectrum of consciousness, maybe, is one way to put it.
Right, and so I'm trying to get at, it sounds like you're saying there's a metaphysical purpose that you have, where that's what I don't agree with.
Well, it's sort of an artist's view, not to like keep saying, "Oh, I'm an artist" or whatever, but it's like if you create something, if I create something, to me that is indicative of the creation that I'm a part of. The fact that I can create a world, that someone can create a fictional world that I could play a video game in or watch a movie in and relate to and have a story behind it, yeah, that exists in the imagination. But well, what is the imagination? Is reality not part of the imagination? Is reality not perceived through this mental experience of imagining? I mean, they're all related ultimately, and I think the creation is the creator that humans are is part of a creation. It's not just this isolated thing, and then we're living in it, and we're part of this biological suit that's some sort of creation. So to me, that denotes purpose. You know, a creation, a design. It's not just a random. You know, when you make a painting, you're not just randomly throwing paint on the thing, unless you're Jackson Pollock or whatever. You have this idea of how it's going to turn out, and even then, you can't fully plan it. There's an element of mystery too. So I'm not that goes back to the understanding thing, where it's like we can't ever fully understand this creation, but I think we can appreciate it. That's why we have this appreciation as humans for aesthetics, for forms, for art, for music, all the poetry. I mean, these things that I think that's what's keeping people alive. I think that's what drives. That's what makes me believe in the future, if anything does.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Max?
I don't think that you're really addressing my question of, is this purpose given to us by an external force that we could call God?
No, not an external force. Maybe an internal force, but I think those are two very different things. I mean, you see, you just want to define it and label it so you can categorize it as religious, not trying to convert me. I sense that you're doing that.
No, I'm already categorizing it as that.
Okay.
I'm explaining why, I guess, and trying to see if you agree with my, not the conclusion that you're a religious, obviously you don't agree with the conclusion, but do you agree with the building blocks of my perception that you believe that you have a God-given purpose?
I think that's an oversimplification of something that cannot be described with just a few words like that. And I mean, if it
could be described more simply than you are describing it. I think that, see, this is what I'm talking about with the smuggling. Like, yeah, I agree art is nice, and I agree music is nice, and so I like these things, but that doesn't mean I agree with anything you're fucking saying. I just agree with lots of little bits of what you're saying. I disagree with lots of other little bits, but when asked the question directly, when you say humans have a purpose, doesn't that imply that there's like a creator?
Well, it implies that there is some.
But you won't answer that question.
It implies that there's. Yeah, it doesn't ultimately implies that, but.
Okay, well, so I ultimately don't think there is a creator, which is why I don't think humans have a purpose.
And I'm telling you why I think there is a creator, because there's.
Well, I think if you can, in the extent that you can pick up a pen and paper and write down what your purpose is, then sure, then you have a purpose if you make one. But when you say have a purpose, you're obviously alluding to like God or spirits. I don't see any way around that.
I'm alluding to nature. I'm telling you in plain words.
Yeah, but you think nature wants us to do things.
I think there's a harmony to nature, and there's destruction, and there's creation.
You think there is a will? You think nature has a will? I'm talking about an external will.
Nature has a design.
There's no way around that.
It has a design. It has a design, not a will.
And then that means there's a designer, which means there is a will, which means there is a God.
We are the will. We choose what the outcome of this nature, this planet.
No, when you said humans have a purpose, you did not just mean a self-given purpose. You meant an externally created, willed, designed thing.
Yeah, we are that will designed thing, and we choose the outcome.
Somebody else designed us, which means there's a God.
Of course, there is God, but God is not a
great.
person
So that's
in a
why
laboratory.
so ultimately, when you
and now you're just using the word God to dismiss everything I'm saying without actually engaging with the ideas philosophically. You're just saying.
Have you ever been to a Satanist event?
Yeah, I've been to many things where there's plenty of Satanists there. I don't know if that counts, but
No. An event explicitly put on by Satanists.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe, probably. I've been to some bars in LA that are pretty much the same. So
I've been to a Satanist event. I was modeling nude there, and we had to pose up on this big stage and pour milk on ourselves. And it was in celebration of the movie The Witch. This like Satanist group decided to have like a party to celebrate the movie coming out. Not affiliated with the movie at all. So a bunch of people were there. They're all dressed, blah, blah, blah. And then they put up the 10 Commandments of Satanism. I think it's 10. Maybe it's 7 or something. But they're all super reasonable. And so if you look at the 10 Commandments of Satanism, I'm sure you'll agree with all of them 100%. Any reasonable person, they're very like agreeable things. And you're like, oh, that sounds good. That sounds nice. And through the whole night, there was no talk of Satan at all. It was just stuff that you agree with. Everybody's just saying stuff you agree with, having a nice time, putting on cool music. Everybody's dressed in black. It was like a fun event. And then at the end, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna do this
ritual.
We're gonna do this like what?
Ritual.
Sort of. They were like it's kind of like a joke, but like we're just gonna do this thing. And at the end, like we want everybody to say Hail Satan. But you don't have to say it if you're not comfortable. But like it's just kind of like a funny thing. Just say Hail Satan.
Just say Hail Satan. Not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
Signal. Yeah. So I didn't say it, but I had the same feeling that I get when I'm talking to you, where it feels like you're saying all these reasonable things, and I agree with them, but then some of them, but it feels like it's all over the place. And then when I try to ask at the core of this, like it sounds like you're really just saying, when you say humans have a purpose, and you're talking about nature and beauty and art and stuff, you're laying like, yeah, I like all these things. And like I do want to save the environment. That's true, Greg. But then at the end, you're like, and blah blah. And I'm like, well, wait a second. Are you saying that there's a God? And you're like, well, yeah, but that's not that. We don't have to talk about that. And I'm like, well, when you say there's life after death, you're saying I would go to heaven if I'm a good boy. And you're like, well, no, I'm not. I'm just talking about your consciousness. That's all. But it's like you're constantly smuggling in religion, just literal religion, into everything you say, without saying you're doing it. And then when I ask you about it, you deny it like 4 times, and then you're like, okay, well, obviously there's a God that designed us and gave us a purpose, Max. Clearly that's true. And it's like, okay, well, that's kind of my central contention with what you're saying.
Okay. There's 2 things I want to say. The first one directly addresses that, and the second one involves destiny.
Okay.
So the first thing I want to say is...
Wait, destiny the person or the concept?
Destiny the person.
Cool.
Maybe the
That's
concept too. Actually, maybe the concept too, but I don't know. But here's the thing. Okay, so I understand your view that to you, it sounds like I'm just obfuscating and I'm sneaking in a...
I don't think you're doing it on purpose.
Oh, fine. But the result of what I'm doing, I'm not taking it personally anyways. Okay, right, you get it. But from my perspective, okay, and don't take this personally. You're limited by the linguistic framework of your cultural operating system And so to you, and based on your experiences, anytime a topic that's related to spirituality or consciousness or something not tied to a materialist view of the world is brought up, whether it's me saying it or some professional speaker somewhere or in a Satanist club somewhere, these religious parallels make you averse to accepting or participating in anything that might be spiritual or metaphysical.
No, okay. I'm saying you're communicating like a Satanist. What a Satanist would do is say, "Oh, you thought that we were going to be talking about sacrificing babies? That's not what Satanism is about. Satanism, we don't even talk about Satan. We don't even talk about Christ. It's not about the Antichrist. None of this is bad. It's all stuff you agree with. That's how you brainwash people and indoctrinate them. You start out by just rambling about stuff people agree with, and then if somebody says, "Well, wait a second, isn't this about like Satan and like being like bad and like the devil and stuff?" They're like, "That you have a very limited scope." It's like, well, that's not a no. You're not saying no.
But you're
saying this isn't ultimately about the devil. You're saying like, well, I'm just gonna kind of talk around this for a while and then like to get you to just loosen up.
I'm not talking
just
around
relax.
it though.
Pour some milk on your chest, Max.
See, but the difference here is you're through a series of questions, you're having to boil it down to something you can define and categorize as God religion believer. When this whole conversation, I have not brought up God or any religious text or the Ten Commandments
constantly. You just
or morality
you're
for
bringing
that
it
matter.
up. I think it would.
I'm bringing up a point of view that is divorced from the cultural operating system that you're limited to, and the only way you can contend with it is through a categorization.
Your view is 100% tethered to religion and God, or spirituality, if you prefer.
My view is tethered to experience. And experiences which you have not had. So therefore, you're trying to grapple with it by tying me together with religion and institutions and God and whatever all that baggage that's associated with it.
The meaning you have derived from that experience, every time you express that meaning, it is always a few orders of magnitude away from God, or a few degrees away from God. God permeates everything you say about this topic. It is all.
It also permeates everything you say about this topic, because you have to ask the question and define it as God. Otherwise, you can't contend with it. You brought up God, not me. I never said the word God. And if a word has that much power over you, then you should reassess your relationship to language.
Ooh.
Why are you saying the word has power over me?
Because it's like, because when I say God, I'm not talking about man in the sky with a beard who gives us 10 commandments. I'm talking about a concept. I'm talking about a concept.
You're talking about a creator with consciousness.
I'm talking about something I can't fully understand, and neither can you.
I understand,
and
but
that's what reality is.
You are alluding to a creator that has a consciousness. I don't know. It just
listen.
Yeah.
Do shrooms with me and Destiny in the woods. It'll all make sense.
We have an orgy.
Okay.
We'll
to
have
be
an
clear,
orgy.
I feel like I'm pretty sure I've done shrooms before, and I'm a little closer to Max's side on this than. So I don't know.
That's fine, because dude. I think you've changed a lot in the last few years, though.
You changed, man.
For the better.
I can tell you the things that changed about me were very underlying. Like a couple of these things were like epistemic, so like ideas related to truth, but these are very like esoteric concepts that don't boil down into my life that much. And then there were a couple of like realistic things. So like I think I realized that having people in my life is pretty important. I already kind of knew that, but like I definitely know that now. And then being more aware of like different mental states, especially related to mental illness. These are perspectives that I have now. But I don't think like I did a lot of mushrooms, but it didn't like change who I was. I'm not like a spiritual person now, or I'm not like it just changed my perspectives on a couple of like fundamental topics. But yeah, like I mean, I've been changing as a person quite a bit throughout my life anyway, even before doing any drugs. So.
Well, and having that different perspective, I think, keeps you flexible. You know, if you are not open to new experiences or altered states and altered views of life, I think it limits you ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, sure. But I mean, like, there's a lot of things, like, there are some experiences that I never want to have. based on the drugs I've done, I'll probably never do any type of like opiate. I'll never do something like heroin. And that's an experience that I'm going to be fundamentally cut off from forever. But like, I don't know if it's worth the risk to explore that. And I'm sure I could probably think of a few, like there's probably some like extreme sex things that like I tried most things probably once, but there are some things that like crazy, like blood play or insane shit like that, I'll probably never try. So I mean, like necessarily there are always going to be some set of experiences that I won't be collecting, but I mean, like, what are you going to do?
Max, what about you? Do you have any, is there any sexual exploits you won't entertain?
I've seen blood play and it's not pretty. It's not good. I'm not a fan. Medical shit, people sticking each other with syringes. No, thank you. But that's not a real answer because I'm not really turned on by that. So the question is, are there things I'm turned on by between consenting adults that I wouldn't do just because it's too much or too crazy? No, I don't think so. I think I've pretty much done everything I want to do a bunch of times. But like there's a risk, there's more of a risk.
And yet you're still wanting more.
More sex?
More something.
We all want more something if we're alive.
We all want more
want
something.
to live.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not. You're saying way more than that.
Yeah, you're smuggling in.
I'm smuggling it in.
No, you're smuggling in. My worldview is limited, and if you would only expand your mind by doing drugs with me in the woods, then you'd see God. And I don't agree with that. But yes, do I still want more things? Yeah.
Actually, what I'm saying is, if only you'd see God with me in the woods, then it would make more sense.
I don't think it is fair of you to say that what you're saying doesn't make sense to me. I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with you.
Okay. And that's fair. That's obviously true. But I think see, this sounds like I'm talking down to you, but it's not. I think
the whole time you've been talking down to me. This whole thing.
Talk down to him. Do it.
You need, if you lack the experience to understand the context, to contextualize what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is kind of, there's only so much you can convey with words. Destiny, would you agree with that?
Yes. Okay. So there are things that Max could say. There are statements that he could say that I would immediately jump down his throat for and say, if you're not willing to try this, you don't have the perspective to ever make a statement like that. And I'll fight you to the death on it. But I don't think that this conversation has ventured off into any of those territories. I don't think that we've gotten to any of those things. Like, if you want to get if you really want to dig into like some ego death like experience and you want to make a statement like dissolving your perspective and viewing what remains after that can be an incredibly unique experience. And Max says something like, oh no, I can think of that without even doing it. I would disagree. I don't know if you'd say that, but I would fight with him on that. But I don't think we've ventured off into any topic. Like, we're just talking about like we think people are connected and then kind of like rough philosophies of the world. I don't think we've ventured off on anything where like you need to have a psychedelic experience to understand this thing.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you that there's obviously taking shrooms is different from not taking shrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the differences, it sounds like there's a sense of whatever system in your brain that is running 24/7 that has you know that you're you. Maybe I've had like some similar experiences with like Demerol or like having a real just super strong. I think it's an opiate. It's some kind of sedative.
Mm-hmm.
I've had morphine.
Oh, maybe a dissociative or disassociative, like ketamine kind of? Yes.
Yeah, stuff like that, and having a really high fever, and like I remember once I didn't know my own name for like 30 seconds. I had pneumonia. So I've had some kind of experiences. Obviously, shrooms is going to be, I would say, more of that and longer. So I've never done shrooms, and I probably never will. So I would describe that objectively as something in your brain is doing 24 hours a day that it can't do or does differently. Basically, some kind of breakdown of the system into a non-functional state generally, but that it's probably more functional at doing certain tasks and non-functional at doing other things like driving or like talking, the more you do. And yeah, I'm sure the experience of that is very novel, but I'm not gonna say I know what that experience is like. I'm just saying even if I have the experience, I mean, I have this conversation about gender a lot, right? It's kind of the same thing. where people are like, if you felt gender dysphoria, then you would believe that I'm really a woman. And I'm like, you could give me a drug that makes me 100% convinced, or 100% emotionally feeling this 20,000 times the gender dysphoria you feel. I've just my framework for understanding things will never allow me to say like, well, then I must actually be a woman. Like I just don't think that there's an experience I'm going to have that is going to like break that.
Well, it depends on whether or not you're open to the possibility of that being that experience. If you don't think that there's an experience, then there won't be, because you're not going to be seeking it out. Because you're not going to be seeking it out. But it's like, to use the gender example, like, okay, yeah, I don't know what it's like to have gender dysphoria either, but hypothetically, if there was like something that made me temporarily feel like what somebody who, clinically or whatever has it feels like, that would inform me greatly on the experience of it and my views of it. That would probably change my views of it. Yeah.
The only thing I'm saying is that, like, because we keep kind of hitting on this, is that, like, I don't think we've ventured into any territory that has to be informed by usage of drugs. That's the only thing.
Well, I think, the impasse
because, like, when we
is
talk
that...
about, like, things like, oh, like, we use our environment in destructive ways or we're not sustainable or whatever, like, I don't think you need a drug to understand any of that, no?
No, you don't. Absolutely not. I think there's an urgency to our present situation, which maybe you guys don't share in. And I don't think, it's like, well, maybe
Wait, but I do share in it. I just don't think all the other shit about God that you think. But I do think the present situation.
You don't have to think anything about God. That's my point. Is like, I don't want to say the word God.
Well, if you came on the stream and you said, "Hey Max, global warming is real and it's a big problem," I would say absolutely it is. I'm extremely concerned about this and we need to do something about it. We would be in 100% agreement. If you said taking shrooms made me feel like I don't know who I am anymore and I felt connected to every other person on the planet at the same time, I would say, I bet you did, Greg. I bet you did. I believe you. I've had similar feelings myself in moments of euphoria or happiness or just other weird psychological states I've been in. I completely agree. If you said, I think it would be really sad if we all ended up in little dirty boxes with VR headsets strapped to our heads and that became like the meaning of life, I would say absolutely I agree with that. I agree with all of the non-crazy, non-religious, non-insane shit you say. The things I don't agree with is all the religious, crazy, insane shit. And you're tethering them together and then saying like, well, maybe you guys don't believe in global warming, but I think it's a huge problem. No, I believe in global warming. I just don't believe that that you're like part of God. I don't believe in the other shit you're saying.
It's difficult to... I would say I definitely have my work cut out for me in explaining a spiritual framework to somebody who doesn't seem to have a spiritual framework outside of religion and God in the way that you seem to be.
I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in spirits.
I mean, what does that even mean? I'm not advocating for spirits. The word spirituality is just a word. What I'm saying is,
I don't believe in anything described by spirituality. I don't believe it is real. I believe it's a framework or a way of thinking. I do have a religious framework for understanding things. I can see somebody do something.
Well, then this is
like,
okay. Where we...
I can see somebody do something and say, "What would Jesus do?" And I can even have an answer. I can like the 10 Commandments and think like, "Oh yeah, these are pretty good things to think about." I could like the Satanist commandments and think, "Oh, those are good things to think about too." That doesn't mean I fucking believe it's literally true though. So like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I can have a framework and I can understand what you're saying without believing it's literally the truth. I don't believe in actual spirits. If you say like, man, my spirit is broken, I know what that sentence means, and I get what you're saying, and I could get what you think it means if you're saying it literally or if you're saying it figuratively, but I can understand it without fucking believing it.
Well, what I'm trying to convey to you is not something... I don't think I can convey this to you through words. I don't think I can convince this to you with words. That's the whole point of what I'm saying. You have to experience it.
Only wood orgies?
Because if I was trying to convince you through the word, it's the same thing as somebody with, the Bible, some Bible thumper being like, well, you have to believe because it says you have to believe.
I'm saying you,
know,
are
and
a
I'm
Bible
a,
thumper.
I think,
but
how,
I'm
okay,
not.
real quick. This is so again. This is the issue. Everything you're talking about, I feel like is relatively rational, and there's not much experiential stuff you're talking about that I feel like would be outside of the realm of like a non-psychedelic user to understand, right? Like if you guys were having an argument about like let's say Max were to say, even if I was schizophrenic, I think I'm smart enough that I could tell the difference between my hallucinations and between what's real. And then you were to say something like, well, hold on, like we'll say like you fucked your mind up with drugs quite a bit and you've had hallucinations, and when you are under that state it's really hard to tell the difference. And Max like, no, I think I know, actually I think I'm smart enough to know. That would be an area where like, okay, well I think that your experience with drugs here probably gives you a little bit of insight into this, and I think Max is wrong to hand wave it away. But you guys are talking about like very philosophical concepts that I don't think come from doing drugs. I'm just reiterating that. I don't think you've gotten into an area where like
it's absolutely possible that if I do shrooms with you in the woods, I will come out sounding and thinking exactly like you and agree with you 100%. But that doesn't mean that I would be right.
Okay, here. Okay, this here. So here's the distinction, though.
Okay.
Here's the distinction. It's like if your experience can't inform you on what is or is not right, or what you do or do not believe, then what does?
Like it could be, they can be rational things, right? We have faculty for a reason, and when I say reason, what I mean is that we can like deductively figure out things and inductively figure out things in our mind. We don't have to have. So, for instance, I could ask.
That's the scientism point of view, though.
No. Hold on. If we're going to dive into philosophy, like reason with a capital R, rationality, doesn't have anything to do with scientism. We're still in philosophy. We haven't gotten to anything related to science yet, right? So here's like a question I could ask you, right? Do you think it would feel good if I were to stab a knife into your eye? I think you can tell me that it wouldn't feel good, but the way that you arrive at that, you have to apply like some faculty of reason. You felt some other pain. You were inductively assuming like it would probably hurt if this. I've had other things in my eye before. I felt knives. If I did it right, you're using reason there to arrive at that. That's not experiential, right? All of reason isn't like a bunch of guys jerking off in lab coats going like, oh, I can do this and everything, right? Our faculty of reason allows us to figure out some things that we don't experience like experientially as well, right? That's all I'm saying.
You can intuitively reason, you know, and like you can take a guess or an assumption or like have a feeling about something and be correct based on rational conclusions. So I'm pro reason. You know, reason. You're right. Reason and science are not the same thing.
Yeah, of course. Science. This is something is coming way later than that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and but I don't think you can reasonably. This is another distinction. Is like, while reason is a useful tool, and I think it's important to be grounded in reason. I don't know if you can reason your way into I don't know. I think there's some limits to reason. But
well, of course, reason doesn't grant experience, right? I might like probably, unless I have other things I could tie to it, I don't really know what it's like to experience racism, right? Now I can kind of know if I've experienced maybe other forms of discrimination, and I could try to tie these things together. Then maybe I could like take a guess. But like there are some things that are going to be. I can't know what a mushroom trip is like without doing mushrooms. That's like an experiential thing. Qualia. Our experiences, things that feel a certain way or look a certain way, how our senses, we can never communicate those to each other. That's a thing we have to experience, right? You've got like Mary in the red room and everything. So there are some things that you need to experience, but when we're talking about philosophy, not normally. Again, I would ask like, what do you think is an idea you've shared that like you have to have mushrooms to get to, that nobody else could kind of arrive at any other point or through any kind of thought?
I wouldn't say my atheism is experientially derived.
Okay. You rationally came to that conclusion.
Where I was taught it, or a combination. Yeah.
Right, and that makes sense. I think it's I do think it's a rational view of the world. It's just that there's something. Okay, to answer Destiny's question at the same time.
Okay.
There is something, whether you experience it or you appreciate it at an abstract level. There's something irrational to life as well, both to your life and to what we can observe in reality. There's irrationality, and I think.
Wait, what is irrational? What do you mean by that?
Irrational is something that cannot be defined. Something that is an unknown, that is mysterious.
Okay, I would be okay. Hold on, I'm going to be a little bit more anal on our philosophy terms. If we're saying irrational, like we're talking about like a conclusion that doesn't logically follow the premises, or we're talking about maybe something undefinable. But unknown and undefinable are not the same thing, right? If I hear a bang in the other room and I don't know 100% that's an unknown, it's not like there's not like an irrational source of that noise or something. It's not like an unknowable. I just don't happen to know the answer. So when you say irrational, yeah, go ahead.
Is there a rational reason to appreciate art, to appreciate beauty in all its forms, to have aesthetic appreciation?
We could hypothesize tons of reasoning for that, right? We could build this up through EvoPsych. We could say that humans are social creatures. Humans have a lot of downtime. Being stagnant or idle isn't good. The ability to produce art might be a proxy for other talents that you would have in a social group, that people produce art. Our ability to perceive art allows us to pick out more social creatures, and art is a way that we bond and work as a social creature, right? That could be the case. That's all rational. Could be. Right.
You could try to explain art, and many are doing that through rational means. But what I'm saying is, when you I don't know, what is something you really like? When you really listen to a piece of music that inspires you, there's not a rational series of things where it's like,
well, hold on, yeah, again, but now be careful what we're conflating, because just because we don't think of things in a rational way and we're more experiential doesn't mean there's not a rational explanation for them, right? Like if I were like 2 notes on a piano, like these notes together sound bad, but I'm not rationally thinking, if I were to take a graph of these things and I were to graph the intersections of the sound waves, and I say there's way more intersections here than there are here, oh, well, that's why it sounds good and the other one doesn't, right? There's, even though there might be a rational explanation, there might be one that we don't think about, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. Do that, right?
Right.
Blink, wait a second, Blink.
Okay.
Earlier, you were complaining about scientism or science as wanting to have all the answers.
Kind of, yeah.
Or thinking it has all the answers.
Sure, yeah.
And you asked Steven, why do people like art? So he says, well, here's some theory using science and his knowledge of science. There's throwing some ideas out, because that's what science is about. Throw some ideas out, see if they make sense, and put them in the theory folder for later. And now you're saying, well, you can try to understand it, but you can't totally understand it. So now it sounds like you're criticizing science for not thinking it has all the answers and not having all the answers. And it just feels like you're saying that you have all the answers.
Okay, that's a great point. I'm glad you brought it there. Okay. So I would stop you right there where it says that science should have the answer for why this is. I don't think science does have the answer, and I don't think it needs to, because I don't think my job to answer why I don't think I have the answer, my job is not to understand or to have the answer. It's to appreciate. It's to ask a question. It's to be inspired to do something
why'd you ask why humans like art?
Because I think I asked why humans like art because there's something when you're moved by an artistic thing or by some beautiful situation, some sense of beauty. These are the experiences we hold we cherish, that change our lives, that we.
So here's the thing for exploration. Okay, so you said earlier, Max brought up the concept of birds singing, and you said that they were having a fundamentally different experience. So I challenge you then: what is the fundamentally different experience between a human appreciating the art of another human and a bird appreciating the song of another bird?
The bird, I don't think quite has the same ability to. They don't have the will. They don't have the
Think carefully about your words. Like, they do have choice, right? Birds will literally choose which ones to fuck based on their song. Will kind of does. That's nebulous. What do you mean by will here? Like, what do you
I don't think that birds have a self-awareness to make a conscious decision.
About what? You don't need to make a decision to like
about
art.
Anything.
You just listen to things, right?
I think birds are like this beautiful, expression of life and of nature that's part of these ecosystems and all this, but they're not. We are uniquely self-aware on this planet. We're aware of the self. We're aware that we're thinking. We're aware of the separations we have and of the similarities we have.
Sure, these are all statements that I would probably agree with, but I don't know how any of these.
But they don't apply to birds. They don't apply to birds.
Yeah, but that's great. But how does it explain our appreciation of art? Why can't it? What is the difference between a bird's appreciation of art? Well, it's like you're saying, like I ask you, how does a bird appreciate art versus a human? You're like, well, humans have 2 legs and our dicks are way bigger. Okay, yeah, this is true, but like, I don't understand. Like, what's the difference in the appreciation that a human has versus a bird?
Because I think people, well, first of all, people are creating things that are more complex, and
This is okay. Hold on. I'm asking you these. These are really hard questions too. So I'm not like trying to like fuck with you. These are very difficult questions.
No,
I don't expect you to just have like an answer off the top.
Wait. But
so yeah.
Okay, because the humans because people can just as easily choose to destroy than create.
Sure. So do birds though, right? A hummingbird, I think, don't they literally like drill into like birds' skulls and then throw them out of the nest and put their own eggs in there and then make the moms raise them or dead? Like don't like.
I mean, nature is full of cruelty and death, but I think humans have an innate ability to, beyond death and cruelty, we have the means to totally nuke our planet and wipe all life off of it, you know? Or we have the means to create some beautiful, some film that makes you cry, you know, that's beautiful. And if that's not, you know, it doesn't have to be rationally explained. Oh, this movie made me cry because this scene is sad, because this character, it's like, no, it made me cry because I related to it. I understand the experience of that. I felt something, and that doesn't have to be explained by science. That's just being human. That's being alive, and that's beautiful.
That was a lot of words. What do you think, Max?
I think you're conflating an experience, experiential knowledge with philosophical knowledge, or philosophical belief. Even I mean, even the whole premise
they're tied together.
They are tied together, but they're not the same. I think the whole premise of come into the woods with me and do shrooms and then you'll see things the way I do is basically just hinges on that idea. But ultimately, it always comes back to, with you, this is why I called you a Bible thumper. It always comes back to humans are different from animals. Somehow.
They are.
We're fundamentally, I know, and that is a religious belief.
It's also a scientific belief. It's a scientific fact.
When we say, okay, let's press on that a little bit.
Every two species are different.
Yeah, when we say humans are fundamentally different, like what do you mean by that? Like,
well, there's a few different ways you can talk about it. I mean, what I was just talking about is the capacity for consciousness, to put it one way, but that's a more philosophical thing. On a biological level, there's some.
Wait a second. All animals have some degree of consciousness.
I agree.
Okay, so humans may have the most, on average.
There's
definitely people like a sleeping person is less conscious than a awake ape. An infant human is less conscious than an adult ape.
Also, I think we need to
gorilla.
I think we got to talk about something different than consciousness, because like we don't even know how to observe consciousness in ourselves, let alone like other animals. So it's hard to say, right?
Well, I think you can observe it in yourself.
Wait, hold on. When I say ourselves, I mean other people. You don't know if I'm conscious, right? In the same way that you are. It's literally unknowable to you. Like,
well, I believe you are.
Yeah, but you don't know that, right? Like, if I were to ask you to develop a test for it.
Yeah, I don't have a test for it, I guess, but I believe this is why we have emotions, right?
No,
this is
it's
why
not
people
why we
say
have
Mark
emotions.
Zuckerberg is a robot.
No, that's not why we say Mark. This has nothing to do. They're fundamentally things. I'm saying that conscious, because conscious is by definition, I would say, probably like a qualia. It's a type of experience, and you can't know somebody else's experience. You just assume they have the same one as you, right?
Yeah, but you could share an experience. That's another thing. You could share an experience.
Well, what happens is you both can have an experience, and then we can develop a word that we use to describe that experience, and hope that when I say that word or you say that word, it invokes the thought of that experience. But we can't really share it. We can't really know, right? If I see a new color that you've never seen before, and I go to you and I try to describe it, I can never share that experience with you. You have to have the experience to have a similar foundation, right? If you lived in a black and white world, I could never explain color to you, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where I feel like we're at an impasse with Mr. Girl.
We're not at an impasse with Mr. Girl. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're not at anything experiential that hasn't been that we're having trouble communicating. It's just philosophy, right?
What was the original question though before that, or what were you guys saying?
Well, I was saying you can't use consciousness as like, well, this is how we're different than animals, because like we don't really even understand our own conscious experiences. It's a really hard one. Besides consciousness, though, like how else are we like fundamentally different than animals?
I mean, I have to push back on that and say I think we can use consciousness to say how we're different. But
okay, wait. Well, then I would ask you. Okay, explain to me the consciousness of a cat. You can't do that. Before you even try, you can't. There's no way that you can do that. You have no idea.
All you can do is look at what they do and then try to reverse engineer how conscious they are. But that's what you do with people.
Well, that's what they're trying to do with people. You know, that's what
I'm not saying, I don't mean we're literally engineer. I just mean in how you think about whether someone or something is conscious. You look at its behavior, and if it's looking around like it seems like it generally knows what's going on, like a gorilla does, or a chimp, then you're like, yeah, it seems conscious.
Mhm.
If it's like stumbling around drunk, you're like, oh, that guy's blacked out drunk. I don't think he is conscious.
It's about how predictable and controllable and manipulatable one's behaviors are, one species' behaviors are. But humans
Wait,
are
no, that's
proven-
not even true. It's literally just about how much they trigger certain like innate like psychological things in us that makes us think certain things. So like when something recoils in pain, it usually makes us empathetic and feel bad. And that's why you can watch like cartoons of toasters and vacuum cleaners and you see something get hurt or scared and you feel bad for it, even though you're literally watching a fucking animated toaster or blanket or radio, right? Like that like the anthropomorphization, I think I'm saying that right, is something that occurs like in our head. Like we tend to see things, but that we're not actually like, there's no like insightful, like, oh my God, we're observing a conscious experience. We're just like using things as a proxy for it.
Well, I just mean that there's a series of predictable behaviors, and humans don't fall into that, generally speaking.
But
I mean,
where do we not? We're so what, like, where do you think we break from?
I mean, look at the world around us. Look at our.
All we've done,
we've manipulated our environment
yes,
to an extent that no other animal comes even close.
Beavers build dams, right? Bears build things, birds build things, tons of people. Like the only difference is that we are really, really, really good at it. We have really big brains. Like we're very smart. But like aside from that, like we're pretty much animals in every sense of the word. And even at that, like that's a way that we have brains and other animals have brains, right?
We're aware of man is aware of his own existence.
Yeah, but there are animals that are also aware of themselves. We literally have a window test or a mirror test where you can draw a dot on something.
Are there any animals developing philosophy or religion or
probably not? But again, that's just because we're smarter. But aside from being smarter, that's a way that we're better.
Smart is a very umbrella term. That's like you could just write everything away as we're just smarter. But like, what does intelligence even mean? What does being smart even mean? In the same way that we don't understand
about shit.
In the same way that we don't fully understand consciousness, Destiny, Stephen. Sorry. I guess we're using first names.
Link.
I would say we can't fully understand what it
Girl
means to be smart.
I'd say that we can't fully understand
what it means to be smart. You know, smart is consciousness can be included in being smart, but that doesn't mean we fully understand what that means.
I believe that you are working backwards. I believe that you fundamentally believe that humans are different from animals, and you do not know why you believe this. I believe this is from your religious upbringing or from some wish that you have.
From my experience as a human being.
I don't believe that is the case.
Okay.
Greg.
Well,
I believe
there's the impasse. There is the impasse.
I believe that you do not want to die, and just like many other religious people before you, you have some kind of shoddy explanation of how humans are special and humans are not like a fucking piece of roadkill that you see on the side of the road, suggesting that your life is just as meaningless. And I believe you are reverse engineering your explanations of this, but you don't really have answers to these questions of how humans are fundamentally different. And also, as I keep mentioning, if all those other species in between us and chimps were still alive, and you had like Australopithecus and like Neanderthals and Homo erectus all still walking around, and they're all then like, you know, it's the same thing like white people saying that black people are fundamentally different from us. So as a way to justify slavery, I think that you are saying animals are different from us as a way to justify a belief system in which you don't have to die, you get to live forever, you're special, God loves you, you have all this meaning and all this purpose. And just all this stuff you get from it that you want to hang on to.
I don't know whose beliefs you're
arguing against. I think you need to experience ego death and let go of this.
I don't know whose beliefs you're arguing against, but they're not mine.
Yours. It's
okay,
all
well,
over.
You just made it. You just like made all that up.
Well, because you won't say it.
Because you haven't.
I mean, to be fair, if he's ad hoc justifying an entire moral system, of course he's not going to say that. He might not even be aware of it, right? That's kind of a pointless attack to
make. I think
right?
the thing is that I think you are aware of not why, because that's just speculation. I don't think neither of us know why you believe what you believe. That's just me saying what I think. But you do believe humans are fundamentally different from animals, and you are not doing a good job of explaining why that is. So it leaves me with thinking you must really want to think that. Admittedly, I am bringing to the table all my previous biases about this and all of the other fucking people on the planet. The other, how many people are religious and believe that they're fundamentally different from animals and that they don't have to die? It's like most people believe that. So I just assume you are one of those people.
I would say I have a pretty intuitive view I approach things with a very intuitive perspective, meaning like, and I think that's what a lot of science is too, and that's what a lot of mathematics is done intuitively first and foremost before it's
No, hold on. Mathematics has nothing to do with intuition, and is entirely axiomatic, right? Mathematics is arguably the most strictly like axiomatic system, like the most rawest, purest form of philosophy to exist, right?
Well, it's logic. It's logical. And the intuition can be logical too. I mean, it could be illogical. You could be completely irrational in your intuition, of course.
Hold on, wait, hold on. We're using a lot of words here that have pretty strict meanings, right? It's to say that your intuition is irrational. You're using irrationality or rationality in ways that are different than like what is rationality with a capital R, right? When we talk about math, like there are a couple of like fundamental building blocks that we have, and then from that we build everything out from math. Nothing about that is intuitive or it relies on intuition. It's all like very heavily built on logic with a capital R, or reason with a capital R, or logic with a capital L, I guess, or logic if you want to call it that. But
I would say, hold on, let me look up a term here, because I was actually kind of doing some research on this, but you probably know more about math than me. Like I was never that good at math, but there is something about math that. Are you aware of the way that math describes nature, in its complexity?
If you want to get into if you want to get into like the philosophical side of like, are we like mathematically realist or mathematically anti-realist? I don't know if this counts as philosophy of math or philosophy of science regarding math, but that's like fundamentally a different thing, I think, than just talking about mathematics, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that's relevant even to this. Like I think the quote is
okay,
like math
let's leave
has
the
like
math part out of it. Let's leave
sure.
the math
Okay.
part out of it, because
Sure.
I don't know enough about what I'm talking about there, and I'll admit that fully.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I've been stuck on this ever since our first porn conversation. You said porn is bad because we should rise up and be better than the animals. And I was like, well, we are animals, so that doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean,
to
obviously
me.
we have a relationship to animals, and I think we're biological organisms. I said that, and I agree with that. But
that is
we're
what a religious
biological
person would say.
organisms. We're
That's what religious
biological
people say.
organisms with a choice of our own destiny.
That's what religious people say.
I'm not religious.
That's what spiritual people say. We can use a euphemism. We are the only animal with choice. We are the only animal with purpose. We're or this special kind of purpose. We are different from the animals. We have a relationship to animals. It just sounds like yes, you're trying to create some framework in which your spiritual or religious beliefs can exist along with scientific beliefs and kind of tie them together with shrooms.
Well, it's like it's a similar model or framework might be like an individual.
Wait, why are you saying you're not religious? I asked you if Jesus Christ was your God and Savior in our first conversation, or your Lord and Savior in our first conversation. You said yes.
Jesus is something I've been thinking a lot about. I feel like
Have you stepped away from Jesus since our first conversation?
No, I just don't like you framing and like trying to pigeonhole me into things. I really don't like that, because you're not only limiting your worldview, but you're making it seem like the only ways in which we have to view the world is relying totally on the American scientific guy in a lab coat, or like believing in some religious
fundamentalists. No, I don't think that. You're straw manning me. I don't think that. Then, I never said that. All I said was, I said you were religious, and you said you weren't religious. And I'm reminding you that when I asked you if Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior, you said yes. That is the definition of a Christian. That is the litmus test for Christianity.
I don't define myself, first of all.
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Jesus Christ is the most important story for man to aspire to, because it's one of self-sacrifice despite perfection, which we can never achieve, but we can strive for, and of loving others and all the other platitudes and amazing things that Jesus stood for.
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior, Greg?
I'm not playing your word game.
Based.
Okay.
You want to pigeonhole everything, man. You want to label and define, and I'm not about that. I don't label and define. That's my entire viewpoint.
You know, okay, maybe this is what's not fair of me to do, or what you think is not fair of me, but I think it's fine. Any answer to this question that is not no, I'm going to say is a religious person, or somebody struggling with their religion, a semi-religious person, or somebody who's confused about their religion, agnostic maybe. But generally, all of those go in the same bucket in my head of, oh, that's a Christian.
Okay, and then I'll just be as uncharitable to you and say that you're just a
Bring it on,
materialist who believes in nothing, who's a nihilist ultimately, and is so afraid of death that you're clinging.
Wait, I'm not the one who's afraid of death. You, I mean, I'm afraid of death.
I think you're projecting that onto me.
Oh, I see. You're not afraid of death.
I am afraid of death. I don't want to die, but I'm not.
Well, luckily, with your belief system, you don't have to.
Destiny. This
me.
is interesting.
What up?
Okay. This is where it might be interesting.
Okay.
I think something else that's perhaps a universal property of the ego death, let's say, is it can, and this is also clinically the case with when it comes to cancer patients and studies they've done for the scientist approach, but that one will be more at ease with the concept of death if they've experienced an ego death and then have come back and into their body and feeling like themselves again. That will ease your anxiety of death. Do you have any experience with that?
I mean, I don't think so, but that might be individual from person to person. I don't know. Like, I had a lot of trouble with my big mushroom trips, but I've heard other people say they got like a sense of peace with the universe. So, but maybe it's because I'm a control freak. I don't know. I don't know if I would generalize that. But I would also say that like the percentage of people on Earth that have experienced an ego death, this is very, even of all psychedelic users, is probably like less than like 1%. That's a very rare thing. I don't know if there's like a lot of good research on that.
There is one on the Johns Hopkins, I think, on cancer patients and their anxiety of death. And then, it was like a study where they kind of took capsules, regimented, and like they were studied and asked questions or whatever, but the clinical way of doing it.
Well, but like capsules of what? What do you mean by that?
It was capsules of psilocybin.
There's no shot that there is a study where they were inducing ego death. I
don't know if it was ego death. Maybe it was even just microdoses. But the point is that
well, sure, but these are fundamentally different experiences now. It might be the case that people that have
the same substance,
but totally different, right?
Not really.
Hold on. Absolutely.
You're saying if you do shrooms, you're
hold on. What I'm saying is that like a 1 to 1.5 gram mushroom trip is it's almost a totally different drug than like a 3.5 gram mushroom trip, which is almost a totally different drug of a 5+ gram trip. Like all three of these experiences are, it might as well be a totally different drug, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
so
true.
If somebody says like, well, they ego death or they microdose, you're talking about two fundamentally different things that aren't even related to each other, right?
Well, it's true that the experience is at a completely different level, but ultimately it's the similar areas of the brain being activated, and as you do more, it's more areas of the brain being activated. But
here, like if you take it doesn't. Hold on. If you take a sip of a drink, that's fundamentally different than doing like 15 shots. And even if you say that, like, well, it's the same drug technically, but like,
okay,
they're not even
great analogy. Analogy. But if you maintain a blood alcohol of like 0.05. And then if you have a blood alcohol of like 0.5, you're going to have very different states of mind, obviously.
Yeah.
But
the brain's not even going to.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It stands to reason though that somebody like, I don't even know if this is true, but hypothetically having the 0.05 might somewhat lessen your anxiety or have some traces of the effects of the higher dose of being drunk, right?
I don't think so.
What I mean?
Not at all. I would disagree. Like on a 1 gram mushroom trip, you're seeing cool things. Like the walls are breathing, and maybe you feel like pretty different inside your body. On a 3.5 gram mushroom trip, you're entering like a totally different shifted state of mind. You're not just seeing things, now you're feeling things. It's fundamentally different. And at 5+, you are dissolving the foundational systems that keep track of like who you are and what your reality is. That's going to be way different than 3.5, and one is going to look like you're drinking coffee. So the idea of like trying to say like, well, if you've done like 1, like you can kind of understand like what 5+ is. Not at all. They're fundamentally.
You've done more than me actually, like at one time.
Unfortunately, yeah. So I'm just saying that like these things are all fun. I'm just saying like a study showing what happens when somebody microdoses shrooms isn't telling me anything about like people that are having ego deaths. That's what I'm saying.
Anyways,
yeah.
I think
Hey, Greg.
I'm saying that the effects have been.
You know, I took a personality test.
I don't
on
think you
stream
think there's a
yesterday.
purpose to anything.
I took a personality test and I got 0% cynicism.
Wow. You know how to manipulate those personality tests quite well.
Why do you think I'm cynical?
I think
or nihilistic,
you want,
whatever.
I think, and I could be totally off here, but so just entertain me.
Maybe
I think
not.
like you almost want there to be some definitive proof, some sign, something from God himself coming down and from Mount Sinai to be like, this is it. This is the purpose. This is what you are. This is what we need. All that stuff. I know you were doubting, but here it is. Here, I love you. And it's like,
I know. I would just think I was hallucinating if that happened. I would never. If God came down from heaven and spoke into my face, shouted into my face, I would not believe in God.
well, there you go. My point is that I think you're looking. You think there has to be this sort of smoking gun, this like religious event, for there to be any such proof of there being experience to life outside of the materialist view. And I think
even if I died and went to heaven, I would just assume I was not dead yet and hallucinating.
Wait, isn't that a problem
Like,
though? So there's no data that you could collect that would convince you otherwise. Isn't that not a good thing?
I've heard you, you've criticized this about me before. I think there's certain beliefs I have.
To be clear on this, I've criticized myself on this because I actually have the same perspective. Because I think a religious person challenged me that before, like, what if God showed up at your front door right now? And I was like, that's a really interesting question, because if he did, I would probably just assume that I'm going fucking crazy. And then that made me wonder to myself, like, is there any data that could convince me that religion is real? Yeah.
No, because the problem is their other side, the way that you process data is a fallible system. So anytime you're processing anything, you have to wonder, am I losing my mind or is this actually happening?
That is true, but we don't treat ourselves as fallible generally, right? Like you assume everything you've experienced, unless it wildly diverges from other experiences, like a dream will, right? You probably assume that your experiences are real. We don't really live like we're fallible, no?
I keep thinking about my fights with Shaylin.
That's different. We're talking about, I'm talking about matters of like perceiving reality,
no,
not like was I in the right or wrong in a fight,
I'm saying there's certain situations, and I used to yell at her more. Sometimes I still do, but I think there's times where I would think she's my enemy, and I'd be like, oh, she's betrayed. I'd be like, I understand. It's all clicking into place. She's never cared about me. It's all, I get it now. You're my enemy. You're a fucking horrible bitch. And then part of me is like, well, now, Max, your heart rate is very elevated. You seem very upset. Are you sure that this makes sense right now? Are you sure that you're thinking clearly? Are you like, if you're gonna, are you sure maybe you shouldn't do anything rash or say anything rash. Maybe we should just calm down. And if you still think this in like half an hour, you can scream at her then. I do think that there are times regularly where I am wondering, am I really making sense right now? Is this really happening, or do I just think it's happening? So I agree, like day to day things you see and feel. I have one time this happened where I had my eyes closed and I balanced a pencil on its tip. And then yeah, but it probably didn't happen. So I just assumed that didn't really happen. I have the memory, and I knocked it over before I opened my eyes. But like, I don't even know if you can balance a pencil on its tip, or the odds of doing it are smaller than the odds that I just thought that happened, but it didn't really. Like, it could just be maybe part of my hand was numb for some reason, and it was just touching that part. There's a lot of other explanations. So I don't go around saying like, hey, one time I balanced a pencil on its tip. I just say like, I had that experience in my mind, but I know it probably didn't happen.
So you deny your own experience
regularly
because if in favor of the rational.
When the two are pitted against each other, I mean, if you're on shrooms and the walls start breathing, do you think the walls are breathing, or do you remember that you took shrooms and they might not actually be breathing?
Depends on how much. It depends on how many shrooms you took.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So at a certain point, you lose your ability to run that test. But I think what I'm saying is, I so strongly believe that there is no God, who, especially not a God that can like come talk to me and say like, how much porn did you watch this week? Yeah. If that happened, then I would I believe I would be convinced that I was like schizophrenic and delusional.
Your belief at a certain point becomes your reality.
No.
It does.
Well, what do you mean by your reality? If you by your reality you mean your experience, then yes, but it doesn't become.
No. I think your experience informs your beliefs, but it's like
the thing is that there's a lot of your reality will be in tatters if you do that though. That's why I keep arguing against.
It
like,
can be.
gender,
It can
about
be.
This gender stuff. You're like, my reality is that I am the opposite sex, and then when things contradict that reality, I'm like, well, I need you to not say that to me. I need to not be in this space. I need to be in this other space. I need this to not happen. I need this to not happen. These are all attempts to plug holes, and like your reality is like self-contradictory. So like, yes, you are this other gender, or you feel that you are, but also you are getting a lot of signs that you're actually not, and then you're trying to sort of bridge the gap. And I feel like that's what you're doing.
No, okay, that's a great point, because I think that's actually the opposite of what I'm doing. And this is related to the idea of internal versus external. And this is something I've thought about, the masculine and the feminine, and the gender is related to all of that. But it's like, to me, the realization I've come to from psychedelic experiences and all that is, I don't need an external physical manifestation of the feminine in order to express myself in a feminine way. I can be physically a man and embody a feminine energy, if you will, like through artistry or through whatever. So things that I think are a more feminine type of energy, where it's like it's more unpredictable, mysterious, emotional, chaotic even, but beautiful. And just all the things that we associate with the feminine, that can be expressed without the external. But it starts. What matters is the internal. You can be what you want, but you don't have to physically. You don't. And when it is external, like you're saying, it's like all these rules are made. Well, it's like I recognize the external, but other people don't. They don't recognize that I'm a woman, let's say, and so therefore I have to impose these rules on them because they're not respecting my external expression. But it's like, if I express myself in a feminine way and I'm still a man physically, what I'm expressing is not defined by the physical or the rules that I set in place and impose on others. It's defined, or it's expressed through whatever I'm doing, through how I'm being. So that's the internal versus the external. And I would say the psychedelics have allowed me to help me express myself more in that internal way without seeking approval from the external. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the best way I could explain it. At least
it makes sense. I don't think I agree, though. I think you do want approval from the external.
I mean, a little bit, yeah. That's why I'm talking to you and talking at all. I mean, yeah, but I don't need it to feel
It's not
complete.
like you're just like you bring it up all the time. It's not like you just had a trip or a few trips and like aren't talking about it.
Yeah, but I'm not seeking validation or approval. I'm sharing a perspective.
I believe you are seeking validation and approval.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you can believe it all you want.
I do.
Okay.
It's my reality. Why do you think I'm nihilistic?
Do you think you're not nihilistic?
I don't think I'm nihilistic at all.
Well, maybe you're not nihilistic, but maybe you're hedonistic. And I don't know if you'd accept that, but I don't even want to.
You're the one who wants everybody to do drugs. I'm the hedonist.
I don't want everyone to do drugs. I want everyone to
and have orgies.
Express themselves in a way that's free of our cultural boundaries.
Okay, but having orgies in the woods fucked up on psychedelics sounds pretty hedonistic to me. I want people to jerk off.
That might have been how we came to be.
I want people to jerk off 3 times a day for 25 minutes each, like a fucking normal person, and then go about your life.
3 times a day, like a normal person, and then go about your life.
That's right.
That sound well. Maybe that's not hedonistic, but it's quite self-serving. Self-gratifying, momentary pleasure.
You got to take care of yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that has consequences that you're not considering, or maybe you don't care about because you only care about the self-gratification, the pleasure.
Maybe I don't believe in the consequences you're alluding to.
Or maybe you're only concerned with what's pleasurable for the self.
Maybe you're scared. Maybe you're scared of sex.
Maybe you're scared of death.
I am scared of death.
There's nothing wrong with being scared of death. You're not going to be able to make it out of the pit. You don't fear death. Sometimes you got to move through life.
You gotta
without
fear
the rope,
death.
You know.
It's true, but you don't have to let it. You don't have to let it have power over you in a way that limits your opportunities and your connections to appreciating life. I mean,
So maybe you're a control freak. Maybe you just don't like that sex and death are weigh so heavily on you. So you constructed a worldview in which they don't affect you.
my worldview is that we cannot control, and that life is better when we let go a little bit of that control. I think it's better when you don't try to control, because you can't. So stop giving yourself the anxiety of thinking you're in control and that you should be in control.
But I don't think
whatever
I'm in
this
control.
is. What do you think then? What do you think you are?
An animal.
Okay. So you're just like running on a program and you're just kind of like
yes,
deterministic, or like living a determined. Okay, so maybe you're a determinist.
That's not control. I ain't in control.
I'm not saying that's control, but you're a determinist.
It's not.
But you have some reason for getting up out of bed every day, you know?
I'm either hungry, horny, feeling aggressive, feeling like I want to do something, make something. Sure, I have reasons to. I mean, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I think there's more to life than that.
I know.
I do wish you could see things that way. I don't
But
know
you
if
know
call
what?
that
I
conversion.
think you're a nihilist because I'm okay with there not being more to life than that.
Are you?
Like I mean, like I'm sad about it. I'm sad about death, and terrified of it. But I'm not so
You don't
not
have to
okay with
be.
it. Like, I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying is you're so not okay with death that you have to like have a whole made-up belief system that makes no sense in order to just get through the day. That's nihilism to me. I think it's
I don't believe
optimism
I'm
to be
deluding
like,
myself. But
well, I know, but I believe you are. It's to me, optimism is being like, yeah, there's no point to life, and we're all gonna die, but let's sing some songs and make some pizza anyway.
And I believe you're denying the experience for the sake of the rational, and you're deluding yourself by rationality, even though we're not meant to be totally rational creatures.
I don't think I'm totally rational. I'm a very emotional person. I think I'm very emotionally expressive.
Okay, I feel like, what is it called? Is it GP8 or whatever? What's the name of that Google AI bot that takes a whole bunch of phrases and... Or is there a conversation happening here that I'm just not perceiving? I'm sorry.
No, I think we're just having a back and forth, but...
Okay, my bad. Keep going.
I don't think we're connecting with each other. I think Steven is right.
There's limitations to the Discord box virtual meeting space.
I don't think we would be connecting to each other in person unless you're
think we could.
suggesting if we had an orgy in the woods, then maybe. But
we don't need to have an orgy, you know? There's
Well,
something,
maybe
though,
we do.
valuable about human connection. Maybe it
I think-
transcends value.
I think I've had a lot of conversations on Discord that made a lot more sense than my conversations with you about this topic. Which
Likewise.
I think. Oh wow, good for you. I think they tend to not make that much sense, and I think I will go as far as to say I believe it is your fault that they don't make sense.
I could say the same for you. Right back at you.
Well, why do you think it's my fault they don't make sense?
I think
you won't even answer a
because you're
simple
denying the
question.
experience. You're
You
denying
won't
the
even answer
value
a
of experience.
simple
I just
question.
answered it.
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Jesus Christ is my Lord.
Let
and
me tell you
Savior.
about Jesus. He
I
was a
love
guy.
Jesus. Jesus
Ah,
is great. Me and
Yeah,
shrooms. Me and Jesus gonna
I
do
will
shrooms
answer.
in the
I will
woods.
answer. There's no question you can ask me about my beliefs where I'm going to be like, well, that reminds me of a different sentence.
Maybe because you don't believe in anything.
I believe in truth, justice, and the American way.
American Empire is on the decline, buddy.
Yeah. Don't I know it?
Well, hey, I thought, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel. I actually think this was interesting, and you guys, I think, both contributed a lot to this, and I think it was an interesting discussion.
I think it was a shit show. Absolute mess of a discussion.
Jesus.
It was interesting.
I think I don't know if it was interesting. There's parts that were interesting, but I think there are parts that aren't interesting. I feel like I have a lot of trouble connecting with you about this topic.
I'm trying my best. I'm not perfect. Not even close.
Well, I'm not trying to say I'm perfect, but I feel like I'm chasing you around in circles when we talk about this. I can't catch you. I want to catch you. I feel like I've gotten close. I've gotten a few tufts of your tail, but usually it feels like you're scampering away.
Scampering off to the woods.
Yeah.
I think that's where you want to go too, ultimately. I mean, look, you want to be an ape in the woods, fine. Okay, but we want to go to the woods, so.
Yeah.
We'll hang out sometime.
Okay, well, I look forward to that. I'm not doing shrooms, though.
It's alright. Steven will be there.
True.
That's absolutely true.
Okay. I think we're at the logical end to this conversation.
We've milked this udder.
Can we can I get an official Mr. Girl statement though on Slush? What's going on with that guy?
Oh no.
Slush is the first. Slush is the person who made the first Dr. K documentary.
Mm-hmm.
The first 5 minutes of his documentary about all the amazing value Dr. K brings to the space, whether this was an attempt at being even-handed in his what is essentially a takedown, video, or if he was just trying to ingratiate himself to the audience and protect himself from criticism that he was going after him too hard. I don't know. We will never know. However, what ended up happening is he talked to all these primary sources and got their interviews, made this incredibly softball video, concealed some of the most damning details about Dr. K, then provided these details to me, then swore me to protect his source for these details, and asked that did not provide me any proof, even though he showed me screenshots proving them. He would not provide me the screenshots. So basically sent me out feeling like I had a duty to report these things, but no way to prove them, so it just made me look like unhinged or making things up. And then when he asked me, are you trying to, he was like, do you care about the fact that people mentioned in the documentary or their families could be harassed as a result of what you say? And I said, my first and only consideration is the truth. As a documentarian, I didn't mean as a person. I think he took this maybe more literally than I meant it. But what I meant was, if your goal is to tell a story about somebody misbehaving, you have to just lay out the details, make your case, and then put a period at the end of it, and that's it, which is what I try to do with my video. No, don't try to control how people are looking at it. Don't try to emotionally manipulate people, and certainly don't fucking run interference for the person that you're supposedly making this expose about. He then turned around and warned all of the people that I was trying to interview that I had said that, basically implying that I don't care if they get harassed and that I'm going to just shit on everybody. So a lot of them either stopped talking to me or refused to interview me. So in effect, I think he took a figure that had done something horrible, that he also thinks has done something horrible. So the other thing is, if he were like pro Dr. K, I'd probably have a very different emotional response to this.
Mm-hmm.
But to think that he thinks the same thing as me, but was too either defensive, cowardly, or just nice, I don't fucking know what it is. I was like, dude, if you're a documentarian, this is not your job. Your job is not to run interference for your subject. It's to tell the fucking truth. If you're doing any journalism, you have to tell the truth. If you're doing a puff piece and it's not journalism, then don't call it journalism. But if you think the same thing as me, don't do the softball version, then burn all the sources so I can't talk to them, and then swear me to secrecy, giving me some of the most damning evidence, but making it off the record so I can't use it without betraying you completely. And then basically, call me an asshole for being too focused on the facts.
Wow.
So
I don't
then
think
he got
he's
really...
He doesn't view it as a reporter, though. I think he wanted
Then
to start
don't
a
fucking
conversation.
report on things. Then
But
shut
he
the
wanted to
fuck
start
up
a
and stay out of it.
conversation. He wanted to start a conversation about it, and he did.
Then say I'm doing. This is a conversation piece. This is not reporting. Don't conduct any interviews. Don't call it a documentary. If you're going to do journalism or documentary work, then do it right. If you're not going to, then shut the fuck up. If you're going to do it badly, then don't do it about shit involving a death and potential like mass malpractice negatively impacting thousands of people. Then just stay the fuck out of important shit and make a commentary channel talking about other YouTubers. You can call me a pedophile or a spousal abuser or whatever. Just make fucking normal like retard videos. You don't have to get involved in actual serious important shit. However, I said if this goes on and more people get hurt, then that is on you because you are running interference for this person. And he got really mad that I said that and then tweeted out that I said that. That was an example of me saying something in a moment of impassioned anger that I don't.
You said the
literally
blood
do.
is on your hands.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that.
He said that. Did he say that?
Yes, he said I said that, but it's not true. But so another knock to his fucking reporting ability. I didn't actually say that. I just said that's on you. However, I'm fine with agreeing that the sentiment was the blood is on your hands, and I'm fine with standing by that as a statement that I basically meant. That's okay. However, I said that in a very angry moment of passion. It was meant to be a private conversation. I'm fine with him leaking that I said that. I think that's fine. But it's not something I literally believe. I don't think anybody who has any evidence or way to stop Dr. K from doing what he's doing is responsible for any future harm that comes from his actions. I don't literally believe that. I just meant, what I meant was like, please, will you please do everything you can to try to make this information public and get these people to fucking talk to me and not be afraid to talk to me. That's what I meant. But I agree that I said it in an accusatory way. Clearly, he was kind of conflicted about it at all because as soon as he heard I was making the video...
Can I drag him in here?
No, I don't want to talk to him.
You don't want to talk to him? Okay.
No, I don't want to be ambushed.
Well, if you're talking about him, I feel like you can't talk about him.
Well, to be fair, it's because I asked him. I was curious.
Actually, I can talk about him, and he can talk about me, and we can talk about...
Yeah,
Dr.
but then you're
K,
just talking
and
past each other, and then it's not productive. Then it's just drama. But if you actually confront him...
No, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you want to do drama... You need to talk about, like, a 19-year-old sexted with a 17-year-old. Is that pedophilia? That's drama. Or, like, this person, like, lied about this person or this, you know, like John Swan. Like, that's drama. This is not just drama. This is, like, actual shit. Like, actual people's lives and people's livelihoods and, like, careers.
Well, you have
millions
your perspective
of dollars
on
at
it,
stake.
and he has his, but I don't think
Yes,
it's fair
and
to
he's
present
welcome. I
yours.
don't want him to use my platform to say his perspective. He could say that on his own platform.
Okay.
I would never fucking ambush a panel that he's on to be like, I don't like what Slush is saying about me and try to get everybody else to bring me to, like, I wouldn't do that. That's weird. I don't think he should do that.
That's unfortunate because I feel like he would have added a lot to this discussion, but you know.
Well, we wouldn't have had this discussion. I would have been talking to him about Dr. K the entire fucking time.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel like you guys could bury the hatchet if I. What if it's on my platform at some point, or I don't know. What if it's just off stream? I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, if you and me and him want to talk off stream sometime, I'm open. I'm not saying I will never speak to Slush again. I don't think he's a bad person. As I said to him, I think he got in over his head. I'm very angry about it, but I don't think he's a bad dude.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I think he had good intentions. I think he fucked me over. And but I don't think he did that on purpose, and I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's trying to do the right thing. I just don't think he, in this case, was very good at it. That's all.
Okay. You might be right. I don't even necessarily disagree. But... Well, guys, this has been great. Destiny, thank you so much for being here. I think you helped bridge some misunderstandings. You know, you helped save some frustration, so I'm thankful for that.
Thanks.
And this has been good. I actually enjoyed this a lot. Yeah, thank you, Max, for showing up and
of course. You know, I like you. I like talking to you. I hate talking to you, but I like talking to you. So you know, I'm I want to keep talking to you, and I want to save you. You know, the same way you want to save me. You want to save me from eternal damnation. I want to save you from your repression and your denial about your own nature.
We'll both save each other.
I hope so. I absolutely hope so.
Beautiful, guys.
Beautiful. All right.
Well,
Well,
good luck. It's been
good
fun.
luck. Yeah.
Stay safe,
Peace.
my dudes, okay?
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
How do you feel that went?
I think it was. Wait, are you still streaming?
Yep. Don't say anything crazy or wild.
I feel like it was okay. I feel like it's frustrating. It's hard to connect with him. I just feel like he doesn't want to bite any bullets. Basically, it feels like even the bullet of being like, yes, this is kind of religious.
I think this is going to sound really condescending. I don't mean to sound that way if you listen. I love you, Glink. But there are times when people... I don't think there's even anything wrong with this. I feel like sometimes people will go through life without thinking about things for a while, and then like an epiphany or something happens, and all of a sudden they're thinking about a whole bunch of stuff they've never thought about before, and they're like really excited to kind of put pen to paper, and so a bunch of stuff comes out. So it's like when I think of somebody that thinks of this, like this is like something they might say, like, I think that all of human experience fundamentally is kind of like tied to this conscious experience we have of like the love that we have for each other, and all of existence like ties into like both of those things in a way that just transcends like our understanding of the material. Like when I hear people say things, it's like, okay, I understand where your mind is, but it feels like some of these thoughts need to like settle into a more coherent like framework, and then we can talk about it. But yeah, that's kind of what it feels. Yeah,
it's a bit inaccessible.
Mm-hmm.
And it has some of that converts are the worst energy, where it's like, if I feel like part of the extremeness of the way he's expressing it is also to rationalize. Like, it feels like he wants to believe it in addition to believing it. So it feels like he's trying to convince himself, and then if you try to not poke holes in it, but even just ask questions, like he won't even really describe. I don't even know what it is. He said he's against labels, but that feels like it just allows him to sort of just like talk around things without having to be accountable for any of them.
I agree with you a little bit. Although I would say this gets into other territory. I think we all do that. I think every moral system, yeah, we all ad hoc everything. I think it just comes down to, at the end of the day, like how many asterisks you need to have like at your model to explain everything. So like somebody might say, I think that I believe in this, and like maybe there's like one or two exceptions, and then somebody else might be like, well, I believe in this except, and then that and that and that and that and that and that, and kind of like the more you have to elaborate on every single thing, maybe the less coherent your model is. But yeah,
yes, and less compelling, because then you can't answer any questions about it. I mean, if the goal of the conversation is to explain something to somebody and you can't answer questions about it without branching, then it's hard to see how somebody else is going to want to take that on them. I don't even know how I could like be converted if I wanted to.
There's a phrase that I learned this phrase and I became obsessed with it for a while because it describes so many people I talk to. Have you ever heard of the phrase "not even wrong"?
No.
It's a really good phrase. But like basically when somebody starts to describe something and there's not even like anything for you to hook into, and they're not really saying anything wrong, but they're not really saying anything of substance, then that's the utterance. Is like, you're not even wrong. But like you haven't gone far enough to make a point that I could even have to begin to disagree with. Yeah, is basically
Yeah, so I think I was trying to push him to places where I know we do disagree, so then we could just either just acknowledge these fundamental disagreements or try to hash them out. But yeah, he's saying a lot of things that can't be wrong.
Yeah. Or don't make any strong descriptions or predictions, and then we're just kind of masturbating each other's minds at the end of the day, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. What?
What's your definition of verbal abuse?
My definition of verbal abuse.
Do you have one?
I would need more context, right? Like if I were to ask like what's the definition of like
a guy
abuse?
and a girl.
Well, like okay, let's narrowly define it. I think
Okay,
I'd have to get more and more narrow. Yeah, sorry. I can start talking and tell you why I needed to be more narrow if you want, or you can just go.
Okay, okay. What steps do you go through mentally in determining whether a interaction in a couple is verbally abusive?
I don't know if I care if something is verbally abusive. Let me try to get closer to what I think you're asking is like if something that's going on is like wrong or unacceptable or should be stopped or something like that. Because like there are some forms of abuse that are okay to be abusive. Like if a couple is fighting and like, you know, somebody gets frustrated and she or he is like, okay, you're an idiot, right? Like that's kind of abusive, but it's a lot different versus like if you want to leave, you can, but your family will never accept you and you'll be homeless.
Right.
Right. We're like, and that might not even be necessarily like kind of abusive the way it's said, but like the latter is really bad and the former is like, okay, whatever. Right.
Okay. Let's say, regardless of context, interactions that if they happen to a friend of yours or someone you cared about, you would feel compelled to say,
I need to get out.
You need to get out. Or you need to change this. This is like an emergency. Something needs to change. I'm not okay knowing this is happening to you, even though there's nothing physical is happening. I'm not okay with it. Or do you?
It's never gonna be one line. It's gonna be like it's always gonna be contextual to some extent.
Sure.
Okay. What I would look for are. This is almost going to sound like an inventory for abuse. Things that involve isolation are things that are always going to creep me out. So if somebody is saying things like, I don't think you should be talking to so many friends, or like, I don't like that you tell your parents about this or whatever. Now that's not an instant shut up, but there are going to be red flags there.
Right. It also heightens everything else.
Yeah. Things that involve leveraging power against somebody is also, because it almost sounds, it's very coercive. Right? Like, oh, well, if you want to leave, you can, but you're not going to amount to anything. I'm going to stop paying your student loans and you're going to flunk out of school. Or like, you know, you're not going to be anything without me, blah, blah, blah. Like stuff like that can also be like red flags. Like, well, is this person staying? Are you resolving a disagreement? Or are you trying to make this person feel trapped? And like, if they turn away, like they're going to be destroyed, you know?
Yeah.
Those are two things. There are forms of like emotional manipulation that I think are almost always wrong. Making somebody responsible for somebody else. If you leave, I'm going to kill myself. Or like every time you leave, like I cut myself. Like things like that.
Yeah, that's limiting. That's the same freedom threat thing.
I guess like my general guiding principle for relationships and even sexual interactions is usually like, do I feel like the other person has like a plausible off-ramp? Or do I feel like somebody is constantly trying to cut that off-ramp as much as possible to railroad them down a certain path that they can only take? I guess that might be like a guiding summary of like most of these things, but yeah.
Being trapped.
Yeah. But it's also like people, and this is why I don't know how much you watched me of watching your video.
I watched a good amount of it, but I didn't see the fights part. My chat told me that you said I don't remember exactly what words you said. You said some things are pretty.
Yeah, so like I try to be fair when I review stuff. The reality is that especially when people are doing supercuts, there's so much context behind certain things. It's very rare for me that I'll hear a statement where it's like, that statement, period, is horrible.
Regardless of context, right?
Yeah. There are going to be some things like physical abuse, maybe because of my history, I'll draw the line on almost immediately. Like, anytime someone's like, yeah, he hit me, you know, across the face, but like, usually something's like, okay, like, this is probably almost never good. But like, because I'll try to think of like, if I wanted to create like 10-second supercuts of my fights, like me and Melina have called each other retarded, or, you know, like kind of attacked each other over some things. And it's like, I'm sure that if you were to cut out certain things, like somebody might say like, oh, this is really toxic or abusive or blah, blah, blah. But it would super depend on the styles of communication and like how people communicate with each other. Like, yeah, it would depend. It's always going to depend. It's going to be contextual. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just felt like maybe we should talk about it.
if you want to. I would say that the biggest things that I would say are like the biggest
biggest red flags.
Red flags, yeah. I would say are
With
probably always going to be. It's going to be the exact same things that I criticize you for generally in conversations, which is the telling other people how they feel or dictating to other people how they feel, which I think are things I
screamed at her how she felt.
Yeah, exactly, like stuff like that. I think that it can be tempting. I used to do this a lot, and I still do, but I'm more careful with it, to like kind of Sherlock Holmes people into like, I know you're feeling this thing. But there are two issues. One is they might be feeling that thing, but they don't want to say it to you. Two is they might be feeling that they might not even realize it, in which case you're not going to be able to evoke that in them. They're not going to realize that, especially in a fight. And three, you might actually be wrong about something and they feel something differently for a different way that you just can't perceive at the moment because you're upset or angry. This definitely happens to me. So I think when it comes to dealing with people's feelings, as frustrating as it is, unless you have a lot of evidence otherwise, or you just don't care that much, I think you kind of always have to take somebody at their word. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a hard time taking her at her word when we're fighting.
Yeah, me too. That's usually why I say, no girlfriend has ever listened on this, but whatever. I'll say it anyway. So it's like I always say that, like, if we're fighting, like, give me like 4 to 8 hours to cool off, and then we can have a really productive conversation. But if it's going to happen in the heat of the moment, like, I'm upset because of assumptions that I'm making, and I know that your goal is to convince me that my assumptions are wrong, but that makes me feel that they're correct even more strongly. So it's really hard for us to resolve things when I'm like in a bad state of mind. Yeah,
I have trouble with that. I feel like that's a double-edged sword. Because sometimes it feels like I'm being put on timeout for getting upset, or for upsetting her.
I think that
I think timeouts. If we take a break.
Yeah, so maybe this is my inner parent coming out. I think timeouts are really good. A timeout isn't now. Most parents suck, okay, and I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Okay, parents just beat the shit out of their kids or punish them because they like to feel strong or whatever. But timeouts are not supposed to be for punishing your kid. Like, you're going on timeout because I hate you, you little fucking piece of shit. A timeout is supposed to be, bro, you are emotionally compromised and you're a kid, so you're even more dumb when it comes to realizing it. Like, take 5 minutes, take a fucking breather, chill out, and then we can come back and have this conversation when you're being a little bit more reasonable. Because kids have horrible emotional regulation. That's what a timeout is supposed to be for.
Yes, but I feel like the double-edged sword part of that is that then you feel like you have to be alone every time you're upset.
Yeah, but like, is that a bad thing?
And like, I think so. I think it can get confusing if you feel like if I become angry or I express anger, I know the next thing that's going to happen is I'm going to be sitting here by myself. I think that can also.
I don't think you have to be
your ability to even know that you're angry.
Yeah, and I can understand that feeling. I don't think you have to be by yourself when you're upset. I think that you just have to get away from the thing making you upset. That's kind of like what I'll tell Melina when we're fighting, because when we fight, like, my mode of fighting is always withdrawal. That's how I do everything. If I'm upset or something, I withdraw. That's how I do things. And Melina, when she's upset, like, wants more validation than normal because she's like, well, fuck, do you hate me? I don't understand. And this is a really toxic combination because it's like, I'm not going to give you compliments or say anything nice to you. Well, you're fucking pissing me off. You go the fuck away, get it from somebody else. I can't do it, right? But like, the way that I view it,
feed into each other.
Yeah, exactly. Because now it feels like I'm cutting my, like, holy shit, he's going to dump me. Like, he's hating me even more. Like, this is the most vulnerable I am, and he won't give me like the reassurances that I need, right? It's a toxic feedback. But I mean, like, I would say, I wish. It's going to sound biased because I'm the one withdrawing, but like, the way that I would explain it is that, like, you can get reassurances or you can talk to people. You don't have to be alone, but I don't think it's fair that you demand the object of your ire, the person pissing you off, that they have to placate you while they're also emotionally compromised. That's a big ask, that if we're having a fight, you're going to try to demand that I placate you while I'm also emotionally compromised so that I can shore up your emotional vulnerability. I can't do that. I don't know if Shaylin is the same as me, but like, it's never going to work out that way. And all of our worst fights, every worst fight I've ever been in, the physical abuse I've suffered in the past always escalates from that point. It's the other person seeking validation or assurance while I'm trying to withdraw to like reestablish my emotional stability. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
With Shaylin, it's a little different. I do feel sometimes that she wants. Well, at the time when those videos, that footage was filmed, I think I was more interested in her placating me when we would get in fights. I think I felt like we have to talk about this now. This needs to be resolved. I need you to meet me where I am somehow. Even if you're saying you can't, I just need you to, or I'm going to absolutely lose my shit.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing Melina says, yeah.
Yeah.
And every girl updated us, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, they call me Mr. Girl for a reason.
True. Now that, by the way, hold on. I want to be really clear when I'm explaining these things. I'm just describing phenomena that happen. I'm not saying anything is right or wrong. I don't think there's good or bad ways to resolve things. I think people just tend to process things differently. Like for me and Melina resolving problems, or me and any other girl, if they want me to resolve a problem right now, we can do it, but it's going to be rough. I'm probably going to say really dickish things, and I'm going to be more pissed off at the end of it while you're happy. It's going to irritate the fuck out of me. And there's a higher chance that I'm going to start saying really mean shit because I'm fucking pissed off like a motherfucker. Or we can do it the other way, where you back off, you give me 8 hours, and at the end of 8 hours, I'll probably concede almost everything. Like, yeah, I was being a fucking moron. Like, yeah, I don't know why I did this. Like, yeah, you were right. But the downside to that one is the other person, when they come together now and they're ready to talk, well, now they're a fucking wreck because they've spent 8 hours anxious as fuck, feeling like the other partner is having the worst thoughts. They're ruminating. They must be ruminating in the same way. And that now when you're ready to say, like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like, okay, that's great that it's not a big deal to you, but you've made me suffer with this thought for like a fucking half day or a whole day. Like, what the fuck? And now that other person is even more irritated. So it's really hard to find balance in that conflict resolution. Yeah.
Or maybe impossible.
Maybe. But I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But I always just say, I'll always tell Melina, like, hey, like, we love each other. Like, we'll figure it out. Like, fuck it. Like, be mad. Who cares? but I mean, yeah. Or leave. Or I'll tell her, if you want, I'll buy you a ticket. You can fly back home if you really want to leave. Just get the fuck out of my face. But I mean, I don't have like the best conflict resolution. But I mean, like, it usually is better the next day. Like, fuck. Like, but yeah, it's rough. I don't know what I haven't read. I'm sure there's got to be some like Dr. Gottman article or some shit about like, this is how people that resolve problems differently are supposed to do it. But I don't know what the correct answer is to that. Yeah.
I try to make it clear now that I don't want her to placate me, but sometimes I still do, so that just ends up not being true.
Mm-hmm.
I think also I'm usually looking for empathy, where
Mhm.
I'm like, I don't need you to agree with my view of what's happening. I just need you to not tell me I'm like an asshole for thinking it. I just need you to understand what I'm thinking.
I don't know if that's true. I'm gonna totally project from you what like things, because we've had this happen. I've had this happen with Melina before and other girls. So they'll say that like sometimes in an argument it'll come to like, can you just explain why I'm upset? And I'm a pretty smart person. I can usually explain it. So I'll say, I know why you're upset. You're upset because I did this and that, and you feel like I didn't do this or that, and now you're upset because of this. And they'll go like, yeah, exactly. Like, don't you think so? And I'll be like, no, you're fucking retarded. I don't think that's not right. You should be right. Yeah. Is what that's my next thing.
The don't you think so part is the tricky part.
Yeah, exactly. Because you want to say that next, like, because then it becomes, I think, in your mind or in my partner's mind, now it's even more because you were like, hold on, how have you perfectly explained exactly why I'm upset, and you don't understand? Yeah, and you still think I'm wrong. What the? Now it makes you feel even worse, and now you really want to fight about it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's sometimes I just want to be empathized with.
Mm-hmm.
I always say I just want to be empathized with.
Sure.
But then sometimes I'm like, wait a second, I just need you to agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't. And then then if I start getting really upset, it's like, okay, you're just gonna like start yelling until I say I agree with you. That's obviously not real agreement anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. But it
feels like it for a second.
Yeah. Yeah. When I play League of Legends with somebody, we're duo queuing. We feed off of each other's misery. Like, it's never that both of us are having fun at the same time. It's usually that I'm trolling or Mr. Mutant dies and then I'm having a blast because he's getting absolutely salty as fuck, or I'm getting ganked over and over again and I'm dying, and then he's off roaming and he's having fun and then I'm salty as fuck. So sometimes it feels like these problem resolutions are the same thing, which is probably not good. But I don't have a good answer here. I'm sorry. I wish I did. But like, this is something that I have a lot of insight into and that like I understand it, but I don't know what the resolution is. Like, me and Melina just had like a decent sized fight, like I think like a week ago. Until we met at Tennessee, it was like literally like, this is like the worst fight ever, and I think we're gonna break up. And I'm like, all right, bitch, like, come to Tennessee, we'll see what happens. And then we hang out, we're fine, it's whatever. Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to these types of things.
Yeah, isn't it weird when you feel you're like, I get why people blow their brains out in front of their spouses. I understand it now. I get it all. I understand why people kill each other. I understand why people do all kinds of horrible things to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then like 2 hours later, you're like, you know, just like, it's like nothing ever happened.
Sure. Yeah. You know, a wise woman once said, "Human's gonna human."
Oh yeah, do we need to talk about that too?
I'm
trying to clear the air.
Yeah, maybe. Do you hold on, your brain, I feel like our brains work pretty similarly. You're just more autistic than me. So I'm curious because you have a problem resolution that is so different than mine. I'm trying to see if there's any insight I can like absorb from your brain for dealing with my relationship problems. Why can't you just fuck off for 8 hours and let the other person chill? God damn it! Why can't you do that? Why can't you just fuck off? I understand why it's hard because you're ruminating. You have like the worst thoughts.
She might not have received the same timeout treatment.
What do you mean by that?
That emotions are regulated with distance. Maybe it sounds like her emotions are regulated with closeness. Maybe too much, maybe an over-reliance on closeness. Like she can't regulate her emotions unless you are there, petting her and telling her it's okay. But you can't regulate your emotions if she is there. So you have, one of you is going to become deregulated because you have directly conflicting needs if you're both upset at the same time.
Yes. And if it's a relationship fight, it's almost always going to be the case that we're both upset at the same time, right?
Yeah. So then it's like, are you going to feel smothered, like you're gritting your teeth and regulating her at your own expense? Or is she going to feel abandoned while you cool off?
Yeah. What do you think is the solution to that? Talk.
I think both of you could move a little towards the other. I think that Melina could learn to regulate herself better on her own and not feel abandoned every time she is alone.
Do you feel the same way about like, I keep wanting to call her Shaolin. It's Shaylin, right?
The Shaolin monk?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shaylin.
Yeah. Do you apply this with your own? Do you like say like, okay, well.
Yeah. I do think it's a similar dynamic where I wish she could regulate herself while still being in the room with me. I don't like that she has to go to her office to calm down. Sometimes for hours.
Yeah.
And then, it's definitely, as you can see in the footage, it's obviously a problem that I'm like
losing
if you don't, I'm losing my shit. I'm like, if you don't meet me where I am right now, something terrible is going to happen. Yeah, so I do feel like it's kind of a similar dynamic, and I think that learning that just because she's leaving doesn't mean she's never coming back. Even if she says she's never coming back, she probably is. And then I think for her, I think she stops, and maybe this is similar to you somewhere in there. I think she stops trusting me when she feels betrayed by me or angry at me, and feels like the only way I'm going to be able to be in the room with her is in a way that's like making it worse.
Yeah. Because it feels like both sides are looking for concessions at the exact time the other person is never going to make concessions.
Yeah. But I guess I think that it reinforces it in a way where I think if through history, if she knows that you're likely to just like flee, then that's going to heighten the interaction, because it's not just that she's trying to prevent that from happening, and she's already reacting to it before it happens, where she's like,
basically,
I know that you're going to abandon me, and that makes her less consolable or less reachable even before anything's actually happened. Where it's like, I know, I see where this is going.
Something you said earlier about like, now you feel like you're being punished for having like some sort of emotional reaction is something that I hear similar to me, where they're like, well, now you've made me feel like I could never bring up a problem, because if I do, you're going to get upset. Now we can't talk about it. Right. That's something that I hear about myself sometimes. Yeah.
Do you think you distance yourself from yourself when you are angry or upset? Like, is there an internal timeout process?
Here is something that... So this is, ironically enough, an experience that I got from drugs. Drugs and parenting, I guess. Up until 30, if you would have asked me, I would say that I am the master of my own vibe or mood. Like, I am a very intelligent person. I'm very cognizant. I have a lot of self-awareness, very introspective. I can give you rational thoughts at all points in time. irrespective of what's going on around me. Doing drugs, there's like funny things that happen during trips. So like here's an example. If you're on psychedelics, you might be having a really good time, and then out of nowhere you feel horrible, and you don't realize it right when it happens. But it might be something as subtle as the music changes, or maybe somebody moves in a way in front of you in your peripheral vision, and it just makes you feel really bad. And you're not even aware of it at the time. And then I watch a video back of like my really big trips, or I'll be aware of it a little bit later now that I have more experience. I'm like, oh, I feel really bad. I should change something because I know that my mood is like fucked. Taking that experience outside of a drug trip and like being in my real life, I notice sometimes where it's like, I think that I'm in a really bad mood right now. But if I'm in a really bad mood, sometimes I don't perceive it. The most common case of noticing this is when you're hungry. There are times where like I'm banning people. I feel like shit. Whatever. I don't know. I don't even feel like shit. I actually don't feel like shit. I feel normal. But then I'll go and I'll eat a meal, and I'll come back and I'll be like, oh my fucking God. I think I was really hungry. I didn't realize it because I feel so much better now. Or I mentioned with like parenting with Nathan, or probably with any kids, when a kid is tired and needs a nap, it is the most obvious thing in the world to everybody except the kid. You know, I'm not tired. Yeah, and they're fighting it. And you always make the same deal. Like, okay, fine. Lay down for 5 minutes. If you don't fall asleep, you can stay awake for as long as you want. And they'll lay down, and 1 minute later, they're absolutely fucking knocked the fuck out. They could sleep through fucking Hiroshima. So yeah, I try to be aware of, if I know, I'll admit my weakness, my fault as a human. If I am fighting with somebody else, if it's like an emotional, like a relationship related fight, I'm going to be dysregulated. I can't do it. I cannot be that person. There have been some times in my life where I've risen to it and I've really thought, I'm like, okay, I want to be the master of my own fucking destiny here. I'm going to be the parent. I'm going to be the father figure. And even though I feel like shit, I'm going to really try. And if I have like Pope-like endurance, then I'm really dedicated, I can do it. But that's
a white knuckle your way through it.
Yeah, it's literally like me thinking like I'm trying to be so fucking cognitive of everything that's going. That's a lot of effort. I can't do that normally. So yeah, it's just really 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 difficult. I can't bring myself to do it mostly because I'm usually pissed off as well. I have my own emotional issues that are going on. I've got something that's pissing me off. Like I can't. It feels like in that case when the other person needs resolution immediately and you're one that has a delayed kind of resolution, it feels like that person is the child and they're asking you to be the parent. And I don't want to do that in a relationship. That's the feeling that I get. Not to say that one person is immature or mature because of how they resolve things. Just that's like
but
the
it puts
feeling.
It puts you in a parent role of
exactly.
Your own
like I have to regulate my own shit and not be upset while also validating you and telling you I understand, even though I still disagree with you. That's a really difficult thing for me to do. Yeah.
It just requires an unbearable amount of concentration for it to be like a regular thing.
Sure. Have you and Shaylin talked about like different? Or go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I guess I would look at if you're doing those things to yourself, and if you can like, both of you, or I guess all four of us, change it internally, or like, can Melina sit with feeling bad? I mean, I guess just for everybody, being able to sit with just the fact that you feel bad and knowing that you feel bad without needing to reassure yourself, like frantically look at your phone for some kind of reassurance, or just some like pour some soothing balm on it somehow. Like, can you stay with yourself while feeling bad?
So this is really corny and stupid, but Melina and I have emotes on Discord, and one of the compromises that we have made is that even if we're really 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 mad at each other, like we're having an argument, we're saying like fuck you, leave, or whatever, blah blah blah, like before we go to sleep or at the end of a conversation, we'll each type these little like comfy emotes to each other to say like I still love you. That actually seemed to be pretty.
We do the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that seems to be a pretty effective way of like, I hate you. I fucking hate you. I hope you leave. I hope you die. Blah blah blah. I love you. Like, obviously, I don't really feel this way, right? And having like that little bit of grounding at the end of like an argument seems to at least provide some perspective on things. Yeah.
Yeah, because you know that no matter how much you're flying off the handle, it's an acknowledgement of the like temporariness of your feelings.
Yeah, but it never, just like internet drama, it never feels temporary. And that's the important recognition. Whenever you're in an emotional pit, it feels all-encompassing and eternal in time. This is never going to change, right? So you need like some sort of external, like a trinket from Inception or something. You need something to remind you like this isn't going to be permanent.
Yeah, the emoji is the trinket from Inception that tells you that it will end.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to ask me before? Do you remember?
I was gonna ask if you and Shaylin ever communicate about this and have tried to find solutions for, or do you think you've gotten better at this over time, or?
Oh yeah, we talk about it a lot. We have a lot of meta conversations, as you can imagine.
Sure. Well, I don't think a conversation
yeah.
about a relationship is necessarily like that's a conversation. That's a pretty important
That's
one.
true. That's just a regular conversation.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of meta conversations, but yes, you're
Okay.
right. That's just a regular conversation.
I don't like the way we talk about our problems, but
I don't.
Sure. Okay, go for it. Or what? Yeah, what were we gonna say?
Yeah, it's something we talk about a lot because okay. I feel like everybody kind of like turns into a different person when they're upset, to some degree.
Mhm.
Not like your values shift. I mean, with any mood, your values and perceptions and beliefs about things kind of shift into like a new space, and but like I feel like Shaylin's like a fucking werewolf sometimes, where I'm like, it feels like you are like a different person when you're really angry.
Mm-hmm.
So then after a fight, she'll be super like, oh yeah, like I can talk about, like we can really, like I completely agree with you. Yeah, that's really insightful. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, well, I don't know how much progress we're making, because I feel like when you get angry again, you may or may not still believe the shit that we're agreeing to right now.
Oh yeah, I've literally said these exact same words to Melina, where when we're out of the fight, she'll say things like, "Oh well, like I don't believe this," or like "This is," and I'm like, "Bitch, I know that in 2 weeks when we fight again, you're gonna say the same fucking shit. Don't fucking tell me you don't believe this fucking shit when I know you're gonna fucking say it again. Why the fuck are you doing this?" Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
and I say the opposite thing too.
Mhm.
I'll be like, I know you're fighting me now. You're mad at me now. In 4 hours, check your phone. In 4 hours, you're gonna be telling me that you're wrong and I'm right and that you're sorry and blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
Which is often true. It's not productive to say. I shouldn't say that.
Mhm.
So it's hard to make plans. I think that a lot of people have a hard time remembering when you're not feeling those feelings, what it's like when you really are.
Yeah.
And to make a plan that can actually endure that is really hard.
Yeah, for sure. Because like when we think about like our rational plans in our rational state of mind, people don't realize that like when your state of mind shifts, like everything shifts, right? It's kind of like it's like really when you make a plan for anything, like I'm gonna do this diet or this new workout thing, like on New Year's.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
because
like,
you're like in a certain state of mind. It's like, okay, well, how are you gonna feel 6 hours from now when your goddamn husband or wife, you know, brought home like, you know, a whole new bag of cookies, and now you're a little bit hungry and you're sitting there looking at them, right? Like you're a fundamentally different creature at that point, right?
Yeah, if your diet can't withstand that, then it's not
Mhm.
it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm probably a little better than she is at remembering what it's like when I'm gonna be furious. So that plays out with like me feeling like, okay, you're breaking. We made a plan and like you're breaking the plan.
Mm-hmm. I will say I'm curious on that though, since I represent the opposite of this, because it sounds like my conflict resolution is similar to Shaylin's. It feels like these plans suck because it feels like the person that has to delay the emotional processing or whatever, they're the ones that have to make all the concessions. So like Melina will say things to me like, listen, like these wouldn't, can you just tell me, like when we're fighting, like just tell me that you love me, tell me why you love me, tell me that everything's gonna be okay. And it's like, I don't want to say that to you when we're fucking fighting, okay? I want to beat the shit out of you. No, literally. Well, actually, yeah, literally. But I'm not going to, of course, right? But like, yeah, that like, and I guess I can agree to this now, but like when we're in the middle of the fight, I think you're saying some ultra stupid fucking shit. I'm not gonna be in the same mood. I don't care what fucking plan we made when we're chill with each other. Because right now I fucking hate you. I'm not gonna say all these nice things or validating things that you need. Like that's the last thing in the world I want to do. Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like for you and Shaylin, then it's probably a good idea to try really hard to remember what it's like to when you're like, I don't want to be in the room. I can't be in the room anymore. I can't talk about this anymore. When you're making the plan, because like you said, like the plan could sound all fine and good if you don't remember that like claustrophobia. But once it hits, you're gonna just feel like, well, I don't care about this. I have to breathe. Like I have to get.
Yeah, I understand that, and I am aware of that. I'm very aware of that. But then what I say then is basically now I just throw the ball completely back at her, because I think after some of our last fights, I basically said, you know, I actually after our last fight, I said maybe not healthy, but this is exactly what I said. I said, listen, I'm not giving you any more validation. Okay, if you sincerely think that I don't love you when we're fighting, then please just get the fuck out of my life, because I'll find another person. I'll do whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna be sitting here trying to validate you in the middle of a fight. And if you don't like it, then we'll just boom, we're done. Okay, that's fine. That's what I've said. But now, like, is that really fair? Because now I have time to take a step back from a fight and process, but now I've thrown the ball completely in her court. I'm saying, listen, suffer with your feelings and get fucked for it. Yeah. So like it feels like unfair the compromise that I'm asking for, right? And the compromise she would ask for is like, just say something when we're fighting, right? Do a little bit, but then that puts the ball in my court. So it's like, yeah, how do you? Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the problem isn't so much the validation explicitly or like saying I love you. It's the role that you are being put in as parenting. Like when you feel like you're being told, set your feelings aside, regulate yourself, and then also parent me for like 30 seconds in the middle of this fight.
Yeah. And that's essentially what we're both asking for. She's asking me to be her dad when she's telling me, like, just give me validation. And I'm asking her to be my mom when I'm saying, Mom, go to the other room. I'm really grumpy right now. Come back and talk to me in 8 hours. We're both making the same ask on different ends, right? Yeah.
I think the more you can be your own mom, the less imperative it is that the less frantic you'll be about it. I think that's how I feel. Whereas I feel like even the times where I literally can like touch myself and be like, hey, Shaylin can't like do this right now, but I'm here for you, buddy. That's helped me just be able to weather that. But it doesn't solve the problem, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know if anything can.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one.
Yeah. I feel like one of us usually steps up.
That has to be the case, like right? Yeah, because this is all temporally related. Either somebody's going to step up immediately, which means it'll be Shaylin, or somebody's going to step up a lot later, which means you suffered, so it'll be you, right? Yeah,
exactly. I think we're trying to figure out a way to like make that like a system, but any system is inherently claustrophobia inducing, I think. So that's part of the problem. But I think we're trying to figure out a way to communicate like, I just need you to step up and like do this. But if there's been a string of fights, then I think both people feel like that every single time. So it doesn't everybody if both people feel like they're in an emergency every single time, then that obviously leads to like a huge clash. But if you can get it so that you're like, I would rather have space, but I don't absolutely have to. Oh, I was just thinking maybe there's a way that you can like play the role she wants, but to a lesser degree. Or like maybe acknowledging it of like, you want me to parent you for a second, or like I sort of can, or like this is how far I can go. But I'm not going to go into like total dad mode every time you're upset. Maybe that makes it more tolerable.
Maybe.
There's got to be a way to get Shaylin to be my mommy. I know there's a way. And yeah, you're right. Trapping her in the house with me physically and financially is not a solution. I know that. But there has to be a way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one. I'm 33. I haven't figured that out yet. And all of my relationships had this same problem. So I don't know what the correct answer is, because I've never met somebody that does conflict resolution like I do. I don't know what would happen then. Would I guess like we'd both get mad at each other, then fuck off for 8 hours, and then at night we'd come back like, oh yeah, that was pretty dumb. We're like, yeah, I don't know how that would work. If like me and Shaylin,
I think that's just you winning. I feel like
No, but I'm saying if the other person was like me, right? Or like if you and Melina were dating and you both
if
had a
the other
huge
person was like-
problem, yeah, would you guys just
Right.
like, okay, we're gonna powwow, we're gonna talk it out, we still love each other, everything's good, and then you instantly resolve everything and it's fine? Like I have no
think
idea how that
just
would
be
work.
I think it would just be a horrible brawl. I feel like if two people who want the other person to be there playing, like I feel like that. Yeah. I'm 37 now.
Nice. When was your birthday?
April.
Cool.
I think therapy has helped me with this specific thing.
That's good.
I'm not sure how or why exactly, but I think it's that I detach from myself when I'm upset, or historically.
What do you mean by that?
So then I feel like I will like Melina, I will feel completely destabilized and overly seek the like validation or closeness or intimacy of another person as a way just to feel stable. Like I'm drowning and I'm grabbing frantically to Shaylin to get emotionally stabilized.
Yeah, I think the rough part about that, I don't have to tell you this, but I'll say it anyway. Obviously, don't let me supersede anything your therapist tells you. But I think the rough part about that is you have to be careful how you phrase that, because I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with seeking stability from your partner. Like, if my partner is having a problem with something different, I can be the most supportive person in the world, because usually somebody just wants somebody to listen to and somebody to hug. So like if Melina's having problems with her mom or something else, like I can like listen, like, oh yeah, like tell me about it, like I can show, like that's cool, we're fine. The issue is when the object of your affection is also the object of your ire, and you're trying to draw both of those like qualities simultaneously from somebody. That's where it gets so complicated. So I wouldn't blame yourself, or I don't think there's a problem with being like, I feel upset right now, I need some sort of validation. But like,
Okay, but it's like if you're trying to save someone from drowning, if the person knows how to swim, but they're just caught in a situation where they just need to be rescued, when you come out to them, they're going to say, yes, I need your help, I appreciate your help, I'm grabbing onto your shoulder, can you got it, you got this, are you good? And they say, yeah, yep, I got you, and they bring you back to shore.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to swim, or you're like, you've been drowning for too long, which I think is what happened for most of my life, as I was kind of out to sea, frantically grabbing at whatever I could, going from person to person, then you're pulling them under with you.
Yeah.
And I think that, so in those videos and those clips, you can see that the way that I'm grabbing for her is so intense and desperate that it would take a very talented like scuba diver to be able to,
a parent,
or like someone with a parent,
because like it sounds abusive to say this, but the reality is that for all of the conflicts where you're at your worst with Shaylin, if Shaylin could like take a step back and be like, hey, listen, you know what? This is dumb. Like maybe I made a mistake here, but like, then everything would end, right? Yeah, immediately. But obviously that other person, you're emotionally dysregulating each other, like a fucked up feedback thing, and it's getting worse and worse and worse to where neither side, it's hard to step into that role as a parent when your problem is with the other person. Yeah.
So I think therapy has helped me internalize like what happens in therapy, so that I feel like there's part of me that can parent myself, where I'm like, I honestly think time does have a lot to do with it, where it's like there have been times where I've been so emotionally unstable where I'm like, if this doesn't get fixed in the next 3 minutes, like I'm gonna lose my shit. And now it's more like 3 hours where I'm like, I can handle this for 3 hours. So now, I've given Shaylin the kind of like dialogue tree option for how I want her to handle it if I tell her I'm angry at her or upset about something. I'm like, I either want to have a conversation that is truly about how I feel in which you are empathizing with me, or I want you to just tell me that you can't or don't want to or whatever your reason is. Just say it up front. What still triggers me a lot though is when I'm being told I'm being empathized with, but I'm not, or I'm being told the conversation is about my feelings, but it's actually not. It's like twisting into something else, or I'm getting like looks, getting eyes rolled at me, certain tones of voices I don't like.
Sure.
And I become hyper vigilant and like if you think that I think I'm an empath, like normally, like when I get really upset, oh I know, I guess you've seen it. When I get really upset, I am frantically scanning the other person, Shaylin in this case, for all signs of like anything I can read into what she's saying and doing. And if I see anything that contradicts like
you
what we're
basically
supposed to
move
be...
into like the ultimate debater mode, to where you're looking for any possible verbal or nonverbal contradiction to prove that what they're doing is inconsistent with what they're saying, so that it's like that kind of fucked up thing.
Yeah, but it's like a terror response where I'm afraid I'm going to be dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like where I wonder, because this is where maybe the rational part of my brain is wondering and not the emotional. And I don't know if Shaylin feels the same way, but like I've made a lot of sacrifices to be with Melina. I've done a lot of like unreal shit for me, like lots of phone calls. Like I lived in Sweden for like a month and a half, which was excruciating, being near that many Swedish people. Okay. They're like Dementors or whatever from fucking Harry Potter. Okay. It's a big ass. Okay. So then when we fight and she's saying things like, I don't know if Shaylin feels the way about you, but when we fight and then she says things like, oh, well, I just need a sign that you love me. My feeling is that like, if you don't know that I love you by now, like what the fuck? Like why are we even wasting time?
That alone feels like a fucking betrayal.
Yeah, exactly. Because like, okay, well, what do you think any of this is? Like, do you think I'm a dumb fuck that's just wasting my time all this time here with you? Like, why would you even ask? Like, just asking that question is already setting me off completely, you know?
Yeah. You want to talk about Brittany?
Yeah, sure, if you want to. What do you want to talk about?
She wants to talk. She wants you to moderate a talk between us.
Yeah, sure. Have you guys had any more interaction since your one conversation?
We've not had any. We've DM'd.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to make sure there's nothing that I need to be publicly aware of.
No. I think the last public interaction is the Jew comments.
Oh yeah.
Her saying go be Jewish somewhere else, and I'm probably not working class because I'm a Jew.
Well, to be fair, what didn't she say it was because your parents were lawyers and doctors and shit or something?
Well, to me that makes it weird. Well, no, okay. That makes it weirder to me, where she's like, I know the profession of your father and grandfather, but also let's bring the fact that you're a Jew into this conversation as well, just in case that's not enough evidence. Let's look at your race as well. That does feel kind of weird.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm not, I'm not an SJW. If you want to bring up my
Judaism,
heritage, that's
let me use the restroom real quick and then we'll do this.
Okay.
One sec.
Okay. The super chat that says, "Do you believe in detonated wham and spear witchuality and afterlife that you could, you'll do, you want, you could do, so you'll do, you could, you want them to do you so much you could do anything?" I don't know what that means. Jeez. Don't let her get away with it. Let her get away with what? Saying something mildly anti-Semitic? Hey, as long as it's mild, I like my anti-Semitism mild. I am the Jewish answer. Elliot Fields. Max, some of your views from the Glink conversation remind me of Albert Camus' conception of absurdism, also a bit of Soren Kierkegaard. If you ever get into philosophy, they're worth checking out. All right. I've read The Stranger, and I really enjoyed that. As you can imagine, if you've read it, you could see why that would. hit home for me. I got my reading document here. Brittany is in Destiny's chat right now. Oh, nice.
What are you screaming about in here?
Somebody said that Brittany is in your chat.
She's in my YouTube chat, yeah. All right.
I'm trying to do... oh. Now she's in the conversation. I'm trying to do Brittany Week.
What does that mean?
I want to talk to Brittany Venti, Brittany Simon. I want to talk to Britney Spears, obviously. I don't know if that's going to happen. Probably not. But yeah, just all the Britneys. I want to just knock them
Brittany
out.
from Politically Provoked.
Oh yeah, and Brittany from Politically Provoked. Yeah, I have plans to talk to her. So I think that's... I don't know if Brittany Venti will talk to me, but I think I could get 3 Britneys.
I'm deep.
Wait, we can't...
Hair.
Wait, what did you say?
I'm deep conditioning my hair. I'm sorry if I don't look presentable.
No, I wasn't going to comment on your appearance.
I just
Sorry, Brittany. Did you just discover
Hi.
that half the shit you people do for your appearance is shit that only other girls care about? Because...
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I didn't expect to get called in. Sorry, I was creeping, but hi, how are you?
Well,
hello.
Who knows? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I was just talking about how I want to do Brittany Week.
Yeah, I like that idea, actually. I think that sounds awesome. Get Britney
All right.
Spears on, though, Max, or it doesn't count.
I'm trying. Believe me, I'm trying.
Okay, we have... yeah. What's going on, guys? What's happening?
Yeah, I don't have much more time to talk, so let's try to make this efficient and lay down the groundwork for a more fulsome and fruitful conversation down the line.
Wow, okay.
Okay, I'm excited.
Okay. So, do you want to go first, or Steven, do you want to go first, or should I? How are we
I don't
gonna
have
do
any
this?
problem. You guys are the ones that are at each other's throats, so one of you guys have to figure out who's going first.
Okay.
Max?
Sure. Hello.
Hi.
People keep sending me clips of you, talking about me.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you're challenging me to some kind of duel, it feels like. You're saying, come on, bitch, are you weak, blah, blah, blah. It feels like you're trying to provoke me into, some kind of rematch. Is that true?
I don't know if it's the rematch. No, first, obviously, everything I've said is because I hope you're not taking me too seriously on anything that sounds too offensive. If you are offended, please let me know and I'll stop. But I liked our convo and I want to have it again, but in a more, I feel more comfortable. Well, I feel more comfortable now that I've seen more of your content and we've talked. So I think we'll have a much more interesting conversation. Not that it wasn't interesting before. It was very
You want to run it
different.
back?
Well, I don't know if there's anything to be run back. I think we need to go further, deeper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that you are not trying to provoke me into this. That perception of mine is incorrect.
Well, provoke kind of assumes I'm not already in your DMs. Like, right? I don't need to. I want to hang out and talk. But I was quite passionate the other day, so it probably sounded more like a battle. But yeah, I would love to spar with you intellectually. I think it'd be so fun. Is that what you mean?
When he's saying provoke, he means like sometimes what streamers do is we'll be like, this guy's a motherfucker, fuck this dude, and you're trying to like cause so much shit that the fan bases start clashing, and then eventually somebody's got to reach up like, all right, let's throw down. You called me out, okay? High noon outside the saloon. You know, bring your pistol.
I mean, that's why we're all talking right now, isn't it? I feel like the fan bases are now expecting some kind of ultimate showdown.
That's what he means by
gosh.
provoke, yeah.
Okay, so in my head, I was like, oh, we already talked once, so now we're kind of like cool enough that I can go at him and he can go at me, and now because we're like know each other a little bit, we can be
Okay,
like.
I'm sure you've got some kind of rational explanation for all this. I'm just saying it seems like you're trying to provoke me. If you're saying you're not, then I will not take you at your word, but we can
I'm trying to I'm trying to invite you to discuss with me. Provoke sounds like a debate thing, and I don't want to debate you. You know I'm not good at that. I just want to have a conversation.
Well, you are good at it if the other person doesn't know you're debating, and you're good at provocation if the other person doesn't. Like, you're basically saying anything I say that you take offense to is a joke. Anything I say that makes you mad is a joke. I'm just joking around. I just blah, blah, blah. I don't want to fight with you. I just want to spar with you. I don't want to debate you. It's just, you're going to constantly change the definition of what's happening so that I can never get a handle on what's going on. And then all I can do in response is say things like what I'm saying right now, which is just telling you what I think is happening endlessly.
If provoke means encourage, then yes, I want to provoke you into having a discussion with me. But I don't think I think we already are going to do that,
through
right?
Discomfort.
Do I make you uncomfortable?
I don't think the clips people have sent me have made me uncomfortable.
Okay. Did you want to discuss them? Do you have time to discuss them now, or would you like to discuss them later?
We can discuss them now.
I know you said you were short on time.
I am.
Okay.
Not that short on time.
Okay.
I'm not that short on time.
I
just don't think I can do the whole thing.
For sure.
What?
I would love clarification on who Max is, what his background is, what brought you to be this person.
It's a Jewish background.
Well, how Jewish are you? Are you as Jewish as I am Assyrian? Like, how Jewish are you?
Oh man.
I am racially, I believe I am either 3/8 or half Jewish.
Okay. So you're not like involved in the community? Do you hang out with the peeps? Like, are you involved in their like?
I've never been to a Passover dinner. A menorah has never been inside my house.
Interesting.
I've never participated in any Jewish customs or rituals or whatever it is those fucks do. I don't know anything about it. I grew up celebrating Christmas and Easter like a good Iraqi Christian. Yeah, I don't have any. But like, you know, stuff going out for Chinese food on Christmas. That's a Jewish tradition. I did that. I'd see a lot of Jews at the restaurant there. So there's definitely some, you know, in having a grandfather who was a psychologist, that seems like a Jewish thing. So like, there's definitely some. Yeah, you can say like, well, of course you blah blah blah, but like, explicitly religious and cultural, I have no connection to the tribe.
Okay, so I was walking the dog earlier, and I was thinking about why this was so offensive to people. I'm like, what did I say? And then I realized I was like, well, maybe he's not Jewish. And I was like, oh, well, that will make a lot more sense. And then I heard you earlier say that you were raised atheist. Is that correct?
I was raised atheist, but that's not why people were offended.
Why were people offended?
It had nothing to do with me. It's just that you in an out of context clip saying go be Jewish somewhere else sounds anti-Semitic.
What if I say go be white somewhere else?
Well, it's okay to be anti-white, but that is also actually racist. And I think it was racist when you said that, but people just don't care when you're racist towards white people. So
I think to give a little bit of insight here as well, because a lot of the ire is coming from my fan base. My content online is really politically engaged. So when people hear something that sounds anti-Semitic, they get like, that's like a huge like, people will turn immediately. That's like something to keep in mind because of the type of community that I have that's like super political.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking as well, because honestly I meant it as like a literally just go like be your people over there and my people over here, because it's like a cultural difference. It's like a bubble, right? But also Jews and Chaldeans were like cousins, so it's kind of like making fun of my own people, right? Like we're part of the three wise men, you know what I mean? Like we're part of the Bible, we share forefathers.
You have a sort of sort of unchecked, vaguely unhinged animosity when you talk about me. So I knew that it was me that day. Yeah, I know. So I knew that it was you, that was me that you were hating when you said that, not Jews. But I think that right. So, but somebody who didn't understand that might think that you were mad because I'm a Jew. But I understood you were just sort of, you know, blurting things out, and you were like mad. You were mad at me.
Yeah, I was upset with the intellectual dishonesty I felt like you offered me during our convo, but that's my fault. or not. I could have engaged differently. I thought this is so.
It's your
can I
fault
tell
for
you something
thinking,
embarrassing?
for expecting more from me than you could.
Well, I'm
reasonably
embarrassed
expect.
because I did think we were having like 6 meta conversations and I was having fun, and then I realized, oh, I don't think we are, and I feel stupid because I think we're having a different conversation than we're having.
You feel stupid
then
for
I-
thinking I was smart.
No, I felt stupid for thinking we spoke the same language. So that was
For
my
thinking
bad. So
It
now
sounds
we
like-
can have this. Now we can communicate to
It
have.
feels
the same
like you're
language.
calling me stupid.
I think we have different language. Don't
You think your
that's
language is
accurate?
better and smarter than mine.
I think you think that's what I think, but I think I do
think that's what you think.
I think
that's what you're
am-
saying. You're saying I expected more of you, Max.
I did expect something. I don't like the idea. I was disappointed, but I don't
It's
like
so
the idea
heartbreaking
of
to
putting
know
you
that you're
down.
calling me stupid, but just admit
No.
that you're calling me stupid. I disappointed you. You thought I was smart, and then you realized I'm not as smart or
You know, this is what
with it.
frustrates me because I think you are smart. Listen to the way you're talking to me now, right? Like
Yeah.
you are purposely like I've seen your work. I like your work. I just don't understand how someone can create that work and then have these kinds of conversations.
in a dazzling show of confrontational empathy. I am both making fun of myself for calling you out and yet also actually calling you out for calling me stupid and giving you a graceful way to respond to it all at the same time.
You're a 5, bro. That's it. It's official.
That's what they say.
I believe it. Do you think I'm smart or do you think I'm stupid?
I think you're smart. I told you what I think of you. I think you're smart, but I think you're a little crazy.
Based.
You know what? Ditto. Literally ditto. That's why I'm so frustrated by you because I think you are smart, but I also think you're kind of crazy.
I don't think I'm that crazy.
I don't think I'm that crazy. I don't understand why people think I'm that crazy, except people think I believe in things I don't, like magic and like otherworldly things and parallel universes. Like, I don't believe in any of that stuff. So I think that's kind of funny. Like, actually, who was the guy you guys were talking? Glink? Glink is more woo-woo than I can handle. I'm like, he's so woo-woo, bro. And then people are like, Brittany, aren't you as woo-woo? I'm like, no. Nothing I talk about has anything to do with magic or like, you know what I mean? But I liked his enthusiasm.
Okay. You said I don't have any values.
Yes, I think you might not, because you're kind of a contrarian. Like, even when you talk
Well, I'm
to
just
Glink,
trying to.
yeah.
I know you were angry.
Yes, and also, forgive me,
Do you
I was very sick. I went to the doctors. It got sorted. So
Okay.
that was that. I was really tired. That was my bad. So I was upset, but it wasn't I wasn't angry at you. I was literally angry at my body for
You had
failing
a
me.
case of MrGlinkMrGirl derangement syndrome. The doctors were able to clear that up, and I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, let's call it
Is your
that.
current stance I don't have any values, or I might not have any values, or you don't think I have any values? Just for clarification.
My belief is that you don't have any values, but I'm open to being proven wrong. I don't see the
Yeah.
consistency I thought I would see in your speech patterns. Like even today with Glink, I didn't understand why you kept saying certain things, and I was like, "Where's the consistency?" But maybe I'm wrong in thinking there should be a certain flavor of consistency. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong in my thinking.
Are we using values as a synonym for beliefs or morals? Or both?
More like morals, more or less than beliefs, because you have a belief that contradicts the value you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just want to know, like, what do you believe is right or wrong, and how do you consistently show that in your life? And then what can I depend like, I don't really feel like you're consistent enough for me to feel like I can depend on Max's reaction. So like, what is it, like, what beliefs do you hold, or values do you, not beliefs, values do you hold that are like, I'm going to be honorable in relation to these values. So I can, like, Max will always do this. Or Max definitely won't do this.
If he's sticking to his values, you mean? I don't know that I always
Yes.
adhere to my own values, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
So I just look for consistency in people. So are you saying that because you don't always adhere to your own values that I shouldn't assume you can
No.
be
I think
consistent?
I think I'm pretty consistent. I think I usually adhere to my values. I try to. I don't not always. I think I can usually admit when I haven't.
Mhm.
I try to, but yeah. Okay. So, are there any specific values you want to probe or compare?
Yeah.
Yours to
You know,
mine?
I am fascinated by your relationship with Shaylin, just because I don't quite understand the way you guys communicate. from my perspective, I just don't understand. Like, you said something particularly interesting, and maybe this is outdated. Said that I think I'm paraphrasing, cured of my desire to hit women because I want to hit Shaylin, but I don't. Is that sort of, I'm paraphrasing here, but like, is that still accurate?
I don't think you're paraphrasing. I think I literally said that.
Ooh, I'm really good at my job. Okay.
I guess haven't would be more accurate than don't, but yes.
Okay, so you can understand, right, why that would be really hard for anyone to hear if they think that physical violence is not appropriate in relationships. So, like, do your values align with that, or are you allowed to be physically violent in your, within your values?
No, I don't think it's right to hit your girlfriend, but partly because it's bad for you. I mean, I think that's what I was trying to get across in the video, is that if you're hitting or even screaming at your girlfriend in order to get her to do something for you or to take care of you, I mean, to go back to the parenting thing that Steve and I were talking about earlier, I think that's the reason a lot of, like, unless it's like really serious, like beating and punching, I think most physical violence is an attempt to get the other person to be like, hey, calm the fuck down, chill out, I see you're freaking out, I'll take care of this. Or at least that's what it was like in my my other relationship. So
do you mean,
I don't think that.
Wait. Go ahead.
So, like, yeah, I think there's another kind of violence where you're, like, trying to subjugate somebody and just pummel them into the ground. I've never been part of and never had that done to me or done it to somebody else. But I think the violence I am talking about is, I mean, maybe that violence is ultimately about trying to get the other person to take care of you. But I'm more talking about the violence that's like a desperate clawing at the other person to try to make them take care of you. I don't think it's right. I don't think you should do it. And it's bad for the relationship, it's bad for the other person, and it's bad for you.
So just to clarify, as an example, I think I understand what you mean. Like, sometimes you lash out or throw a tantrum, so your partner will then, like, go into daddy mommy mode and, like, care for you. And okay, that makes sense to my brain. I just don't understand. Were you being literal? You asked me during our conversation, or you told me during our conversation to take you seriously when you say things. But when I do, I become worried. Like, oh, is this man unsafe? When I see you as a performance artist, I'm, like, enthralled by your work.
Wait a second. We're talking about, do I have values? Am I consistent, or am I a safe man? I think those are all different questions. So you may be uncomfortable with what I'm saying, but I don't think that makes it inconsistent.
Okay, fair. In relation to you, like, lashing out, just for clarification, so I can, since I have you here, when your ex-girlfriend, who I believe you punched, correct? Like, what was that for? Like, why go to that length of violence?
Why did I punch her in the face?
Yeah.
I lightly punched her in the face. Okay, it wasn't like.
Does that mean like this, or does that mean like this? Like, are you slapping? A punch is a
closed fist. No, I closed fist punched her in the. I probably punched her like this. It was like. It was probably did not even cause any pain, but it was like definitely punching somebody in the face.
Okay, Max, just
a symbolic face. A symbolic face.
So you can't.
It wasn't that
make
bad.
Videos,
I mean, I don't
Max,
know how to say
you
it.
can't make videos on the internet aggressively saying you punched a woman and you're a wife, like you're a woman beater, and then come here and be like, lightly punched her in the face. Which one is it?
I said it in the video. I said, for the purpose of honesty, I will say I didn't punch her that hard, but I did technically punch my ex in the face, and her reaction was to look at me and say, "Why are you punching me in the face?" Which is exactly what I needed in that moment. There's probably a different way I could have gotten it, I'm sure. But why did I punch her in the face? Because we were going out to lunch with my father.
Yeah, and then you said that visiting your father.
Any proximity to my father made me like 10 times more violent towards my ex. So we were about to have lunch with my father. I think literally that is why I punched her. I don't think it even had anything to. I think she like wasn't responding to me or something, and I was like, hey, I really need you to respond to what I'm saying right now, or I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yeah.
So punching her was my way of letting her know that. Now, I wasn't thinking very clearly when I did this. I'm not saying this was a good thing I did. I'm just saying it happened.
I think that's fair that we talk about our experiences and how nuanced and layered it is. I definitely have not always been a healthy partner in relationships. No. I've just never had a partner punch me, and so I can't process that reality very much. And so I'm trying to, outside of a domestic... Not in the face, but yeah, sure.
Okay, so
Yeah, but we're siblings. Like that's what we're supposed to fight it out, right? Like that's what we do with. Well, not all my siblings.
I don't know.
but the
I
ones
don't
of
know
us
if
who
that's
consent
true
to
that
it.
you're supposed to hit your siblings, but it's common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I don't
usually
know.
like
What do you,
fight it out in like a
are you,
gloves.
again?
and-
You I already said I don't think you should punch. Like, do I think you should punch your girlfriend in the face? Probably not. No.
Okay, cool.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, because by your videos, sometimes you make it sound like you're justified, even though you're saying it's bad.
You
'Cause I
know
never-
what? The title of the video is "How I Learned to Stop Hitting Women." So to say
you
that you
still
don't
wanna
know
hit
what the
Shaylin. That's weird.
it's not. I don't think it's weird to want to hit your girlfriend at all.
I
But-
think that's weird. I don't think that's
well,
healthy.
Okay, it might be unhealthy, but do you think it's uncommon?
Yes. Uncommon meaning. I'm sorry. I don't.
Wait, I think we should be
Rare.
careful to like explain like what we're talking about exactly because we might be.
Is it
losing on-
rare? Okay. Do you
like
think
there are a
it's
lot of
uncommon?
times where I want to literally like I'll say like there have been times where I want to beat the fucking shit out of my kid until he dies. That's like a feeling that I think every parent, when you've got a kid who's acting out in public, you're like, I'm ready to kill you. But like, obviously, you would never do this because you love your kid, right? And I'm sure that there are probably varying amounts of animosity depending on how emotional we feel towards like our significant others, where it's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, right? But we obviously would never act on it. So are we talking
literally, or
about
just
that,
the
or are we
emotion?
talking about like I've thought about it and I'm ready to punch you in the fucking face, right? Those are two like different things, right?
Right.
Like that. I think that. So, but I don't know what you guys might be talking about different things, you know? Yeah.
Well, I don't think we are. I feel like you're. I guess this is my problem. This is my whole problem with you, Brittany. You're saying you want me to be brutally honest about like who I am and my work, so it's all interesting and stuff. But then at the same time, stop every 5 seconds to have a big disclaimer on the screen like, "Don't punch your girlfriend in the face." Or you know, like people seem to want me to self-flagellate a lot more. Like I don't feel appropriately bad about it enough. I can tell the story. I can give people a whole like manual of like, here's how I learned to stop being a domestic abuser, and here's my advice for you, and maybe these tips will help you, kids. I don't know. And then, but I don't hate myself enough while I'm saying it. So now you conflate that with me having no values. I love myself. I love the hand that punched my ex-wife in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And I love all of me. Even the
Okay.
abusive parts.
Interesting. I guess I find that perplexing, I suppose.
That I still love myself?
That you like the abusive, that you love the abusive parts.
Well, I see the abusive parts as like a child that I wasn't taking good enough care of. And that my ex was not taking good enough care of while we're at it. But, you know, kids lash out. And the child part of you lashes out. And I just think that means it needed more love. And
Okay.
I'm trying to give it that love. And I have that love. Well, I'm not always loving to myself, to all parts of myself, but I should be, and I want to be.
For sure. I guess if I may, you said something in a video like, I don't need guilt, or guilt is not helpful. If I may, my therapist always said that guilt was like a betrayal of one's own values, and shame is the betrayal of your bubble's values, like your communities. Bubbles my language, not hers. She would say community. And so I'm curious, like, do you feel guilt?
I know I speak your fucking language. Do I feel guilt about
Yeah.
punching my ex? Do I feel guilt now?
Or in general, like, do you have guilt
Am I
as a
capable
way?
of feeling? Okay, this is different from having values. I don't want to answer your question, you sick fuck, because now you're saying that having guilt is the same as having values.
Well, like I said,
Don't you
in
think
this
Catholic
definition,
priests feel guilt when they molest kids? Probably, but they keep doing it.
Here, okay,
So
wait.
that
Let
they
me
don't-
let me try to
that's
bridge the
guilt
gap
without
here.
values.
So here's like the I think the interesting question that Brittany's trying to pose to you is that like it seems to be the case that irrespective of whatever action you take, that one, you seem to love yourself no matter what, and two, there is an explanation for every single action that exists. So if we accept those two things are true, and then we take it a step further, and you're talking about things that you've done, and you're not expressing guilt over anything that's happened, then the next question is like, is it possible that you could ever have a value system that would make somebody feel like, I don't want to say safe, but that would make it feel like you could predict your future actions and things you try to avoid. Because it sounds like theoretically, you could be in a room with, we'll say a room with Brittany. She says something really annoying and you smack the shit out of her. And then 2 weeks later, you're like, you shouldn't smack the shit out of women, but I don't regret what I did. I don't have guilt. And I think that like, I understand why I did it and I love myself. I think that's like the issue where it's like, okay, well, hold on. Well, without guilt, we feel like we can do no wrong because like guilt is something that we express when we've done something we feel is wrong that doesn't comport with our value system. So is there an underlying value system at all? Or I think that's like the question that's being asked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I think I'm pretty anti-shame and anti-guilt. I think you should feel them when you feel them, but I don't think you should try to play them up or feel them when you don't feel them. So, like, yeah, on some level, I feel guilty about that, but not that guilty, because like,
how about let's use I'm going to use one more word so that we're speaking the same language. I don't think that. So I understand when you say you don't like the concept of guilt. You made this reference earlier. You're talking about this public self. Is it flagellation or whatever?
Flagellation.
Yeah. And I don't think that Brittany is saying like, have you gone on your knees and begged for forgiveness? She's saying like, do you feel like?
I do.
No.
I think what she's
I
think
let
me finish this, then you guys do. I think what she's just saying is like, do you feel that what you did was wrong? That's the question. It's not really like a matter of guilt. It's like, do you feel like you did a wrong action? Is I think what she's asking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, no. The question is, would you be open to doing it again?
If I punch a woman in the face, it will be because I snapped, not because I thought it was a good idea. You act like the first time
Why do you punch snap?
Well, hang on. I didn't punch her because I was like, Dear Diary, today I'm going to punch my girlfriend in the face.
Right. Okay.
You know?
So noted.
It was not premeditated. It was not a premeditated face.
What
do you mean noted? No, don't give me your dishonest lies. You watch the video. You know the entire thing is about getting to a place where you are so emotionally desperate that in an act of frantic desperation and emotional survival and psychological like torment, you lash out. You know that is the context that I'm talking about. And the entire video is about how to restructure the rest of your life so that you do not feel so desperate that you have to lash out. Now you're asking me, did you wake up planning to punch her in the face? Like no, obviously that wasn't not the plan. And I have no plans to punch anyone else in the face.
Okay, I think the issue I'm having...
Yeah,
I got you. But when a grown-up says, hey, I have the potential of snapping, and these are the habits...
potential of snapping.
I've never snapped and hit anyone in the face, and I've gotten pretty fucking close. Like, I'm pretty angry. Like, I have a relationship with my anger.
You snapped and said you were going to put me in a concentration camp.
Hold on. Wait. Okay, wait. Let me commensurate. Let me make your two views. Okay. Let me make your two views. Okay. I can talk from personal experience. Okay. So I was one of the very first people on Twitch. Okay. Pioneer. I was one of the very first people on Twitch to get banned for hate speech because I called somebody the F word in a League of Legends game. Okay. I snapped. I got mad. Called him a bad word. Okay. But at the time, Twitch didn't ban people for that. That was never a ban-worthy thing. That was something they changed just for me. And then they started banning more people afterwards for that type of thing. There are times when I snap, but even when I snap, there are boundaries around that behavior that I will never cross. I don't think I will ever hit a partner. That's just, unless we're talking snapped to the next dimension. Like Melina is like, trying to beat the shit out of my son in front of me, then maybe I will, right? But like generally, short of like anything unfathomable.
I think Melina's a lot more likely to hit you than the other way around.
Yeah, of course,
based on
obviously.
Your conflict
but like,
resolution.
yeah, sure. But I'm just saying that like, if I was a different type of person where I thought,
I'm more likely to hit Shaylin than she is likely to hit.
Sure. But I'm saying that like even in our snapped mode, we have like different levels of like how we feel we ought to restrict our behavior, what we think is acceptable, whatever. Sure. And I think that's what's being asked about. So like even when you snap, like for instance, like I'm sure you would agree with this statement. Like I like firearms, okay? But if I were to, me and Melina get into a fight, I go to the other room, get my Glock, and I shoot her to death, and I'm like, oh fuck, Max, I snapped. I think you would still look at me and be like, okay, I understand you snapped, but like, couldn't you have slapped her? Why the fuck did you fire all 17 fucking rounds into her skull? You'd be like,
I would know exactly. I would know exactly why you fired all 17 rounds into her skull.
But I'm saying I think that's like the difference. Like, is there a boundary around like the snap behavior, or does snap in Max's mind? Because now the branching paths are. If you answer yes, I can do anything once I snap, then in Brittany's world, she's thinking like, okay, well, your underlying value system then is essentially worthless, because why would I care about a value that you have that will instantaneously be broken if you're emotionally compromised? That's not a value at all. Then it means nothing at that point.
Right. Like, I'm borderline, but when I'm triggered, I am obligated, even when triggered, to maintain my values as a way to not harm the people around me. So I have my steps,
Do you think?
I
Do you,
isolate.
so again, are you asking me if I think I'm obligated to not punch my girlfriend in the face?
I'm asking you if you're well enough to restrain violent action against your partner.
How can I be the one to judge that? Wouldn't you just look at my behavior to establish that?
Well, I don't live in your life, so unless I saw you on the... I don't know how much of
Nobody
your work
thinks.
is...
I mean, very few people think of themselves as domestic abusers. Nobody wakes up thinking like, if I'm, spoken to the wrong way, I'm gonna hit my partner.
Yeah, but I think the
a lot of-
challenge is you've already like publicized some like things that you've done that people would say are abusive, like punching somebody. Now
I'm just saying. I think that's what's different about me is that I'm publicizing these things about myself. But that I don't think that the way I think about it is that unique in the sense of like, okay, I think this is something that people get confused a lot about with my work. I'm not publicizing it to say that I'm proud of it. I'm just publicizing it. I'm not. It's not like an advertisement for like what a good boyfriend I am.
Okay, then when I post the levels, I'm not posting it to convert people. I'm just sharing my ideas.
That's not true, Brittany. It's not true. I guess you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true.
I'm saying that it's only true if we think it's true. It doesn't matter.
I'm advertising myself as somebody you would want to listen to talk in videos and give money to on Patreon or buy my rap album. That's what I'm advertising. It's not a dating site. Like people, I think a lot of YouTubers make this mistake where they're like, I will advertise myself as a good content creator by advertising myself as a good person. But a lot of people don't want to watch or hear the thoughts of like a good, normal, well-rounded, clean-shaven, nice person. They want to see a good presentation done by somebody who is like a little rough around the edges. So I'm not like me posting it on YouTube is not I'm not condoning my own behavior. I'm just telling a story.
Okay. Then the story you're telling makes me think you might be unsafe to be around. Is that okay?
No, you have to think I'm safe to be around. You know what happens to women who don't think what they have to think. No, yeah, what do you mean is it okay? What am I going to do about you thinking I'm not safe to be around?
Well, that's
okay
what I mean when I say I don't think you have values that are safe enough for people to be around. So that's all I'm saying when I say you don't have
Well, it
values.
sounds like you're talking about impulse control, not values.
This is what Max's
we both
problem.
agree hitting women is bad, so we have that value.
Yeah, but
it sounds
okay.
like you're saying you don't think I can adhere to the value.
What Max is, I think what Max is saying, Max is unexceptional. Max doesn't think that his thoughts are like uniquely horrible here. Max is like making an ask to the audience, basically saying like, listen, I'm more honest than the average person. That's the exceptional quality about Max. It's not that he wants to hit women or he feels abusive sometimes or he's done these things in the past. It's that he's actually willing to admit it. That's the exceptional quality. So his irritation
I'm not a
is that,
pedophile. I'm just honest.
Yeah, sure. So the irritation that he has is that, especially if he comes across somebody like you, that he views as being relatively intelligent and somebody that's appreciative of his like honesty, that the reason why people in society aren't honest is because they feel judged. And you are somebody that is exceptionally socially intelligent and has an appreciation for his honesty, but then you do the complete normie thing and judge him for the honesty, and then it makes him feel like, well, what the fuck is even the purpose of this? Why even say you appreciate my honesty when I think I'm admitting things that aren't even exceptional? That's what I think that would be like Max's issue with your expression.
I mean,
of
ditto,
saying,
right?
Yeah,
That's how I felt when you came at me about the levels, where I was like, oh man, like he should have, it's such a cool idea. He should have engaged, but you just called. So I get it. So okay, scratch that. Let's like move that. Moving on. It's okay, Max. I'm getting to know
wait a second. That's in a trial, and you're not a prosecutor. I want to point out that you're conflating me having values with me having impulse control. You're saying you think that I cannot control myself well enough to stick to my values, and that
based off what
therefore
you've told me.
Max the Ripper may strike again.
To be
based
fair,
on
though,
what I
because
told
you basically did say that, like, well, sometimes you snap, and when you snap, you can't control yourself. That is kind of what you said, right?
Well, that's the definition of snapping. Yeah.
Yeah, but
absolutely.
most people would say that even when you snap, there's still going to be some boundaries to behavior, right? That are probably going to be drawn well before punching somebody.
Well, if you I mean, yeah, all let's be honest. All snapping is relative.
Well,
you can snap.
Yeah,
you
that
can
no,
snap
hold on,
you can
careful.
snap and call someone the F slur.
Yeah, you can
snap,
say.
Like wait a second. You
Yeah.
snapped,
Mhm.
and once you got banned for it, you have not snapped since.
No,
So,
I
like-
have. I absolutely have snapped, but I can control what I do when I've snapped. But when you
Well,
say
no,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
that's not true.
It is
That's-
true. It absolutely
that's
is true.
bullshit.
No, it's totally
that's
true.
absolute bullshit. The definition of snapping is, I'm going to create a definition right now.
Okay.
Okay, you have a bunch of things you're willing to do.
Mhm.
You're inhibited from doing everything outside of this bubble.
Mhm.
When you snap, the bubble undergoes a rapid expansion where now there's a new set of things that you
Yes.
were not willing to do that suddenly you are willing to do.
Yep.
So you could snap all the way and kill your entire family.
Yes.
Or you could snap a little and say a slur.
Yeah.
But if you say the slur and you get banned, then suddenly the next time, even though you feel the same way, the next
Mhm.
time you snap, that slur is still inhibited because you're like, well, I don't want to get fucking banned.
Sure, but all I'm saying is that like people have different levels that they snap to, and part of our dealing with other humans is
Right.
figuring out what those levels look like. So, for instance, if somebody told me that like my partner and I got into a pretty big fight, and then they punched me 3 times in the face, I would say it's time to leave. You need to leave. Now, there is a conceivable world where that person actually did do something where they deserve to get punched 3 times in the face. It would be exceptional. But like, chances are, if that's within your boundaries of like your first or second level snaps, then it's time to leave.
I think this is just semantics.
It's
I think
not.
this is
It's
getting into
absolute.
semantics.
Hold on.
It
It is
absolutely
not semantics.
Let me finish this thought.
Yeah,
'cause
finish
I'll
that
explain
thought. Go
why
ahead.
it's
Finish
semantics.
it. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why.
The question is, the reason it's semantics is, okay, you snapped, you punched somebody 3 times in the face.
Mhm.
So the question is this a common amount of snapping for you, where punching the person 3 times in the face is like your first level of
Yeah.
snapping?
Mhm.
Or did you have an extreme snap, and therefore punching them in the face is out here, but you really lost it all the way? It was like the worst day, you know, everybody died in a plane crash, and
Yeah.
you lost your job, and blah, blah, blah. You found out you have cancer, so you really snapped, and blah, blah, blah. But either way, we agree, me punching my ex in the face was not normal behavior. I only did it once.
Mhm.
So I did snap in some form. The bubble expanded. So now I feel like what you're asking me is, and this is why it's semantics, you're saying, are you likely to snap that much again?
Yeah.
Or is that behavior so close that if you snap again, it'll just be there?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Either way, you already know it only happened once, and I've already said that I haven't.
Yes,
hit
okay,
Shaylin.
so here's the-
so it becomes semantics because it's just like, where's the
No,
camera? Is it-
hold on. It's not semantics. It's paramount to human interaction. The reason why when you interact with somebody, okay, the worst thing about somebody, we'll say cheating, okay, the worst thing about somebody cheating on you isn't that they cheated on you. The worst thing is that now you've discovered they have the capacity to cheat, and once that capacity has been uncovered, you can't go back.
And the capacity to lie.
Yes, sure. But so that's the issue. So so now there are answers that you could have given earlier that would have made everything you just said relevant. If you would have said like the reason that I hit her was because like I had been pushed to the brink, I was doing finals, she kept waking me up at night, she wanted to blah blah blah. But you said
because we're going out to lunch with my father.
Exactly. So when you've given that explainer, okay, so this is a guy that when he gets upset because he's stressed about going to lunch with his father, he actually physically strikes people that is near him. That's a pretty frightening capacity. That sounds like a level 1 snap that goes to physical violence. That wasn't like a level 4
1.
or 7 or 8 or whatever Brittany Bubble snaps, right? This wasn't a level 5 snap. That was a level 1 snap. Holy shit. Like, I have the capacity to say, in my internet interaction, I have the capacity to say really mean, nasty things to people. But in order to get me there, you have to go certain levels. Like, I'm not going to trash you personally unless you're willing to go there first, right? Because there's levels to it. And I think we as humans, we try to figure out where those levels are. And right now, I think what Brittany's saying is you've expressed that you have a capacity for physical violence that can be earned on by not much, just like going to lunch with your father. And it seems like you're okay with that, and that's kind of scary.
With my father.
That is true. Maybe your father's, yeah, go ahead.
You know what's kind of sick about this?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that if I threw my ex under the bus, then I would be more likable. Right? If I was like, listen, she was abusive in this way. She did this to me. She did this to me. She did this to me. She had hit me earlier that day. Blah, 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 blah. We'd established all these things. I was begging her for help. She said the cruelest things. She threatened to leave me if I didn't do X, Y, Z. She had totally under control. And one day, I know it's horrible. I was so horrible. I shouldn't have done this. But one day I punched her really lightly and blah, blah, blah. And like, but really what I'm doing, I could throw her under the bus and blame her. And then you would say, oh, well, as long as you're not with a toxic bitch, then, you know, it takes two to tango, right?
Yeah, but wait, that's okay. What's wrong? But like, why do you think, why do you think you should be throwing her under the bus? Why is that working? Because what you're basically selling to the other person, you're selling them the story that like the only way that I can be pushed to this level is if like somebody goes to this, like, so like earlier I said that I would never hit a woman. That's not true, actually. I did fight with my two physically abusive exes, but to get me to that level, they had to be literally attacking me first, to where I was calling the cops on them. So technically I lied earlier. I said, but if I give that explanation, no normal human being that I date is never going to escalate to physical violence, because they're going to be fucking hitting me, right? But that's an important descriptor to show that, like, yeah, I guess like there are times where I'll fight with a girlfriend or wife, I guess, but like in order to get to that point, you have to attack me first. That's like an exceptional snap. Otherwise, I've been super mad at plenty of like exes and shit, but I've never hit them before, right? So I think that giving that qualification is really important. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's important to me that if I'm going to be talking about hitting women on my channel, that I own it 100%.
Yeah, but what are you owning though?
My capacity to punch a fucking woman in the face.
Yeah, but the capacity, where is it set out from, right? Like, I'll own saying bad things in the past, like racial slurs or stuff I should be saying, but I'm never going to own like being racist.
If I make a new video, if I was making a video called "How to Not Get Your Perfectly Reasonable Husband to Punch You in the Fucking Face," here are 10 behaviors you should avoid, you bitch, then yes, I would definitely include the context that we're talking about. But I wanted to make a video about and present domestic violence in a completely unapologetic and empathic light. And so if I'm saying, here's how to empathize with a domestic abuser or someone in a domestic violence situation, and that empathy can lead you out of it. By empathizing with people who are violent in relationships, it can actually provide us a solution, like a roadmap for understanding them and getting their needs met, because that's ultimately the problem. If I start that out by saying like, hey guys, I'm not like those other domestic abusers who hit their girlfriends for absolutely no fucking reason at all. They do it for fun. They do it just to hear their knuckles bounce off their girlfriends' faces. Then really what I'm saying is I'm not a real domestic abuser. I'm one of the good ones. And I don't want to do that. I want to present it as this is a story and an advice that is simultaneously really hard to relate to, but also could relate to anybody in any domestic violence situation, where you can look at it and you can say,
yeah, you can do that. If that's your goal at the end of the day, that's fine. But now you're doing yourself a disservice. You just have to be aware of that, right? Like there are times in my past, especially as a teenager, where I've probably done things that are like rapey. I'll admit that 100%. I'll do it for purposes of panels too, because I think that empathy is important. Like, yeah, I talk a lot about consent and all of this shit, and I think I do a really good job of it now, but I've made mistakes in the past that are absolutely like rapey as fuck, 100%. But if I were to do a YouTube video and I'd be like, I just want you guys to know, I've raped women in the past, and they didn't even deserve it. I full-on fucking raped them, and I'm going to tell you now today why we shouldn't rape people, right? It would be, now somebody, I could do that for empathy, but if a girl was like, I don't know if I want to be in a room alone with Steve. He said he's a rapist, and he said they didn't even deserve to get raped. I don't know now, right? I think it's okay to give qualifications for what's happened so that people have a level, if you expect people to view you in a certain way, yeah.
I just think there's something inherently abusive. But if I'm trying to come clean, I think there's something inherently abusive about saying she deserved to get punched in the face, which is basically what Brittany is saying. She would feel more comfortable if I made some case for why my ex deserved to get punched in the face, which undermines the whole fucking premise, which is that nobody deserves to get punched in the face. So if I'm making a video that's like a manual...
I don't know, man. There are some people that might deserve to get fucking beat the shit out of every now and then. There's some fucked up people out there, but...
I'm anti-domestic violence, so I have to say I don't think anybody deserves to have their partner punch them in the face. And... yeah, so if I'm making a video about that, with that as like the foundational belief, and it's a guide, basically how to not punch your partner in the face, by throwing her under the bus, because I have all the power of the edit, all the power of storytelling. Everybody watching the video already likes me, and probably already either dislikes her or has complicated feelings about her. I'm very careful with how I talk about my ex, because I don't want people to hate her.
Okay.
And I don't hate her.
I'm doing too much of this convo, so go, Brittany, go ahead.
Okay, I actually have a story that's, I guess, maybe similar. See, you know how you say you lightly punched her? I'm like, why are you even owning a punch then? Just say you, like, tapped her on the face with your fist. Like, it's not even accurate to say. When I hear punch, Max, I hear punch. Like,
Well, I explained
like
it in
One
the
Punch
story.
Man,
I said I punched her lightly,
but that's not
and
what
that
people
and that
focus
and that
on.
her. Well, it's fine. They can focus on whatever they want. That's what happened. And she looked at me and said, "Why are you punching me in the face?"
But
So I don't
you
know how to
said it
tell
with
that
such
story.
like dramatic, like telling. You like. See, this is what I'm saying. Are you smart enough to know that you were making the audience feel uncomfortable? You're
Yes,
making
the
it sound
video-
like you're a villain.
Empathizing with somebody who hits their partner is uncomfortable.
No, no, no.
Absolutely.
You've made it so much where I couldn't empathize with you because you were just. It didn't allow me a chance to empathize with you, and I wanted a chance to. May I tell you a story really fast about my time I hit my ex?
Yeah, but I predict that you are going to throw your ex under the bus to make it so that we empathize with you and not your ex, which is the
Okay,
exact
let's
thing
see,
I didn't
'cause-
want. It's the exact thing I didn't want to do.
I really struggled with this, like for a long time of how to view myself.
I
One
want you
time
to
there was-
empathize with my ex when you're watching the video, not just.
I know,
with
but
me.
I couldn't because I was too busy feeling uncomfortable about like how dangerous is Max when I watched your video. I didn't even like. I just thought about her as this girl who was like a total victim to the situation, whose boyfriend, when he saw his dad, beat her. Like that's what I came away with.
Okay.
And you only hit her once, but it made it sound like every time you saw your dad, you beat her. Is that inaccurate?
It's inaccurate that it sounded like that to you. It sounds like it did sound like that to you.
Well, did you beat your girlfriend every time you saw your father?
I wouldn't even call it beating her. I just punched her lightly once in the face.
Okay. Do you see like
The
how this
video
conversation?
stands. I stand by the video. I don't want to submit to your questioning.
I'm just trying to say, like, when we in DBT therapy, you learn to explain to people why you were bad, but you don't use it as an excuse. I'm sorry I lashed out. I want you to know I have a mental illness. I was triggered. This is why it happened. I will work on myself and do my steps and not do it again. Right?
I think that's a bunch of horse shit.
An explanation, not an excuse.
It is an excuse.
Well, it's
Say
not
I
an
punched you in the
excuse, it's
face
an
because I fucking felt like it because you were pissing me off and I was sad.
No, I was triggered and I acted out of turn and I am remorseful and I do not want to be that person whether
Those
I'm
are all
triggered or not.
externalizing. You're like the stars made me punch you in the face. I think you should just take it. Take it.
No,
if you
you're
hey, if you're
responsible?
gonna punch somebody in the face, you should be able to take square on the reaction of people to the fact that that happened.
Okay, so I'll give you an example then. I was having sex with my ex, and I have PTSD, and I didn't know it then, and I got triggered, and I hadn't told him about the rape because I hadn't told anyone about my rape. It was like 6 to 8 years later. I just didn't tell anyone until I went to therapy. And we were in the middle of sex, and I said, "Get off me." I used our safe words. I used all the things I'm supposed to use, and I started to have like a trigger. As a way of helping me, because in the past I explained to him that sitting on me helps because I like to be pushed down. He sat on me and I said, no, red, hard red. Like, this is a safe word. Like, this is not helping. I'm triggered for a reason I don't understand. I need you to get off me. Like, and I kept saying, like, it's like during sex, I kept saying, oh my God, it's happening again. And this had never happened. I've had sex hundreds of thousands, like, I don't even know how many times.
Hundreds of
right?
thousands of
I
times.
stopped there. Relax, everybody. I'm an exaggerator. But, like, I didn't ever get triggered. And for some reason that night, it was just, like, perfect chemistry. So he started to grab me, and he wouldn't let me leave the apartment. So I kept shoving his chest. I was like, get off me, get off me, get off me. And he was like, no. And I was like, you have to let me go. Red, hard red. I'm using my safe words. Let me go. And he was like, no, you're doing something crazy. I don't want you to run out of this apartment and get hurt. And I was like, I'm not going to get hurt. Leave me alone. I already know how to take care of myself. And we were arguing about how, in the middle of a trigger, like, and I was so confused, so I kept shoving him. And then after we broke up, he would tell people, like, oh, she hit me. And that really fucked with me. Because I was like, did I hit him? And I didn't, is that hitting people? Like, and I was so confused. So, like, what did I do, Max? Tell me, was I a domestic abuse person? Or did I just react out of a trigger? Or did I have done it differently? Or, like, what?
No, it
should
sounds
he
like
have never
it sounds
touched
like
me?
you're a saint in a sea of rapist abusers defending yourself. I hope they see jail time.
Based.
Okay, so let's compare our stories.
Okay.
Okay. So
Mhm.
my story was told for the purpose of trying to get people to understand the mindset of somebody who participates in domestic violence. And how that mindset can change over time.
Are
And
we
it's designed
defining
to be-
domestic violence differently?
People hitting fucking each other.
I disagree.
Wait, what do you disagree on for that?
I don't know if that's accurate, because like,
Wait, if
my
that
siblings
if
and
that
I-
describes domestic violence?
I always thought of domestic violence as like, if you know how rape and sex are the same thing except the consent thing. Domestic violence has to have like some sort of like line. I feel like where the person who's being like, I never thought of my partner as a domestic abuser. I don't think of him as a sexual assaulter. I don't think of him as like even abusive, just like really toxic and unhealthy. But I don't think of him as like a rapist or like a abuser. I just look at him as like, yeah, a guy who was toxic and didn't go to therapy. Like, that's life. That's what happens.
Well, that's fine. You can define those differently if you want. But based on the story you just told, if a police officer had been in the room, he probably would have been arrested a few different times.
Wouldn't I be arrested?
No.
Too? Because I shoved him?
No. If somebody rapes you, it's legal to push them off. Or kidnaps you, or falsely restrains or imprisons you. You're allowed to push them off.
Okay. So I was acting in self-defense, basically.
From what you
Even though
said,
I
it
was-
sounds like it.
Okay, so is that so? Even though hitting occurred, it's not domestic abuse or domestic
I said
violence.
domestic violence. The domestic
Okay,
violence,
so
that's
domestic
from the story you told, the domestic violence was happening to you, not by you.
Even though I hit him after he wouldn't leave me alone, after I safe worded.
Yes. Well, you didn't even say you hit him. You said you pushed him, and that
I
he
did.
was grabbing
Well, I mean,
you.
hitting. Yeah, I don't know
You
how to
said he
punch
was
people.
grabbing you and forcing you to stay
Yes.
in the house when you pushed him. So I don't
Yes.
think anybody's gonna interpret that as you being a abuser. No.
Okay, so you think our stories? I'm trying to correlate. So it's like the details are similar-ish. Like one person hit another person, or slapped, or pushed. I guess it's all kind
Well,
of.
your
I'm just
story
trying to-
started out with somebody raping you, and then
Wait,
somebody
whoa,
else.
we were
raped-
having consensual sex.
You started.
My boyfriend and I
Well, okay.
were having
you said
consensual
you
sex,
said once
and I
upon a
got
time I got raped. Then another man and I were having sex. Then I told him to stop. He proceeded to rape me anyway. Then I told him to get
that is
off
not
of me.
what I said. Stop. I was having consensual sex with my then boyfriend,
Yes.
and I got triggered because something
Yes.
happened during sex that reminded me of my assault.
Yes.
Unaware the assault had even occurred, did not
Uh-huh.
know what to do and panicked and tried to pin me down so I couldn't leave the apartment.
While you were having
He-
sex.
Yes, but I had removed myself from that positioning, and he had let me go, and I had run into the room, and I said, I have to
Okay.
leave this
Well, the first time you
apartment.
told the story, it sounded like you said that you tried to stop him from having sex with you and were unable to do so for a brief time.
No. We were having sex, then I got triggered, and I removed myself from the bedroom,
Okay.
and I said, I need
so
to
then
get
he
out of
pinned
this
you, he
apartment.
pinned you down and sat on you. You said the safe word a bunch of times, and he didn't
Yes.
listen. Okay.
Right. So then I shoved him and I said, I'm very serious. You need to get off me. And he just wouldn't
Yep.
hear me because he
I
was
got-
afraid. Okay.
I got it. Okay.
Okay. So in your situation, you said we're going to compare stories. It was a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What Max is saying is that like Max can give an interesting perspective on, because when people think of domestic violence, they think of them as like insanely horrible, evil people. But he wanted to give an explanation of like, I think my mindset is relatively unexceptional. This is how like, you know, somebody might get into a domestic abuse incident, basically. But your
Yeah.
story is nobody would think that ever. They would go like, oh, well, of course,
Okay.
Brittany was fully justified throughout the entire time. That's what every
Okay.
single person would think looking at that, right?
And then just to clarification, because I love this empathy, I love the nuance. I do think people can be a domestic violent person yesterday and not today. And I'm just clarifying that you, Max, are saying that you
What
are no
about
longer that
tomorrow?
person.
But
Well,
what
I don't
about-
think so.
I don't know.
That's what worries me, is how do you not know that you won't hit a woman again? Or a man, or your
How the
partner.
fuck can I know? I don't know. I don't know.
If I asked my father, would you ever hit my mother? He'd be like, Betsy, I'd rather kill myself first. Like, don't you understand that some people have a very
Yeah, well, maybe they
strong,
don't have a very
honorable
passionate
feeling?
relationship, Brittany.
I mean, 10 kids later, there's some passion there.
Okay, so they had sex 10 times. That doesn't prove anything.
They're still having sex, and my mom's way past that time of having babies. But yeah, they have a very, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just asking you. I think it's great what you're trying to do.
You're asking me why I'm not like your father.
No, I'm asking you if you realize that
I don't
in order for
realize
people-
anything you're saying. I don't agree with you. There's nothing to realize.
People can't rally behind someone who hasn't changed, and they can't rally behind someone who hasn't like become.
Okay, so you're saying if I make a new video that says, "Hey, oops, I hit Shaylin. I fucked up. I hit Shaylin. I said I wasn't going to, but I did. Here are the circumstances. And I tell the story." You're saying that am I going to get banned, or who's not going to rally behind me that's behind me right now? As though I have a large chunk of my fan base who's like, we never thought Mr. Girl would ever do anything wrong ever again.
Brittany is saying that your behavior was exceptional and you need to demonstrate that you've changed and you're not that person anymore. But Max is saying that his behavior was unexceptional. He was just trying to explain his state of mind at the time. That's the difference, right? So what you're but you asking him to show how he's changed from that person would be for him to deny the initial creation of that video ever, which was to just showcase how people can domestically abuse people. Because what you're asking him to change into in his eyes is not a real person. That's a fake public person that is dishonest with people about what they feel and what they do.
But people change. I'm asking Max, does he change?
They change, but they sometimes change for the worse. So I don't know.
Yes.
I may have changed for the better now, but maybe I'll take a downturn and start hitting people again. I don't know.
Okay, so in that case, I think it's fair that people would feel afraid of being around you, especially a 5'1" woman like myself who's 125 pounds. I might hesitate to be in a room with you alone. Is that fair?
It's absolutely up to you how you feel and express.
I don't know
why. Okay, hold on, wait. To be clear, hold on, wait. This is Brittany is not trying to say, like, do I have your permission to feel a certain way? What she's trying to say is, can you acknowledge that what you are saying would logically lead any woman to feel this way? That's what she's asking. That's what she's really saying.
I don't think it's super logical, but I understand that that's how some women are. And
do you think that, like, it's reasonable that a woman might be in a room with you and be like, can you please show me your iPhone real quick? I want to see if you have, like, Apple tracking with your dad to make sure that he's not going to show up, then I get my ass beat. That's like
that's more reasonable. That's true. I don't really understand. You're asking me to validate your feelings and say that they make sense. As I said, I think you're a bit crazy, so I don't think they make that much sense, but I do follow what you're saying.
You think I'm crazy for wanting to feel safe alone in a room with a man?
That's admitted to hitting somebody for kind of a light reason.
And still thinks about hitting his current girlfriend.
And doesn't express any guilt or remorse about his prior hit.
I express remorse.
Oh, okay. So there's a little bit of guilt. Oh, not guilt, but remorse.
I regret. Regret's a good word. I think it's a more dignified word.
Okay.
I regret my actions. I think yes. I think you're insane, slightly, about us or being insane right now. And
you think I'm being insane in this conversation?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. You haven't earned me hitting you. You got main character syndrome. I'm gonna hit you.
When you say, okay, so let's explain this better.
I would hit you.
When you say you feel like she's being insane in this conversation, what part of her thought process do you feel is unreasonable?
Do you know how jealous Shaylin would get if I hit you?
Oh, Jesus.
She would kill me. She would kill me if I hit another woman.
I'm good. I can't trust you. I wouldn't be able to negotiate a BDSM scene with you because I don't know that you'd actually follow the rules.
Oh, he's not talking about BDSM.
I'm not talking about BDSM.
Then I'm out. I don't do domestic violence. I'm sorry.
That's
not my thing.
Okay.
Shaylin would be more jealous if I hit another woman than if I fucked another woman.
True.
I recommend therapy.
Okay, wait, he's already in therapy. Okay, hold on, wait. Let's move off this tangent, okay? Because there's a very sharp edge. Okay. So when you say that you feel like Brittany is being insane, then there's some sort of irrational feeling that you think that she has. Well, what do you think is irrational about her thought process? Or what do you mean when you say that she's insane here?
Just that I think that she is... Yes, I didn't give much context for the story, but you knew that we're in a relationship. I just think that most...
There needs to be more to justify hitting someone than you were in a relationship, right?
Well, I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just saying if you're just making a predictive model of like, is Max going to hit me? I feel like being in a room with me is probably not a great predictor. Like I'd be in jail if I was just hitting people whenever I'm in a room with them. I would be in jail.
I think that people will broadly use heuristics to predict other behavior. So, for instance, let's say that I was in a room. Let's say that you found out that I was a serial rapist. I raped 3 women, and now you're a woman and you're alone in a room with me. And then you're like, okay, this is a little bit worrisome. And I say, no, what do you mean? All 3 women that I raped are 24. You're 26. I would never rape you. The person's probably going to be like, okay, well, hold on. I don't know if like that might not be the difference for you, right? So if you have the capacity to hit a woman, any woman might think, I don't know if I feel safer on this dude. And you're like, well, I'm not dating you, so I won't hit you. I don't know if most people would make that jump, you know?
I think based on our personality types, I'm probably 1,000 times more likely to hit you than Steven is.
Wait, how does this help at all?
But that could be 1,000th of a percent and 1%. You know, it could still it's a very minor chance. So I won't say that it's more like it's not. Yeah, of course it's more. I've done it before.
Do you know what you sound like? Like I want to help you. I feel bad for you. Like you
know what? I feel bad for you too.
Oh God, are we just?
Do you know what you sound like?
I do know, but I'm okay being a hippy dippy bitch. But like you get mad when I.
That's not what you sound like.
What do I sound like?
A Nazi.
Go ahead. Oh
No,
my
go
God,
on.
Nazi! I
Go
don't
on.
even.
Go on.
These are so
Go on. Go on.
I appreciate Max's hyper autism. I am similar in some ways. I'm just more aware of it. For like, Melina would always ask me. I hate it when I'm dating someone and like a girl asks, "Oh, like, do you think we'll be together forever?" I'm like, I don't fucking know. Damn, dude, some shit might come up in 2 weeks and I fucking hate you. Like, I'm not gonna make that fucking prediction. Like, why the fuck are you asking me that question? I've given similarly autistic answers, but like, you have to understand that like, or I think for Max,
think about how it sounds.
Yeah, when people are asking you questions, we play a lot of linguistic games. Like when somebody says, like for instance, I'll say with Melina. When Melina says like, "Do you think we're going to be together forever?" She's not really asking that. That's a stupid question, and even she knows that's a stupid question. What she's really asking is like, "Do you feel like you love me so much right now that in your mind you're probably going to love me, you know, until the end of time?" That's what she's really asking, right? So when Brittany's saying like, "Do you know how you sound?" Brittany's not saying like, "Can you give me a precise percentage chance on whether or not you will domestically abuse me or physically abuse me forever together in a room?" It's more like, "Do you think that you have the capacity to hit somebody like without provocation?" That's like really what's being asked. And when you ask that question and then you're kind of, or when she asks and then you're a little dodgy about the answer, like, "Yeah, you know, it feels like there's like this tacit admission. Like? Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe, you know, it depends on what you wear that day. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. You know, that's kind of what it sounds like. That's the feeling it gets, you know.
I believe that virtue signaling gets in the way of us being honest with each other. And while each virtue signal can make sense, can even ease communication in the moment and help us get our message across, I find that as a practice, it's eroding like honesty, especially on social media. So since we're in the middle of a stream, I'm gonna give you a different answer than like if you were like a friend of a friend and we're like at a dinner party and you're like, "Wait, do you think is it cool to be here with you? Like, are you gonna hit me?" Like, I would give a different answer in like an actual like social situation, but that's not you're talking to me as like the guy who made the video, you know, and so like it's different.
So I'm going to take this a step further. I think virtue signaling is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with virtue signaling. When people use virtue signaling as a pejorative, they're really using that as a shorthand. The full sentence is, "I think you're signaling a virtue that you don't have." Right? If I meet a girl at a restaurant and I stop a little bit longer to like open the door for her, I'm virtue signaling that I'm a polite person. Or if I open the door for her to get into the car, true. Right? No, it is true. I'm trying to show you like I'm a nice dude. I'm a considerate guy, right? Like,
but you're always gonna hold the door for her?
Probably, because I'm a pretty considerate person. Like, maybe, okay. Yeah. But like, but I'm trying to signal, because that's what you do with language and actions. You do try to signal your virtues or your vices, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but when it gets into this like Inquisition shit online, where people are like purity testing you,
I don't think it's a
do you love black people? Like, do you love black people? That is a perfect example of a purity test where you're being asked to virtue signal in a way that's like.
It would be like if somebody asked me if I love black people or if I like black people after I do a 2-hour monologue about black crime stats and how I think Africans are fundamentally different than white people. If somebody at the end of that would be like, "Do you actually like black people?" I think that would be a legitimate question because I've sold a pretty different image, right? And that's kind of what's happening, right? We're like, "Yeah, I beat her, but my dad was close by."
Well, I guess I'm saying
you,
I think what Brittany's doing is similarly dishonest.
Okay.
Why? What am I being dishonest about? That's what confuses me. I'm just asking questions, and I'm confused by your behavior.
Yeah, so just asking questions. It should be your fucking name of your channel. I think that saying because you hit your ex, you had like a super contentious relationship with. I think now you might hit me. I don't know. It's like you want me to hit you. Like you want me to, like you're not that special to me. I don't know you, Brittany. No.
See, what are you doing right now? See, in the first call, I thought we were having a meta conversation when you would do this, because you know how we kind of flirted in DMs? I thought it was okay, and then you called me rapey, and now you're doing it again. You're flirting. This is flirting. You know I'm kinky. You know I like being spanked.
Okay,
So
wait,
why-
Brittany. Hold on. Wait, that is.
You're
Hold on. Just,
sexualizing the- I'm
yeah,
not-
wait. I
I'm
don't
not-
think
I'm
Brittany.
not-
That is not at all the conversation that he's
Okay,
engaged
but
in
listen
right
to
now.
what I'm saying. In my world,
hearing
if he knows what I'm into and then brings it up in that voice, in my girl brain goes,
I'm talking about punching you in the face.
okay, but like, are you literally? Why would you punch me in the face? You just said I had to date you to be punched in the face in a violent way. So you must mean it in a.
No, this is the conversation we're having. You're asking. You said, "Is it reasonable for me to be afraid that you're going to punch me in the face?" And I'm making fun of you for asking that question.
Because I'd have to date you to be.
Stephen
even
is trying
open.
to. Stephen is trying to help you. Help us understand each other and sort of explaining why you asked that question by giving.
Okay, hold on. But actually, hold on. I have to think. Jesus Christ, my brain is fucking fried. I have made jokes actually like that towards people if I'm being flirty. I've made rape jokes towards girls where I'll say some shit like that. So I can understand how somebody could interpret it that way because
Absolutely,
just, yeah.
I understand how Brittany could interpret it that way.
Explicitly, no, explicitly, Max.
To somebody that you know
DMs
likes BDSM and all that shit. I
like
gotta-
yes, and in the messages in the DMs, you literally, like that's what I'm saying. Were you not flirting with me in those DMs? Like I'm so confused.
When I said I think I said I understand that you would like it if I yelled at you. I did not intend that to.
And then you said, "Here's a bunch of videos of me yelling at Shaylin to tie you over." Or something like you can watch.
Oh yes, I didn't.
That's flirting, isn't it? Am I that autistic too?
I don't think I meant for that. I understand why you're saying that's flirtatious. I think I was just trying to ease the tension with some humor.
Oh my god. That's so
Oh man, there's so much autism in this call. I love it. That was great.
I was trying to just make a joke. You know when somebody comes on to you and then you make a joke to be like, oh, let's divert into a joke. I think I was trying to just say like, here's some videos that you. Well, one, I think I was bringing up Shaylin because I'm like, whenever somebody starts flirting with me, I'm like, hey, I have a girlfriend. Here she is.
Just say I'm monogamous and I have a girlfriend, and I'm like, oh, okay, my bad.
I think the issue is that one thing is that like humor can be used
I don't know if
to.
you're monogamous or not.
Humor can be used to
Humor
like
can be used to
awkwardly. It can be used to diffuse the trigger, but it can also be used for like if somebody says like, man, if I was near you, I'd fucking jump you right now, and I'm like, yeah, shame there's so much distance between us, right? Is that an invitation for them to keep pushing, or am I trying to like awkwardly skirt? Right, it could be hard for people to figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I was super clear in my response or that I even wanted to be super clear.
I'm just embarrassed in an autistic.
You needed to virtue signal
No,
more,
no,
Max, about not being sexually interested. That's what you needed to do. See, this is where the virtue signal would have been good.
Okay. I don't think you need to be embarrassed about that or anything. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say that yes, so if I say you haven't earned me punching you in the face, I guess you could take that to be flirtatious. But that's not my intention. I'm saying that I think it is presumptuous of you. I'm trying to make the point that the argument I'm making, which is it is presumptuous of you to think that because I hit my ex in the face in a super intimate, long, multi-year relationship, that somehow you're not safe to just be alone in a room with me because suddenly I might just hit it. I'm saying it is a very special, meaningful thing to have me punch you in the face. Only one person gets to say that that's ever happened.
I concede. I did presume. I made an assumption based off of data, and I guess you're telling me I'm wrong, and I will keep that in mind for future possible interactions.
Well, it's all probabilistic.
Yeah.
So
it makes me feel unsure. I like consistency in my life.
I don't see myself hitting you, but I don't know. I don't see myself hitting Shaylin either. But you know, yes, it's undeniable that. See, the thing, you've got me in a trap where either way, either I'm like saying like I'm a changed man, I'm cured. Like I said that in the video, but I was joking because I'm saying like who fucking knows if I'm cured? I don't fucking know.
Are you afraid like future Max might go back on that idea of I'm changed and then therefore all the work you've done? Because like even if I relapse with my borderline,
no, I'll just make another video about how I'll make a video about how that's called how I started hitting women again.
I think like the problem is, Brittany, is you're looking for a change, but Max is trying to be autistically honest to a fault, right?
So he's like in it.
No. It's like if somebody would ask me like, hey, like this is something I say a lot to people. Someone asks me like, hey, are you lying to me? I hate it when people ask me that question. I think we might have had a talk privately where I literally repeated this to you. And I said, don't ever ask me if I'm lying, because if I was lying, obviously I wouldn't fucking tell you that I'm lying. Why the fuck would you ever ask me if I'm lying to you? That's the dumbest question in the world. But obviously, when a person is saying that, they're not literally asking to do that dialogue tree. They just want like an assurance, like say something to reassure me, right? Max is being honest in that, like, I don't think he sees himself as an abuser. He's not going to abuse somebody. He doesn't plan on doing it. But he's the honesty to a fault is that he's not going to lie and say there's no chance that he would never abuse anybody in the future, ever hit anybody in the future. Because if we're all being honest, that is to some degree a possibility, right? And then Max would probably take it a step further, and he would say even more, this is a virtue signal. You should be more worried about the person that would say they would never hit you, because that person's not being honest. But at least he's honest enough to admit, like, under which conditions he would do it. And one of those conditions is being in a back and forth horrible relationship where there are instigating factors external to the relationship that drives him to do it.
Yeah, I think in my head I made the mistake of framing it as, if I'm in a healthy situation, would I then do this? And you're saying, well, obviously it would have to be a certain amount of unhealthiness to get to this point.
Well, I define punching your girlfriend in the face as unhealthy.
Yes. Yes,
So
right?
I
Okay.
would say necessarily it's an unhealthy situation.
Right. Okay. So I think because of my like my type of therapy that I went through, the idea is to try to control your life enough so you're not in that situation, because you don't want to be that person again. So I try very hard to make sure that I do steps so future Brittany doesn't have to be in a situation where she's losing spoons all day, or like I've been this week. I had to take work off to go to the doctor to work on my medical stuff because I was like losing spoons. I was getting irritated at my brothers, and I was like, I'm sorry, I am snapping at all of you, and I think I just don't have spoons, so nobody talk to me for a few days because I don't know what's going on with my body, and then when I figured it out, I was like in a better mood today. I'm glad you called today because I couldn't have picked up the phone yesterday. I was too busy like crying over my body. But I'm glad you called today because I'm feeling great. You know what I mean? It's a different Brittany today. So I guess I understand better now. And I thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I hope this is like good energy now. I feel pretty good.
I don't know.
You don't know still?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think if I had to guess, if I'm reaching into the mind, I feel like I'm autistic enough to understand both of you. I think that the takeaway here is that Max doesn't feel like there's a resolution because you're still simultaneously, it feels like you're asking him for a level of honesty that you can't handle. You're asking him to be honest to a fault about the way that he views the world and how he feels about things, but when he gives you those answers that he feels like are honest and unexceptional, this is how most people feel, you're going to turn around and judge him for it, and it's like, well, what the fuck was the point?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me think about that because I feel much more relieved now that we've talked. I feel like I understand you better. Do I feel like I'm judging you? I don't know that I feel that way. I feel like you made your point very clear, and that to accept Max must accept that he is unsure and honest about that unsuredness about his future self. And so that's interesting to me, and I am going to just accept I accept that this is your honest position now. I didn't believe it before, but now that this conversation happened, I feel like you're being honest with me. But I don't know you, Max, personally enough, so I'm just going off faith now.
It's kind of a power play.
Am I the top?
It's not a sexual power play. It's a manipulative person power
Top and bottom doesn't have to be sexual, Max, obviously.
Yeah, it doesn't
Brittany
have
doesn't
to
even
be
incorporate sex into her BDSM play. If you've listened to her videos,
Thank you for
would know
listening
that.
to me,
Yeah.
Steven, when I talk. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that coming in here and interrogating me about my stance
I was invited.
punching my...
I was invited.
Oh, I know you're invited. You still waltzed in. I think interrogating me on my stances of punching my ex in the face, and even though I made it perfectly clear in the video exactly what I was saying, capitalizing on the fact that people are talking about this lately, and you get to be in a position where you get no. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Let me finish my sentence.
Let him finish.
Let me finish my sentence.
Let him finish.
Capitalizing on the fact that people are talking about this and that you think it's going to be a sore spot or a weak spot, especially just after a pretty vulnerable conversation with Steven, where we're both being pretty open about ourselves. Then you come in with the Inquisitor, no sense of being like, oh, I can relate to you because I'm a fucking psycho controlling person too, and I absolutely know what would take to get me to snap and hit somebody, do a bunch of horrible shit because I'm kind of unstable myself. No, that's not the stance you take. You come in like a police officer trying to get me to trip up and contradict myself, and the whole time, even just the fact that you're asking these questions gets to put you in a nice light and put me in a bad light. And then you're saying things like, oh, I guess I think because somebody hit their ex once 10 years ago, maybe it's not safe to be alone in a room with them. I don't think you feel safe being alone in a room with me. I think that's a lie. I think that you are trying to put me in my place and make me feel how you felt the last time we talked. I think a lot of the things you're saying, while technically
I feel like you're
are
playing
not
with
not
me.
lies, the premises of what you're saying are a lot of it is dishonest. And
See, I can't tell again. Like, are you playing a game? Right
No,
now?
he's not. Okay, I think you totally misunderstand every single thing Brittany's saying. But then this is always like my main contention is I feel like sometimes you say things but you don't understand. I think I communicated this before that sometimes there's a ritual that humans do, and breaking the ritual makes people uncomfortable. Not because the ritual itself is important, but just the fact that you would break the ritual makes people uncomfortable. And I always feel like that's like a fundamental step between you and another person for understanding. Because I think that actually, well, here's a question.
I think you're giving Brittany a pass.
Yeah, my whole audience does. Don't worry. So here's a question that I
think
would
you're
have
giving
for
her
you.
a different pass than they think.
Okay, and maybe. Here's a question. I give both of you lots of passes, okay? So I think you're both interesting, fascinating people, okay? Here's a question that I would ask you. Do you think if the average woman consumed some of your content, that video and say this conversation, and you were to poll the average woman, do you think that Max has a higher or lower propensity for domestic violence? What do you think the average woman would say?
Higher than the average person?
Yeah, if you pull the average woman after watching that video and then your conversation here.
Probably moderately higher.
Yeah, and I think that's all Brittany's saying. But you are trying to
No,
say...
that's not all Brittany's saying. Brittany's getting revenge.
What?
That's not all Brittany's saying.
That's what I'm saying. Are you joking right now? This feels like a joke.
No, he's not joking. Brittany, stop accusing him of joking. Hold on, wait, stop. No, wait, you're gonna trigger me. Don't ever accuse Max of joking. He's not joking. He's being very sincere.
So
there is
what
no
am I
game being
getting
played here.
revenge on? Revenge for what though? Like that's what I'm saying.
For embarrassing you.
Habibi, do you mean the conversation we had, like just the two of us, like I came out on fucking top. What are you talking about? I literally was. What do you mean? That was my win. If you preface the whole conversation as a win or lose, I obviously felt like I dominated. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know that you feel that way all the way through.
Yeah,
I think our conversation was, in some circles, in certain fan bases, could potentially have been damaging to your reputation.
Oh, I mean,
and you blame that on me, and you blame that on me.
No. You're misunderstanding me now. You need to see Brittany. Brittany caters to women.
I see Brittany.
I talk to queer people. Your audiences are lovely, but they're not people that I think speak my language. So I don't think they're ever going to, as a general whole, though I have a few years.
I think you're getting revenge on me. You don't. That's fine. That's
I don't feel like I need to get revenge on anything. I thought it was a great, wonderful conversation. That's why I'm here right now. I think
Steven's giving you a pass because you're pretending to be emotionally dumber than you actually are, and he's allowing this to happen.
Okay, here are some statements that I'll make, but I don't know if you'll believe me because maybe you think I'm incentivized slightly. So I've talked with Brittany a fair amount off stream. I have like a decent understanding, I think, about how her mind works. I don't think she's the type of person that would come here just looking for revenge. She could be, and I might be missing that. I just haven't had enough interactions yet, but I don't think so. That would be really boring. And if that was the case, I think she could have played this conversation out a lot differently because there are a lot of things that you said that she could harp on to make you look evil and just gone by that over and over again. And I think she was willing to make some concession where she's like, okay, given everything else you've said, yeah, I think, whereas she could have very easily, if she was here for revenge, it's very easy, especially, no offense, as a white woman, she can just sit here and be like over and over again, Habibi, I've been abused before. I'm not about to step into a room with somebody like you.
That won't fly with either of our audiences.
No, but it would with hers if she was going for revenge, and she's got the woman card, so she could easily play that over and over again, and then just leave the conversation and look okay.
I guess I don't think that's what I think. Brittany is a master of the double bind. So the first double bind, the first conversation we had, you said if you scream at me, I will become aroused. Okay, yeah. So you come in and you're like, oh, I had to wear underwear to talk to you. So that way, if I win the argument...
that's so embarrassing for me now, because in hindsight, you weren't flirting with me, so now I look stupid, and I'm so sorry. Let
me just explain. It's not, I'm not talking about that. It's a double bind because if I scream at you, then I am your sexual servant, acting out your fantasy, and you win. If I yell and dominate, then you win. And then if I don't dominate and I yell, then you also win because you win the conversation. So either way, I am
Why was it even
subjugate.
winning and losing, Max? I thought
Either
we were
way,
gonna have a
yeah, I don't even
discussion.
see winning and losing. A fucking level system.
Fuck, okay, wait, hold on. Well, now you make me
Losers
sound
and
dumb
winners-
because I was saying there wasn't a game being played, but now you're making it sound like there is a meta game being played in the conversation. Or do you think she's just the only one playing the meta game in the
I think
conversation?
she's the only one doing it.
Okay.
I think you do see losers and winners everywhere you go because you got a level. You even have a literal level system to know who the losers are who don't fucking deserve to live.
That's
Now
not
this
what my level system
conversation,
is about
in this
at all.
conversation, we have a different double bind. You want me to step down from my position as having criticized you. You want me to walk it back, or
No.
or
Wait, what?
if I do,
I'm confused.
you want me to walk back my criti. Let me just. This is what I think. You don't have to agree with it. It's fine.
Okay.
I think you want me to walk back or soften or take back what I said. So you put me in a new double bind. You're gonna try to reconnect with me. You're gonna ask me a bunch of questions, right? But the questions are all gonna be about spousal abuse or domestic violence that I was involved in. So my two choices are: I can either capitulate and submit to your questioning, which I did, and I can stand my ground, but I end up looking like a psychopathic domestic abuser who basically
We're writing like
discredit me.
episode 14 for Death Note right now. Like that's what it feels like.
You discredit me by getting me just even answering questions about an embarrassing, revealing topic. However gracefully I do it, I'm still discredited somewhat in my criticism of you earlier. Or I say you're right. I shouldn't have said it that way. I should show more contrition. I take it back. You're not really asking me about me hitting my ex-wife. You're asking me about hitting you. This is all about you. You feel that I punched you in the face. And now you want me to either show regret or remorse, or you want me to be discredited as somebody who's crazy for doing so. And either way, it gets taken back. That's the double bind this time. I'm sure
I
next
feel
time
like
it'll be a
because you
different
make
one.
so many assumptions about my intentions, you don't allow for an honest conversation to occur.
I think you're doing
You
all this
won't see me.
automatically.
You
I don't
don't
think you know
see
that.
me.
I don't think you are aware that you are doing this. I don't think you see that you are doing this, but I am
Look, Max,
pretty
all I
sure
have to do
this
is let you
what's
be
happening.
yourself, and you put yourself in a weird box already. You already did it with your whole content. I
Knock
don't have to do
myself
nothing.
out.
Right? Like you already KO'd yourself with your own content, so I don't have to do it. So I'm asking you, do you want to have a real conversation where we're people? But I'm asking you to acknowledge that
This
we're
is a real
different.
conversation. This is
But
what
we're
I think you
different
are doing
people.
as a
But
person
you never
in this
believed
conversation.
me.
No,
never
you don't get
believed
to
me.
tell me who you are as a person. No.
Okay,
I
well
don't
then
believe you.
why are we talking?
I don't believe you.
That's fine. I'm bored.
This is kind of the bind that I said was earlier. So for Max, the Sherlock Holmes stuff, where if you divine a person's intentions, if you are wrong, how could you ever be proven otherwise?
You can't. That's true.
So that's a problem. Or maybe it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a problem. If you're right,
maybe
it's
this
not
is
a
fun.
problem.
That's true. And if you're wrong, then fuck them. You burn them and move on. Hell yeah.
That's another double bind, I guess. A double bind of my own. Okay, listen, guys. I have to go. I look forward to listening to whatever happens right after I hang up later. Thank you for having me.
I will say you were radiating a lot of Jewish energy. I'm just fucking with you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make a joke. I'm
Well,
just
hey,
fucking. I'm just.
you
Okay.
can
Don't even.
say
No.
it to my
Say anything.
face.
Okay.
Say it later. Say it to my schnoz, Destiny.
Okay. I love you.
Thanks, Max.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Brittany. Steven, I love you.
Love
I'll
you
see
both.
later.
Be careful. How do you feel
Am I
that
hanging up
conversation
now?
went? I have to leave in like 5 minutes tops.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
good
Jesus
because I really have
Christ.
to pee. I don't know. I think I'm just. I have this theory that if you can't see a part of a person, you can't understand them. So maybe Max and I just don't see each other, and that's the dilemma.
Do you understand fundamentally what his issue is about honesty?
Yes, but I think we define honestly different. He doesn't I don't know how to be more honest, except I'm also on the internet, so like I'm trying to be honest. And I understand he's trying to be really honest.
Yeah, so his feeling is that there is a whole dimension of human experience that all of us exist that we're unwilling to share with each other. And he wants to take the step further to share that experience. And then when he perceives other people as attacking him for it, he will the place that his mind goes to is, this is an experience that I know we all share. Fuck you. And now I'm going to attack you and I'm accusing me. So he's done this
That's
with
the
Lauren.
problem.
He's done this with you. I think he's probably done it with other
Yeah.
people. Yeah. So basically it'll be something like I think with Lauren, the conversation was basically like like he's willing to admit sometimes 12-year-olds are attractive or whatever the fuck he said. I don't want to misquote or something like that. And Lauren's like, okay, well, that's really weird. I don't trust you, which is probably fair of Lauren to say. But his feeling is, hold on, I know that we all have these experiences, and I know that you're lying about it, and you're virtue signaling for your audience to try to make it sound like you don't trust me when you're having this conversation, and I know you trust me, and I hate you for that. And that's kind of the meta conversation that develops over the other conversation. And that's kind of what's happening with you two right now, basically, yeah.
But does he understand, like, from a, women don't find 14-year-olds attractive, like, generally. It's very abnormal for us to think of kids
all
that
the
way.
things you could have responded to in what I just said. I
No,
don't know
Destiny,
how
that's what, no, Steven, listen to me. That's why I understand what Max is saying, but when
Yeah.
he says all, it makes people defensive because we're not having those shared experiences. We don't see
Sure, and
that.
that's the risk that he runs into, is that if he identifies what he believes is a shared experience, or if he identifies what he believes is an
Right.
internal feeling of somebody else and it's wrong, and we just talked about this even before you came on, I said there's like, the issue that you run into is you might nail somebody on a feeling they don't have, and then it's really hard to move you off of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
all
I
I'm
mean,
saying is, like, if Max doesn't see me and I don't see him, I think that's fine. I hope we can get to a point where we can. But when he says, like, you are experiencing this, and it feels like I'm being gaslit because that's not my experience.
Sure. Yeah, that's just, you both have to make a lot of effort in the conversation to see each other.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, I don't have any ill will towards Max. I think he clarified his positions very clearly, and I think I understand him way better than I did before. So that's good.
Okay, well, have fun. Good luck. Thanks for hopping on to take part in the autism.
Thanks. Have a good night.
All right, have a good
Bye.
night. Jesus, fuck, this lasted way longer. The guy that made the MrGlinkMrGirl hit piece making one on you as well, saying you're into lolly and that you are a pedo. I'm gonna be totally honest with you guys. I don't really give a fuck about people that are into lolly. I don't. If I liked it, I would say it. But I don't, because I just am not. But like, it's not even that I'm not into lolly because of like the fact that they're underage. I'm just not into lolly because most like hentai and manga is really fucking weird when it comes to porn. And like, it's probably going to be about somebody getting raped or some girl being like, oh no, don't look at me down there. I'm embarrassed because I'm getting wet and I'm feeling pleasure, senpai. Like, it's cringe as fuck. That's the reason why I don't care about it. But okay, listen, man. If you want to say I'm into whatever, knock yourself out. I'm into whatever horrible shit you think I am and more. I'm worse than you think. Whatever bad things you think about me are true, and even more is true. So enjoy it. Knock yourself out. I have to gym. And I'm so tired. I saw EEAAO, legitimate 10 out of 10. Good job. More people need to see it. Everybody should see it. Oh man, fuck me. What do I have scheduled for tomorrow? The Roe v. Wade panel is at 4, hopefully. That's good. Nick might be on that. I think he is. That's good. Okay, cool. You were a simp in this convo. I've got people in my YouTube chat that are really mad that I didn't attack Max more, and then I've got people in my DGG chat that are really mad that I didn't attack Brady more. So, you know what? I'm okay. I think I'm pretty fair in these convos. I think you guys are unhinged. I'm good. I'm good with that. Jesus. You should have addressed the comments about your dick they made. Wait, what did they say? Did I miss it? Was I typing something? I don't know how I'm going to stay awake for this. I've already drank 2 Red Bulls today. Fuck. You don't think she was virtue signaling at all? No, if a guy says that he hit a woman in the past, I think most women are going to be a little bit uncomfortable around that guy. That's like a normal thing. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's like... I had a... hold on, I'm just curious where we stand on this. If you meet somebody on Tinder and you're chatting with them for a while and then you go on a date with them and they have like a This is so bad. Fuck. I'm sorry for even saying this, but if they have like a severely deformed arm, like it's like a miniature arm, do you think that they should say something before the date, or do you think that you just show up and roll the dice and see what the other person says? I feel like that's kind of fucked up. Obviously, you mention it. Of course, they should. I am literally a woman, and I said in chat before that Mr. Girl's reactions would make me feel better than someone vehemently trying to convince you they would never be abusive again. That's great, Spud Gun. But you're a tier 2 subber, so you're extra odd 3 subber? I don't know. That's great, though. Is passive voice as much a problem as the song says it is? It was IDF that shot and killed this Al Jazeera journalist. It was the IDF that shot and killed. It might be hard to figure out from the passive language used in the headline. Shireen Abu Akleh, a journalist for the Al Jazeera network, was killed by gunfire in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says the shooting happened during an Israeli army raid in Jenin. I mean, it sounds like it sounds like they don't know who did the shooting. That's what it sounds like from the headline, sure. This guy is actually like a schizo. Like, what is this? Can someone tell me why I just found an obscure message board where Destiny appears to have posted photos of himself when that same message board is full of lolly type shit, other wild stuff, and excessive use of the word I don't know what he's bleeped out here, but like, let's say that I was in a board like that. Like, do you really think I would be posting pictures of myself like this? Like, how fucking stupid do you think I am? Like, why would I? Like, you got me, dude. That's me posting images that can't be found anywhere else. Where the fuck is this image from, actually? I have no idea. Where am I right now? Does anybody know where this picture's from? He's legitimately unwell. No, he is, yeah. This is a picture from Mexico. The banger Mexican stream. Oh, cool. Okay, I gotta go. I love you guys. It's been fun. Oh, Jesus. Let me catch up on donos. I'm scamming so many of you right now. Read your emails, you fucking... I've been keeping up on my emails.
My money don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds.
I have 10 emails right now. Doing a good job. Okay.
This guy sounds like every weed bro ever, but with shrooms instead of weed. Dude, Elma, we can all be emotionally connected.
True. Where'd you come up with this miniature arm thing? Somebody just told me about their experience.
How long are you guys going to try to nail Jelly to the wall? Get to the pedo and trans stuff.
He sent me some odd... Who is Aydin Projects? Damn, you got a lot of subbers, my dude. Or is it...
Why did Destiny never give a real take on the Reckless video? He never stayed silent on something that shook Twitch that hard before. Seems suspicious.
Can we finish the Brittany Long comment? Bro, it is so far past my fucking bedtime.
Hello, chat.
He was promoting his content and everyone's DMs and called you evil. Oh, damn. Just, Oh, he was a former friend of John Swan. Gotcha.
The Mr. Grill video guy is going to make a vid smearing you as a pedo lol.
True. Thank you. That's what I want.
I loved y'all, and I thought we're fair to both of them.
Thanks. Okay, that's everybody. I love you guys. Fuck you doesn't actually watch the movie and I just learned you're being ironic. I wasn't being ironic, you dumb fucks. It's my favorite movie. It is. You guys are just too soy. Okay, don't start any movies tomorrow when I'm supposed to stream, or else I'm gonna sit and watch them and waste all my fucking time, okay? So that's your fault. Blame the movie guys for it, okay? Blame the movie guys. Alright. I love you all very much. Ripper and cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino. Alpuccino, my dude. I'll catch you guys next stream. Remember to like and subscribe on my YouTube, you dumb fucks. Peace out.